Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 100, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 100. After completing the inauguration ceremony for his appointment as the fourth Mizukage, the very first policy Yoru implemented was expanding the population recovery plan of the Yuki Clan into a village-wide hidden mist village population revival plan. Even though some conservative elders felt this was an unseemly and vulgar way to begin his administration, Yoru didn't care. Population was the foundation of everything. Whatever Yoru wanted to do in the future required sufficient population to support it. If he didn't even have people under him, then no matter how outstanding and brilliant a leader he was, it would be meaningless. Thanks to your brilliant plan, the village now sounds like a mating zoo day and night, grumbled Terumi Mei, a top-tier genius with 2 Keki who was used as an intelligence officer during the war and then pulled in by Yoru to be his secretary after the war ended, couldn't help but complain. And what's the deal with that kunoichi you brought back from the 5 Kage summit? Trying to set a personal example for the repopulation effort, Lord Mizukage. Well, if you want to interpret it that way, I won't stop you. Yoru didn't even look up from the document he was stamping. Wah. Can you hear yourself right now? Mei was about to explode. She already knew this man was an incorrigible womanizer. She had known him since they were young, she was supposed to be the childhood friend. And yet he always had a new woman on his arm. First it was Uzumaki Hiromi. Now it was that woman, Bakura. And lately, even Yuki Kira from the Yuki Clan had been acting strange. What about me, huh? As my trusted personal secretary, it's fine if you keep tabs on me all day, but I would really appreciate it if you could also handle some of these more practical matters, Yoru said, finally looking up and handing her a file. What do you think of this plan? Deadbeat womanizer. You lie to me, sweet-talk me, and now you want me to be your overworked assistant too. Still, Mei took the document, sighed, and scanned it with a furrowed brow. A moment later, she responded professionally. Changing the 3rd Mizukage Ninja Academy policy back to the 2nd Mizukage's original system is definitely fine. After all, the reason Konoha could field so many troops to simultaneously counter attacks from multiple great nations during the war was precisely because of that academy system. While the 2nd Mizukage's academy system might not instantly equip graduating children with the mental fortitude to fight on the battlefield, it can alleviate the hidden mist's current population shortage. It also fosters emotional bonds between ninja, increases their affection for the village, and thus reduces the appearance of rogue ninja. Impressive. No wonder I handpicked you as my personal secretary. Yoru nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll leave the educational reforms to you. Coordinate with the academy faculty and revise the curriculum and graduation requirements. Wait, me. Mei Terumi blinked. Don't look at me like that. I'm not doing this to be lazy or to indulge in those inappropriate thoughts you have in your head. Yoru tapped Mei Terumi's forehead, pointing irritably at the pile of documents on the table. This includes distributing pensions for ninja killed or wounded in action, allocating personnel to complete various requests and missions accumulated during the war, and even promoting young ninja who accumulated merits and achievements during the war to fill the gaps in the mid to high level ninja ranks caused by the conflict. Additionally, an envoy from Konoha should arrive soon. I'll need to receive them then. That's a huge sum of 50 million ryo. I'm quite busy, so could you please respect and understand your 4th Mizukage, my dear secretary? I'm sorry. Face flushed with embarrassment, Mei gave a 90-degree bow. She had indeed just been thinking that this bastard was pawning off all the work so he could go womanizing again. Well, I suppose I'll let you off this time, Yoru said smugly. Just as he was about to say more, his expression suddenly changed. What is it? Mei asked, instantly alert. A flaw in the plan? No. Something I left behind just triggered. A small surprise. Yoru's voice deepened slightly. Yoru spoke in a low voice. You go ahead and work with the school teachers and administrators to formulate the educational matters. After that's settled, if I haven't returned, please help me handle the administrative backlog here. What? Yoru. Before she could finish, Yoru vanished from the office in a shimmer of mist. The next instant, a blinding pillar of light burst from outside the village. Mei rushed to the window and stared through the fog. He activated the barrier marker. That means it's not a village matter. She whispered to herself. Yoru, please be careful. Land of Rain, Omegakure. No matter how heavily the rain fell, it couldn't douse the burning fury in the hearts of the 2 young men. Why, Lord Hanzo? Why would you betray us? Soaked to the bone, Yahiko screamed toward the hilltop, where a crowd of shinobi stood, led by a once revered figure. Didn't we agree to fight for Omegakures peace? To work together toward peace for the entire shinobi world. Why would you do this? Don't be ridiculous. There was never any cooperation. The withered voice echoed coldly from behind a gas mask. The decaying demigod held Konan hostage with chilling indifference. You naive children don't understand how cruel the world truly is. Your ignorant and fearless development has touched things you shouldn't have, so naturally, you must pay the price. We never intended to replace you, Lord Hanzo. The Akatsuki's development was all for the betterment of Omega-kure, all for. Clang. A kunai buried itself at Yahiko and Nagato's feet. Spare me your childish delusions, Yahiko. Omega-kure no longer needs your Akatsuki. And I want your death as its leader to prove that. Damn you. Yahiko clenched his fists. The Hanzo he had once admired, the men revered by the people of AIM, was no longer here. All that remained was a decaying tyrant, corrupted by power, no different from the warmongers they'd always opposed. If you resist, this girl dies. The poison-tipped threat was delivered with callous precision. Hanzo showed no shame. Yahiko was enraged, but Konan's life hung in the balance. Abandoning a comrade was unthinkable. What's wrong? Can't do it. Ha. Then how about you, red-haired brat? Kill Yahiko, and I'll let you and the girl go. No. Nagato. Run. Don't listen to him. Konan screamed, voice hoarse with desperation. She hated Hanzo for breaking his word, she hated the enemy's despicable shamelessness, and she hated her own powerlessness even more. Why was she captured? Why was she dragging everyone down? She should have died under that poisonous mist with her comrades. She wanted to commit suicide, but her hands were bound, and her chakra was completely sealed. Konan had tried some special methods, but without proving her value as a captive, how could the cunning Hanzo allow his hostage to die? Konan. Yahiko. You won't let her die, will you? Hanzo prodded, watching Nagato's trembling hands. I am not intolerant of you, I simply cannot tolerate your leader, whose ambition reaches for the heavens. Such thinking, such conviction, will bring disaster upon our Omega-kure. So, hurry up, boy, kill Yahiko, and I will release this woman and promise never to move against your Akatsuki again. We are all one family in Omega-kure. If there were truly no other way, why would I move against my own family? The vile voice reverberated. Hanzo's brainwashed supporters remained unmoved, but a few strange expressions appeared in the eyes of Uchiha Shisui and the others standing on the other side. But it was only that. They were mission executors. By helping Hanzo deal with the Akatsuki, they would gain Hanzo's support, thereby alleviating Konoha's pressure on the IWA front. The lives and deaths of outsiders were insignificant compared to Konoha's safety, even if those outsiders were idealistic youths who yearned for peace. Hurry up, boy, my patience is limited. Nagato's body trembled. They would not abandon a comrade, but they would certainly not kill one comrade for the life of another. Seeing Nagato tremble, and Konan held captive by Hanzo, Yahiko's eyes flickered with unwillingness, lingering attachment, and hatred for the enemy. Finally, countless emotions solidified into resolve. He knew that the timid Nagato couldn't make a decision in such a situation. Moreover, he hoped Nagato and Konan could live safely. Nagato. Kill me. Yahiko took a deep breath and spoke slowly and firmly. What? Nagato stared blankly at Yahiko. His long-held resolve was to protect them both from any harm, no matter the pain or consequences. But now, fate was forcing him to choose between the two people he wanted to protect most. Why was this happening? Nagato. Seeing Nagato hesitate, Yahiko knew that the longer they waited, the more dangerous it became. For the first time, he shouted loudly at Nagato. No. Hot tears mixed with the rain streamed down the girl's cheeks, like a weeping angel. Hurry up, or this woman will die. Victory was within reach. Ambition and desire drove the decaying ruler to continue pressuring the boy on the verge of collapse. Nagato's body trembled, and his feet slowly moved forward. He picked up the kunai from the ground. Those few short steps seemed to drain all his strength. He breathed heavily, as if that was the only way to get the meager oxygen in the air. His hand gripping the kunai trembled uncontrollably. He still couldn't make a choice. After everything had been destroyed by the shinobi of Konoha, it was Konan and Yahiko who took him in. It was their companionship, their determination, their unwavering beliefs and support that rekindled the warmth in his nearly frozen, despairing heart, the very things that allowed him to hold on, step by step, until today. And now. Konan, Yahiko, Thud. It was the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. Looking at Yahiko, who had suddenly leaned closely against him, and feeling the warm liquid slowly flowing from his hand, Nagato's pupils contracted, his eyes trembling with shock. The entire world seemed to fall silent at that moment. Countless eyes fell upon the young man who had deliberately thrown himself onto the kunai. Shock, emotion, excitement, pain. And relief and liberation in Yahiko's eyes. Nagato, you and Konan, no matter what, you must live. Yahiko, his heart pierced, leaned weakly on Nagato's shoulder. Streaks of blood flowed from his mouth. His trembling voice, mixed with unwillingness yet containing a hint of relief, slowly spoke, "You are the savior of this world. If it's you, perhaps you really can." The young man, filled with dreams and hope, fell weakly onto the muddy ground soaked with rain. The sky, already heavily obscured by thick clouds, seemed to grow even gloomier at this moment. No. 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 The dawn light that had pierced his inner darkness fell before him. To protect his life and his comrades. Nagato stood stunned in place, blood vessels surfacing in his Rinnegan. A cold, despairing chakra emanated from his body. Yahiko. Go. Having eliminated the Akatsuki's most powerful leader without lifting a finger, Hanzo, his scheme now successful, no longer bothered to conceal his vile intentions. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he gave a sharp wave of his hand. Dozens of Omegakure elite ninja lunged at Nagato. Countless shuriken shot out, flying towards Nagato's face, but they were all blocked by an inexplicable barrier. Everything will now begin. Feeling that special chakra, an uncontrollable excitement appeared in Obito's eyes. His gaze also fell on Shisui in the distance, who wore only his ninja battle uniform to conceal his identity. Shisui, quietly observing everything, seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. Their crimson three-tomo locked across the air, and in that instant, both figures vanished from their spots. Chapter 101, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 101. Clang. The crisp sound of a blade being unsheathed echoed. In an instant, a cold flash cut across his neck, fast as a thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shisui had already passed by Uchiha Obito. However, the Uchiha prodigy's brows furrowed deeply. His blade had clearly sliced through the other's neck, yet there was no sensation of hitting a physical body. What was that? Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The moment his sword missed, Shisui twisted midair, formed seals rapidly, and exhaled a blazing dragon of flame that roared toward Obito. Behind his spiral mask, Obito sneered and stood still, allowing the fire dragon to engulf him. But in the very next instant, he reappeared behind Shisui, silent as a shadow, and drove a sharpened black receiver toward Shisui's neck. But Shisui vanished before it could strike. The black receiver pierced only the air and buried itself deep in the ground. A guaranteed, point-blank hit had been evaded by Shisui's body flicker jutsu, a feat of impossible speed. Such swift body flicker. Obito's low, raspy voice echoed. They don't call you Shisui of the body flicker for nothing. The Uchiha's brightest prodigy. You bastard. Shisui reappeared in a nearby tree, eyes locked his opponent, mind racing through what just happened. He had clearly locked onto this masked man's chakra, yet every attack, whether physical or ninjutsu, had passed right through him. They weren't blocked, they simply passed through him. Genjutsu. Or is it some afterimage created by speed? Uchiha Shisui's eyes narrowed dangerously. In the next breath, his razor-sharp blade was already slashing towards Obito's throat once more, only to slice through nothing. He whipped his blade back, but as he did, the opponent's left hand, with unnerving speed, slapped an exploding tag onto his wrist, and then instantly pulled away. Physical contact. That moment of contact had felt real. Shisui's mind reeled. He instantly struck the tag with a burst of chakra and activated body flicker, teleporting backward while the tag remained behind. Boom. The explosion went off, but Shisui was already safely out of the blast radius. Obito frowned slightly. Even though he had detonated the tag instantly, Shisui's speed and reactions had still allowed him to escape unscathed. So be it. If I can't catch you, I'll restrict your movement. Wood release, tree bind flourishing burial. Obito clapped his hands. The earth trembled, countless wooden vines burst forth like snakes, lashing toward Shisui with ferocious speed. Shisui responded just as fast, leaping high and spitting out 3 flaming meteor-like fireballs midair. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Blazing fire engulfed the vines, stopping their advance. So, immune to physical attacks. Even ninjutsu pass through. He only becomes tangible when he strikes. And he uses wood release. The vines crackled under the blaze. Shisui muttered as his eyes narrowed. You're the one who ambushed Lord Minato on Higashimatsuyama, aren't you? The one with both wood release and the Mangekyo Sharingan. So you figured it out. Obito chuckled darkly. It seems Minato Namikaze wasted no time in spreading my information among Konoha's elite. How truly honored I am. But since you know who I am, you also know what I'm capable of. Beneath the flickering, hellish firelight, the three-tomo Sharingan within the pale spiral mask whirled with dizzying speed, morphing into a bizarre, pinwheel design. A suffocating aura of power radiated out, the oppressive pressure of a Mangekyo Sharingan filled the air. In the face of this eye, everything you possess is meaningless. So it really is a Mangekyo Sharingan. Shirsue's own three-tomo spun as well, no fear in his eyes, only killing intent. To steal the bloodline of one's clan was a taboo in the Uchiha. Even someone like Shirsue, who wasn't obsessed with clan pride, could not forgive such sacrilege. I don't know where you got that eye, but as a member of the Uchiha, it's my duty to protect the clan's power. So, die. Heh. Can you even touch me, little Uchiha? Obito sneered, imagining himself as Madara incarnate. He suddenly clasped his hands together. The black cloak on his right shoulder instantly ripped apart. Multiple wooden vines burst from his shoulder, shooting straight towards Shirsue, interweaving in midair to instantly form a towering tree. Wood style, great tree spear. Fire release, big flame bullet. Violent flames crashed onto the towering tree, causing a blaze to erupt. A chance. Obito grinned beneath the mask. While the two techniques collided, he phased through space and reappeared behind Shirsue, his hand reaching for Shirsue's eye. That eye belongs to me now. Heh. Shirsue smiled coldly. As Obito's hand reached out, the tomo in Shirsue's left eye spun madly, merging into a square-shaped shuriken pattern. Koto Ematsukami. Mangekyo met Mangekyo, tremendous ocular power exploded between them. Obito froze, body locked in place, as if paralyzed. It worked. Shirsue took a deep breath, he stared intently at the unmoving opponents and spoke slowly, deliberately. Who are you? Where did you get that power? What is your goal? Obito's body trembled slightly, and then, a voice came from beneath the mask. A voice Shirsue thought he recognized. I am Uchiha. Shunk. A sudden, violent eruption of tree branches shot out from Obito's body. Their speed was so blindingly fast that even Shirsue could barely react, directly piercing through his shoulder. What? He staggered back, slicing off the vine before it could anchor further. As it withdrew, it instantly sprouted into a massive tree. Blood dripped from Shirsue's arm, but his eyes never left Obito. He could still feel the connection, his genjutsu was active. Then why? Boom. A massive explosion erupted from afar, cutting off Shirsue's thoughts. A destructive chakra emanated from that direction. The next moment, a mountain-like monster appeared, like an ancient beast of destruction descending upon the world. The colossal beast roared and shrieked, emitting a suffocating and terrifying aura. What the hell is that? Shirsue's eyes widened. Oh dear, it's already started, hasn't it? It seems we're the ones who made a slight miscalculation here. Good thing I, Tobi, am here. If not for me, our information might have been completely exposed. A slightly comical voice emerged from Obito. He looked at the ghetto Mazo in the distance, roaring and shrieking like an ancient demon god, muttering to himself for a moment. Then, with his hands on his hips, he arrogantly looked down at Shirsue below. But you really are amazing. Even though we both have Mangekyo, I couldn't resist your genjutsu at all. You. Shirsue's face darkened. What do you mean, if not for me? Was this guy schizophrenic? He said Koto Ematsukami worked, but he was talking like it hadn't affected him at all. And from his words, it seemed that monstrous beast in the distance might be their doing. But that direction, wasn't that where Hanzo and the Akatsuki were fighting? Who the hell are these people? A space-time ninjutsu that appears and disappears at will and is immune to all attacks, would release, and now even Koto Ematsukami didn't work, and there's a monster of that caliber. If this guy were to appear in Konoha. No, he must be killed here today. He absolutely cannot be allowed to leave alive. Oh my, what terrifying eyes you have. You truly want to kill me right here, don't you? But before we fight, can I ask you a question? Do you know what the feeling of needing to poop is like? Tobi swayed his limbs, uttering, oh so terrifying, yet his posture only fueled the killing intent in Shirsue's heart to the extreme. This guy was insane. Mocking him while babbling nonsense. If I can't defeat him with what I've got now. Shirsue's hand moved to his bandaged right eye. As the wrappings fell away, a new, oppressive power surged outward. A complex, blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed beneath that eye. Black Zetsu, who had been hidden in the shadows, silently observing everything, suddenly paused. Black Zetsu's gaze fell directly on Shirsue's right eye. Something strange seems to have appeared. White Zetsu couldn't help but speak. Wasn't this kid's right eye already taken by Yuki Yoru? How is it still there? And looking at the eye's pattern. Ah, it's on the same level as Lord Madara's eyes before he awakened the Rinnegan. A brand new Mangekyo, unaffected by curses, untreated by seals, possessing eternal light. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice slowly echoed, his tone filled with deep shock. He wasn't an Indra reincarnation, yet he awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Most critically, this kid was only around 10 years old. Was this guy a monster like Yuki Yoru? Oh, what a terrifying eye you have. Tobi's voice held a hint of fear, though his tone completely lacked any actual fright. He suddenly leaped, landing on a large tree behind him. Gazing at Uchiha Shisui, whose eyes were blood-red, he suddenly clapped his hands together. An extremely massive chakra violently surged and fully erupted. This jutsu. Uchiha Shisui's face changed again. Can you really do something to this extent? As Tobi's chakra dispersed, the entire ground began to tremble violently. Countless trees burst from the earth, growing wildly. Uchiha Shisui continuously formed hand signs, unleashing powerful fire release ninjutsu, igniting and shattering the plants furiously growing towards him. Large swaths of vegetation turned to ash. But the boundless plants seemed endless, spreading wildly. No matter how much Shisui incinerated, new ones replaced them in moments, impossible to completely destroy. Is this the power that ended the warring states, the first Hokage's power? In an instant, a small forest was created. Faced with a jutsu of this magnitude, even a powerhouse of the third Hokage's caliber would be swallowed by the endless sea of trees, slowly worn down to death. But although I truly don't want to use my father's power, for Konoha, for the village, I believe my father would understand. If what you possess is the power of the first Hokage, then I, who has stolen the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai, will show you the true power of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui let out a low roar. His two distinctly different eyes spun simultaneously at this moment. Accompanied by an intensely chilling chakra, Shisui's aura erupted in that instant. A skeleton phantom appeared beside him, then materialized. A point of light rose from Shisui's center, and a skeletal giant emerged, destroying all vegetation in its path with overwhelming force. Susanoo. The Mangekyo in both eyes spun wildly. Chakra surged through his entire body. The massive dark green skeleton instantly developed layers of chakra veins and was draped in a chakra cloak resembling armor. And at the center of this Susanoo's chest, there was an orange-red chakra magatama. Under Tobi's astonished gaze, Shisui's Susanoo's chest cavity opened, and countless green chakra arrows burst forth, furiously barraging the sea of trees. Their terrifying power completely halted the tree's eruption, sending countless wood chips flying. Looks like I've stumbled into the wrong battlefield. The Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, the first Hokages would release. Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo. What the hell is today? Did all the monsters decide to show up at once? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. A figure wearing blue and white ceremonial robes and the Mizukage had stood atop the canopy, overlooking the battlefield. I'm not too late, am I? Chapter 102, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 102. The moment Yoru's voice rang out, both Uchiha Shisui and Tobi turned their gazes toward the figure in blue and white ceremonial robes and a Mizukage's hat. Their movements came to an abrupt halt. From the sidelines, black and white Zetsu exchanged glances, a look of utter bewilderment on their faces. He shouldn't be here. Wasn't he supposed to be in Kirigakure? What's he doing here? The news that Yuki Yoru had succeeded the fourth Mizukage had already spread across the shinobi world. As the newly appointed leader of the Hidden Mist, he should have been busy learning to handle administrative matters. Why would he suddenly appear all the way out in Omegakure? And right in the middle of a battle like this? It was far too coincidental. Of course, it wasn't a coincidence at all. Back at the Kage summit in the Land of Iron, Yoru had taken the opportunity to meet with Yuhiko and Nagato. That meeting hadn't just been small talk, it had been the perfect chance for Yoru to implant monitoring microbes onto their bodies. Monitoring microbes, special Shinigami tech constructs that can adhere to others to monitor them and their surroundings without being detected. His goal was simple: use Akatsuki to divert the major village's attention while secretly maintaining control over them. So, when Yoru detected signs of conflict, he had left Kirigakure immediately. Even with space warping barrier techniques and repeated use of Shuinpa, the distance was vast, nearly spanning all of the Land of Fire, and the battle had already reached its midpoint when he arrived. Thankfully, there had been no unexpected deviations on Nagato's side. He had already summoned the demonic statue of the Outer Path, Geto Mazo, unleashing destruction. But just as Yoru was monitoring this from afar, another enormous clash in the distance drew his attention away. What he stumbled upon was spectacular: Wood Release vs Susanoo, a scene straight out of legend. Yoru of the Yuki Clan. Shisui looked up at him with a complex and heavy expression. Yoru stood poised atop a tree, water dragon embroidered robes swaying in the wind. The last time they met, they were both weapons on the battlefield. Now, one stood as the leader of a hidden village. Well. Isn't it Shisui-kun? The pride of the Uchiha clan, Yoru said with a smirk. Shouldn't you be out on the Iwagakure front lines helping Konoha? What brings you here to Omegakure? And Yoru slowly removed the mask covering his right eye. The blood-red three-tomo swirled, yet it couldn't transform into the four-pointed shuriken pattern seen in Shisui's left eye. Tell me something, why won't this eye of mine evolve like yours did? And your right eye? I'm not going to hand over the Uchiha clan's secrets just because you ask. Shisui barked. The nerve, to steal his most precious possession and now come asking for user instructions. Was this some kind of sick joke? Now, don't be like that, Yoru replied lightly. We're allies now, aren't we? If you're willing to tell me these things, and share information about that brand new right eye of yours, I could fulfill my duties as an ally and help you deal with that spiral masked man. I don't need your help. But the moment Shisui finished speaking, the ground beneath him trembled, vines and bark shot up, forming a wooden prison. Hey now! Tobi called out, waving his hands. If we're going to chit-chat, include me too. I still haven't learned what a bowel movement feels like. Shisui snorted coldly. His deep green Susanoo flared violently, one arm sweeping sideways and instantly shattering the wooden trap. Would release and Mangekyo, both are powers of Konoha. I'll handle this thief myself. Stay out of it, Yoru. Oh. That confident, are we? Yoru murmured, rubbing his chin. Truth be told, he couldn't accurately gauge Shisui's current power level. Clearly, his left eye was his original Mangekyo, activated in battle. But the right eye. Its pattern was far more intricate than a normal Mangekyo. It looked like a fusion of two distinct dojutsu. The sharp black lines of Shisui's shuriken-shaped Mangekyo were now more refined, surrounded by a secondary ring of arc-like markings. Even brief eye contact triggered a pressure that made Yoru's three-tomo spin uneasily. There was no mistaking it. An eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This brat had actually stumbled into unlocking the eternal eye after losing his original right eye. But eternal Mangekyo can only be awakened by transplanting a close relative's Mangekyo, and Shisui has no siblings. With each use of those eyes, Shisui's chakra surged. His deep green Susanoo swelled in size, its armor thickened into that of a crow tengu, wielding a spiral-shaped spear. The very air quaked from its power. Third stage Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku had nearly bled himself dry to reach this level. Yet Shisui called it forth effortlessly. Well then, if I don't beat you today, I guess I'll never know what a bowel movement feels like. Tobi shouted. He started forming hand signs, chakra surging. Would release, would human te. We're leaving, Tobi. The mission is complete. No need to waste time, Black Zetsu's gravelly voice interrupted him. What? Tobi stomped in frustration, pointing dramatically at Shisui. Fine. But next time, you'd better tell me what that feeling is. With that, a vortex of spacetime swallowed him and Zetsu whole. Escaped using spacetime ninjutsu. Bastard. Shisui muttered darkly. Shisui turned sharply to face Yoru again. His towering Susanoo pulsed with killing intent. What? Planning to fight me now? Yoru removed his Mizukage hat, his hand falling to the hilt of Hayarinmaru. I'd think carefully if I were you, Shisui-kun. We're supposed to be allies. If I kill you here, Kirigakure becomes irrelevant. Konoha won't need to keep paying reparations. Shisui's eternal Mangekyo spun wildly. Susanoo lunged, spear aimed straight for Yoru's chest. Ah, well, I suppose there's no help for it. I was hoping to ask you to test some things for me. Yoru unsheathed Hayarinmaru. A massive ice dragon roared from the blade, smashing into the incoming spear and freezing it midair. Then a glacier erupted from the ground, instantly encasing Susanoo in solid ice. So this is that ice release that froze an entire battlefield. Shisui muttered. Shisui winced as his left eye bled, searing pain stabbing through his skull. But his chakra flared again. The frozen Susanoo began to shake, the ice cracking. New limbs formed. Its lower half grew in, and a column of green chakra rose, placing Shisui directly in the avatar's head. But against the power of the Uchiha, your ice techniques are nothing. As Shisui's fierce roar echoed, the fourth stage Susanoo raised its spear high and thrust it mercilessly towards Yoru. Is that so? Truly a powerful ability. However, in this state, perhaps I can test something quite special. He slashed downward, summoning a thick, vacuum-like glacier that caught the lance mid-flight. But Shisui's eye flared once more. Susanoo, 99. Dozens of green chakra arrows exploded from its chest, bombarding the frozen wall and shattering it. The moment it broke, Susanoo's spiral spear drove forward and impaled Yoru clean through the chest. Die, Yuki Yoru. Boom. The ground quaked as Yoru's body was impaled. Blood sprayed. Yoru stared at his chest in disbelief. An unspeakable, horrifying wound tore through his flesh, simultaneously stealing his life. Shisui's expression was cold and detached. He controlled the Susanoo to retract its spear. Yuki Yoru's body fell limply from the spear, crashing to the ground, kicking up a spray of mud. Such incredible power. It's over, Shisui said coldly. This is the price of your arrogance. Is that so? You might want to think very carefully, Shisui-kun. We are allies, after all. The familiar voice sent a chill down his spine. He turned. Yoru stood unharmed on a tree branch, gazing calmly down at him. How? Shisui froze for a moment. Instinctively, he controlled his Susanoo to attack Yoru. Yoru activated Hayori to defend. Ice splattered. The Susanoo shattered countless ice dragons, but Shisui's eyes were filled with utter confusion. Didn't I already kill him? Genjutsu. No. His chakra wasn't disrupted. And Yoru's eye was just a 3-tomo Sharingan, he shouldn't be able to trap a Mangekyo user. What in the world is this? There's an opening, Shisui-kun. Ryusenka. Yoru's right arm transformed into a frost dragon's claw. With wings flaring, he vanished, and reappeared behind Susanoo. The icy claw stabbed through its armor, freezing it once again. Don't mess with me. Ocular power surged from Shisui's eyes. The Susanoo rapidly expanded, even growing a lower half and legs. Simultaneously, deep green chakra lifted Shisui's body, positioning him within the Susanoo's head region. What? Yoru's eyes widened. This is a power that can only be obtained when both Mangekyo Sharingan are awakened. It's the third power, transcending the dojutsu of both the left and right eyes. You, who are no different from that other one who stole Uchiha power, could never understand. The fourth stage Susanoo raised its spear high and thrust it fiercely towards Yoru. Yoru raised his blade to block, but he was overwhelmed by the Susanoo's spinning chakra spear. In that exact instant, Shisui, still within the Susanoo, swiftly formed hand signs and unleashed a searing fire release. Such power. A low murmur escaped Yoru's lips. The engulfing flames completely consumed Yoru, taking his life amidst his horrified gaze. It's over, Yoru. Think carefully, Shisui-kun. We are allies. Again, that cursed voice echoed. Shisui turned, and there he was. Alive again. Unharmed. They clashed repeatedly. Susanoo's spiral lance shattered mountains of ice. Chakra arrows filled the sky. Each time Yoru was destroyed, he returned. Think carefully, Shisui-kun. We are allies. He smiled, completely unharmed. I imagine you're starting to consider it now, right? You, what is this? What the hell are you? The eerie repetition finally cracked Shisui's composure. He realized now, he was trapped in some kind of loop. A cycle he couldn't escape. It resembled a forbidden Uchiha Genjutsu, yet somehow evaded all chakra detection. He had no idea when he was caught, only that he couldn't break free. Oh. So you're finally thinking instead of just swinging your Susanoo around. Yoru chuckled, adjusting his Mizukage hat. So, tell me, Shisui-kun. How many times do you think we've had this exact conversation? You bastard. Chapter 103, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 103. Among the Uchiha clan's forbidden dojutsu, there exists a technique known as Izanami. This technique allows the user to record a sequence of actions between themselves and their target and then forcibly replay that moment, again and again. Anyone caught in Izanami becomes trapped in a loop between the first action and the second action recorded by the user. To break free from this genjutsu, the victim must accept their fate and show genuine repentance, otherwise, they remain trapped in a cycle of infinite recurrence, lost in illusion forever. There was no doubt, this was a fearsome technique. Even someone like Uchiha Shisui, who possessed the legendary Koto Amatsukami, couldn't help but feel unease at the thought. But to his knowledge, invoking Izanami came at a steep price, complete blindness in the eye that cast it. Your eyes aren't blind, and I didn't sense the release of any genjutsu or ocular power. This isn't Izanami. Yuki Yoru, what the hell did you do? Shisui's eyes locked onto Yoru with deadly intensity. He was on the verge of forcibly activating his own Mangekyo abilities in a last-ditch effort to seize control of the situation. But what good is a genjutsu, when even life and death were being cycled? Izanami? Ah, is that a dojutsu similar to what I used just now? You Uchiha sure have a lot of tricks. Yoru smiled coolly, peering down at Shisui from his elevated perch. Now then, can we talk like proper allies? Shisui remained silent, glaring with unwavering defiance. Yoru sighed lightly. Man, you really are a stubborn one. Then again, I suppose you'd have to be. You wouldn't have awakened those eyes if you weren't. That said, you're starting to feel it, aren't you? The numbness. What? Shisui frowned, not quite understanding, until his body violently shuddered. He completely lost control, collapsing weakly to the ground. His chakra dispersed. His ocular power faded. Susanoo vanished. A moment ago, he had been a god of war. Now, he lay there like a fish on a cutting board, completely helpless. His crimson Mangekyo spun rapidly in his sockets, but his limbs would not respond. His thoughts were still sharp, but his brain had been paralyzed. It seems this stuff works very well. Even a top-tier Genjutsu master like you, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even an eternal Mangekyo, can't detect or restrict it. Yoru chuckled as he leapt down from the tree, walking over to Shisue's side. Raising one hand, a pale blue chakra glowed at his fingertip. He thrust it firmly against Shisue's chest. Four-symbol seal. Ugh. Shisui groaned as the jutsu took hold. Though his body was unresponsive, his five senses remained intact. The pain of his chakra being forcibly sealed surged through him. Within moments, his chakra was completely sealed. Without chakra supply, his eyes quickly reverted to the three-tomo Sharingan state. Even the three-tomo couldn't be maintained, flickering faintly. Shisui tried to resist, to fight back, but he couldn't even move his tongue. He couldn't speak. All he could do was let out a guttural moan of terror as saliva dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. The pain won't last long. And afterward. Yoru patted his head like one would a disobedient pet. I expect you to behave. He glanced toward the distance, where the demonic statue of the outer path, Geto Mazo, had already vanished, then turned back to Shisui. Tell me everything, why you're here, what happened to both your eyes. If you're honest, I might even forgive your earlier hostility. Not entirely, of course. I'd just shift the blame for your little stunt from Konoha to you personally. After all, I doubt you'd want all the effort your village put into negotiating peace with Kirigakure to go up in smoke because of one hot-headed Uchiha. GGH. Shisui tried to speak, but only groaned incoherently. It took several seconds for the effects of the neural disruption to subside. Bit by bit, control of his body returned. Why? You, Yuki Yoru. He mumbled weakly, as his consciousness fully returned. Feeling the full extent of his sealed chakra and replaying Yoru's words in his mind, the once mighty Uchiha genius began to wear a look of bitter despair. What do you want to know? Everything, Yoru said flatly. Start with why you're involved in this Akatsuki mess, and what triggered the evolution of your eyes. I want the full story, especially about your right eye. Tell me everything honestly, and I'll consider not holding your actions against Konoha. Shisui clenched his fists inwardly. If it were up to him, he would have rather taken the truth to his grave than tell this monster anything. But he had no choice. Even though they were in Omegakure, Shisui knew full well what it had cost Konoha to secure the peace treaty with Kirigakure. If his actions jeopardized that, if he brought destruction down upon the village, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. It was Lord Danzo's orders, Shisui began, voice low. Danzo had once worked with Hanzo of the Salamander. The deal was, if we helped Hanzo eliminate Akatsuki, he would send troops to assist us on the Iwagakure front. I was ordered here with an elite Uchiha team to gather intel, confirm targets, and capture the one known as Konan. We handed her over to Hanzo, who used her as leverage against Akatsuki's leaders, Yahiko and Nagato. Shisui gave it all up. He knew Yoru could verify the details himself. Lying was pointless, and besides, he no longer had the leverage to lie. Yoru listened quietly. He didn't offer praise or condemnation. In the world of shinobi, kidnapping and extortion were mild tactics. A ninja's job was to get results, no matter the cost. As for my eye. Shisui's voice grew quieter. After you took my right eye, I received devastating news from the clan. My father was gravely ill. He wanted to see me one last time. Clan leader Fugaku faced intense pressure, but he allowed me to return to the compound. He spoke in a whisper. Yoru didn't interrupt, he simply listened. It was the tale of father and son, the very blood bond necessary to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. My father and I, we never saw eye to eye. We constantly clashed over ideals. But that day. Shisui's voice cracked. I saw a man on the brink of death. And he saw me, his son, missing an eye. He cursed my cowardice and weakness. But, he didn't abandon me. He wanted me to reclaim the Uchiha's pride. And to do that, he gave me his own right eye. But in the end, I still let him down. Shisui trembled. Yoru could clearly feel the emotional surge roiling within him. Despite the four-symbol seal in place, an unmistakable ripple of chakra rose from Shisui's brain, dark, overwhelming. The source of his Mangekyo. Between the clan and the village. My beliefs, my choices, pushed my father beyond his limit. He died in front of me. Shisui suddenly looked up, eyes blazing. You want to know the secret of the Uchiha? It's emotion. Strong enough emotions, loss, grief, rage, are what awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in those with the potential. The moment my father died, when I forced him to his death, my eyes changed. They became the very thing you desire. So that's how it happened. Yoru nodded, patting Shisue's head again. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not after the Mangekyo itself, just the dojutsu it reflects within a twisted soul like yours. What? Shisui looked stunned. You're after Koto Emitsukami. But how do you know about that? So it is Koto Emitsukami. Yoru's eyes lit up. He focused on Shisue's left eye with undisguised interest. I fought that spiral masked man on Higashimatsuyama, the same one you encountered. So I conducted some research. Besides, I already have a Mangekyo in my right eye, and another one right here. He tapped his sleeve. All I lacked was the emotional trigger. But now, I have it. Emotion. With the absurd rate at which he'd grown thanks to this war, power, resources, experience, Yoru had never experienced the kind of pain required to awaken the Mangekyo. What, was he supposed to awaken it because he was too rich? Too powerful? That would be ridiculous. All right then. Your story wasn't half bad. I'll accept it. Now, for the next step. Ugh. Shisui screamed as searing pain exploded in his eye sockets. With practiced calm, Yoru extracted one Mangekyo Sharingan, and one Eternal Mangekyo, and placed them into a preservation vessel. Even if he didn't know the Eternal Mangekyo's exact abilities yet, Koto Emitsukami alone was worth the trouble. He sealed the vessel inside a scroll, knocked Shisui unconscious with a precise strike to the neck, and slung him under his arm. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi had lied, and the intel was bogus, it no longer mattered. Kirigakure would now possess Uchiha blood. Shuinpa, activate. In a flash, Yoru appeared in a clearing. Ahead of him was a battered red-haired boy, a member of the Uzumaki clan. Both legs crippled by explosive tags. His chakra and life force drained by the demonic statue. Mentally and physically broken, yet still shielding his comrade with his body. Things don't look so good, do they, Nagato? Who are you? Don't you dare hurt Nagato. Despite her chakra being sealed, the girl, Konan, having already lost one comrade, threw herself in front of Nagato protectively. We've never met, but this symbol should explain it. Yoru pointed to the Mizukage hat atop his head. Yuki Yoru, 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure. And also, your former employer. Right, Nagato. Yuki Yoru. Nagato looked battered and savage. His Rinnegan, radiating a chilling aura, stared at Yoru, who was clad in the 4th Mizukage's robes. A hoarse voice, distorted by intense emotional fluctuation, emerged from his throat. Why? Are you here? Ah, I received a notification from the 3rd Hokage to bring this unfilial son who enraged his own father to death back home, and to collect some things along the way. Yoru gestured to the unconscious Shisui slung under his arm, then pointed toward the battlefield littered with fallen Uchiha corpses. Didn't expect things to be this lively though. I remember telling you before, Yahiko's ideals were noble, but too naive. He wanted peace, but left that choice in the hands of others. We can trust our own strength, but we cannot trust the hearts of others. When you place the initiative in someone else's hands, those in power only need a single thought to destroy hard-won peace. That's reality. And Yahiko, it seems he couldn't withstand the cruel onslaught of reality. It's not Yahiko who was wrong, but this filthy, dark, and ugly world. Nagato's voice suddenly grew sharp. His Rinnegan began to emanate an unsettling aura. You're right, Yoru said, nodding. A boy who gave his life for peace, and died protecting his friends, was never wrong. He knelt, planting a spiritual seed into the ground and tossed a scroll toward Konan. Maybe some mask-wearing weirdo or a black and white freak reached out to you before I did. But remember what we discussed in the Land of Iron, Nagato. Whether you follow Yahiko's dream, or your own, Kirigakure will support your path to peace. Chapter 104, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 104. The incident in Omegakure had finally come to a close, at least for now. Nagato, still devastated by the deaths of his comrades and Yahiko's sacrifice, had no intention of joining Kirigakure, no matter how many offers of assistance Yoru extended, even promises to help him deal with Hanzo. He refused them all. He wanted to destroy Hanzo with his own hands. He wanted to reshape this rain-drenched, broken country on his own terms. No one can stop a young man who's willing to act on his ideals. With nothing more to offer, Yoru gave him his blessing and returned to Kirigakure, bringing with him Uchiha Shisui, along with the bodies of over a dozen fallen Uchiha clan members. So this is the Mangekyo technique Shisui awakened. Within the Bloodline research lab, Yoru sat quietly with his eyes closed, sensing the lingering energy in the Jigai's eye socket. Shisui's left eye had indeed awakened the technique known as Koto Emitsukami, but it wasn't quite what Yoru had hoped. This version of Koto Amatsukami could infiltrate a person's mind and alter their will undetected, subtly manipulating their thoughts without them ever realizing they'd been under genjutsu. Even after the effect ended, the victim wouldn't feel anything was amiss. Clearly, this wasn't the same as Itachi's version of Koto Amatsukami, the one capable of permanently rewriting someone's will, but the one Danzo had once used to control Mifune. Both had their advantages. The permanent version could rewrite a target's mind entirely, but had a cooldown of more than a decade, essentially a one-time use. The one Yoru had now, however, had a cooldown of only 24 hours, provided the user had enough chakra and ocular power. Still, I wonder if I reimplant a 3-tomo Sharingan into him, could he reawaken the Mangekyo? Yoru muttered under his breath. As for the eternal Mangekyo in Shirsue's right eye, it housed Amaterasu, the legendary black flame said to never extinguish until their target was reduced to ash. Yoru was slightly disappointed, but not surprised. That I hadn't originally belonged to Shirsue. It had come from his father, someone Yoru had never met, but from Shirsue's description, he'd been a classic Uchiha, deeply conflicted between clan and village, ultimately seeking power to overthrow Konoha's leadership and place the Uchiha at the top. And people like that, when they awakened the Mangekyo, almost always manifested Amaterasu as a reflection of their desire for overwhelming destruction. Lord Yoru, said Yukiko Funa gently, do you intend to transplant one eye? Or both? For now, let's just swap it with that Mangekyo. Yoru withdrew his spirit energy, returning to his original body, and pondered for a moment before speaking. He had originally taken Shirsue's eye for two reasons, to increase his resistance to genjutsu in the absence of Ryoryoku, and to defend himself against the subtle, world-altering power of Koto Amatsukami. At the time, he had no means to resist such a technique. Even though the Sharingan placed an enormous strain on his body, he still chose to implant it. And honestly, even now, that hadn't changed. Yes, outside of his Shirkai and Bankai, Yoru's normal chakra reserves barely matched those of an average Jonin. About one Kakashi-level unit, if he were to guess. If he used Kamui 2 or 3 times, he'd be on the verge of collapse. Sure, once he activated Shirkai or Bankai, he could last longer, but the Mangekyo's internal ocular power might not hold up. And that was with just one eye. 2 would double the drain. This body, it's already pushed to its limit. As Yukiko carefully replaced his right eye, Yoru couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He hadn't been cast out by the Yuki clan without reason. He had failed to awaken ice release, and his natural potential, even at best, was ordinary at best. Without the system, and the abilities he'd gained through point-based enhancements, there was no way he'd have become the 4th Mizukage. Hell, he would have died long ago to some random AoE on the battlefield. No, he wouldn't have even made it that far. He would have died in Kirigakure's infamous blood mist graduation exam back when the 3rd Mizukage ruled. It's done, Lord Yoru. Before long, Yukiko finished replacing Yoru's eye. She then carefully removed Shirsue's 3-tomo eye and the eternal Mangekyo from the Jigai's eye and sealed them away in a container. Yoru slowly opened his new right eye. The 4-pointed shuriken pattern of Shirsue's Mangekyo spun, glowing with an eerie, unsettling light. He activated it, and immediately winced. No clarity. No revelation. Just a wave of dizziness and stabbing pain at the back of his skull, followed by the Sharingan's usual enhancements and jutsu data. It was exactly the same as when it was in the Jigai. Unlike when he'd implanted a 3-tomo Sharingan and felt the world sharpen, the Mangekyo's activation triggered a nerve-shocking backlash. He deactivated it. The Mangekyo retreated to a 3-tomo form, and the dizziness faded. Neurological links are stable. Chakra and ocular energy flow is fine, so it must be rejection. Yoru understood instantly. The Sharingan's strength was known across the shinobi world, but so were the dangers of transplanting it into non-Uchiha bodies. Unlike the Byakugan, which drained chakra but had manageable side effects, the Sharingan was built for combat. It demanded constant chakra support, and punished those who couldn't handle it. Even someone like Kakashi, who awakened the Mangekyo in a Sharingan gifted by Obito, had needed over a decade of trial, error, and chakra refinement to properly use it. What a pain. Yoru sighed deeply and replaced his eye-covering mask. The world of Naruto had always been built on one absolute rule. Bloodline is destiny. Those born with Otsutsuki lineage were placed at the top of the world from the moment they took their first breath. The Senju. The Uchiha. The Hyuga. The Uzumaki. The Kagaya. All inheritors of divine bloodlines, destined to be the main characters of the shinobi world. Then came the ordinary Kekkai clans like Yuki and Kurama, serving as supporting characters. And at the very bottom were the secret technique clans like Nara, Akimichi, Sarutobi, and Momochi. Their jutsu were cool, sure, but they were nothing more than narrative filler. Background noise. Then there were people like Yoru, a half-blood with no awakened Kekkai, no natural gifts, and no place. What a brutal and unforgiving world. Under Yukiko's bewildered gaze, Yoru chuckled self-deprecatingly. Without the system, he would have been born at the very bottom of the pyramid. Even with Ginsue's kind adoption, his only role in the future, besides highlighting those glamorous characters, would have been to become a mere white zetsu in years to come. Is something wrong, Lord Yoru? No. Nothing. Yoru shook his head, casting aside his pointless lamentations. He looked at Yukiko, whose eyes were red from her research. How's your research coming along? I've been cross-testing your genetic samples with various Kekkei lineages in the village, as well as with Hiromi's Uzumaki DNA. There were some curious results. The Kage clan's samples were the most aggressive. Extremely unstable fusions, high rejection rates, even when cell compatibility was achieved, nearly 80% of the results mutated uncontrollably. The most stable. Uzumaki cells. Your DNA fused almost perfectly with Hiromi's, virtually no rejection. But strangely, the Uzumaki cells' regenerative properties were weakened post-fusion. It was like transmutation in reverse. Turning miracle into rot. More strangely, this effect happened across nearly every donor, not just yours. Then I tried combining Kage and Uzumaki cells directly. After many failures, I found that under very specific conditions, they began to merge as if they were originally from the same source. Almost like brothers. Yoru raised an eyebrow. She's not wrong. The Kage weren't native to the land of water. They'd migrated from the land of fire for unknown reasons. Add to that their occasional ties to the Hyuga and their distinctly Otsutsuki-like appearance. It wasn't hard to imagine a shared ancestry with the Uzumaki, descendants of the Senju, themselves descended from the Sage of Six Paths. As he recalled some highly classified dossiers from the Mizukage archives, Yoru withdrew a scroll from his tool pouch. With a puff of chakra smoke, a small amount of pure white substance appeared on the lab table. What is this? A special cellular sample. One of the things I picked up along with those Sharingan. Yoru handed it to Yukiko. Try fusing it with mine. With the Kage. With the Uzumaki. Even the Uchiha. See what happens. Intrigued, she took it and placed a sample under her microscope. Almost immediately, her expression changed. This is incredible. The cellular activity is 10 times higher than any normal human tissue. Even compared to Uzumaki or Kage samples, this is on another level. But there's more. Despite its vitality, it doesn't seem aggressive at all. Let me analyze it further. Yoru gave a faint smirk. As expected. Those white cells were no ordinary tissue, they were white zetsu cells, harvested directly from Shisui's body. This isn't just any white zetsu from under the god tree, it's a special artificial human created by Uchiha Madara using the god tree and Hashirama cells. This type of white zetsu contained quite a bit of Hashirama cells, making it extremely valuable for research and transplantation. Its limbs could even be used as immediate plug-and-play organs, just like the Sharingan, practically a mobile organ bank, a blessing for countless disabled individuals. If they could isolate the right traits, it would revolutionize Kirigakure's medical tech and weaponize every lab-grown shinobi project they had. Yes. To elevate Kirigakure's overall strength and to transform his own mediocre physical body, besides the Shinigami project, led by Uzumaki Hiromi, Yoru had also formulated numerous forbidden plans that couldn't be made public. Plans he couldn't share publicly. Projects like analysis and replication of ninjutsu-based Kekkei Genkai. Feasibility of organ-based Kekkei Genkai transplants. Certainty of Kekkei Genkai offspring birth. Kekkei Genkai bloodline fusion. Among these forbidden plans, some were already being researched by Kirigakure, like Ao's Byakugan, which was a significant result of organ-based Kekkei Genkai transplantation. As for the others, such as analysis and replication of ninjutsu-based Kekkei Genkai, these plans initially began due to certain discoveries. One was the third Tsuchikage, a Noki of both scales. Despite having no blood relation to the second Tsuchikage, he somehow mastered dust release, a Kekkei Tota that surpassed Kekkei Genkai. This astonished the entire shinobi world. The second was the Land of Snow. A country full of people using ice release without any Yuki Clan bloodline at all. That intel had nearly sparked war between the Yuki Clan and the Snow Country, until it was discovered that while their techniques were similar, the power gap was massive. And Snow's lack of resources made any invasion a waste of effort. Still, it proved a terrifying truth. Kekkei Genkai could be learned. Or recreated. The third Mizukage was too corrupt to act on that. But now that Yoru was in power, it was back on the table, alongside every other forbidden research initiative. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. As the fourth Mizukage, I will achieve my transformation through technology. Gazing at the room filled with bottles and jars, various organs, and grotesque sights, Yoru took a deep breath. Soul experiments, the complete creation of Shinigami forms, he wanted it. Various research into the Naruto world's physical Kirigakure, he wanted that too. He was going to tackle this with both hands, making both Bleach and Naruto powers blossom. Chapter 105, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 105. While the idea of making both Bleach and Naruto powers blossom was a good one, it clearly wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Both sides faced towering challenges that would take time and effort to overcome. On the Naruto side, dealing with Kirigakure, cellular compatibility, and genetic integration was extremely delicate work. One misstep meant genetic collapse and death. As for the Bleach side, it was even worse. Due to the unique nature of the Pure Land, spiritual energy and reishi were ridiculously scarce in the ninja world. Even now, all the research into the soul-based systems had barely scratched the surface. Yoru even began to suspect that the reason soul energy was so tightly regulated in the Pure Land might be because that old Six Paths bastard was still scheming in the afterlife, hoarding all spiritual power to keep it from leaking into the living world. Completely absurd. No matter what path he pursued, both required enormous time, resources, and manpower. Thankfully, Yoru was still young and held a high enough position, otherwise, it would have been truly difficult. See you soon, little Uchiha. The whisper stirred Shisui from his haze. He had new eyes now. A new life. Gazing at the gradually familiar room, the genius of the Uchiha clan slowly rose. Under the supervision of Kirigakure ANBU at the door, he began to wash up and eat. Despite being a prisoner, Shisui was treated like royalty. Eggs, milk, fresh vegetables, meat, far more luxurious than even the Uchiha compound back home. However, despite this extravagant breakfast, which would be incredibly valuable in wartime, Shisui had little appetite. He clearly knew what awaited him after finishing the rich meal. If it were ordinary people, it might be fine, but if he encountered those humanoid wild beasts from the Kage clan. I just woke up and am enjoying a luxurious breakfast that only high-ranking nobles in the current shinobi world can partake in, so why are my kidneys already aching faintly? After eating, Shisui numbly followed the Kirigakure ANBU guarding him to a peculiar room. The streets of Kirigakure were bustling. To his surprise, on the way, Shisui distinctly felt that the surrounding streets were much more crowded and lively with Kirigakure shinobi and civilians. This made Shisui somewhat curious. Although he had been living an exhausting, disorienting life these past few days, he had some understanding of Kirigakure's current situation. The village, with its extremely scarce population, simply couldn't have so many people. Did something major happen that caused everyone to gather? Shisui Uchiha asked the female ANBU guarding him, walking while observing the bustling Kirigakure residents heading towards the Mizukage's office building. Nothing much, just that your Konoha envoys have arrived. The Mizukage-sama has decided to broadcast the entire peace negotiation process live from the Mizukage's office building rooftop. Everyone must want to witness this historic moment. Oh, by the way, you might even know some of the people who came this time. The leader is Danzo Shimura, Konoha's Darkness of the Shinobi. There seems to be another Uchiha clan member in the team, named Hakadai or something. I don't know him. Listening to the female ANBU beside him, Shisui Uchiha instinctively denied it. His pace, which had been deliberately slow due to his resistance, suddenly quickened. How could he not know Uchiha Yashiro? That was his clan member, his comrade, one of his highly esteemed followers from the past. If he were to see Shisui in his current state and spread the news back to Konoha. Shisui Uchiha's speed picked up even more, surprising the female ANBU beside him. TCH. So all that resistance earlier was just an act. The ANBU woman sneered internally. These Uchiha really are all the same, acting cold, then getting completely hooked once they've had a taste. She followed him casually to the assigned room. At the door, another Kunoichi waited, a Kage clan member with the distinctive red mark on her forehead. She was smiling. Shisui froze, visibly shaken. His legs trembled slightly. But then he remembered what was happening on the rooftop. Danzo, Hakadai, maybe even other former comrades. He couldn't afford to be weak. Steeling himself, he stepped forward with grim determination, ready to face the abyss once more. Meanwhile, atop the Mizukage tower. Kirigakure live broadcast, Kirigakure live broadcast. You are now watching the live signing of the peace agreement between Kirigakure and Konoha. We can clearly see the Konoha envoy walking towards us, they are. The booming voice echoed from speakers and television screens across the village. The rooftop scene was projected citywide via monitors. They're here. They're really here. Ah, fourth Mizukage. So handsome, fourth Mizukage. I want to have your babies. Konoha's people are here. That guy is Danzo Shimura, right? Damn it, Konoha, you finally have a day to surrender and admit defeat, awesome. Exactly. Kirigakure is the first in the entire shinobi world to accept Konoha's surrender and reparations. Truly worthy of the fourth Mizukage. Long live the fourth Mizukage. When Hiruzen Sarutobi had entrusted him with this mission, saying, "I can only count on you, Danzo had practically grinned ear to ear. But now, standing in the middle of this public circus, he realized he'd been played hard. The terms were already settled. All that remained was to sign the agreement. Normally, this would be a simple, low-key affair, just a quick signature and done. But here, it was like they were hosting the coronation of a new Kage. Welcome, Konoha representatives. Long time no see, Lord Danzo. Yuki Yoru sat calmly at the center of the table, clad in formal Mizukage robes. Beside him sat the aging third Mizukage, Yuki Setsu, Kagaya Mantake, Hozuki Jinzuki, every major power in Kiri. Many of them hadn't needed to attend. But when they heard Konoha was visiting, they barged into Yoru's office demanding seats. They didn't look like elderly shinobi. They looked like fans waiting for a live concert. Lord Mizukage, it's been a while, Danzo said with thinly veiled resentment as he took his seat. The rest of the Konoha delegation looked just as grim. The Kirigakure elders tried to maintain solemn expressions, but the barely suppressed smirks at the corners of their mouths betrayed their true feelings. Outside, the cheers only grew louder. Ha 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 ha, we're going to get rich now. These past few days, I've received cooperation proposals from nearly a dozen large and small TV stations, including Iwagakure TV, Kimogakure TV, Sunagakure TV, and Kirigakure TV, all wanting to repeatedly broadcast this meeting. The prices they're offering are so high, I can't even believe it. The head of Kirigakure TV directed the cameraman to film well, his mouth practically splitting into a grin. This was what you called buzz, what you called traffic, this was truly massive buzz, massive traffic. The world had suffered under Konoha for too long. To promote lasting peace in the shinobi world, Konoha and Kirigakure hereby pledge. Yoru's voice was calm and steady as he read through a 1,000-word peace declaration, filled with talk of mutual trust, cultural exchange, economic cooperation, and shared countermeasures against rogue threats. Applause followed. Louder still was the celebration from the villagers below. Then came Danzo's turn. He pulled out his speech, trying to deliver it with dignity, but hecklers shouted. Konoha trash. Danzo's a clown. Fire country sucks. Even with decades of political training, Danzo fumbled his words repeatedly. Still, he endured. 2 prepared copies of the peace agreement were placed in the hands of both parties. The fourth Mizukage, Yuki Setsu, and Danzo signed them separately, marking the perfect conclusion of this political show. Konoha would gain precious time to recover, and Kirigakure, while obtaining significant reparations to sustain its development, would also add a significant political achievement to the fourth Mizukage, Yuki Yoru's record. All for the sake of peace, Lord Danzo, Yoru said with a gentle smile, extending his hand. Danzo paused. Then accepted. Kirigakure rarely receives such honored guests. You should stay a few days and enjoy our hospitality. Enjoy what? Your assassins? Your haunted mist? Still, when Danzo opened his mouth to decline, his lips betrayed him. You're right, Lord Mizukage. I'd be honored to stay and appreciate the beauty of Kirigakure. Ah, what a pleasure. We're truly humbled, Lord Danzo. Not at all. You're too kind. The exchange was so absurdly cordial that both Kiri and Konoha shinobi looked stunned. Back in the Leaf, Danzo had raged about Yoru daily. Now they were chatting like lifelong friends. But Danzo had spoken. The Konoha team had no choice. They checked into inns under ANBU watch. Meanwhile, Yoru led Danzo back to the Mizukage's office. You must be exhausted from your journey, Lord Danzo. Now, about our alliance, let's start with something simple. Yoru snapped his fingers, dropping several scrolls in front of him. His voice dropped, and from beneath his eye mask, the Mangekyo Sharingan lit up, its shuriken-like pattern spinning slowly. I think you should write down everything you know. All of Konoha's sealing jutsu, forbidden techniques, root secrets, jutsu from the scroll of seals. Everything. Koto Amatsukami, the eye that commands the will. Danzo blinked, then nodded obediently. Yes, Lord Mizukage. I'll write them all down. Without hesitation, Danzo began. Reverse 4 symbols seal. Curse mark of the tongue. Self-cursed binding seal. Would release forbidden techniques. Flying thunder god technique. Impure world reincarnation. Shadow clone technique. Hiding in shadow technique. Yoru's grin widened with every word. The more Yoru read, the wider his smile grew. Danzo may have been mediocre in strength and morals, but his knowledge of Konoha's secrets was second only to the Hokage himself. As chakra and vision drained from Yoru's eye, blood trickled down his cheek. But he smiled through it. Lord Danzo, your calligraphy is exquisite. I must learn from you. Haha, just a few more years of practice is all. So modest. Your penmanship truly breathes life into the page. Finally, when Danzo had written everything of value, Yura sealed the scrolls away, closed his eye, and disappeared in a flash. Only his voice remained. With these documents, the Kirigakure Konoha alliance will be unbreakable. Guards, escort Lord Danzo to his room. He must be exhausted. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Danzo stood alone in the empty office, dazed. Yes. I am tired. Chapter 106, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 106. Meanwhile, on the other side. Although the Konoha delegation was extremely puzzled by Danzo's decision to remain in Kirigakure for discussions, their superior had made the call. They had no choice but to comply, allowing the Kirigakure shinobi to lead them on a tour of the village. Despite being one of the 5 great nations, Kirigakure had long remained shrouded in secrecy, its island location making it feel distant, yet it had always stood on par with Konoha in power. Naturally, the Konoha shinobi were more than a little curious. Rumors described this place as a land soaked in blood, its people ruled by brutal and merciless laws. But what they saw today was far from that. This notice board here shows the blueprint for Kirigakure's future development, said Ringo Emuri, their assigned guide. She gestured toward a large planning map. After taking office, the 4th Mizukage reorganized the entire village, academy, hospitals, commercial districts, residential zones, ninja training grounds, and an industrial sector. Most of the plans are still in the early stages, but construction on the schools and hospitals has already begun. The Konoha shinobi were stunned. This level of urban planning rivaled anything they had back home. Notably, in this new layout, Kirigakure emphasized its academic districts, commerce hubs, and industrial growth. The ninja training ground, once the heart of the village, located beside the Mizukage Tower, had been moved to the outskirts. It was clear, Kirigakure was abandoning its infamous blood mist policies and pivoting toward open development and modernization. If Yoru truly succeeded in reshaping the village like this, and with its unique island geography, Kirigakure could become a magnet for outside populations. Even with resource shortages, the alliance with Konoha could offset that. If things remained stable, its future might rival even the Leafs. The delegation members were floored. The 4th Mizukage's reforms were swift and sweeping. Wasn't he afraid of pushback from the village's conservative factions? But then, it made sense. In Kirigakure, strength ruled all. Yoru had become Mizukage at a young age by sheer force. In a place like this, raw power dictated authority. If the blood mist could survive under the foolish leadership of the 3rd Mizukage, there was no policy too radical to implement here. I used to think Kirigakure's obsession with strength was backward. But if Konoha had a similar system where the strongest ruled, maybe this whole mess could have been avoided. If Konoha had followed a power above all structure, then maybe the Uchiha clan would have already claimed the Hokage seat. Different thoughts began to take shape in different minds. Ringo Emuri didn't care what the visitors were thinking. Her mission was simple, keep them entertained and distracted, like ordinary tourists. Our village's development plan is just the beginning. Next, I'd like to introduce you to some local specialties, Kirigakure's signature sake, salmon roe, sushi. And our sashimi is especially popular, made from bonito, sea bream, bass, tuna. As she enthusiastically listed delicacies, most of the Konoha shinobi half listened out of politeness. Except Uchiha Hakadai. His eyes wandered until suddenly, they locked onto a figure in the crowd. His expression sharpened. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the group. Huh. Ringo's voice faltered. Her brow furrowed. The rest of the delegation realized someone was missing, and their faces turned grim. Where the hell is Hakadai? This is Kirigakure. What the hell is he doing? Is he trying to screw up the peace agreement we just signed? Damn Uchiha. Konoha was already in a fragile position. They had hoped to finalize the treaty and leave quickly, but then Danzo insisted on staying behind to discuss further cooperation with the Mizukage. Now, stuck here, they were doing everything they could to avoid stepping on landmines. And Hakadai had just gone sprinting straight into one. Looks like your friend is really eager to get to know Kirigakure, Ringo said with a smile. At her signal, ANBU in the shadows began to track him. Truthfully, Hakadai hadn't intended to cause trouble. He'd simply seen someone on the street, someone who looked way too familiar. Someone who shouldn't be here. It can't be. Now that he'd broken formation, a flicker of regret hit him, but it was too late. He had to know the truth. Hey. You there. Shisui, whose legs were trembling after a fierce battle, was walking back to his room. He stiffened at the voice behind him but continued walking as if he hadn't heard anything. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? In a burst of motion, Hakadai appeared in front of him, Sharingan fully activated, eyes locked on the figure before him. What's your name? Shisui instinctively glanced at Hakadai's 3-tomo Sharingan. He swallowed hard and stepped back. I. I don't know you. You really don't recognize me. Look into my eyes. What? Genjutsu, Char. Enough. A cold, cutting voice interrupted him. It was the female ANBU who had been escorting Shisui. You're an Uchiha, she said icily. And this is Kirigakure. If you think you can cast Genjutsu in public using the Sharingan on a Miss Civilian, right after signing a peace treaty, you're out of your mind. Hakadai clenched his teeth. The Genjutsu was forcibly cancelled. He glanced at the masked ANBU, at his own team glaring at him in horror, and then at the terrified boy in front of him. He scoffed, muttered a half-hearted apology, and turned to walk back, though after a few steps, he stopped and looked back again, eyeing Shisui closely. Almost like he was trying to reconcile that face with someone from his memory. Let's just go, Shisui muttered, not daring to look back. His legs trembled as he staggered away. The ANBU Kunoichi gave Hakadai a disdainful look, then calmly followed Shisui. She naturally understood Hakadai's purpose. Though she harbored a bit of dark amusement, for the sake of Kirigakure's future Sharingan supply, and to ensure the physical and mental state of Shisui, Kirigakure's sole Uchiha breeding machine, she wouldn't allow Hakadai to do anything outrageous that might cause him to collapse, go on strike, or diminish in quality. According to the Mizukage's plan, Danzo will remain here for a few days to discuss cooperation, she said coolly. So the Konoha delegation will be staying. If you want to avoid an incident, behave. Then keep them the hell away from me. Shisui snapped. Do you have any idea what I felt when I saw him? One thing was clear, not once did he consider asking for help or escaping with Hakadai. He just didn't want to be recognized. Don't worry. That was a fluke. As long as you keep working, your safety is guaranteed. You better keep that promise. The two figures vanished into the distance. But Hakadai's gaze lingered. That guy, was that really not Uchiha Shisui? He returned to the group, only to be met with glares sharp enough to kill. He muttered another apology, but his mind was still spinning. That face, it was identical. Even that dango-shaped nose. Could two people really look that alike? But there had been no chakra. No eye power. Just ordinary eyes. Was he really just a look-alike? Back in the Mizukage's office, Yoru knew Danzo had access to countless Konoha secrets. His deep ties to Hiruzen Sarutobi and his long reign over Root guaranteed that. But he hadn't expected this much. Would release Uzumaki Sealing Arts, and Tobi Rama Senju's forbidden techniques, Impure World Reincarnation, Flying Thunder God. Yoru scanned the dense scrolls Danzo had transcribed under Koto Amatsukami. His grin stretched wide. Even a reserved man like him was close to letting out an Uchiha-style laugh. And it was clear Danzo still had more in his head. Unfortunately, Yoru's Mangekyo was running dry. Without Hashirama cells, he couldn't sustain the Genjutsu any longer. As for other methods, he'd considered torture, but Danzo had laced himself with enough internal sealing curses to make most intel extraction methods worthless unless the subject was willing. Looks like I'll need a custom body to maintain Koto Amatsukami long-term, and I need to know if Danzo already has Hashirama cells. I'll keep him a few more days. Once the cooldown ends, another round. Yoru created a clone and began analyzing the contents of the scrolls. He skipped over wood release and Uzumaki seals. What drew his attention were the forbidden jutsu developed by Tobi Rama Senju. Tobi Rama was a genius. Most shinobi spent their entire lives mastering a few jutsu. Even prodigies like Kakashi and Minato only managed to invent one or two techniques. But Tobi Rama. He created Flying Thunder God, the Shadow Clone Technique, the Darkness Technique, even Impure World Reincarnation. All while founding a village, leading it as Hokage, and simultaneously suppressing the Uchiha clan. If the shinobi world ended up like it did, people blame Madara, Black Zetsu, and Obito, but Tobi Rama deserves at least 30% of the blame. Yoru's eyes locked on three particular jutsu. Impure World Reincarnation. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Soul Sealing Technique. All three involved souls. The first two were infamous, each playing a massive role in shaping the timeline. Especially Impure World Reincarnation, the primary reason the entire world had to unite during the Fourth Great Ninja War. And the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, though only used 3 times in the original timeline, it changed everything each time it appeared. Yoru was very curious. What was the difference between the Shinigami summoned by this technique and himself, a Shinigami? He assigned 2 clones to begin dissecting those techniques. Meanwhile, he turned his attention to a lesser-known secret art, the Soul Sealing Technique. Compared to the previous 2 techniques, this jutsu's effect was not as exaggerated. It could neither summon a Shinigami nor revive the dead for one's own use. Its sole effect, as its name implied, was to imprison souls. It forcefully kept the deceased soul within their body, thereby delaying the onset of death. In chapter 663 of the manga, Tobirama Senju used this ninjutsu to imprison Sasuke Uchiha's soul, temporarily delaying his death after being killed by Madara. Using this technique in conjunction with soul experiments, with modifications and changes, it should absolutely be possible to keep soul bodies in the shinobi world for extended periods, allowing me to better conduct my Shinigami transformation experiments. I could even use it to create a concentrated spirit zone in this Ryuryoku scarce living world. Excited, Yoru rolled up his sleeves to study further, but then noticed another technique nearby. Chimera Technique. Chapter 107, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 107. Chimera Technique. In this world where strength is determined entirely by bloodline, if any kind of power could allow someone like Yoru, a person at the very bottom of the bloodline hierarchy, to stand up and fight, then the Chimera Technique definitely deserves a place on that list. And the reason was simple. In the original story, the one who used this technique was in the same situation as Yoru. He had the same desires, the same burning ambition. Hirako. A shinobi of Konoha, a classmate and friend of the three legendary Sannin, including Orochimaru. But compared to the outstanding talents of the Sannin, Hirako's abilities were painfully mediocre, always dead last in his class. Even so, he didn't give up on himself. On the contrary, that huge gap in ability ignited a deep unwillingness in him. To change his fate and overcome his average talent, to rise from the lowest ranks to become someone on the same level as the Sannin, Hirako began researching the forbidden Chimera Technique. And more importantly, he succeeded. By using the power of this jutsu, Hirako absorbed 4 different Kekkei, boosting his combat strength to Kage level. He even planned to use it to obtain the Sharingan and combine 5 Kekkei into a unified force representing the 5 elements, in order to achieve immortality and overwhelming strength, to become a perfect ninja. Although Hirako was ultimately defeated by Naruto, his story still stands as a classic example in the Naruto world of how a low-ranking ninja could fight their way toward becoming a top-tier powerhouse. But unfortunately, after Yoru carefully studied this technique, a trace of disappointment appeared in his eyes. The jutsu could indeed allow the user to make use of various chaotic powers, even Kekkei, but the state it created wasn't one of fusion and sublimation, but rather chimera armament. The essence of this jutsu lies in using something called chimera as an adhesive, fusing a portion of the target shinobi's Kekkei organs and chakra pathways into the user's own body, causing them to stick together. This allowed the user to use the target's Kekkei abilities. However, this kind of forced grafting placed a massive burden on the body and carried a high risk of failure. Not all Kekkei were compatible with each other. If 2 incompatible bloodline powers clashed inside the body, the only outcome for the user would be death by bodily explosion. Even if multiple Kekkei could coexist inside the same body, they were still only stuck together, not truly fused. In the original story, Hirako did offer a solution to this problem. By harnessing a celestial phenomenon, the so-called golden ring solar eclipse, he aimed to complete the final step of the process, turning the chimera state into a true fusion, and achieving complete sublimation. But until that final fusion step is complete, the jutsu remains fraught with danger. Conflicting bloodlines, Kekkei backlash, any of these could instantly kill the user. The human body simply wasn't capable of perfectly merging multiple Kekkei. Even if every detail was handled flawlessly, the chance of success remained pathetically low. The reason Hirako succeeded in the original was not just because of his in-depth study of the Chimera Technique. The key factor was his incredibly good luck. But maybe it was precisely because his early luck was so ridiculously strong that he ultimately lost to Naruto. Wait, humans really can't do this. A bloodline clash means certain death. But what if it isn't human? Yoru suddenly thought of what he had handed over to Yukiko 2 days ago. White Zetsu cells. Not only did these cells have incredibly strong vitality, but their stability and compatibility were beyond imagination. They could easily be used for limb replacement, plug and play, without the slightest rejection reaction. They could even function as a kind of biological armor, like in the combination of Tobi and Obito, supplying chakra support from the outside. This kind of material was practically made for the Chimera Technique, the ideal experimental substrate. What's more, the very essence of White Zetsu cells was the first Hokage cells, the legendary power of the Senju. Hirako's vision and ambition led him to pursue things like dark release and swift release, aiming to combine the 5 chakra natures. But Yoru, who understood the real essence of this world, knew what the real answer was: what power had the highest ceiling for growth. There was only one answer. Akatsuki. Using White Zetsu cells as the base, and then fusing the power of the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans through the Chimera Technique, could this lead to tracing back the lineage of the Sage of the 6 Paths? And if he added the Byakugan, Kagaya, and even the descendants of Akatsuki Himura who lived on the moon, could he possibly recreate the brilliance of the rabbit goddess? No matter if any of this can truly be achieved or not, it looks like I'll have to get a few more artificial bodies, Jigai, and let Yukiko and Hiromi continue their research. Or maybe I should just have them clone me. That'd save some system points. Artificial bodies, Jigai, were extremely useful. They were identical to Yoru's original body. As long as he transferred his soul into one, it became a brand new version of him. The only issue was that as his strength increased, the cost of a Jigai also rose. What used to cost 10,000 system points now cost 20,000, a total ripoff. But Yoru could understand. After all, this was a one-to-one replica of his flesh, without the Mangekyo, just the base body. Which meant that if he evolved his physical body to 6 paths level, he could theoretically use the system to exchange for a 6 paths level body. If one Jigai was 20,000 points now, would a future 6 paths body also cost 20,000? No way. The system, that greedy, bone-devouring entity, would never make a loss like that. Danzo really is a walking treasure trove. Looking at the clones in the room busy conducting research, Yoru grew even more excited about the secrets hidden in Danzo's mind. There were still plenty of Konoha jutsu he was interested in. Like Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique, the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique, and the soul separation technique that had shown up in the original. He just wasn't sure how much of this Danzo had truly mastered. And also, that right arm of yours I froze, the reason it healed so quickly, did you perhaps use something quite extraordinary? Yoru narrowed his eyes. He was getting more and more eager to see what would happen after Koto Emitsukami finished its cooldown. But before that, he had to completely absorb his current spoils of war, especially that forbidden technique which involved imprisoning the soul. Its existence would be an immense boost, both for the development of the Shinigami project and for Yoru's own long-term plans. Chapter 108, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 108. I genuinely didn't expect you to actually forge so many commercial and industrial cooperation projects with Konoha. Having just escorted Shimura Danzo and his group out of Kirigakure alongside one of Yoru's clones, Mei Terumi couldn't help but express her surprise. 5 whole days. You, who's usually neck-deep in administrative chaos, actually devoted 5 full days to this. That's completely unlike you, Yoru. As a Kage, is it really so hard to grasp the importance of dedicating time and energy to a village's future development? Yoru returned to his Mizukage seat with practiced ease, producing a scroll as he sat down and placing it on his desk. Also, make sure this scroll gets filed in the village's ninjutsu archive. Open it up to anyone who meets the learning qualifications. New jutsu, wait, flying Raijin jutsu. Mei casually unrolled the scroll, but the second her eyes landed on its contents, she froze. Her face, calm a moment ago, now bore sheer disbelief. Flying Raijin jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, 5 release great combo spell, bringer of darkness technique, what is all this? She was stunned by the list of high-level secret techniques. The flying Raijin jutsu, used by the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, to dominate the third great ninja war. The 5 release great combo spell, a powerful multi-style attack mastered by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The shadow clone jutsu and bringer of darkness technique, both creations of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Not to mention several advanced water release techniques. These weren't just valuable, they were Konoha's deepest classified assets. And now, they were in the hands of Yoru, the 4th Mizukage. Yoru, don't tell me you used a clone to infiltrate Konoha's forbidden archive while hosting Danzo, or worse, use some secret technique to read his mind. How else could you have gotten all this? It felt unreal, like something out of a fantasy. How'd you guess? Yoru gave her a sidelong glance, a sly grin tugging at the corner of his lips. Then he cleared his throat and straightened up, expression settling into calm professionalism. As future strategic partners with Konoha, isn't it perfectly reasonable for them to offer a little goodwill? Besides, when I first saw all this, I kept saying, this is too much, I really can't accept this. But that old man, Konoha's shinobi of darkness, just insisted on handing it all over. He raised both hands in mock helplessness. What could I do? I was just as confused as you are. Mei's lips twitched. She knew Yoru had means, but even she hadn't imagined his reach extended this far. To extract so many forbidden jutsu from Shimura Danzo, if this ever leaked. Yoru leaned back casually. Anyway, I get what you're thinking. But we've already taken their Kekkei Genkai. Is a few more jutsu really going to matter? If this ever gets exposed, worst case, we go to war with Konoha. What, do you really believe that under my leadership, Kirigakure would lose? Of course not, Mei said, frowning slightly. It's just. Then that's all that matters. Yoru's tone flattened, calm, cold, absolute. As long as we're strong enough, whatever we do will be allowed. That is the rule of the shinobi world. Mei let out a quiet breath, half laughing, half sighing. You really are tyrannical, Yoru. But deep down, she knew it was exactly this kind of Mizukage Kirigakure needed. Taking the scroll, she pulled another item from her robes, a thick stack of forms, and dropped them on his desk. These are next month's applications to use Uchiha Shursui. We've filtered out applicants who were too old or too young, but there are still over 90. Also, of the 78 who applied this month, 65 are asking to reapply next month. TCH. Yoru clicked his tongue. If he approved them all, Shisui would be battling 160 women next month. Damn, brother Shisui. I officially recognize you as the Uchiha's #1 genius. Reject the new applications, Yoru said decisively. And assign Shisui the best nutritionists and medical need available. I'm not about to let our one and only Uchiha seed spreader collapse from exhaustion. Naturally. His dietary and medical standards are already higher than yours. Mei nodded, then turned and left the office, scroll in hand. She still had to sort and classify the entire scroll full of jutsu. No small task. As she walked out, Yoru leaned back, massaging his temples with a sigh. Even as a clone, just looking at the mountain of paperwork piled on his desk made his head throb. No way this is sustainable. I need to find 2 more people to help, otherwise, once all our clone memories merge, my main body might just die from mental exhaustion. But who can I even find? Damn it, why is this village full of nothing but bloodthirsty maniacs? Did no bureaucrats survive the blood mist era? He scratched his head in frustration, running through face after face in his mind. But in the end, only one image remained, a cold-eyed woman in a white kimono. Mei probably won't mind, right? Whatever. I've already been labeled a scumbag. A few more bad decisions won't matter. I'm the 4th Mizukage, you think I'm gonna be whipped? Someone, summon Yuki Akira. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Chapter 109, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 109. Yoru's apprehension wasn't mere paranoia. In the looming era of the Akatsuki descent, ordinary shinobi power would be utterly meaningless. Even summoning mechas or unleashing the full 9 tails wouldn't significantly bridge that all-consuming gap. Ultimately, those with ultimate dojutsu couldn't triumph over those bearing karma seals. Figures who, after 720 episodes, ascended to the very pinnacle of the shinobi world seemed nothing more than laughable clowns in the eyes of an Akatsuki. Aside from cases like Boruto, an Akatsuki fighting an Akatsuki, only sage techniques infused with natural energy can deal any damage to them at all. And even that damage is barely noticeable. Even setting aside the future threats of the next generation, the 6 paths level combatants of the 4th Great Ninja War had already reached a realm where ordinary chakra could no longer touch them. What defeated 6 paths Obito was Naruto's talk no jutsu. What brought down 6 paths Madara was Black Zetsu's treacherous backstab. And what defeated Kagaya Akatsuki? It was the Sage of 6 Paths' own divine intervention. Against 6 Paths level entities, against the Akatsuki, chakra was utterly useless except to potentially recharge them. Yoru understood this truth. If his ancestral chimera technique failed, what power could he possibly rely on? There was only one answer. Shinigami power. Perhaps you think my current approach borders on persecution paranoia. After all, how could figures from deified legends possibly become our future enemies? But the truth, I fear, is precisely that. Yoru's voice was soft, yet it carried an unsettling resonance as he gazed at Kushimaru Kurire, who was slowly taking on form, little by little acquiring a true Shinigami body, undergoing complete Shinigami transformation. Do you know? The power I've created, this Shinigami power, it can be controlled, monitored, and sensed by me. I am the master of this power, its sole source. I can clearly feel a Kushimaru Kurire being created, piece by piece, as if he were my subject, my child. If Shinigami power can be like this, then what about chakra? Is the being who created chakra also observing us now from some distant world? The silence that followed was heavy. Hiromi stood frozen, the words chilling her to her core. If true, shinobi were no more than cosmic marionettes, or livestock. Yoru's tone softened, but the undercurrent of power in his words was unmistakable. Of course, this is only speculation. We can't predict the future. But consider this, what I'm forging isn't just a weapon, it's our insurance. Hiromi bowed her head in agreement. If legends truly became threats, she would stand by Yoru regardless. Yoru turned fully to Kushimaru Kurire, who now stood before them in solid form. It's working. Before their eyes, the soul fused with natural energy. Kushimaru inhaled deeply as flesh and spirit reclaimed form. Kushimaru, awestruck, what is this? Yoru allowed a small, proud smile. This is Shinigami transformation, my power granting you rebirth. Kushimaru, you are the first of your kind. Kushimaru's gaze drifted to Yoru's Mizukage robe. Kushimaru, soul experimentation, and you wear that robe. Yoru chuckled softly. Thanks to Kirigakure's support, I've risen to become the 4th Mizukage. His words hung in the air. Kushimaru realized Yoru had become something far greater than he'd ever imagined. Kushimaru, and the war with Konoha. Yoru's expression turned solemn. Too much to describe now. Go witness it yourself, it will help us collect more data. He continued, matter of fact. You no longer possess chakra. What flows through you now is Riryoku, your soul power. Think of it as neutral energy. Your old jutsu won't work anymore, but I'll build a new combat system tailored to this power. Kushimaru nodded, accepting this new reality. For hours, they conducted tests, evaluating his Riryoku levels, the stability of his Shinigami transformation, and his mastery over reishi. All results came back perfect, except one. With no ambient reishi in the living world, his internal reserves remained sealed off, unable to replenish naturally. Yoru considered offering him a chakra-reliant Jigai, but Hiromi shook her head. Hiromi, if our enemies wield chakra, Shinigami must stand independently. We must solve the reishi scarcity, not rely on comforts. Yoru looked at her, respect shining in his eyes. It was exactly what he needed. Yumi turned to him decisively. What if we anchor departed souls to a region, using soul imprisonment, to create a reishi sanctuary? Let them fade like fallen leaves, feeding the land. New Shinigami could draw strength from it. Her plan was audacious, an artificial spiritual stronghold, forged from the energies of the departed. Yoru's eyes widened as he whispered. This is the will of fire. It wasn't chakra that defined them, it was legacy, spirit, and unyielding purpose. As time flowed on, silently, 3 months had already passed. The geopolitical landscape of the 5 great nations grew increasingly peculiar. Under Yoru's leadership, Kirigakure thrived. Industry rebounded. Population recovery soared, hundreds confirmed pregnant among civilians and shinobi alike. The village, once ravaged, blossomed again. News rippled across the 5 great nations. Konoha, restored, unleashed full force on Iwagakure. Bruised but unbroken, they fought back under Minato, the Nine Tails, and Danzo. Anoki stood firm. Both sides battled fiercely. Meanwhile, Kumogakure quietly deployed its 8 Tails Jinchuriki along the borders, waiting for opportunity. Sunagakure, led by 4th Kazekage Raza, now the 1 Tails Jinchuriki, adopted the blood sand policy, mirroring Kirigakure's brutal refinement. In dim chambers of Sunagakure's leadership, voices whispered in cold excitement. Only those who felt pain forged true power. Welcome to the village of the bloody sand. Chapter 110, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 110. Land of Waterfalls. Situated between the land of fire and the land of earth, surrounded by 4 nations, the land of waterfalls is a country of cascading torrents. Its terrain of massive waterfalls acts as a natural fortress, with one great fall concealing the hidden waterfall village, Takigakure. As the war between the land of fire and the land of earth intensified, small countries like this fought to minimize their presence, doing all they could to preserve their military strength amid the chaos between the great powers. Yet, within this very nation, a renowned ninja, amidst the flames of war between the land of fire and earth, repeatedly navigated the conflict, accepting various bounty missions and accumulating vast sums of money. And today, having just completed a mission and earned hundreds of thousands of ryo, he found himself targeted by a mysterious group. Shinra Tensei. A thunderous shockwave tore through the valley. The ground cracked open, stone and debris flew into the air as the earth trembled violently. From the swirling cloud of dust, a man with spiky orange hair and numerous black piercings emerged, clad in a black cloak patterned with red clouds. Kakuzu, the immortal shinobi who once fought the first Hokage and took Takigakure's secret treasure. With strange, ripple-patterned violet eyes, Rinnegan, the man looked down from the sky at the shattered valley below. His voice was calm, devoid of emotion. I am Pain. We're here to bring you into Akatsuki. KGH. A mass of black tendrils surged out from under the rubble, pushing aside shattered rock. Earth grudge fear slowly pulled Kakuzu's body together on the ground as he looked up in shock at the floating figure. The power this man had shown far surpassed his expectations. He hadn't even sensed a chakra fluctuation, yet in a single instant, the waterfall valley he was in had been effortlessly flattened. Such terrifying power, in all his long years of experience, only those relics from the Warring States period, along with large summoning beasts and tailed beasts, could achieve. And yet this Pain had done it so casually. Akatsuki, huh? Kakuzu's murky green eyes locked onto Pain. Using the cover of smoke and rubble, he quietly had part of his earth grudge fear slip away with his hearts, even as he responded, I remember I used to hate you guys for stealing my contracts. Don't bother running. The earth grudge fear attempting to flee within the dust was instantly pierced. A figure clad in a black robe with red clouds slowly floated out. Dark iron sand swirled around his body, and the one that had pierced the earth grudge fear was none other than an iron sand blade. The moment Kakuzu saw the face, his expression twisted in alarm. Magnet release. Wait, the 3rd Kazekage. No, that's not right. That appearance, it's a human puppet. As expected of someone who survived from the Warring States period. Your insight is quite interesting. From behind the trees, a red-haired young man stepped out, slender and cold-eyed. Fine chakra threads extended from him, connecting to the puppet in the sky. Kakuzu's gaze sharpened. Sattori of the Red Sand, the strongest puppeteer in Konohagakure, and Chiyo's grandson. So it's true, you really did assassinate the third Kazekage and turned him into a human puppet. No wonder you were labeled an S-rank rogue ninja. Accurately speaking, it's Sattori of the Red Sand, of the Gyoku ring of Akatsuki, the red-haired boy stated indifferently. If you join, you will also receive your own title. And what if I refuse? Pain's emotionless voice rang out, the will of God cannot be defied. Whether you agree or not, you will join Akatsuki. Under divine power, there is no room for resistance. God. What arrogance. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama never claimed to be gods. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, who led a Megakure to independence from iron, wind, and fire, and was worshipped by his people as a deity, only called himself a demigod. Kakuzu stared hard at Pain, focusing on his eyes. Those purple rings. As someone who had survived since the Warring States period, a living fossil of the shinobi world, and a gold-tier assassin in the underworld, Kakuzu knew exactly what those eyes meant. Rinnegan. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. You're correct. Pain's tone didn't change. Akatsuki is a special organization that gathers S-rank rogue ninja, because only shinobi like you have truly seen the darkness of the villages, the truth of the world. As long as you join Akatsuki, I will become your shield, protecting you from the pursuit of the ninja villages, and I will lead you to bring true peace to the ninja world. Kakuzu, nearly 70, had no patience for childish ideology. But two facts were clear. Sattori of the Red Sand, the prodigy puppeteer who possessed the third Kazekage as a human puppet, was very difficult to deal with. And this Pain, wielder of the Rinnegan and self-proclaimed god, was a force he couldn't hope to defeat. Only one option remained. Fine. I'll join. Kakuzu, straightforward as ever, withdrew his earth grudge fear. 3 hearts returned to his body. Only the earth-natured heart in his upper left chest had been destroyed by the iron sand. The mask was gone, leaving behind only eerie black tendrils. Sattori snorted softly and retrieved the third Kazekage. Pain lowered his hand and pulled out 3 items, a ring, a thin scroll, and the black cloak of Akatsuki. He tossed them to Kakuzu. You've made the right choice, Kakuzu. From now on, you are Hoku, the Big Dipper of Akatsuki. That ring marks you as a full member. The scroll contains several techniques you'll need to master. The cloak is standard. The rest, you'll understand after traveling with us. Any bounty missions on hand? Kakuzu muttered, toying with the ring inscribed with, North. We're gathering new comrades. Pain turned and left. Sattori gave Kakuzu a glance, then followed. Comrades, huh? Kakuzu's eyes gleamed. So the next ones they found would all be top-tier missing mean. He slipped the ring onto his finger, donned the cloak, and caught up. Meanwhile, in a tree hollow formed by a paper ninjutsu secret technique, a dozen miles away, Nagato, frail and thin, let out a slow breath. As he pushed his wheelchair forward, he maintained his control over Pain from afar. Yahiko, you will always be the leader of Akatsuki. Nagato, stop blaming yourself. What happened back then, it wasn't your fault. By his side, Konan, her signature paper flower tucked into her hair, placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. But Nagato shook his head slightly. No. Yuki Yoru was right. This world is filthy, soaked in darkness. We can't entrust the choice of peace to others. It has to be held firmly in our own hands. Back then, we were naive. That version of Akatsuki, our version, believed in ideals that the world couldn't accept. And for that, we paid a terrible price, a lesson written in blood. Though his voice was soft, Nagato's tone was unwavering. His pale Rinnegan eyes glowed faintly, as if they could see through everything. Only through overwhelming power can the shinobi world find peace. Only when these nations, when those consumed by ambition, taste fear and pain, will they understand the true value of peace. And I, with the Rinnegan, will be the god to deliver that revelation. He looked ahead, his resolve unshaken. Let's go, Konan. We need more allies, shinobi who've known pain, and seen the world's darkness with their own eyes. At the same time, in Kirigakure. Inside the Mizukage conference chamber, Yura stood among elders and clan leaders. All right then, let's proceed with the plan to establish a port shipping route from the land of water to inland nations like the land of fire, land of earth, and land of wind. 4th Mizukage, the construction of the port is absolutely fine, but the shipping route, your proposed route needs to pass through the land of waves. That's a chaotic country with no ninja village, where large numbers of mobsters and rogue ninja gather. The government is unstable, and if we casually send large quantities of goods through there, I fear. Wouldn't that be for the best? Yoru spread his hands, addressing the elders before him. Although the Land of Water has currently confirmed its opening, we lack an external access port city. The more prosperous island cities in the Land of Water are in deep sea areas, and those closer to the mainland are surrounded by reefs, often plagued by treacherous natural disasters like tidal waves. But the Land of Waves is different. It's a country close to inland nations like the Land of Fire, Land of Iron, and Land of Lightning, and it lacks a stable government or ninja organization. I'm sure you all understand what I mean. Understood. The Kage clan leader showed an excited expression, winked at Yoru, and clenched his fist. Please rest assured, 4th Mizukage, we will perfectly complete your mission. Yoru's mouth twitched slightly. However, entrusting this mission to the violent Kage clan was indeed the best choice. Perhaps these guys might even give him an unexpected surprise. Of course, the Land of Waves is secondary. Since we've already decided to vigorously expand commerce, we need to pay close attention to the construction of large ports, the development of sturdy ships, and the regulation of goods. Especially with regards to goods, we absolutely cannot allow unqualified, contaminated aquatic products to be sent to the dinner table. A pure white figure appeared outside the meeting room. Yoru's gaze shifted slightly, and he waved his hand. This meeting concludes here. If any of you elders have further ideas, please write them down and send them to me. Through collective wisdom, Kirigakure can develop even better. The Mizukage-sama speaks wisely. Thank you for your hard work, Mizukage-sama. Then, this old man will take his leave. The meeting ended, and the elders and elite jonin dispersed. The Kage clan members were particularly excited, having found a good job from just one meeting. They wondered how much extra money they could earn from this mission. After the others gradually left, Yuki Akira approached Yoru and placed a scroll on his desk. 4th Sama, this is from the 3rd Hokage. Finally here, huh? Yoru took the scroll and immediately opened it. A moment later, a cold sneer appeared on Yoru's face. He really is an old fox. What's wrong? Yuki Akira asked, curious. This is a hidden clause from the Kage summit held in the Land of Iron last time. To secure a truce with us, Hiruzen Sarutobi will provide us with the detailed locations of ninja clan teams on the Iwagakure battlefield. This scroll contains information on the ninja clan teams currently on the Iwagakure front lines, sent as a request for aid from an ally. A Gecko clan, an Inazuka clan, an Aburame clan, 2 Hyuga clan. On the surface, it seems very sincere, if I didn't know their frontline battle situation. Yoru snorted, picking up several intelligence reports from a stack of files on his left. As Konoha's counterattack progressed, the battle lines have gradually been pushed back, and several squads, led by Konoha's elite ninja, have even penetrated deep into the Iwagakure army's territory. But Iwagakure isn't to be trifled with either. Many Konoha ninja squads have been surrounded and trapped deep within Iwagakure territory. Among them is a Konoha squad of 20 to 30 people surrounded by Iwagakure. If we intervene, we'll have to break through the IWA forces to even reach them. And that's not the worst part. The most valuable targets, the Hyuga, are almost certainly from the branch family. Wait, they can do that? Akira looked stunned. You might not know, but after Ao acquired the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan already ordered all main branch members to be prohibited from entering the battlefield. Any Hyuga clan members currently active on the front lines are basically from the branch family. Yoru snorted lightly, perfectly aware of Hiruzen Sarutobi's intentions. The allure of the Byakugan is undeniable, especially for Kirigakure, who had already tasted the benefits of the Byakugan, understanding its value even more. By using ninja clan teams that were already doomed, Konoha intends for Kirigakure to attract Iwagakure's attention. Even if Kirigakure succeeded, with a simple activation of the caged bird seal, the living Hyuga would become dead Hyuga, and all their efforts would be for naught. So, do we back off? Akira asked in a low voice. If we already know there's no gain, shouldn't we avoid clashing with Iwagakure? No, of course we'll go. Yoru shook his head. The reason he agreed with Hiruzen Sarutobi to exchange genuine Kekkei for such intelligence was twofold. First, he genuinely wanted to plunder more Kekkei from Konoha, and second, it was to have a justification to intervene in the war between the Land of Fire and Earth. Whether it was a Byakugan or not, it wasn't important at all. Even a dead Byakugan under the caged bird seal didn't matter. Just getting some flesh and blood for research was enough. What he truly cared about was the Iwagakure battlefield, which was currently like a meat grinder. Fresh souls of those who had just died on the battlefield would undoubtedly possess extremely strong fear and anger. Individuals with such extreme self-emotions were far better than inert spirits pulled back from the pure land using mediums and great effort. Whether for soul experimentation or for creating a concentrated spirit zone, such souls better met his criteria. Chapter 111, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 111. Constructing a concentrated spirit zone demands an immense number of souls. If preparations had been made in Kirigakure decades ago, the village, as the Bloody Mist, would certainly have become a concentrated spirit zone. The third Mizukage's Bloody Mist policy ensured that the number of lives lost annually in Kirigakure was comparable to a small war. Especially the Ninja Academy's graduation exam, where students were forced to kill each other, claimed countless young lives. Yet all those souls have drifted into the Pure Land. And under Yoru's rule, he can't simply butcher villagers to rebuild the soul reservoir. The only option now, harvest souls from outside. Over the past 3 months, Yoru executed death row prisoners and performed Edo Tensei on regular shinobi, collecting some souls, though far too few for a concentrated spirit zone. There's only one place he can gather the quantities he needs, discreetly, the battlefields of the war between Land of Fire and Earth. Originally, rashly intervening in the war between the Land of Fire and Earth would inevitably draw criticism. But now, the third Hokage's letter provided him with the perfect justification. Kirigakure and Konoha were now allies with a shared purpose, their presence on the battlefield was entirely reasonable. However, directly collecting flesh and blood, or using special sealing methods to gather souls, would inevitably attract the attention of observant individuals. If only I had the Rinnegan, it would be so much more convenient. Yoru murmured. The abilities of the Rinnegan's human path and Naraka path were simply the bane of souls. Just standing on the battlefield, a single pull from the Rinnegan would gather all the souls that ordinary people couldn't even perceive. But alas, Nagato had no intention of cooperating with him, nor could he entrust this mission, crucial to the future development of his Shinigami plan, to Nagato, whose mind was now warped. Mizukage-sama. Suddenly, a bright figure knocked on the Mizukage's office door. Funa Yukiko, her red eyes shining, could barely contain her excitement. However, upon seeing Yuki Akira in the office, her expression momentarily froze. It's fine. Speak. Yoru waved his hand. Only then did Yukiko excitedly announce, we've achieved significant research results regarding the Hashirama's cells and the Mangekyo Sharingan you provided. Is that so? Yoru's expression sharpened. Elaborate. 3 months ago, Yoru used Koto Amatsukami to control Danzo. Besides obtaining a vast quantity of forbidden jutsu scrolls, secret techniques, and various forbidden research data, including wood release and soul experimentation data, he also took a small portion of the Hashirama's cells from Danzo's body. Danzo had been severely wounded by Yoru's Hyorinmaru. Although he narrowly escaped death using Izanagi, the subsequent damage still caused him immense trouble. To maintain his condition, Danzo immediately underwent surgery using Hashirama's cells upon returning to Konoha. It was precisely because of this that Yoru acquired the Hashirama's cells from him. Hashirama's cells are incredibly active. Even without nutrients, they remain stable and energetic outside the body. But they're also extremely aggressive, their chakra tends to manifest physically. If the energy balance isn't carefully controlled, they'll trigger uncontrolled wood transformation. However, by using white Zetsu cells as a nutrient base, we managed to stabilize the growth of Hashirama's cells and successfully complete the initial development phase. Yukiko could barely contain her excitement. In addition, using the data and ideas you provided, we attempted to combine your Jigai with the Hashirama cells. After multiple studies, we successfully developed a fusion agent that, to a certain extent, stabilizes the Hashirama cells. It's made from Yumi's Uzumaki cells combined with white Zetsu cells, with a touch of Kage clan cells added. And more importantly, after injecting your Jigai with Uchiha cells and then implanting Hashirama cells, we observed something unexpected. Your Mangekyo Sharingan, which had suffered severe degeneration, actually began to regenerate its dojutsu power. Funa Yukiko excitedly recounted the latest research findings. The terminology used left Yuki Akira, who only knew a few details, utterly dumbfounded. Uzumaki cells, Uchiha cells, Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama cells. Uzumaki cells, Uchiha cells, the Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama cells. There was no mistaking it, when discussed alongside such elite bloodlines, the term clearly referred to Hashirama Senju. No one would confuse it with the first Mizukage, by Akurin. In just a few short months since taking office, had Yoru really pushed Kirigakure's Kekkei research this far, all without anyone noticing? Kirigakure's foundational capabilities alone naturally couldn't achieve this. It was entirely thanks to the resources obtained from Danzo. The materials he provided, scrolls, data, and forbidden research, allowed their work to build directly on the foundation laid by both Danzo and Orochimaru. Combined with the full backing of a Kage-level figure like Yoru, this kind of rapid progress became possible. Excellent work, Yukiko. Yoru nodded approvingly. The cultivation of Hashirama's cells and the recovery of his Koto Amatsukami Mangekyo Sharingan's dojutsu power were undoubtedly delightful surprises, explaining Yukiko's excitement. Right. Since Hashirama's cells could now be mass-produced and even implanted into human bodies, didn't that mean? Akira, how's Uchiha Shisui doing? Ah, not so good. Yuki Akira composed herself and spoke quietly. Natural reproduction is far too slow, and that Uchiha's physical condition isn't ideal. It simply can't meet the demand of the hundreds of people in our village who are waiting. Due to these limitations, we've recently relied on direct extraction methods to collect viable samples. The next step is to proceed with artificial insemination for controlled reproduction. Using these methods, the village has successfully inseminated over 100 women, and a large supply of viable samples remains cryogenically stored for future use. As for Uchiha Shisui, it's certain he's not dead yet. Yoru silently mourned for Shisui's kidneys for a second. He could have at least enjoyed himself before, but now it was direct, forceful extraction. Just imagining the scene, Yoru couldn't help but feel a pang in his own kidneys, empathizing with the sensation. Now that we have more than enough Uchiha samples, it's time our Uchiha prodigy was put to better use. You mean? Yes. It's time to create something extraordinary. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were numb as he stared at the familiar ceiling. Like a machine, he slowly rose from the bed and began to wash up. 3 months had completely transformed this prodigy of the Uchiha clan into Kirigakure's producer. Despite receiving abundant nutrition daily, his body had grown increasingly thin, even more so than Nagato's after being drained by the demonic statue of the outer path. His eyes were deeply sunken, his cheeks hollow, heavy dark circles under his eyes, and pale lips, coupled with legs that trembled even when he walked. Everything indicated that this young boy's body had reached some sort of limit. The luxurious meals tasted like cardboard to Shisui. After eating, he drank 2 more nutritional supplements, then walked towards the door, speaking to the female ANBU stationed there. Let's go. Don't be in such a hurry. You have a different mission today. What? The female ANBU's voice made Shisui's steps halt. The nearly dried-out young man abruptly turned to face the female ANBU. His dull, listless eyes suddenly seemed to ignite with light. What kind of mission is it? I don't care, as long as it's not that, anything will do. Heh, I hope you can still wear that expression later. The female ANBU smiled faintly and quickly led Shisui into a gloomy corridor. The dark environment carried a hint of chill, and Shisui's mind couldn't help but conjure a few guesses. When he reached the end of the corridor and saw the ninja standing at the doorway, his pupils suddenly contracted. You're the Uchiha clan's prodigy, huh? I hear you've made significant contributions to the village these past few months. Kuroshirer Kushimaru stood with his arms crossed, opening the door behind him. I hope you can endure it. The Mizukage-sama has placed high hopes on you. Forbidden experiments, then. Gazing at the person who should have been dead, yet stood alive before him, Shisui's heart already knew what awaited him. It made sense. He had been utterly exploited for 3 full months. Even with daily nutrition and medical ninja present, he had reached his limit. Perhaps because his efficiency was too low to meet demand, Kirigakure had abandoned natural methods altogether. In the past few weeks, the ANBU began extracting samples directly, harvesting large quantities for artificial insemination. Now, all of Kirigakure had no shortage of Uchiha samples. His only remaining value was probably for those forbidden experiments. The light in Shisui's eyes gradually faded, but a sense of relief flickered within them. Dying like this might not be so bad after all. You better hold out, Shisui-kun. Yuki Yoru, clad in his 4th Mizukage Kage robe, watched Shisui walk in with a smiling expression. If the experiment fails, to warn you, I might just turn your performances from this period into a film and send it to a distribution company, ensuring all your efforts become an artistic masterpiece passed down through the ages. What? No. Absolutely not. Shisui, who had just been contemplating relief through death, immediately envisioned a scene far more terrifying than any nightmare upon hearing Yuki Yoru's words, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. I will definitely persevere. Whatever you do, I will cooperate with you. Please don't do something like that. That depends on your performance, then. If you truly perform exceptionally well, not only will I not release your artistic performances, but I will also entrust you with a vital role, allowing you to flourish anew in Kirigakure. What do you say? How does the position of clan head of the Kirigakure Uchiha sound? Yoru displayed a gentle smile, and a spark of chakra appeared on his fingertip, striking Shisui's lower abdomen. 4 symbols seal, release. Ugh. Shisui's body suddenly arched, but immediately afterward, the chakra that had been sealed within him for over 3 months surged forth again, finally bringing a new vitality to his weak and depleted body. The return of his power did not bring a look of joy to Shisui's face. He knew full well that Yuki Yoru unsealing his chakra meant that what he was about to face would be terrifyingly difficult. But bring it on. Shisui's tone was resolute, his expression one of complete resignation. Don't be in a hurry. Before that, I hope you can hand over your father's other eye, to facilitate our upcoming experiment. What? I understand. Shisui bit his lip lightly, formed hand seals, and slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu. The next moment, a ninja cat with pointy ears and disheveled, raccoon-like fur appeared before them. This chakra. Shisui. Weren't you already? Don't talk, Denka. Give me that eye, Shisui interrupted the ninja cat named Denka, speaking hastily. The ninja cat paused slightly, then finally noticed its surroundings. A look of terror instantly appeared on its feline face. I understand, meow. Please don't harm me or Shisui-kun, you people of Kirigakure, meow. Its furry paw rummaged around its body, and a glass jar containing a 3-tomo Sharingan was produced from seemingly nowhere. Here, meow. Thank you, Denka. You can go back now. Don't be in a hurry. One must do things cleanly, mustn't one? Shisui patted the ninja cat named Denka. Just as the ninja cat was about to leave, it was stopped by Yoru. The ninja cat recoiled in fright, instinctively looking at Yuki Yoru. But what met its gaze was a spinning, 4-bladed pinwheel. Genjutsu. Sharingan. Memory wipe. All right, Shisui. You can cancel the summoning jutsu now. Yes. Gazing at the perfectly flawless Yuki Yoru, Shisui helplessly cancelled the summoning jutsu, sending the memory wipe Denka back. At the same time, he handed the 3-tomo Sharingan to Yuki Yoru. The eye you wanted. No, this is your eye. Yoru shook his head. I don't know if it's due to emotion, or some other triviality, that made you unwilling to accept your father's left eye and evolve both eyes into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But now, I need you to implant this eye, and at the same time, I will return your original eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to you. This is the foundation for what we're going to do next, so please lie down on the operating table first. Yes. Shisui opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately complied and lay down on the operating table, allowing Funayukiko, who was already prepared, to remove the ordinary eyes from his eye sockets. Then, she simultaneously implanted this 3-tomo Sharingan, belonging to Uchiha Kafu, and his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which had integrated his father's power. Feeling the long-lost power of the Sharingan, Shisui's heart, however, couldn't find any joy. Chapter 112, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 112. After the 2 Sharingan were successfully implanted, Yukiko began monitoring Shisui's condition. She attached various auxiliary instruments to him, testing his blood pressure, blood oxygen, heart rate, cell activity, and so on, to ensure no unforeseen complications arose. Once all the equipment was in place, all that was left was to wait. To wait for the eye that once belonged to Uchiha Kafu to awaken within Shisui, and evolve into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Through their recent research on the Sharingan, their understanding of the eye had deepened significantly. The so-called fusion for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan involved one of the 2 Mangekyo Sharingan users, who were blood relatives, acting as the host for the fusion. This host would provide a stable and continuous supply of chakra for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's integration, allowing the Mangekyo in their eye socket to absorb the dojutsu power of the previous Mangekyo that remained within their body. When both streams of dojutsu power fully merged, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would be born. Therefore, even if Shisui's original Mangekyo was currently in Yoru's eye, Shisui could still awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, because the source of the dojutsu power remained within Shisui's body. Shortly after the 3-tomo Sharingan was transplanted, it began spinning rapidly in Shisui's eye socket. In the span of a few breaths, the tomo fused and twisted into a unique Mangekyo pattern. As expected, Uchiha Kafu had awakened his own Mangekyo before his death. That was why, once implanted, the eye in Shisui's socket could evolve. As for the specific ability that Kafu's Mangekyo held, Yoru didn't yet know. The crimson Mangekyo spun continuously, absorbing the lingering dojutsu power from Shisui's original Mangekyo, stored within his body. The fusion would take some time, after all, even in the original story, Sasuke was bedridden for a while after fusing his eyes. But this case was different. Shisui already possessed one eternal Mangekyo. Because the chakra frequencies were aligned, the evolution of the second eye progressed much faster. In just 2 hours, Shisui's right eye had fully evolved. Now, a pair of fully awakened eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun silently in his eyes. Their immense chakra pressure was enough to make even Yoru, who had extensive experience with Mangekyo, feel a twinge of awe. Only when both eyes reached eternal status could a true Uchiha wield the full might of the Sharingan, and now, the second set of eternal eyes in the shinobi world had been born in Shisui. So this is, my father's power, Shisui murmured, voice low. He could feel it clearly. An ocean of chakra flowed through his vision, endless, unyielding, impossibly vast. This was power that wouldn't run dry. However, because his left eye's Koto Amatsukami was still in Yoru's possession, the Mangekyo ability that awakened in that socket wasn't Koto Amatsukami, it was something else entirely. Tsukuyomi, the most fearsome genjutsu of them all. And in the right eye, the black flames of Amaterasu, the ultimate physical attack. With these eyes, could I actually defeat Shisui instinctively glanced toward Yoru, who stood nearby with a half-smile. The memory of that artistic film threat flashed in his mind. That thought vanished from his head in under a second. Magnificent eyes, truly, Yoru said smoothly. But this is only the beginning, Shisui-kun. The beginning. Of what, exactly? Shisui asked warily. To him, even a Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan was considered a top-tier shinobi. A Mangekyo user was on par with a Kage. And an eternal Mangekyo, that was the power of the ancients, the very force that ended the Warring States period. Such power could reshape the ninja world. And yet, to Yoru, this was just the starting point. Have you ever gone to the Uchiha Naka shrine after awakening your eternal Mangekyo? Yoru's voice was calm as he stared at Shisui. There's something important left behind there, an ancient inheritance from the founder of Ninshu himself. The Uchiha stone tablet. Shisui murmured, the memory coming back to him. I remember. Something written on it. One god sought peace, creating yin and yang, 2 opposing forces. They combine to form all things in creation. So you've seen it. Good. That makes this simpler, Yoru said with a knowing smile. This principle doesn't just apply to the world, it applies to your eyes as well. According to classified intel Yoru had uncovered, if someone with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could fuse that power with an equivalent, yet opposite force, they could manifest the power of all creation, Shinra Bancho. This fusion would allow the eternal Mangekyo to undergo one final evolution. Into the eye of the Sage of Six Paths himself, the Rinnegan. What? Shisui's pupils shrank in disbelief. It sounded impossible. He knew about the existence of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After Uchiha Kofu died, Shisui had read the clan's secret records, which contained information about their ancestor Uchiha Madara's eyes being just like this. But the Rinnegan. Shisui's mind immediately recalled the red-haired boy he had seen in Omegakure. His eyes, evolved from the Sharingan. But isn't he from the Uzumaki clan? Also, the eternal Mangekyo's power was so noble, did a power truly exist in this world that was equal to it in level and completely opposite in attribute? Wait. Uchiha Shisui felt a surge of doubt in his heart, seemingly realizing something, and suddenly gasped, First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The only one who could rival his ancestor was the first Hokage. But wasn't the first Hokage long dead? Forbidden experiments happened everywhere, but he never imagined that someone as revered as the first Hokage would suffer such a fate. A very precise guess. It's indeed the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. A smile appeared on Yoru's face. I know you have many questions, but don't worry. We'll conduct the experiment, and everything will become clear. Remember, you must use your eyes dojutsu power to suppress the power of Hashirama's cells. Otherwise, I'll have to forcefully move the experiment to phase 3. Yukiko, prepare to begin. Yes, Yoru-sama. Shisui's eyes widened as Yukiko calmly cut into his arm with a scalpel and removed a palm-sized piece of flesh. He barely flinched, enduring the pain with a slight furrow of his brow. Then Yukiko injected a pale, swirling solution into the exposed muscle, an experimental fusion agent. Immediately, his arm's veins swelled grotesquely. Something was fermenting inside. A cold sweat broke out on Shisui's forehead. It was painful, but still bearable. Until the Hashirama cells were injected. That's when everything went wrong. Shisui's body convulsed violently. His muscles spasmed. His back arched off the table. From the wound, fleshy growths burst forth, like live worms burrowing through his body. Ayaha. Use your dojutsu power to suppress Hashirama's cells. Yoru's voice boomed like thunder in Shisui's ears. But the pain was overwhelming. Shisui didn't even seem to hear. His limbs flailed uncontrollably, his eyes rolled back, and his entire consciousness teetered on collapse. It's no good, Yoru-sama. Yukiko cried. The fusion agent's barely working. The Hashirama cells are going berserk, his heart rate, blood pressure, cell activity, they're spiking fast. 10 more seconds like this and he'll either explode, or mutate into a tree. Inject another dose, now. Yes. Yukiko jammed a second fusion vial into his arm. Shisui jolted, but the grotesque changes barely slowed. Yoru's voice dropped to a cold murmur. Just imagine it, Shisui, all your artwork, your legacy. Playing on loop in theaters across the entire shinobi world. Imagine the faces of the Uchiha, of Konoha, everyone, watching every moment you produced. A best-selling masterpiece, no doubt. Those words finally elicited a slight sign of resistance from Shisui's body. The power of his eternal Mangekyo was slowly activated. The distorted state of his limbs began to slow, and the squirming tendrils seemed to gradually be suppressed, retracting little by little. Yoru-sama, cell activity is dropping. It's returning to normal levels. Yukiko's excited voice rang out. The values displayed on the instruments confirmed that Shisui had suppressed Hashirama's cells. Indeed, if even that hacked Danzo could suppress them, there's no way you couldn't. Yoru let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. You are an Uchiha master whom even I acknowledge, comparable to the most proficient of teachers. Now that Shisui's Mangekyo was slowly assimilating the Hashirama cells, the experiment could move forward. Now comes the moment of truth. Yoru leaned in, watching Shisui's eyes intently. The change was subtle at first. The intricate lines of the eternal Mangekyo began to warp. The black curves thickened, twisted. They began to overlap, becoming dense, tangled, a storm of chakra markings. Chakra flooded to Shisui's head. His eyes were evolving again. It's happening. This was the sign, the Sharingan's pattern distorting toward its final form. From Tomo, to Mangekyo, to Eternal. And from Eternal, to Rinnegan. But then. Something stalled. The transformation slowed, then, stopped. The lines faded. The eye's pattern slowly returned to its original eternal state. Damn. Yoru's brow furrowed. Does he need to experience something like Madara, a brush with death, to fully awaken the Rinnegan? Is it over? Uchiha Shisui, slowly regaining consciousness on the operating table, uttered a weak voice. Half a success, Yoru replied. Do you feel any changes? There doesn't seem to be any change. No, wait. Shisui frowned, sensing everything in his eyes. Dojutsu power has increased, greatly, but it doesn't seem to be the qualitative change you spoke of. So, the evolution stopped midway. Yoru tapped his fingers and thought. We'll let you recover for 2 days. Then we'll try again. He turned to Yukiko. Prepare another Sharingan. This time, we'll implant it directly into the area where we added the Hashirama cells. Just as Yukiko nodded. So, another experiment, huh? A childlike voice cut him off. A small figure stood in the doorway, a round-faced boy with piercing eyes. Yagura. Yoru blinked, surprised. You've adapted faster than I expected. More or less, Yagura said, gripping the hilt at his waist. I think I've started hearing its name. I might be ready to release my Zanpakuto. Really? Yoru's eyes instantly showed extreme curiosity. Beside him, Kuroshirer Kushimaru immediately removed his mask, staring wide-eyed at Yagura. Why can't I sense anything? How did you do it? What kind of power is that? What kind of power, you ask? Yagura murmured, pondering. It's like having a heart-to-heart conversation with your closest, most intimate partner. I call out to it, it answers me, and everything falls into place. Chapter 113, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 113. A Zanpakuto is, fundamentally, a weapon forged from a Shinigami's own soul. A Shinigami must learn their Zanpakuto's name, commune with it mentally, and then perform a shurikai to release its power. That's the essence of Zanpakuto release. When Yoru transformed souls into Shinigami, he implanted an Asachi in each of them. One purpose was to help them adapt to Shinigami power, the other was to allow them, through naming and bonding their Asachi, to awaken their own personal Zanpakuto. He wasn't planning to do it all himself. Soul experiments. Done by him. Asachi. Provided by him. Naming the Zanpakuto. That he left to them, because everything costs points. Yoru wasn't an accountant, but he was saving points to exchange for the Hogyoku and Script, so nothing could be wasted. Of course, Yoru was curious to see what types of Zanpakuto his new Shinigami would awaken, though he himself could not. He'd asked the system why he couldn't awaken a Zanpakuto, and the system replied. You are the source of all Shinigami power in this world, an amalgam of Hollow, Shinigami, Quincy, and human. Your power is this system. Yoru dismissed it as empty fluff, just another way for the system to siphon his points. He made it clear. Releasing a Zanpakuto is ultimately an expression of your inner power, your self fused with your soul energy. To release it, you must understand your own heart and why you exist. Only then will its power manifest. Kuroshirer Kushimaru, ever blunt, thought, we're former bloody mist goons, brains wired for killing, grabbing power, money, women. We don't do soul searching. He prodded Yagura with a shove. Explain this to me later, okay? Yagura shook his head firmly. Mizukage-sama's right. This power must be awakened through personal insight, you can't force it. Kuroshirer sighed, we've been colleagues before death, now we're revived as Shinigami, and you're still keeping secrets from me. Uchiha Shisui, freshly out of his experiment, was puzzled. He'd seen Kuroshirer revived, his own resurrection was due to forbidden experiments, but Zanpakuto and Shinigami talk. He didn't understand, though a few terms piqued his curiosity. He asked quietly, shoulder aching from the implanted Sharingan. Are you conducting soul experiments? These people, dead, and yet revived. Mizukage Yoru, are you playing with souls? Yoru looked at him calmly and motioned to Yukiko to implant a 3-tomo Sharingan into Shisue's shoulder. No, you've misunderstood. I'm giving these mist warriors a second chance at life. Bringing them back from the darkness of the Pure Land so they can return to their homes, write unfinished business, and continue the lives that were cut short. So don't accuse me like some outsider. I am not like your Konoha's evil second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who toyed with souls and created the forbidden impure world reincarnation. Shisue's face went pale. Tobirama created that jutsu. The pain in his arm deepened as he realized the 3-tomo Sharingan was unnaturally embedded there. Impossible. Even if Tobirama created such a jutsu, surely it was for the village's protection. Yoru sneered. I could list Konoha's shady deeds all day. We have confirmed intel that would collapse Konoha's leadership from its pedestal into the mire. White Fang's suicide, infant experiments, Uchiha subjugation policies. He pressed on. I don't have time for storytelling now. In 3 days you'll take part in the next experiment. Meanwhile, I can send you the documents, for you to truly confront what your village's leaders have done and have your worldview shattered. Then he asked quietly. One more thing, you know how to use Izanagi, right? Yes. Yoru nodded. Good. Rest well. I'll have the ANBU deliver those documents. Yagura, tell us about your Zanpakuto release, the state of mind, the changes. Yagura paused, then carefully shared his experience, as Kuririn squeezed in beside him to listen. Meanwhile, Shisui was escorted home by ANBU. Despite wielding one of the most terrifying eyes in the shinobi world, fused with Hashirama's cells and a perfected Uchiha legacy, Shisui didn't try to run. He quietly waited in his residence. Soon, the ANBU arrived bearing the promised files. These are high-level intelligence records from past Mizukage, strictly classified. It's unexpected you, as a breeding instrument, would be allowed to see them. Shisui snapped. Shut up. His blood-red Sharingan caused her to pause as she set down the files and withdrew. The first document made him freeze. Second Hokage surveillance and isolation measures against the Uchiha clan. Reading on, he recoiled. Tobirama had established a secret Uchiha police force to punish criminals, purposefully marginalizing the Uchiha people and keeping them outside Konoha's political circles. The plan was to incite Uchiha unrest to weaken Konoha, though, shockingly, the clan had accepted it, even welcomed it. Shisui's eyes narrowed as he opened the next file, detailing Danzo and Orochimaru experimenting on infants to study would release in the Sharingan. Danzo. Not surprising, he was Konoha's dark underbelly. But Orochimaru? He had been Hiruzen's student, even a candidate for 4th Hokage. Yet he conducted infant experiments. That was darker than even Yoru himself. Shisui trembled. It was confirmed that Konoha had successfully produced at least one would release user via these experiments, presumably the escaped one rumored months ago. He set that file down and turned the next, only to find documentation proving Konoha's elders had driven White Fang to suicide. 3 days later, Yoru visited Shisui again. You don't look well, Shisui-kun. You looked better during the breeding sessions. Want to jump back in? With your strength, now enhanced by Hashirama's cells, you could beat your 100-a-month record. Shisui's eternal Mangekyo showed no emotion. He thought of how he had sacrificed his own father for the village, only now to discover everything he believed was corrupt. Faith broken. Let's begin the experiment then, he said faintly. What's the plan? Yoru frowned. That dead look won't help. I intend to make you experience the edge of life and death, so you can grasp why it's so powerful, so the power of all creation you hold can evolve. But now you look like a corpse. If I stab you next, will you succumb, give up as Izanagi, and just die? Shisui remained expressionless. Yoru sighed. My dear Shisui-kun, everyone knows Konoha's darkness, only you who grew up under the so-called will of fire haven't seen it. Where tree leaves dance, the flame lives on. That's for the favored, the powerful, the landowners, the ruling clan. The will of fire is just propaganda used to control and manipulate you. Shisui's eternal Mangekyo flared, his chakra and dojutsu shook the lab. His crimson eyes burned like a man-eating lion, but in the end, nothing changed. Only a young man shattered. Yoru shook his head. You shouldn't look like that. Understand this, Shisui, you mean nothing to Konoha. Have things changed because you were gone? No. Yoru continued. Konoha remains the same. You valued it, but it doesn't value you. So why not focus on someone who does? Kirigakure favored you, you've sired hundreds of children there. Once they're born, I'll name you head of the Kirigakure Uchiha. I'll fund them all monthly. Enough. Shisui interrupted, visibly embarrassed. Yoru grinned. All right. The experiment begins now, remember to use Izanagi. Then he plunged Hyorinmaru into Shisui's chest. Agony surged through Shisui, he spat blood and slumped against Yoru. Relax, breathe deep. Feel the power, then use as an aji. Shisui trembled, life force draining. A few breaths later, he was gone, yet moments later, he reappeared, untouched. His eternal Mangekyo had transformed, faint purple ripples, constellations swirling in his irises. Yoru's joy exploded. Ha ha ha, it worked. It worked. Chapter 114, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 114. The Land of Grass. The war between Konohagakure and Konohagakure had long reached its most intense phase. The battlefields were nothing but scorched, blood-soaked wastelands, riddled with corpses and the scars of relentless ninjutsu. From Iwa's initial deep incursion to a protracted stalemate, followed by Konoha's counteroffensive, and then back again to deadlock, this drawn-out war of attrition saw the front lines shifting constantly. Now, the main theater of conflict had returned to where it all began, near the Canopy Bridge. Beyond the bridge, several other locations had become flashpoints: Asakawa Town, Itano Village, and even Kirigakure itself. The renowned Heaven and Earth Bridge had also turned into a battleground. The churned soil exposed dark brown earth steeped in the metallic stench of blood, so deeply absorbed that the scent lingered like rust on iron. Konoha and IWA had fought here for months, countless ninja lost to the war. Even the river under the Canopy Bridge now ran red with blood. Several white-cloaked figures stood silently atop tree branches, gazing down at the brutal battlefield below. Who would have thought Konoha and IWA would come to blows like this? Both Inoki and Hiruzen Sarutobi were cunning, ruthless leaders who rarely gambled on open war. For them to fight so fiercely was no small thing. IWA thinks Konoha is on its last legs, just one push away from victory. And Konoha, trapped, cornered, has nothing to lose. They're fighting like it's their last stand. It's no surprise things got this intense. If anything, our own battle with Konoha was worse, bodies completely obliterated, terrain reshaped. Hey, Yagura, weren't you the third Mizukage chosen heir? After losing to Yoru, you're really working for him now. Even calling him Mizukage-sama. The speaker wore a white mask and bandages over his neck and ears. He didn't wear standard Kirigakure gear, but a simple shinobi battle suit. On his left shoulder was a wooden badge engraved with the kanji 411 and the goatee I-13 sawgrass emblem. Don't tell me you're pretending to be loyal just to stab the current Mizukage in the back later. Ridiculous. Short in stature but draped in a white hayori with the character 13 on the back, Yagura answered coldly. If you can raise your blade against Yoru in your current state, I'll support you becoming the 5th Mizukage. TCH. I'm just a weapon. I have no interest in that title. Enough talk. Another masked figure, clad in a white hayori marked II, spoke in a low voice. Begin the operation. Oh. Captain, you're really going to move against the souls of your old comrades? Starting just like that, are you sure you're fine with it? The teasing tone came from a spiky-haired blonde man in black, fluffy bandages wrapped around his neck. On his left shoulder was a wooden badge engraved with the kanji 4-2 and an old man's beard crest. The boy in the white hayori slowly raised his head. Though hidden behind a special mask, the pressure radiating from him was unmistakable, silent and suffocating. Hiss. All right, I'll shut up. Deploy the soul-gathering devices. Yes, sir. The team scattered, disappearing into different corners of the battlefield. Their clothing was striking, especially the hayori-clad captains. Such garments, akin to ceremonial Kage robes, would have been absurdly conspicuous for ordinary shinobi. Yet, even elite detection techniques like the Byakugan couldn't detect them. Silently, they reappeared across the battlefield, setting up specialized soul collection devices, tools designed to harvest the souls of the recently deceased within a set radius. These were among Yoru's main means of acquiring souls. Konoha and IWA really are going at it. I heard that when Yoru fought Konoha, he froze their entire outposts. Wonder if those ice statues have thawed yet. Vice Captain Juzo Biwa of Squad 11 muttered while securing a soul device inside a massive tree. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a clearing not far away. There, a small child stood panting, clutching a blood-stained kunai. Before him lay a fallen IWA genin, blood pooling from a slit throat, his body twitching in its final spasms. The boy steadied his breath, sheathed his kunai, and began forming hand seals. Juzo watched in stunned silence as a fireball burst from the boy's mouth, incinerating the enemy's corpse. The flames consumed the body, and as the soul escaped, it was instantly drawn into Juzo's device. But Juzo didn't watch the soul. His eyes were locked on the black-haired, black-eyed boy. That young, and already capable of this. A Konoha prodigy. It's already winter. Places like Higashimatsuyama are near the coast, cold and frigid. Those ice statues won't melt anytime soon. The calm voice came from behind. Juzo turned to find Captain Shisui of Squad 2 standing there in his white hayori, eyes narrowing behind his mask. I see. Thanks for the reminder, Captain Shisui. No need. I'll handle this area. You cover the other side. Oh. Juzo looked between the boy and Shisui. Well, if Captain Shisui insists, I've got no objections. Just, try not to get too emotional. I don't need you to tell me how to handle things. Of course. After all, Mizukage-sama's placed great expectations on Squad 2's captain. Juzo smiled faintly. Then I'll leave this area to you. As Juzo's form faded into the air under light-bending camouflage, Shisui finally turned to look at the boy, cleaning up the signs of combat below. His eyes behind the mask grew somber. It's been a while, Itachi. No one was closer to Uchiha Itachi than Shisui. He had practically watched the boy grow up. And now, just a few months later, Itachi was already deployed to the front lines. That was hard to accept. No matter how talented he was, even if he was the most gifted child Shisui had ever seen, he was still just 4. One misstep, one stray explosion, and his life could be snuffed out in an instant. You did well, Itachi. A familiar voice snapped Shisui from his thoughts. A man he knew all too well now stood beside Itachi. To take down an IWA genin at just 4 years old, your talent is nearly unmatched. Uchiha Fugaku beamed with pride as he patted his son's shoulder. You really are my son. Father. But Itachi showed no joy at the praise. He shook his head. My fight was clumsy. There were major flaws in my shuriken jutsu, and I had to resort to close combat. At my age, I can't match a 10-year-old genin physically. If he hadn't slipped up and given me an opening, I'd be the one lying on the ground. Fugaku's pride only deepened. He ruffled Itachi's hair with a warm smile. You're only 4, and you haven't even awakened your Sharingan. What you've done is already incredible. As a reward for your first solo kill. He retrieved a scroll and drew out a ninja blade, offering it to his son. Here. It's yours. Thank you, father. Fugaku laughed heartily, wanting to praise his son a bit more, but he seemed to sense something, and his expression suddenly became serious. What is it, father? I've detected something. Summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke, and a white ninja cat appeared before them, roughly the size of Itachi. You need intel, Fugaku. You know my rate, 10 servings of cat food minimum, Naya. 20. Fugaku vanished instantly, his voice lingering, take Itachi back to camp. Looks like something serious is up, Naya, the cat muttered, licking its paw. Come on, Itachi. If a fight breaks out, we don't want to be anywhere near it. The cat quickly left with Itachi, while Fugaku pursued the figure who had deliberately revealed himself. Kunai clashed with kunai, and a Zanpakuto crossed with a ninja blade. In that split second, Fugaku felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, the style, the rhythm, it was unmistakable. Who are you? Shisui didn't answer. He kept moving. Fugaku chased, his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, trying to read the truth behind that white hayori. They dashed through the forest, Fugaku pressing for answers, Shisui remaining silent. At last, Fugaku's patience snapped. The 3-tomo in his eyes fused into a new shape. Feeling the surge of ocular power, Shisui halted. He turned, only to meet the unmistakable pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan in Fugaku's eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. Their chase ended in a clearing. Fugaku stared at him. We're far enough from the battlefield now. Your taijutsu and shuriken jutsu earlier, pure Uchiha technique. You can't hide that from my eyes. Who are you, really? You used your Mangekyo just to unmask me. That's not like you, clan head Fugaku. The voice beneath the mask was hoarse, on purpose. Still, he refused to reveal himself. Fugaku's eyes narrowed. He already had a guess. That precision Uchiha fighting style, the speed, the sheer familiarity, it all pointed to one man. Is this just coincidence, or something more? If you won't tell me, then. Fugaku's left Mangekyo spun. Blood tears slid down his cheek. Suddenly, Shisui felt the world twist, the sky and earth turned to black and white, everything growing blurred. Above, a massive Mangekyo Sharingan loomed like a blood-red moon, the only light in this grayscale world. Its pattern mirrored Fugaku's, a 3-bladed shuriken, each tip marked with a black dot. So this is your left eye's ability. Such powerful genjutsu. What you should be doing now isn't marveling at my power. Fugaku's cold voice echoed from all around. Take off the mask. Tell me everything that's happened these past few months. I'll give you one chance, Uchiha Shisui. Shisui shook his head. Stubborn fool. In that case, let me make you personally experience the legendary power of the Uchiha. Fugaku's voice rang with righteous fury. The blood moon above burned brighter. The world grew darker, as if everything was being swallowed by the crimson eye in the sky. Even the light around Shisui began to fade. But in the next moment, an invisible force burst from within him. The illusion cracked. The entire world shattered. Fugaku gasped, staggering back. His left eye throbbed in agony. A genjutsu rebound. Impossible. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. What just? My identity doesn't matter, the voice from behind the mask said. There is no Uchiha Shisui in this world anymore. The voice was unmistakable. Fugaku's suspicions were confirmed. Only someone with Mangekyo-level ocular power could have shattered his genjutsu. He really is the one I placed all my hopes on, the Uchiha's greatest genius. But Shisui's words made his heart clench tightly. Shisui, what the hell happened to you? Chapter 115, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 115. Fugaku Uchiha gazed at the men who had once been the pride of the Uchiha clan. Though Shisui had always been somewhat indecisive, unable to choose cleanly between loyalty to clan and village, Fugaku had held high hopes for him, believing Shisui could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and become the future of their clan. But several months ago, on a mission issued by Danzo, Shisui had vanished. Now, he'd returned, draped in strange, unfamiliar garb, and his very essence had shifted beyond recognition. Danzo, what kind of mission did you send him on? Fugaku seethed internally, eyes locked on Shisui's pale mask, as if trying to pierce through it and rediscover the young prodigy who had once carried so much promise. Why? Why did you turn out like this? There is no why, Shisui said calmly. Facing the clan head's question, he shook his head slightly. I only have a few questions for you, clan head Fugaku. Speak. First, those dark secrets buried within the village, the experiments with Hashirama's cells, the power centralization that targeted our clan, the pressure that drove White Fang to his death. Did you know about all of it? I did. Fugaku's brow furrowed, but as Shisui continued, a brief glimmer of satisfaction flashed across his eyes before he nodded solemnly. Yes, I knew. This village has rotted under the likes of Hiruzen Sarutobi, decayed and weak. And we, founders of Konoha, are left powerless. Even if I wanted change, I'd be feared, restricted. That's why our clan has pushed to depose the Hokage. Only the Uchiha can lead Konoha back to greatness. Emotion welled in Fugaku's voice as he stared Shisui down. I can sense your power, it surpasses even mine. Shisui, with your strength in my eyes, we can take that position. We can take it all. All right. Shisui nodded, unaffected by the passionate appeal. Then let's assume everything goes your way. The Uchiha seize power, win the political war, and install one of our own as Hokage. What then? What? Fugaku blinked, confusion flickering in his eyes. You seem completely unprepared, clan head. Shisui's voice was cold. Beyond your obsession with power, have you considered the village's future? What reforms will the Uchiha make? What policies? What change? All you want is control, to claim the village built by our ancestors and the first Hokage as your own. Isn't that right? Fugaku tried to speak, but no words came. He knew Shisui was right. They had no vision, no plan, only ambition. But Shisui, Fugaku finally argued, taking the Hokage seat is the beginning. That's when change becomes possible. We can transform the village, elevate the Uchiha, and cleanse the government of its corruption. You can't, Shisui said flatly. What? I said, you can't. Shisui shook his head slowly. The Land of Fire is the most prosperous country in the shinobi world. Konoha is its strongest hidden village. And because of that, its systems, its ideology, are too deeply ingrained to change. The daimyo's son remains a daimyo. The nobles pass their status to their children. The will of fire, a noble-sounding lie, only deepens the roots of the powerful, while the weak are left to grow, only to be harvested. You can't change the system, because you're part of it. The Dragon Slayer always becomes the dragon. Once you take the Hokage's seat, you'll become just like Hiruzen. You'll protect your authority, suppress the other clans, and repeat the same cycle that Tobirama and Sarutobi created. But. Fugaku's eyes wavered. He understood Shisui's meaning, but couldn't reconcile it. Wouldn't it still be better? He thought. If the Uchiha gained power, couldn't we begin to fix Konoha's darkness from within? Staring at Fugaku's uncertain expression, Shisui shook his head. I understand your hope, clan head Fugaku. But that future is not the one I seek. Though born into a powerful clan, Uchiha Shisui's beliefs had never been confined to it. In that sense, he shared some similarity with Itachi, the weasel. But unlike Itachi's blind idealism, Shisui, shaped through and through by Yuki Yoru, had evolved into something else entirely. He once loved his clan, and beyond that, the village of Konoha itself. But when Yoru tore away the village's veil of deception and exposed the filth underneath, Shisui realized, what he loved wasn't the institution of the village. It was the people. The smiling, kind, ordinary people who never had power. Yet in this prison called the Will of Fire, those lovely people were always the ones crushed, kept at the bottom, exploited, discarded. Shisui looked at Fugaku and said, Konoha cannot give me what I want, but I won't stop you, because I, too, am an Uchiha. Fugaku's fists clenched, then slowly relaxed. Is that what you brought me here to say? That's only part of it. Shisui rested his hand on the hilt of the blade at his waist. The other reason is to prepare you, and the Uchiha, for the impact of a new era. A new era. Boom. Before Fugaku could finish his thought, a pressure erupted around them, like the crushing weight of oceans and mountains crashing all at once. He stumbled back instinctively, gasping. The pressure expanded as Shisui slowly drew his blade. Fugaku's breath hitched, his lungs strained under the weight. The air itself felt compressed. A ringing crept into his ears. This wasn't chakra. This was something far more terrifying. Shirkai. The white captain's hayori on Shisui's back flared violently as if stirred by a soul's scream. Illuminate the sun, disrupt the gods. Clear the moon, corrupt the heart. The world rippled, like a droplet striking a lake. In an instant, invisible power burst forth. Fugaku's vision blurred, and a haunting resonance echoed in his ears. When it faded, and clarity returned, Fugaku found himself sitting at his desk inside the Konoha command tent. What? How is this possible? His eyes widened as if jolted awake from a nightmare. He stood up, completely dazed. A moment ago, he'd been in a clearing miles from camp, alone with Shisui. How could he have returned to his tent in an instant? Space-time ninjutsu? Genjutsu? Or, was it all a dream? No. The ache in his left eye, residual backlash from his own dojutsu, was real. Everything had happened. He had confronted Shisui. Fugaku stepped outside the tent. The sky was painted in amber, the sun near setting in the west. He stared at the orange twilight, fists clenched tight. When he and Itachi took down that IWA genin, it was just after lunch, barely afternoon. Since the moment Shisui had uttered Shirkai, he remembered nothing. Had he truly been unconscious? Like a puppet? Or had he fought and lost, his memory erased? Uchiha Genjutsu could erase memories. For someone like Shisui, a master illusionist, such a feat was simple. Still, Fugaku had never imagined this fate would befall even someone with the Mangekyo Sharingan. He didn't know what had happened. But one thing was certain. Against Shisui, he was completely powerless. Shisui, just what kind of power have you gained? Returning to the tent, Fugaku's thoughts were in turmoil. Power greater than his own dojutsu. Techniques beyond comprehension. That hayori, distinct from any standard Konoha uniform. Undoubtedly, in these past few months, Shisui had undergone a drastic transformation while on Danzo's mission. This transformation was so profound that Shisui's body and mind had completely changed, his power undergoing a metamorphosis akin to a butterfly breaking from its cocoon, and he had even abandoned both his clan and the village. And the core and key to all of this? Danzo. Danzo, what exactly did you order him to do? But in the end, Fugaku didn't report anything to Konoha's elders. He knew this change had little to do with Danzo. No one in Konoha could instill that power or ideology in Shisui. And he had no intention of exposing Shisui. Clan and village. Konoha and the Uchiha. Shisui, what did you see that I couldn't? Even with the Mangekyo, why am I still lost in fog? And what is this new era you spoke of? What suffocating spiritual pressure, Captain? Kushimaru Kuriere grinned as he removed his mask, crouching on a tree branch. I'm curious, what kind of being could push a monster like you to release your Zanpakuto? Don't tell me you ran into Orochimaru. The others also watched Shisui with interest. That immense spiritual pressure just now, though far from the main battle, was impossible for Shinigami like them to ignore. Even Yagura, another captain, turned to look. It was Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui said, emotionless. He awakened his Mangekyo. I had no choice but to release my Shirkai. Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone's expression tightened. With Shisui as the perfect experiment, Yoru had already compiled extensive research on the Sharingan, especially the forbidden Mangekyo. They had all studied its bizarre dojutsu, its connection to Susanoo, and the dark legacy it carried. If it was Mangekyo, then yeah, he's got real power. The Wicked Eye awakened Mangekyo. I've never heard of it. To hide something like that. Fugaku's ambitions must be huge. Captain, do you know what his Mangekyo power is? Speculation flew. But Shisui remained silent, leaning against a tree, masked face revealing nothing. The others fell quiet. Finally, Yagura muttered. You released your Zanpakuto. Fugaku should have learned something about you to a certain extent, right? Shisui opened his eyes. That guy never had to worry about information leakage, anyway. Besides, your next mission will definitely reveal your whereabouts and information too, won't it? TCH, whatever. Yagura snorted lightly, not bothering to say more. Everyone began to rest and regroup. What they had to do was not just simply set up the soul absorption devices. After all, devices are just devices. Given the current intensity of the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure, the devices they had set up would be full in a day or two. At that point, they would have to collect the instruments, and then redeploy them. A silent signal pulsed through the air. All eyes opened at once. Yagura stood. Well then. Duty calls. Need help? Shisui asked. Nah. No need to fight him to the death. Just need to plant a marker. I'll leave this place to you. I'm off. With a nod, Yagura vanished in a flash. Chapter 116, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 116. Border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. The golden sun slanted in the west, while the sly moon had already peeked out from the east. As day and night intertwined, evening glow filled the skies. Countless figures dashed swiftly through the forest, alarming birds and beasts alike. Their matching uniforms and cloud-emblazoned forehead protectors identified them clearly, shinobi of the hidden cloud. According to the intel, Konoha and Iwagakure are at each other's throats. Especially near Itano town, they're already engaging in close-quarters combat. Now's our time to strike. Konoha and IWA are like the snipe and the clam locked in battle, and we hidden cloud are the fisherman who takes it all. Yo. Snipe fights clam, cloud walks away with the prize. Octopus bee steps up, rock and leaf drop like flies, oh yeah. Ha, let's attack. The elite squad from Kimogakure raced through the woods, their light-hearted banter barely masking their strategic ambition. With Konoha and IWA waging a brutal war, ambition across the shinobi world stirred. Of the 5 great nations, Kimogakure had preserved the most combat power. No longer content to watch from the sidelines, they made their move, seeking advantage in a war nearing its end. Whoosh! Suddenly, a high-pressure water lance tore through the trees, aiming straight at the squad's most conspicuous figure, Killer Bee. The water spear was razor-sharp, cutting through trees with mirror-smooth slices and arriving with breakneck speed. The hidden cloud ninja were shocked, but Killer Bee didn't flinch. If you want to ambush Bee the Great, better train for another 20,000 years, mate. Crackling blue lightning flashed across his body. In the blink of an eye, Bee vanished from sight. In the next instant, he had drawn his blade. With legs bent against a tree, he launched like a missile toward the shadowy depths of the forest. Clang! Steel clashed, blades collided. 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee. His Zanpakuto surged with power. Then, without warning, the fingers holding the blade shifted, one lifted, pointing directly at Killer Bee's head. A burst of lightning shot from his fingertip at point-blank range, far too close to dodge. The attack nearly pierced the skull of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, but in the nick of time, a solid layer of red chakra surged forth and blocked the strike. Surprise flickered across Yagura's eyes. Bee ducked and spun, delivering a heavy kick to Yagura's chest, sending him flying. Yo, nice blade but your fashion's lame. Your sneak attacks just stoke my flame. You mess with Bee, you go down, punk-ass clown, Baka Yaro, Kono Yaro. Lord Bee. A laid-back, slouching youth shouted out, but Bee waved him off. Stick to the plan, don't sweat it. I'll handle this sneaky little punk myself. Zotsap. Lightning released chakra surged around Bee's blade, thunder roaring as he launched straight at Yagura. Yagura tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto to block the blow, but Bee flicked his wrist, 2 more blades appeared in his hands, thrusting toward Yagura's neck and chest. 3-sword style, huh? Yagura twisted his arms and forced Bee back, narrowly avoiding the attacks. But before he could retreat, crimson chakra enveloped Bee's body. 2 tentacle-like extensions lashed out toward Yagura like a pair of grasping octopus limbs. Yagura swung his blade in a backhand arc, releasing a burst of concentrated Riryoku that shot into the surrounding trees. The energy linked them together in a spiderweb-like formation, just in time to block the 2 incoming chakra tentacles. Bakudo number 37, Tsuruboshi. You're a tough one, 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Yagura landed lightly, glancing at the retreating hidden cloud squad before returning his gaze to Bee. I've heard a juicy rumor. They say you're a perfect Jinchuriki. Undercover or spy. You found out Bee's secret, oh my. His words were still rhyming, but the eyes beneath his shades had turned grim. This wasn't about stopping the hidden cloud squad. This guy had come specifically for him, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. And somehow, he knew Bee was a perfect Jinchuriki. B had only recently returned from training at the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, having finally synchronized with the Eight Tails, becoming one with Yuki. Only the fourth Raikage was supposed to know. Yet, this masked man. Knowledge like that. Danger, danger. Gotta take you out, you creepy stranger. B hurled all three swords like kunai, then charged, wreathed in lightning chakra, his body glowing with blue radiance. With his right arm extended and four fingers forward, he rocketed forward like an arrow. The third Raikage signature move, huh? A technique like that shouldn't be passed around lightly. A real pain in the ass, huh? Then. Shurikai. A surge of spiritual pressure exploded outward, deflecting B's incoming blades. From the tip of Yagura's Zanpakuto, a stream of water burst forth, catching B off guard. Bloom and reflect, Rinka. The water coalesced into a perfectly reflective mirror suspended in midair. B saw his own image, and the exact posture of his signature hell stab attack. Then. Crash. A lightning-clad figure burst through the mirror, his exact double. The clash of two four-finger piercings sent shockwaves through the forest. Hell stab, four-finger Nukite. X2. Two lances of unparalleled power collided, force against force, spear versus spear. Boom. Blinding light erupted, followed by silence. B stood panting on scorched earth. Blood dripped from his left hand, his fingers slightly twisted, but the red chakra of the tailed beast began healing him rapidly. He took a breath, fists clenched. With a sudden flex, 8 more swords appeared around him. Trying to copy B the real deal. Your fake-ass tricks just ain't real. 8-sword style, B's coming to end this fight. Man, you just won't shut up. B charged, cloaked in tailed beast chakra. Speed and power intensified, he curled into a spinning ball midair, like a whirling porcupine of blades crashing down on Yagura. Yagura showed no change in expression. The water mirror shimmered once more, this time reflecting B's spinning form. Clang. 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 His mirror clone burst forth again, matching B strike for strike. The real B manipulated his swords like a circus juggler, but every move was mirrored exactly. The water mirror technique, Yagura's signature move, now evolved through Shurikai. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, even as an Edo Tensei, he had used it to counter both Killer B and Ninetales Chakra mode Naruto together. Now, with Shurikai, its power had been perfected. Whatever the mirror reflected, it could reproduce in full. Copycats suck, just like chickens in diapers. Baka Yaro, Kono Yaro. B muttered angrily, as crimson chakra tails sprouted and solidified behind him, tentacles of the 8 tails taking physical form. He lashed them toward Yagura with devastating force. Boom. The shockwave rattled heaven and earth. But Yagura didn't budge. An identical semi-transformed version of B had intercepted the attack, tentacle versus tentacle. Even-tailed beast forms can be copied. B's jaw dropped. For a moment, he even forgot to rhyme. Watch yourself, B. Something's off. Yuki's deep voice rumbled in B's mind. You noticed it too, didn't you? This guy has no chakra, but can use techniques like this. Yeah. I noticed. B nodded. As a perfect Jinchuriki, his chakra sense was razor-sharp. He had realized it from the very first water jutsu. That was part of why he let the others go ahead. Must be some other energy source, doesn't matter now. Time for the real deal to shine, this faker's gonna feel the power of B the Divine. His inner dialogue with Yuki cut off. A surge of electricity exploded around B, even making his hair stand on end. In the next instant, he vanished. Despite his age, B's lightning release had always been powerful, but now, enhanced by the tailed beast, he might even surpass the fourth Raikage. He reappeared behind Yagura, right arm bent, elbow smashing down. Lariat. Boom. The blow shook the earth. All his power and chakra focused into a single point of destruction. Can't hide behind your dumb mirror now, you're going down. Baka Yaro, Kono Yaro. B landed steadily, grinning as he saw Yagura's form crumpled on the ground. But after a moment, his smile faded. The body turned into a puddle of water. Celebrating too soon, 8 tails. A calm voice crackled with thunder. A strike slammed into B's back, launching him into the ground. Yagura stood at the edge of the clearing, water flowing around him like spirits. My Rinka doesn't just reflect attacks. Heh. B staggered to his feet, blood trickling from his lips. If not for Gyuki's last-second defense, he'd be out of the fight already. Feels just like back then, huh, Gyuki? Back on Turtle Island. Gyuki's gruff voice echoed in his mind. Same moves. Same thoughts. This is your second falls of truth. Fighting your own mirror, chaotic, maddening. Hey, guess I've got no choice. Let's use that. Time to show this faker the real bee, Baka Yaro, Kono Yaro. A surge of tailed beast chakra flooded B's body. The oppressive force swept outward like a storm. Here it comes. Yagura narrowed his eyes at the gathering pressure. Rumble. Trees shattered, dust rose, and the earth shook as gigantic tentacles whipped everything away. A towering form emerged, bull-headed, octopus-tailed, roaring at the sky. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Full-tailed beast transformation. Chapter 117, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 117. The very earth shook, vast chakra waves ripping up trees and scattering dust. From the heart of the storm, a colossal ox-headed octopus emerged into the clearing. Tremble before Be the Great's might, just as a flashy pop idol's track goes ba, so dazzling. Eight Tails roar. Kananyo Ro. The beast spoke in human tones, then released a deafening roar. Its chakra-charged shockwave shattered the air around its maw, echoing in a ring of raw power. Yagura's expression grew grave beneath his white mask, lips whispering an incantation. Child of the heavens, a fortress of iron. The ox-headed octopus bellowed. In an instant, its pitch-black, twisted-tailed beast chakra condensed, countless miniature-tailed beast balls rained down on Yagura like a storm. Tigers roar, wolf stashes, sever heaven and earth before they collapse. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A fully incanted Danku stood firm before Yagura, intercepting the explosive barrage of Gyuki's tailed beast balls. The small-tailed beast balls made a series of dull, thudding impacts, blocked by the invisible barrier. The residual chakra surged in all directions, uprooting nearly every tree in the forest. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky, and over half the forest was leveled under the force of the blast. The fully incanted Danku blocked the tailed beast ball, but the Eight Tails tore through the explosion's aftershock, lunging straight at Yagura's Danku. At point-blank range, it opened its jaws and fired another tailed beast ball. The invisible barrier was forcibly shattered. Fortunately, Yagura's reaction was equally swift. The energy grazed his shoulder and ultimately landed far away, unleashing an enormous explosion of energy. Absurd power. At the instant of the explosion, Yagura reappeared perched on a distant branch. In the same breath, a shadow loomed behind him. Eight Tails' tentacles shot out. The strength of this guy is simply incomparable to that of the Three Tails or Six Tails. Yagura, the fourth Mizukage once anointed by the third and among Kirigakure's mightiest, had faced the power of Three and Six Tails before. But this was on another level entirely. It wasn't just chakra difference, it was the emergence of a perfect Jinchuriki. The Eight Tails' tentacle slammed down on Yagura's position, shattering sky and earth. His body burst apart like flowing water. But at that moment, an unharmed Yagura reappeared on the opposite side. The Eight Tails' tentacle came crashing down once more. To harness tailed beast power and retain elite shinobi combat awareness and skills. That is the mark of a true perfect Jinchuriki, he murmured. Thus far, no Jinchuriki in the ninja world had achieved real harmony. Those using 4 tails or 5 tails, even Kushina of the 9 tails, had forcibly drawn on tailed beast power. Killer Bee was the first to master full symbiosis. Honestly, Bunpuku was technically the first perfect Jinchuriki, but old monks don't fight. Boom. 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 The Eight Tails' tentacles struck in a relentless storm, trailing after images through the sky. Each blow, infused with massive chakra, carried the force to split mountains and shatter stone. Yagura's figure rippled like a fleeting illusion, but each time it was struck down, a flawless copy appeared in its place. This immense battle commotion also drew the attention of many. He's gone full-tailed beast mode. The Hidden Cloud elite squad that had advanced ahead fell into stunned silence. None of them had imagined anyone could force B to unleash his complete transformation. Even within Konohagakure, there were few who could match B's power, and to push him into full-tailed beast mode, only the fourth Raikage had ever come close. Lord Troy, what are we to do? Asked one shinobi. If even B can't handle that guy, there's even less point in us going over there. Purple-haired Troy in Cloud Jonin armor said. Trust B. We stick to our mission. Lord B's commotion is quite large, Konoha and Iwagakure might detect it, so we must be fast. Full speed to Itano town. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, within Iwagakure's war tent, Katsuchi sat solemnly at the commander's seat. High-ranking officers like Akatsuki and Hana looked equally grim. The Leafs' counteroffensive grows intense. If this continues, we'll lose ground fast. And still no sign of Cloud support. Akatsuki cursed. They'll only join once we and Leaf are both exhausted, Katsuchi replied heavily. Just yesterday, while engaging Konoha's main forces, their support units, medical and reconnaissance squads, were ambushed by Minato Namikaze's strike team. Meanwhile, Rashi and Han were still locked in battle with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. We've committed nearly every available force. Just then, an Iwagakure ANBU rushed in and leaned close to Katsuchi, whispering, Commander Katsuchi, the recon unit detected a large-scale chakra signature roughly 50 kilometers to the east. The intel was relayed via reverse summoning. The level of that chakra is estimated to be a tailed beast. A tailed beast. After hearing this, Katsuchi's plump face furrowed. There were only 9 tailed beasts in the world. Iwagakure held 2, Konoha 1. Over the past few months, the tailed beasts on both sides had clashed repeatedly. Each village had long since learned the extent of the other's forces. And given that only a tailed beast could reliably counter another, Konoha would never risk deploying its Jinchuriki that far from the front line. Can we confirm the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's location? It's not the Nine Tails, Kari replied gravely. Han and Rashi just engaged her on the battlefield. That ruled out Konoha. So then, who? Kirigakure? Though they'd suffered heavy losses, with Yuki Yoru, essentially a walking natural disaster, and a new alliance with Konoha, it wasn't impossible they had come to offer support. But the Three Tails had vanished at Higashimatsuyama after its Jinchuriki's death. And the Six Tails had been slain by Yuki Yoru himself within Kirigakure. That meant they shouldn't have any tailed beasts left. Then. Kumogakure? Katsuchi's eyes narrowed sharply, realization flashing through them. His father had already signed a covert alliance with the Hidden Cloud. If the chakra signature was truly theirs, Konoha was in for a rude awakening. But if Cloud had intended to ambush them, then unleashing such massive tailed beast chakra made no sense. It completely blew the element of surprise. Thus Katsuchi ordered, fire the special signal flare. Scouts, confirm what we're dealing with. Yes, sir. The ANBU vanished into shadows. Officers eyed the huge strategic map, glinting with anticipation. If Cloud had truly brought the 8 tails, this could be the turning point. Let's prepare counterattack, Katsuchi said with burning eyes. Hana, Akatsuki, ready your squads. Yes, sir. Back at the Konoha command tent. Fugaku had still not reported the situation with Shisui. But as he adjusted his state and stepped out of the tent, he noticed a flurry of movement, Scout Nin darting back and forth across the camp. What? Massive tailed beast chakra. Upon learning that a powerful chakra signature had erupted nearly 100 li away, Fugaku's eyes narrowed sharply. His first thought was a surprise strike from Iwagakure. But he calmed himself quickly. The 4 tails and 5 tails were still locked in battle with Kushina. IWA wouldn't risk deploying them elsewhere now. That meant a third party, he muttered. He headed for the central command tent, where Danzo, Orochimaru, and Udatane Koharu had already assembled. Have we confirmed the intel? Fugaku asked, his voice low and steady. Danzo gave him a sidelong glance and shook his head. I've already dispatched Minato, but it'll take time. There's no flying thunder god seal in that direction. In any case, Orochimaru rasped, recon doesn't matter if we can't secure our position. What matters now is reinforcing our defenses. The 4 tails and 5 tails just clashed with Kushina and were injured. Iwagakure can't deploy them again so soon. Sunagakure has surrendered. Kirigakure is our ally. That leaves only one possibility, the Hidden Cloud. They were spotted not long ago near the land of hot water, he added. And with our forces locked in deadlock with IWA, it's the perfect time for them to strike, typical vulture strategy. Everyone in the room fell silent. They had only just begun turning the tide against Iwagakure, having poured immense manpower and resources into pushing the front lines out of the land of fire and into the land of grass. If the Hidden Cloud chose this moment to strike. Bad news. The tent flap burst open, and a Hyuga scout stepped in, clearly out of breath. Reverse-summoned intel just came in, our outpost at Atano Town is under heavy assault by Hidden Cloud shinobi. It's on the verge of falling. What? That fast? Danzo rose to his feet, slamming a hand on the table. Those Hidden Cloud bastards, striking now of all times. He scowled. Fine. I'll go teach them a lesson they won't forget. No. Let me handle it, Orochimaru said suddenly, stepping forward. There's a good chance they've brought a Jinchuriki. When it comes to fighting monsters of that scale, leave it to me. Danzo narrowed his eyes, studying him for a moment before nodding. Very well. No need to hold back. Make sure those bastards remember this lesson. Orochimaru's grin widened. Leave it to me. Deep in the forest. Yagura stood firm before the mountain-sized 8 tails, gripping Rinka. The beast raised all 8 tentacles, its bulk spinning like a cyclone. Monster. Yagura whispered. A hurricane blast of chakra shredded the surroundings, rocks splintered, even the canopy seemed to pull away in fear. This is the true power of a tailed beast, raw, indiscriminate force. Yagura's body was crushed into water droplets, the beast's spin continued until every trace of forest debris vanished. Then, B's voice cut through the wreckage. Yo, mess with B the Great, you're getting sent to meet death. Oh yeah. The tailed beast chakra dissipated, and Killer Bee's human form reappeared. He looked around at the devastation. Oops, maybe that was a bit loud. Surprise attacks blown, yo. No matter, unstoppable Killer Bees on the scene. Ain't nobody standing in my way, Eight Tails roar, Konanyowaro. He leapt away, racing toward Itano town. After he vanished, the forest air rippled and coalesced into another water mirror. Reflected within it emerged the figure of the 13th squad captain. An absolute beast. The captain mused. But our mission's done. A low voice, tinged with awe, slipped from beneath the mask as he surveyed the scene. With a flick of his wrist, he released two specialized spiritual tools. Guided by his Ryuryoku, they traced looping Kido strokes across his right arm like flowing calligraphy. Dark patterns spread from his forearm to his palm, then flared outward, shaping themselves into a glowing, square spiritual array. Bakudo number 77, Tentikura. Mizukage-sama, the coordinates of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki have been locked. Monitoring microbes and spiritual seeds have been successfully implanted across all three states, full-tailed beast mode, partial transformation, and human form. Additionally, the Two Tails Jinchuriki was not present among the assault team. Chapter 118, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 118. Konohagakure's surprise assault was exposed, but backed by the power of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, they still succeeded in their mission. Itano town's defenses were no match for Konohagakure's elite squad, especially with a Jinchuriki in their force. By the time Orochimaru arrived, Itano had already fallen into Konohagakure's hands. He had no choice but to retreat to Konoha's front lines and report the situation. The news reached the Hidden Leaf village immediately. The Hokage was furious. When he learned that Konohagakure had launched an ambush and even taken Itano town, he lashed out in anger, sweeping the documents off his desk. But in the end, he could only collapse into the Hokage's chair. After a long silence, he picked up the pipe on his desk, took a deep drag, and felt the sting of the tobacco in his mouth. In just 1 year, his most beloved student had died, his most promising son was gone, Konoha had fought Kirigakure to a stalemate, signed a humiliating treaty, issued a formal apology, and nearly suffered an invasion from Iwagakure. And now, Konohagakure, who had long since withdrawn from the war, was returning to the battlefield. Tobirama-sensei once said that a shinobi bears a blade in their heart, a symbol of suppressing emotion and showing no weakness. As the one in power, this applied even more so. To be a true leader, one must not show joy or anger outwardly. But right now, he was struggling to contain himself. What should I do? The weary and aged face of Hiruzen Sarutobi was filled with sorrow. His slightly clouded eyes seemed to see a vision of the armies of Iwagakure and Konohagakure marching upon Konoha's gates. No. I can't let this happen. I absolutely won't allow it. Konoha cannot fall in my hands. Never. But how could he reverse the dire situation? Sarutobi's hands trembled slightly. He took another long drag from his pipe, mind racing through possibilities. With Inoki still active, a joint strategy using the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Minato was out of the question. That left only. His eyes fell on a framed decree nearby, Konoha's official apology. And with it came memories of a youthful, arrogant boy he'd seen once in the Land of Iron. He instinctively considered making a deal to request that young man's help. After all, Konoha and Kirigakure were currently allies, and Konoha hadn't yet completed its reparations. Millions in payments remained. If he sought help, there was a high chance Kirigakure would approve. But the thought vanished just as quickly. According to Minato, who had learned from the great Toad Sage, that boy had gained terrifying power by devouring souls, a forbidden technique that explained how he'd become the fourth Mizukage at such a young age. Fortunately, he was now consumed with political power, which meant his strength was stagnant. That was good, for Konoha and for the shinobi world. They absolutely could not let him rejoin the war. If he resumed devouring souls, no one could predict how strong he'd become. So that was not an option. But what, then, was the solution? Sarutobi frowned deeply, smoking in silence for a long time. Eventually, he left the office. He wandered until he reached Konoha's secret archive. This vault housed rare scrolls, forbidden jutsu, and secret knowledge, including much of what his teacher, Tobirama Senju, had collected. With war ever present, Sarutobi had been visiting this place more often, even opening access to high-level techniques for Konoha's shinobi to bolster their strength. He selected a scroll and began reading, considering one dark possibility. Could a forbidden jutsu resolve this? Among Tobirama's legacy was one such jutsu. A powerful technique that could end Konoha's crisis in an instant. But it was too dangerous. Once used, Konoha would become a pariah, condemned by the entire shinobi world, no matter the war's outcome. It was a last resort, one Sarutobi would only consider if absolutely cornered. Frustrated, he picked up another scroll, not a jutsu, but an intelligence report on Kirigakure, where the current front with Iwagakure lay. It detailed the region's terrain, shinobi strength, and a full assessment of the grass village. He brought the scroll back to his office and began mapping out troop movements of IWA, Konoha, and the soon-to-arrive Kimo forces. But no matter how he calculated, there was no path to victory. If IWA and Kimo converge, all of Konoha's current advantages will be wiped out. What should I do? Should I really use that forbidden jutsu? Disguise our identity and attack as a third party? But everyone would recognize Konoha's jutsu. Hiding their identity would be a fool's move. Still, if push came to shove, maybe denial would suffice. Let's go with that for now, Suddenly, Sarutobi's gaze froze on a line in the scroll's corner. The handwriting was old, distinct from the annual updates. But the content gripped his attention. The ultimate weapon from the Sage of Six Paths era, Kirigakure once came close to using it to conquer the world. A mysterious box that can grant a single wish, if fed with massive amounts of chakra. Sarutobi murmured aloud, eyes unreadable. After a long pause, he shut the scroll. A steely resolve flashed in his eyes. All of this is for Konoha. Lord Orochimaru, the intel is confirmed, the box of ultimate bliss really does exist in Kirigakure. Two figures stood on the branches of a towering tree. Minato Namikaze, just returned from reconnaissance, spoke with grave urgency. They treat the box as a sacred treasure. Dozens of grassnin guard it. With the ongoing instability from the war, they're preparing to relocate it. A useful lead, Orochimaru rasped, eyes fixed on the distant village. Still. I've found something better. If the box fails, we can use this instead. This. Yes, the seven tails. Orochimaru licked his lips, his vertical pupils gleaming like a predator's. Back in the first Hokage's day, the tailed beasts were distributed among the nations. The impoverished Wind Country kept the one tail, but sold the seven tails. I always thought the tail was a myth, but it's true. The buyer? Takigakure, the hidden waterfall village, right next to the land of grass. What? Minato's eyes widened. Lord Orochimaru, but Taki is our ally. So what? Orochimaru interrupted coldly. We can't use Kushina to charge the box with chakra. But the seven tails? Much easier. And if we need an excuse, a failed sealing in a minor village, the beast goes berserk and disappears, sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Minato fell silent. Then nodded. Indeed, if the choice was between risking Kushina and taking the seven tails, there was no question. We'll split up. Move fast, Taki still has the beast sealed. I'll retrieve it. You secure the box. Without waiting for a reply, Orochimaru vanished in a puff of white smoke. Minato stared silently at Kirigakure, clutching his flying thunder god kunai. All of this is for the village. Against low and mid-level shinobi, the flying thunder god technique was unstoppable. In a flash, the guards protecting the box of ultimate bliss were cut down before they even realized what hit them. Minato walked calmly through the blood and bodies, stopping before a massive gray-black cube, each side carved with a different expression, joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. A sinister chakra pulsed from within. Can you really help us save Konoha? The box seemed to respond. As Minato whispered to himself, one of the carved faces twitched slightly, its grimace growing even more horrific. Intruder. Alert. Damn it, he's after the box of ultimate bliss. Hurry. Voices rang from outside. Minato shook his head, placed his flying thunder god seal, and vanished with the box just before the guards arrived. By the time they reached the chamber, the box was gone. But things weren't going as smoothly for Orochimaru. Though the journey from grass to waterfall took little time for someone of his speed, a new obstacle had appeared. Seems I've stumbled into something troublesome. Three figures in black cloaks with red clouds blocked his path. Orochimaru's face grew serious. The legendary bounty hunter Kakuzu, the men who killed the third Kazekage, Sasori of the Red Sand, and... those eyes. The Rinnegan. Wearing his standard Konoha Jonin attire, Orochimaru licked his lips, gaze sharp. Renegade shinobi from every village, forming a new force in the shadows, huh? There is no shadow. Akatsuki was born of a god's will. Pain's voice was cold and expressionless, his pale violet Rinnegan fixed on Orochimaru. Calling yourself a god? That's quite the claim. Orochimaru sneered. He'd come to secure the seven tails for Konoha, but now, what a find. Kakuzu and Sasori didn't worry him. But those eyes, the Rinnegan, said to belong to the Sage of Six Paths himself. If I could claim them, there's no war I couldn't win. Well then, care to step aside? I'm rather pressed for time. Step aside. Kakuzu's eyes glowed green. Orochimaru of the Sannin, your head is worth a fortune. Curiosity kills, Orochimaru, Sasori added with a smirk. Lose you, and Konoha might fall apart entirely. So this is a fight, then? Of course. I'd love to see Konoha crushed by IWA and Kumo, Sattori said, stepping forward. His gaze locked on Orochimaru's forehead protector, old memories stirring. His killing intent surged. I'll handle this one. Stay out of it. Fine. As long as I get the bounty, I don't care, Kakuzu muttered. They stepped back as Sattori unfurled a scroll. With a puff of smoke, the puppet of the third Kazekage appeared. You turned the strongest Kazekage into a puppet. Sattori of the Red Sand, you truly are a genius. Flattery won't save you, Orochimaru. Magnet release, iron sand shower. Wind release, great breakthrough. Iron sand rained like a storm. Orochimaru countered with a fierce wind jutsu, blocking the attack. From the shadows, a figure in a white hayori, marked with a large kanji 4-6 on the back, observed the battle. Well now. This looks like quite the spectacle. Chapter 119, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 119. Under Sattori of the Red Sand's exquisite control, the third Kazekage human puppet fought without fear of death or pain, its combat strength fully matched that of the real Kazekage when he was alive. Wind release was countered by magnet release's iron sand, and Sasori's puppet body was immune to poison. Orochimaru's usual techniques were ineffective against an opponent like this. After several exchanges, Orochimaru was pushed back again and again, showing clear signs of defeat. Magnet release, iron sand gathering assault. A torrent of iron sand rapidly compressed into massive, jet-black weapons, howling through the air toward Orochimaru. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Orochimaru bit his thumb, rapidly formed hand seals, and slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon. With a burst of white smoke, the massive demonic gate known as Rashomon erupted from the ground, its gaping maw summoned to devour and block incoming attacks. Boom. The iron sand slammed heavily into the gate, sending shockwaves through the ground. In that moment, a flood of snakes burst forth from behind the Rashomon, instantly overwhelming the third Kazekage puppet. Clack, clack. The suicidal strikes of the snake horde caused visible malfunctions in the puppet's joints. Once a puppet is surrounded by a swarm like that, it becomes difficult to control, doesn't it? You don't get to critique my puppetry, scum. Sasori's expression didn't change as his fingers danced. Iron sand chakra surged from the puppet's body. In the next instant, the iron sand erupted violently, blowing away the snakes. Countless razor-sharp spikes spread across the entire battlefield. Iron Sand World Method. So this is the power of the strongest Kazekage. Orochimaru's face was twisted in a strange smile, not an ounce of fear in his expression. Did you know, Sattori? I was the supreme commander of Konoha's war efforts against Sunagakure. After our victory, I personally accepted the fourth Kazekage's formal surrender. Of course, I don't mention this to brag, but during the surrender proceedings, my snakes happened to discover something quite interesting outside Sunagakure. He formed the boar hand seal. A strange glow emerged from the ground before him. A wooden coffin slowly broke through the earth, rising into view. Thanks to Iwagakure and Kimogakure pushing us this far, the old man finally approved it. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare use this technique so recklessly. What? Sattori narrowed his eyes at Orochimaru's cryptic words. But when the figure stepped out of the coffin, his expression twisted into pure shock. Even Kakuzu looked on in disbelief. Though Pain's face remained expressionless, far away atop the massive mechanical structure, Nagato's Rinnegan narrowed ever so slightly. Something unexpected. What's wrong, Nagato? Conan asked softly. It's nothing dangerous, just surprising, he replied calmly. To others, this jutsu, manipulating the souls of the dead, was deeply disturbing. But to Nagato, wielder of the Rinnegan, it was nothing more than a curiosity. The power of a god is absolute. Yet Konoha, that self-proclaimed bastion of justice and peace, has secretly studied such a soul-defiling technique. This world truly is too filthy for hope. Unbelievable. Murmured a man cloaked in a pure white hayori, his face lit with curiosity and excitement from the shadows nearby. So this is the forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage, the one the fourth told me about, and I'm seeing it on my very first mission. It's a good thing I'm the one who came. If it were the second squad captain, they probably wouldn't be able to carry out these tasks calmly. He chuckled to himself. Actually, the fourth might have one of these jutsu as well. Maybe I'll try it myself someday. What is this? Staring at the figure before him, so familiar it hurt, Sasori's eyes darkened. You don't recognize him. It's the third Kazekage, the one you killed, Orochimaru said with a smirk. Only now I've brought him back with a forbidden technique. After all, to fight the strongest Kazekage puppet, I had to summon the real deal. You. Sattori, you dared turn me into a puppet. The resurrected third Kazekage stared coldly at the iron sand formation before him, and the red-haired figure responsible. This time, things won't end like they did last time. Orochimaru calmly inserted a cursed kunai into the back of the Kazekage's head. A faint aura of Edo Tensei chakra flickered across his body. It was the sign of a soul forcibly bound to a physical vessel. Come, Sattori. Let's see which is superior, your human puppet, or my forbidden technique. Iron Sand Barrier. The resurrected third Kazekage formed hand seals. An overwhelming iron sand formation, just as powerful as Sasori's puppet, roared to life. Iron Sand versus Iron Sand. Strongest versus strongest. And now, it's your turn. Orochimaru turned toward the still-shocked Kakuzu and the impassive Pain. If you won't stand aside, then I'll eliminate each of you here and now. Eliminate us. Bold words, Orochimaru, Kakuzu scoffed. He raised his arm. From beneath his Akatsuki cloak, his arm burst apart, and countless black tendrils lashed out toward Orochimaru like a storm. Orochimaru's pupils shrank. Like a boneless creature, he bent his torso back a full 180 degrees, barely dodging the deadly assault. How delightful, this is getting more and more fun. The tendrils retracted. Orochimaru stood upright again, observing Kakuzu's grotesque, ragdoll-like body, patched together with seams and masks. Takigakure's forbidden technique. Earth Grudge Fear. You've done your research, Kakuzu sneered. Let's see if you can smile like that when you're dead. Let's find out. Orochimaru bit his thumb again, formed hand seals, and slammed both palms to the ground. A massive cloud of white smoke erupted, causing the ground to tremble. A deep voice growled from within the smoke, "Oi, Orochimaru, I told you not to summon me so casually." Orochimaru's raspy voice replied, "This time is different. Don't worry, your sacrifice will come soon enough." The smoke gradually dissipated. A gigantic purple snake, like a mountain, coiled before everyone. A summoned beast, huh? Facing the massive Manda, Kakuzu showed no fear. With a low growl, two of his masks tore free from his body, looking monstrous and ominous. Fire style, searing migraine. Wind release, pressure damage. Combined element jutsu, blazing wind storm. The two masks opened their mouths wide. Intense heat and high-pressure wind spheres were expelled from each, combining in midair to form a towering sea of fire that swept overwhelmingly towards Manda. Damn you, Orochimaru. What kind of opponent did you throw me into? The heat made Manda roar in fury. He twisted his body with shocking agility, evading the combined jutsu and launching himself like a cannonball toward Kakuzu. Boom. 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 Explosions shook the dense forest. Stones and trees flew, clouds of dust blanketing the sky. Each movement of Manda's massive body felt like an A-rank earth release technique, ravaging the forest with sheer force. As thick smoke permeated the air, a snake-like figure suddenly shot out from the dense smoke, directly bypassing Kakuzu, who was fiercely battling Manda, and lunging straight for Pain. The Rinnegan is mine. The calm Rinnegan gazed at Orochimaru, who had suddenly lunged in front of him. His indifferent gaze was like that of someone watching a clown, without fear or anger. Putting on airs. The Rinnegan is mine. The excitement in Orochimaru's eyes was unconcealed. His hand shot directly towards those Rinnegan, as if to gouge them out. But Orochimaru's hand, just a hair's breadth from those pale purple eyes, could not advance another inch. It was as if an invisible barrier was blocking it. What? Shinra Tensei. Pain raised his hand. A terrifying repulsive force exploded outward. Orochimaru's body was slammed into the ground like a dead dog. A flash of surprise appeared in the eyes of the 6th Division captain hidden in the shadows. As the trees around him were torn away by that unstoppable repulsive force, his figure vanished without a trace. Manda let out a grunt before poofing away in a burst of smoke. The Edo Tensei Kazekage crumbled into dust and vanished into the afterlife. Kakuzu approached Orochimaru's fallen body, only to find a shed snakeskin. TCH. He shed his skin to escape mid-flight. Sasori said, retrieving his puppet. Slippery snake. But for Konoha's chief commander to appear at the Land of Grass and Land of Waterfalls border. Clearly aiming to escalate the war, dragging small nations into the conflict of the great powers, Pain said coldly. Let's move. We need to find our next recruit. TCH, guess he ran fast enough, Kakuzu muttered, tossing aside the snakeskin. That head was worth millions. Meanwhile, having narrowly escaped death, Orochimaru, still shaken by the power of the Rinnegan, slithered into Takigakure, searching for the seven-tailed sealing vessel. That power. So this is the legendary Eye of the Sage of Six Paths. I'd love to get a closer look. And Akatsuki's leader has it. That mercenary group has become a gathering of elite rogue shinobi now. How fascinating. Orochimaru licked his lips, unfazed by his failure. But something about that man called Pain felt familiar. Wait, could it be? Fate is truly unpredictable. Even in death, you've left me surprises. Jiraiya. Because no suitable host or sealing technique was available, the seven tails had not been placed inside a Jinchuriki. It remained sealed within a vessel housed inside Takigakure's sacred tree. Orochimaru moved quickly. Taki's waterfall barrier was impressive to most, but not to him. Soon, a white snake slithered into a secret chamber and swallowed the vessel whole. What's this? It was a gourd-shaped crystal bottle containing a shimmering liquid, seemingly plain water, but glowing faintly with chakra. If stored alongside the seven tails, it clearly wasn't ordinary. Orochimaru recognized it instantly. Takigakure's secret treasure, the hero water. Said to grant the drinker chakra many times their normal level, at the cost of drastically shortened lifespan. A power-boosting tool akin to the Akimichi clan's red chili pill. With this, even without the seven tails, I can activate the box of ultimate bliss. His eyes gleamed. In wartime, life was the cheapest currency. If members of the Akimichi clan drank the hero water and took the clan's special pills, they could generate enormous chakra. Enough to oppose Iwagakure or Kimogakure, or to activate the box of ultimate bliss. Orochimaru swallowed the hero water as well. But just as he prepared to leave, a figure appeared at the doorway, leaning against the frame. I was wondering why you retreated halfway through your fight. So this was your goal, Takigakure Seven Tails. Cloaked in a pure white hayori, with golden hair and a green undershirt, the man had no eyebrows but sported two comically expressive mustache tufts. That item may relieve some of Konoha's burden, but unfortunately, your mission conflicts with mine. So, would you kindly hand over the seven tails, my friend? Another monster, Orochimaru muttered, his smile fading as he gazed at the men he once read about in textbooks. It's been decades since your era, hasn't it? Second Mizukage, Gungetsu Hozuki. Chapter 120, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 120. Orochimaru was starting to regret coming to Takigakure. If he'd just chosen the box of ultimate bliss in Kirigakure, he wouldn't have kept running into monsters like these. He'd already faced Kakuzu, the immortal bounty hunter who once tried to assassinate the first Hokage. Then Sasori of the Red Sand, who killed the third Kazekage and turned him into a human puppet. After that, Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, wielding the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. And just when he thought he'd escaped their grasp, he crossed paths with another nightmare. Gungetsu Hozuki, the second Mizukage of Kirigakure, a shinobi so powerful he once led his village to greatness. Every one of them was a top-tier powerhouse of the shinobi world. But at least the others were still alive. But Gungetsu Hozuki. Anyone who'd read a history scroll knew he'd died decades ago, perishing alongside Iwagakure's second Tsuchikage, Mu, in a mutual kill during the First Great Ninja War. So how was this man, long dead, suddenly standing here, alive and conscious? Could this be some secret Kirigakure weapon? A forbidden reanimation experiment? No. Impossible. If that were the case, he would have appeared months ago, when Kirigakure was nearly wiped out by Konoha. But back then, aside from Yagura and that rogue Yuki Yoru, the mist had no other defenders and was forced to retreat. So if he's not Kirigakure's doing, then who is he? I didn't expect anyone would still recognize me. Guess I haven't been forgotten yet, Gungetsu said with a teasing smile, his tiny mustache twitching. So, about that Seven Tails vessel. Mind handing it over? I'm on a mission. He wasn't acting like an Edo tensei, he was fully self-aware, not under any control. He even spoke of being on a mission. And that hayori he wore, pure white, with the kanji 4-6 on the back, was clearly not a typical Kiri uniform. Orochimaru's sharp eyes flicked over Genjetsu's face, his iris, expression, posture, and that insignia. That 6 clearly meant something. And if there was a 6, were there also a 5, 7, 8? I'm afraid I can't comply, Lord Second Mizukage, Orochimaru replied smoothly. Konoha needs the Seven Tails. Besides, aren't Konoha and Kirigakure allies now? A little flexibility between friends. Nope, Gungetsu cut in casually. I've got a mission to complete. You understand, right? Mission. His tone was cheerful, but it made it clear, no negotiation. If I fail, I'll be in trouble. So how about we stop wasting time? I see. The moment the words fell, Orochimaru's body twisted unnaturally, his neck stretching like a snake. With a hiss, he spat out a venomous green serpent, which opened its mouth wide to release a gleaming kusanagi sword aimed straight at Gungetsu. Negotiations failed, huh? Gungetsu sighed. He lifted one hand like a pistol and fired a high-speed water gun, hydrification bullet, a pressurized shot that struck the kusanagi midair, deflecting it with a metallic clash. Orochimaru used the recoil to whip his body around and retreat. Oi, snakeskin freak! If you run now, I'll unleash a steam imp on your Konoha base, got it? Genjetsu's expression dropped. He was visibly annoyed. They were already mid-battle, and this guy wanted to escape. Thanks to Tentikura, he'd overheard that captains of Squad 2 and Squad 13 had already completed their missions. If he, the old-timer, failed here, that'd be seriously embarrassing. The threat made Orochimaru flinch, and in that instant, their surroundings crystallized. Bakudo number 73, Tazancho, Inverse Mountain Crystal. A translucent blue prism enclosed them both. Don't even think about running, snake brat. Hand over the 7 tails. A barrier? Orochimaru's eyes scanned the crystalline seal. Genjetsu's body began exuding floating bubbles drifting toward him. He's setting up for Steam Imp. Wait, if he detonates in this confined space. Orochimaru's face tensed. He immediately bit his thumb, formed seals, and shouted, summoning jutsu. A vast cloud of white smoke exploded inside the crystal. The space shook as a massive purple serpent nearly filled the entire crystal cage. Orochimaru. What the hell now? You just summoned me. Boom. A massive explosion cut off Manda's growl. The entire barrier shattered under the blast. When the smoke cleared, Manda was unconscious, badly burned, before vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Gungetsu grinned, eyes gleaming. Using your own summon to soak the blast. Cold-blooded. I like that. Being praised by the second Mizukage, what an honor. Orochimaru inhaled slowly. So, if I don't kill you here, I can't take the 7 tails back, is that it? Exactly. If you run, I'll show your Konoha a little steam-based surprise. I doubt your village, already struggling against Iwagakure and Kimogakure, can handle that. So it's either defeat me, or hand over the 7 tails. In that case. Orochimaru formed the boar seal. The ground rumbled as a wooden coffin emerged. Edo Tensei. TCH. You again, wait, who is that? The third Kazekage spirit, half-summoned, glared, but froze when he saw Gungetsu. Could it be, this is also a forbidden jutsu like Edo Tensei? You're using Edo Tensei on me. Gungetsu tilted his head. Wow. You really don't get it. What do you mean? Orochimaru frowned. He knew Genjetsu's signature jutsu, Steam Imp, Water Release, and cloning. The third Kazekage's Iron Sand was a perfect counter. And Edo Tensei could infinitely revive, ideal against explosions. So why was Gungetsu so calm? No matter, he'd find out. Second Mizukage, Gungetsu Hozuki. As the third Kazekage voiced his disbelief, Orochimaru inserted the cursed kunai into the nape of his neck. But before the soul could fully fuse, Gungetsu vanished. A cold flash. Slash. The third Kazekage was cleaved in half. It's useless. Edo Tensei is immortal. Even if you strike mid-activation, it. You sure about that? Genjetsu's blade flashed again. With casual precision, he swung his Zanpakuto at Orochimaru. Orochimaru narrowly dodged, but Gungetsu flicked his fingers. High-speed water gun shot forth, followed by bubbling orbs from his palm. Bang. The water gun halted Orochimaru midair. The bubble orbs exploded at point-blank range. His serpentine body was blasted into fragments. The battle looked finished. But Gungetsu didn't strike again. Moments later, Orochimaru emerged from his own ruined remains, unharmed. You even saw through my false death molt. His snake eyes narrowed. And how did you destroy the Edo Tensei Kazekage so easily? You expect me to just tell you, enemy? Gungetsu scoffed. He patted the sheath of his Zanpakuto. You give me the 7 tails, maybe I'll drop a hint. Wait, what? Orochimaru spat out the vessel and tossed it at Genjetsu's feet. Gungetsu blinked. Wait, we were supposed to fight, weren't we? What's with this anticlimax? Drawing your blade against someone unbeatable is stupidity. And we have no personal vendetta. Orochimaru's tone cooled. His eyes fell on the fading remnants of the third Kazekage. So now, may I ask? How did you do it, Lord Second? The Edo body regenerates, but not the soul. Genjetsu's tone shifted slightly as he picked up the vessel. Edo Tensei drags a soul from the Pure Land. Destroy that soul, and the technique collapses. He eyed Orochimaru. If all Konoha shinobi were as smart as you, maybe you wouldn't have fought Kirigakure to the brink last time. So it's the soul. Orochimaru ignored the jab and analyzed it deeply. This meant that Gungetsu Hozuki was able to instantly defeat Impure World Reincarnation because he sliced the third Kazekage's soul in one strike, causing the Edo Tensei to collapse at its very foundation, the soul. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the Zanpakuto at Gungetsu Hozuki's waist. This sword, was it also a Kusanagi sword? In the shinobi world, kusanagi wasn't a singular sword, it referred to a legendary class of blades, like the supreme-grade swords of the One Piece world. No one knew how many there truly were. Orochimaru's own kusanagi was renowned for its indestructibility. It seemed very likely that the second Mizukage's resurrection was deeply connected to this kusanagi sword, capable of severing souls. You like my Zanpakuto? Gungetsu noticed his stare and tapped the hilt. Sorry, it's not for loan. Of course. Orochimaru bowed slightly. Then I'll take my leave, Lord Second. After facing Akatsuki and Gungetsu, Orochimaru suddenly felt that Iwagakure and Kimogakure were barely threats in comparison. One bore the Sage of Six Paths legendary Rinnegan, while the other wielded the power to sever souls, a long-dead Kage resurrected from the Pure Land. Compared to these, Konoha's war was just a child's game. I have to report everything back, immediately. He vanished into the shadows. TCH, lame, Gungetsu muttered, walking toward the edge of Takigakure. He activated Tentikura to report in. Mission complete, 4th. I even over-delivered. There was no Jinchuriki, so I brought back the whole Seven-Tails sealing vessel. Should I return, or? Oh. Inside the Mizukage's office in Kirigakure, Yoru grinned wide. This operation, sending the division captains, was for two purposes, gathering souls to create a heavy spirit zones, and locating the tailed beasts for the upcoming tailed beast hunt. As Mizukage, Yoru couldn't just kill indiscriminately anymore, but he wasn't going to let his strength stagnate either. Tailed beasts were listed by the system as special lifeforms. Each kill, 500,000 points. And they respawn infinitely. Ideal targets for point farming. Originally, he'd only expected Gungetsu to tag the beast like Yagura had done. Instead, Gungetsu overperformed, bringing back the entire sealing vessel. As expected of the second Mizukage. My 6th division captain. 500,000 points, right within reach. Well done, Gungetsu. Actually, I'll just reverse summon you here immediately. Chapter 121, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 121. The desolate island was barren, populated only by jagged rocks and a few scattered trees. Though still within the territory of the Land of Water, this uninhabited island was far enough from any village to serve as the ideal location for handling tailed beasts. The gloomy sky split apart, allowing a shaft of light to shine through as 6th Squad Captain, Hozuki Gungetsu, descended from above. Here, the 7 tails you wanted. The mustached captain casually produced the vessel containing the tailed beast. During the mission, I also encountered some interesting figures, Sasori of the Red Sand, the bounty hunter Kakuzu, and a pair of Rinnegan eyes, likely belonging to that Nagato you mentioned, 4th. They're gathering allies. That Kakuzu guy just joined the Akatsuki. And also. Orochimaru, Gungetsu added. That guy's quite something. His research into ninjutsu is deep, and his grasp of Edo Tensei is fairly competent. He was after the 7 tails too. I fought him, and once he realized he couldn't win, he handed it over. He was after the 7 tails as well. Yoru's brow lifted slightly in surprise. The 7 tails, Komiai, hailed from Takigakure, that much was no secret in the shinobi world. Many covet the power of tailed beasts, but ultimately, these creatures belong to other villages. If Konoha brought one into battle, they'd be branded as thieves. Still, perhaps Konoha had reached a point of desperation, capable of anything to avoid defeat. So, 4th, what are you planning to do? Gungetsu asked, curious as he eyed the sealed vessel. Surely it's not just to give Kirigakure a new Jinchuriki. Of course not. Yoru shook his head as he began to undo the seal on the 7 tails. There are 2 main reasons I'm gathering the tailed beasts. But to explain that, we need to revisit their origin. As is well known, tailed beasts have always been symbols of calamity in the war-torn history of the ninja world. Their overwhelming power instilled fear. People saw them as harbingers of destruction. Yet, that same power made them valuable tools, sometimes used for war, sometimes as deterrents for peace, always exploited by humans. Gungetsu nodded. This was common knowledge among the powerful of the shinobi world. Jinchuriki had long been indispensable in war. Even back in the Warring States period, people were eyeing these beings with immense chakra, treating them as living weapons. When the hidden villages were formed, the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts to balance power between the villages. Ironically, the method meant to prevent war ended up fueling it further. This is the public understanding, Yoru continued. But the true origin of tailed beasts is known to few. In legend, the Sage of 6 Paths defeated a deity called the God of the Heavenly Eyes. He split its divine power into 9 parts, the 9 tailed beasts we know today. In the ninja world, there exists a group obsessed with these chakra entities. They seek to reunite the tailed beasts and recreate the might of that ancient god, to achieve their own ends. My goal is to stop them. With that, the seal on the vessel unraveled. An overwhelming, suffocating chakra burst forth, revealing a giant insect with 6 wings and a single massive tail, Komi, the 7 tails. Its compound eyes opened slowly, shimmering in rainbow hues matching its body. It appeared dazed, perhaps due to being sealed for so long. Its gaze was innocent, like that of a newborn child. But only for a moment. That innocence was swiftly replaced by raw savagery, its beastly eyes filled with killing intent. Unlike the Shikaku or Kurama, who would emerge with roaring fury, Komi simply glared silently at Yoru and Gungetsu. Sensing its gaze, Yoru spoke calmly. Tailed beasts are immortal. Even if killed, they will regenerate elsewhere in the ninja world after a time. But in that interim, they cease to exist. And those sinister organizations, they're forced to stay dormant. So you're not looking to control them, but to eliminate them. Gungetsu clicked his tongue. That's a bold plan. The villages won't just sit back and watch you destroy their greatest weapons. Besides, he smirked, if it's just about eliminating them, I could do it too, couldn't I? After all, I'm quite good at causing destruction. Indeed, few in this world possess your level of destructive power. Even if the target is a tailed beast, I believe you could easily handle it. Yoru nodded. Genjetsu's Zanpakuto release was among the strongest Yoru had seen, even compared to other captains, he ranked near the top. Forget tailed beasts. Gungetsu could likely flatten all 5 great shinobi nations by himself. But aside from restricting these evildoers, I need something else from the tailed beasts. Their souls. Yoru looked directly at Komi, who seemed to understand their conversation. These chakra constructs possess unique souls. I need them for my research. Their souls will serve my purpose. I see. Gungetsu nodded, half understanding. Still, talking like this out loud might have pissed it off. Roar. Komi's shriek tore through the sky. Its 6 wings beat violently, whipping up a storm of slicing wind toward them. Yoru and Gungetsu vanished in a flash. The barren island was ravaged under the force of the wind. Missing its target, Komi grew more agitated. But instead of attacking directly, it began to hover midair, wings fluttering. From those wings, multicolored spores began to fall like snow, filling the sky with dazzling luminescence that obstructed vision and concealed its form. Using this cover, Komi opened its mandibles. At the center, a terrifying concentration of chakra began to form. A tailed beast bomb, inky black, growing rapidly, radiating deadly pressure. Unlike shinobi who develop intricate jutsu, tailed beasts fight by instinct, teeth, claws, and pure chakra. Their ultimate move, the tailed beast bomb. Simple, brutal, and catastrophically powerful. Obstructing vision with spores, then attacking, not bad for a beast. Yoru drew Hayarinmaru. Frigid air radiated outward. The spores in the air began to freeze into crystalline ice particles. Komi roared and fired the tailed beast bomb. The sheer force of the blast caused space itself to ripple. Yoru stood unfazed. An indescribable cold spread across the sky, plunging the world into a state of eternal frost. Heavenly manifestation. Everything in the sky, the spores, the tailed beast bomb, froze instantly. Even Komi itself was caught in midair, encased in ice. With a single slash, Yoru shattered the frozen beast into countless shards of glittering ice. Your spiritual pressure is suffocating, Gungetsu muttered, watching Yoru. Since becoming a Shinigami, Gungetsu had sensed the escalating force within Yoru each time they met. If Genjetsu's spiritual power was a river, then Yoru was now an ocean, formed from countless rivers. His spiritual pressure alone surpassed the combined might of all the current captains. So, the next targets will all be tailed beasts? Gungetsu asked. But honestly, with our strength, especially yours, can't we just wipe out those evil organizations? Even without you, fourth, just a few of us captains could raise the entire shinobi world. How strong could they possibly be? No. Ding. Special life form, tailed beast, Komi slain. 500,000 points awarded. Yoru calmly sheathed his blade. Those organizations are merely appetizers. Our real enemies aren't in the ninja world. Aren't in the ninja world. Genjetsu's mustache twitched. What did he mean? I've said before, chakra isn't native to this world. Its origin lies with the Sage of Six Paths and the Rabbit Goddess. They spread chakra throughout the ninja world, and used this power to replace the original, physical strength, mental strength, and natural energy, as the mainstream power in the world. But why? Was it to promote peace? Because chakra was more useful. Although chakra is versatile, in terms of sheer strength, it cannot compare to natural energy. In terms of stability, it cannot compare to physical strength. Nor can it achieve the self-cultivation and self-mastery of mental strength. Its only advantage is accessibility. It allows even ordinary people to wield supernatural power. And what happens when those who once fought with fists and insults suddenly gain weapons? War, Gungetsu whispered. The proliferation of supernatural power would only plunge the world further into war, this was undeniable. Because the degree of harm increased, and the cost of destruction and devastation decreased. No matter what noble reason the sage claimed, the true intent was never peace. Yoru's voice lowered. Second, I can't tell you everything directly. Too many eyes are watching this world. Until we have the strength to eliminate every obstacle in one strike, we must remain in the shadows and bide our time. As for our true enemy. He paused and looked skyward. Every star in the heavens could be our enemy. Meanwhile, at the Konoha encampment. So this is the box of ultimate bliss. Danzo, Fugaku Uchiha, and Minato Namikaze stood before a massive, square artifact carved with the faces of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, radiating a dark, ominous chakra. Legend said Kirigakure nearly conquered the world centuries ago using this box. Now, Konoha hoped to use its power to break their current deadlock. Let's hope it's enough. Danzo's gaze fell on Kushina Uzumaki. The box requires a massive amount of chakra to activate. Let's wait just a bit longer, Minato said quietly. Lord Orochimaru went to Takigakure. He should return soon. We can't afford to wait. Danzo snapped. We've already lost Tano Town. If Kimogakure and Iwagakure launch a full-scale assault, we won't hold out long. But. Minato's face tensed. No one knew exactly how much chakra the box required. Kushina's reserves were vast, but if they weren't enough. We can't place all our hope in this so-called box of ultimate bliss. Besides, Kushina still has to fight the 4 tails and 5 tails from Iwagakure, and possibly the 8 tails and 2 tails from Kimogakure. We can't afford any mistakes. Akimichi Torifu cut in firmly. So, let me do it. Torifu, you. Sorry I'm late. A pale figure arrived at last, Orochimaru, visibly fatigued, producing a vial of hero water. I failed to capture the 7 tails, he said softly. But I brought this back. And some, highly unusual intelligence. Chapter 122, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 122. This is, the hero water from Takigakure. The sharp-eyed among those present were visibly shaken at the sight of the item in Orochimaru's hand. The hero water was legendary, drinking it granted the user chakra many times over at the cost of their own life force. It was akin to the Akimichi clan's secret pills, allowed one to exchange life for power. Excellent. With this, combined with our Akimichi clan's secret medicine, we'll definitely be able to sate the box of ultimate bliss. Akimichi Torifu broke into a grin. He had been concerned that even with the help of chili pills, his chakra might not be sufficient to satisfy the box of ultimate bliss. But now, with the hero water, all concerns vanished. Forget intelligence gathering for now. Orochimaru, give me the hero water. Torifu stepped forward to take the water, but at that very moment, a chubby youth behind him snatched the hero water from Orochimaru's hand, and gulped it down in one go. What? Pseudo. You. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Faces froze in disbelief, and Torifu stared in shock before rage overtook him. Pseudo. What are you doing? Why would you do that? Though the hero water granted immense chakra, it also meant certain death. Torifu, already in his late 50s, didn't mind sacrificing himself. But Akimichi Pseudo was different. This boy was one of the rising stars of the Akimichi clan, a true successor, someone meant to support Choza in the future. Sorry, Lord Torifu, Pseudo said with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. My abilities are limited, I wouldn't be much help in this war. If I can be the key to unlocking the box of ultimate bliss, then it would be an honor. Besides, I can't just watch you give up your life. You still need to lead the Akimichi clan forward. Pseudo. An overwhelming torrent of chakra burst from Pseudo's body. He chuckled and pulled out 3 Akimichi secret pills from his ninja pouch. Without hesitation, he stuffed all 3 into his mouth and began chewing them like they were candy. In the next moment, his body erupted in a storm of chakra so powerful it spilled from his skin, like a hurricane of energy. The dual boost of hero water and secret pills turned Pseudo into a terrifying beacon of raw chakra. His body couldn't withstand it, flesh tore under the pressure, and the once brilliant azure wings now dripped with blood, cocooned like a giant moth larva unable to shed its skin, bleeding from within. What suffocating power! In the shadows, Yagura furrowed his brow and muttered gravely, this chakra, it's on par with the 8 tails Jinchuriki. A power born from trading one's life. Biwa Juzo sneered, his eyes drifting toward Uchiha Shisui. Old men watching a young boy barely past his youth give his life to protect Konoha, what a farce. Hey now, Juzo, that's a bit much. Captain's still here. Kushimaru Kuriere chided half-heartedly, though his gaze also settled on the silent Shisui. Ah, my bad. Shisui said nothing. His pale mask hid all emotion, but beneath his cloak, the clenched fists revealed the turmoil in his heart. Konoha. Leave it to me, everyone. Sudo forced a smile, though by now his body was so bloated with chakra it was unrecognizable. He staggered forward toward the ominous box of ultimate bliss. The chakra within him was so dense it had already shattered his muscles and even his bones. Yet he walked, step by painful step, under the silent stares of the crowd, toward the front of the box of ultimate bliss. 4. Konoha. Woo. As the storm of chakra brushed the box of ultimate bliss, its grotesque demonic face seemed to let out an eerie chuckle. Whether it was hunger at the chakra before it, or mockery at this tragic, pitiful boy who thought his sacrifice noble, was unclear. The horrific gate of the box of ultimate bliss creaked open. A powerful suction erupted from within as Sudo's chakra was sucked away at an alarming rate, streaming into the box as beams of energy. The box of ultimate bliss devoured massive quantities of chakra. As more and more poured in, Sudo's entire body was eventually consumed, and the box began to tremble. It's coming. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the box of ultimate bliss, wondering just what form this ultimate weapon from the Sage of Six Paths era would take to help end this war for Konoha. Suddenly, the demonic face carved on the box changed. Its terrifying mouth opened wide, and a figure slowly stepped out. He wore the standard flak jacket of a Konoha jonin and had a chubby build. At a glance, he stunned every Konoha ninja present. Sudo. Akimichi Torifu stared in disbelief. How can this be? Sudo, you look disappointed to see me. Sudo tilted his head. His crimson eyes brimmed with malice, and a sadistic grin spread across his face. Torifu, get back. That's not Sudo. Boom. Minato Namikaze grabbed Torifu and vanished in a flash, barely escaping the explosion of violent chakra. Kaya ha ha ha. The imposter laughed maniacally. Such delicious flesh, such exquisite fear. I never expected to feast so well right after awakening. Truly, thank you, Akimichi Sudo. I've seen into your heart, and rest assured. I will grant your wish in the cruelest way possible. I'll crush Iwagakure and Kimogakure for you. And of course, I'll drag your beloved Konoha into hell right alongside you. Waves of pitch-black chakra billowed around him, forming a monstrous entity with jagged fangs and great wings. The creature stomped the ground, shattering the terrain, then instantly formed a beast bomb-like energy sphere and hurled it at Konoha's forces. You bastard. What was supposed to be Konoha's ultimate trump card now turned against them. Minato had no time to think, he activated Flying Thunder God and warped the sphere away just in time. Moments later, sirens blared across the battlefield. Konoha Nin stared in terror at the airborne abomination. Its grotesque face was ecstatic. With a screech, it swooped and dove into the crowd, ripping over 10 shinobi to pieces with claws and teeth, leaving nothing behind. Damn that Sarutobi. What intel did he get? Shimura Danzo's face darkened. This isn't a weapon, it's a disaster. Had they not hidden it on the outskirts of camp, Konoha would have already been thrown into chaos. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. Elite Shinobi launched a barrage of coordinated ninjutsu, instantly recognizing this creature was no ally. No hesitation, they attacked full force. But the creature spread its wings and soared upward, effortlessly dodging every strike. It can fly. A chill sank into everyone's hearts. Flight, so rare among shinobi that you could count those capable on one hand. And this monster, with a body the size of a tailed beast, could fly, greatly enhancing its combat prowess. Use large-scale jutsu. Bring it down. Danzo ordered. Shinobi formed hand seals rapidly. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. Uchiha Fugaku coordinated with Danzo's wind jutsu to amplify the flames. Meanwhile, Minato re-entered the fray, throwing a kunai and using shuriken shadow clone jutsu. Thousands of shuriken rained down, combining with the ongoing barrage. Yet, the monster twisted midair with impossible agility, dodging everything. Then it retaliated, launching feather-like projectiles that downed several Konoha shinobi. It dived again, claws shredding more ninja to pieces. Kaya ha ha ha. That's it. That's the look. Fear. Panic. Death. Saikuda. This is the best. Adamantine sealing chains. Kushina Uzumaki's furious cry echoed as her sealing chains surged forth to bind the creature. But even sealing techniques potent enough for tailed beasts failed, it dodged with ease. Impossible. Lord Torifu, Lord Danzo, hold the line. Don't let IWA or Kumo exploit this. Lord Orochimaru, we're using that. Minato returned to Kushina's side, clutching his special kunai. Kushina, prep for sealing. Right. Though some exchanged strange glances at Minato's authority, none opposed. Minato and Orochimaru locked eyes and simultaneously bit their thumbs, hands sealing. Summoning jutsu. In a puff of smoke, the massive Gamabunta and a three-headed serpent appeared. Minato. Long time no see. What, is this a summit meeting? And why summon this three-headed freak instead of Manda? Orochimaru frowned. He would have preferred Manda, but the beast was still recovering from being blown apart by Hozuki Gungetsu. Enough talk, let's. Wait. Why is the box of ultimate bliss here, and Sattori? Gamabunta interrupted, eyes locked on the box and the laughing monster. This is the ultimate weapon from the Sage of Six Paths era. What in the world are you doing? Sattori. Minato's face lit up. Bunta, you know what that thing is. Of course. Roar. A chakra sphere surged their way. Gamabunta leapt to dodge. The rather clumsy three-headed serpent couldn't dodge in time, forcing Orochimaru to summon Rashomon for protection. That thing's the monster sealed inside the box of ultimate bliss, a nightmare that wants to suck the entire world into the box. Why would you provoke it? I see. Minato's expression turned sheepish. He couldn't exactly say Konoha wanted to use the bliss box to fight IWA and Kyumo. So what do we do, Bunta? Any way to beat it? No way. You can't win head-on, it has to be sealed. Gamabunta growled. But it can fly, so sealing it will be tough. And if it's not taken down fast, it'll rampage and fully awaken the box of ultimate bliss to devour everything. Whole countries were wiped out back then because of this thing. Then. Minato's expression hardened. There's only one option. You've got a plan. Yeah. Minato vanished, reappearing next to Kushina. Kushina, give me chakra. I'm going to teleport this thing to Awagakure. Chapter 123, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 123. We can't allow it to continue destroying like this. On the battlefield, while having Kushina provide him with chakra, Minato Namikaze called out, everyone, try to restrict its movement, so I can land my Flying Thunder God mark on him. Understood, let's do it. Everyone move. Drive it toward the southeast. Minato, prepare to intercept. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. Wild Shuriken Barrage. A chaotic medley of ninjutsu was unleashed towards Sattori, attempting to force it into a position where Minato's Flying Thunder God Kunai could reach. The ninjutsu was immense, with dozens of Konoha ninja attacking simultaneously. The vibrant techniques even filled the sky with colorful light. Yet Sattori, as if reading their minds, laughed cruelly and surged higher, abandoning low-altitude combat. Then, like an aerial bomber, he began unleashing chakra bombs downward. Boom. 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 Ninjutsu collided with the chakra orbs, causing violent chakra explosions. The shinobi worked tirelessly but couldn't even touch a single feather of the creature. Damn it. Minato's face tightened. We can't let this continue, Gamabunta, toss me over. All right. Without hesitation, Gamabunta used his massive arm to hurl Minato towards Satori's direction, like launching an arrow. Satori dodged easily, his massive chakra wings flapping to destroy the kunai mid-flight. Kaya ha ha ha. A mocking laugh pierced the air. Feathers, sharp as arrows, whipped down on Minato's location, forcing him to instantly teleport back beside Kushina using Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Impossible, this thing sees through my combat style, and with such high mobility, I just can't get close. Minato's complexion grew darker. With no way to land even one seal, his offensive options were gone. Shisui, hidden in the trees, calmly observed and assessed, he's a chakra composite similar to a tailed beast, attacking with body blows, feather barrages, even tailed beast bomb like chakra spheres. His destructive output is slightly below a typical beast, but he possesses a special sense, able to dodge nearly everything. Yoru's voice echoed in their minds, he reads intentions, sensing all hostility. Crazy. I didn't expect Konoha to deploy such a monstrosity. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Should we intervene? Someone asked. We can intervene, but whose side do we help? Yoru chuckled softly, this thing has some research value, but there's no need to rush. While they're allies, we can't exactly work for free, can we? Also, don't forget the souls. With this thing around, soul generation must be skyrocketing. Juzo Biwa, Kushimaru Kuriere, and others nodded, soul collection devices were already near full. Shisui, hearing Yoru's voice, stood calmly in place, his gaze indifferent. Just a few months ago, he would have been unable to contain his emotions at the mere mention of something detrimental to Konoha. Yet now, watching so many Konoha shinobi die tragically before him, he remained unmoved. Perhaps this was why he was chosen by Yoru to become the second squad captain. No one can defeat Sattori head-on, this is the Sage of Six Paths' ultimate weapon. Gamabunta growled. But, maybe you can attack elsewhere. What? Minato looked from the laughing Sattori toward the bliss box below. Bunta, you mean the box of ultimate bliss? Sattori himself isn't the real threat, this box, which absorbs everything, is the real danger. It looks quiet now because Sattori hasn't activated it. But once it's triggered, nightmare begins. Your kunai might not reach him, but surely hits the box. And Sattori is linked to it, if you teleport the box, he should follow. Even if not, at least the box is no longer the biggest threat. Gamabunta nodded thoughtfully. But Sattori and the box of ultimate bliss are in turret wind, you can't act without him sensing it. You'll need someone with strong presence to mask your intent. Orochimaru's raspy voice cut in, let me. I'll use a snake swarm to distract him, then you strike. Got it. My flying thunder god mark is sealed on the box, as long as Lord Orochimaru assists me, I can transfer it to another location. Then prepare to go. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru's hands rapidly formed seals, his chest swelled with a large amount of chakra, and then he powerfully exhaled. Countless long snakes surged from Orochimaru's mouth, seemingly endless. In moments, they formed a dense, swarming mass. This horrifying snake horde then swept like a tide towards the box of ultimate bliss. Attacking the box of ultimate bliss. Sattori's mocking laughter echoed. It made no unusual movements, continuing to fly in the sky, evading the ninjutsu attacks from other Konoha ninja, casually dropping several chakra energy spheres that caused booming explosions. Below, the snake horde reached the box of ultimate bliss, but just as they touched it, all four doors, joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, popped open. A terrifying suction erupted. The snakes were swept in and vanished instantly. Kaya ha ha ha. Delicious, delicious chakra. I will devour everything. Sattori cackled, until he stopped, staring in disbelief at the now empty field. How is this possible, my box of ultimate bliss, he shrieked. I almost didn't make it back. Minato Namake's disheveled figure appeared. He sighed in relief, looking at Sattori flying towards the southeast. For a moment, he had felt as if his entire being would be swallowed by the box of ultimate bliss. Fortunately, the box of ultimate bliss hadn't been fully activated yet, and he had reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been devoured like those snakes. And... what's wrong? Kushina cast a concerned gaze, clearly sensing something amiss with her beloved. No, nothing. The instant he touched the box of ultimate bliss, even for that brief moment, countless images had surged through his mind. Ice, death, powerlessness. And the figure wearing the fourth Mizukage ceremonial robes. It was a fear hidden deep within his heart, something he dared not recall, dared not face, but it had been fully triggered the moment he touched the box of ultimate bliss. Well done, Minato. If it weren't for you, this could have been a huge problem. Almost caused a disaster, thankfully we had you, Minato. Sattori flew away, and everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, speaking to Minato. Facing such a cunning and tricky monster, if Minato hadn't been there, they truly wouldn't have known how to deal with it. It's nothing, Lord Orochimaru's cover was excellent. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to get near the box of ultimate bliss. Minato Namikaze forced a smile. Orochimaru nodded indifferently, saying nothing more. A moment later, Danzo and Torifu arrived, somewhat belatedly. Looking at the surrounding devastation, Danzo spoke grimly, Minato, where did you send the box of ultimate bliss? To the Kanabi Bridge, which has been occupied by Yagura. Minato Namikaze said softly, I left a flying thunder god mark there, so I directly teleported it. Back then, his belated arrival at Kanabi Bridge had cost him a disciple, which led Minato Namikaze to leave numerous flying thunder god marks there during the subsequent war with Yagura. Even after Kanabi Bridge was occupied by Yagura and thoroughly cleared, some still remained. Kanabi Bridge, huh? In that case, it's effectively being used against Yagura. Meanwhile, at Kanabi Bridge. Be careful, that box eats people. Damn it, Demolition Core. Blow that box up. No, it's impossible. Both ninjutsu and weapons are absorbed by it. We can't destroy it at all. A massive suction constantly erupted from within the box of ultimate bliss, turning the entire Kanabi Bridge into utter chaos. The Yagura shinobi stationed there only saw a giant box suddenly appear, and then their lives vanished. Followed by pandemonium. The Yagura High Command immediately realized something was wrong, but their countermeasures were utterly futile. The terrifying suction seemed to devour everything around it, people, trees, ninjutsu, even the surrounding fortifications and the very earth were constantly being sucked into the box of ultimate bliss. That seemingly few cubic meter box was like an unfillable black hole, devouring everything. But the most terrifying thing was that a moment later, a terrifying monster roared through the sky, descended, and then, carrying the box of ultimate bliss with it, assailed the Yagura lines. Wherever it passed, it was as if a natural disaster had struck, leaving desolation, not a blade of grass remaining. Left with no options, Iwagakure had to deploy the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and Five Tails, attempting to use the power of tailed beasts to defeat this monster. But unexpectedly, even the tailed beasts were helpless against the box of ultimate bliss. "This is the box of ultimate bliss," spoke the Four Tails, Son Goku, from within Rashi. "Born with Sattori, moves with Sattori, ends with Sattori. To shut the box, you must destroy Sattori. But as long as the box continues to consume, destruction will escalate, and the number of people who fear Sattori will grow, making Sattori stronger and stronger. Eventually, this world will be reduced to nothing. And defeating Sattori isn't easy either. Sattori grows by absorbing emotions like fear and possesses the power to discern hearts and sense malice. I don't know how you found this box of ultimate bliss and activated it, but I know you're in for a world of trouble." Four Tails Son Goku's words were quickly proven true. The box devoured even tailed beast bombs, techniques that could level towns. Ordinary ninjutsu were meaningless. IWA Shinobi tried targeting Sattori, but it anticipated every move, dodging with ease. Against ceiling or barrier jutsu, it simply ascended, giving no opportunity. Then it bombed them with chakra spheres, non-stop. Even when the lightweight rock technique gave the Jinchuriki flight, allowing for kamikaze strikes, the creature simply healed using the box's power. In mere seconds, Iwagakure's sacrifices were nullified. Just as Konoha had struggled, Iwagakure now faced the same despair. Left with no choice, Iwagakure could only constantly retreat, simultaneously using the reverse summoning jutsu to immediately transmit this intelligence to the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, far away in Iwagakure. What? The box of ultimate bliss. Listening to the intel from the front lines, Anoki's face was filled with shock and bewilderment. A moment ago, he had been planning how to coordinate with Cloud Village for a major offensive against Konoha, but instead, the front line delivered him a surprise. A monster that grows by devouring human fear, an ultimate weapon that devours everything. No. We've worked so hard to corner Konoha. This is our moment. I don't care what this box of ultimate bliss is. No one will stop us from crushing Konoha. Reverse summon me there. I'll deal with it. Yes, Lord Third. The third Tsuchikage at this time was not the hunched-over old man prone to back pain he would be 10 years later. Although Anoki was not young, he was only in his 50s, completely at his peak. He was definitely one of the strongest individuals standing at the apex of the ninja world. Upon receiving the message, Anoki temporarily arrived at the front lines through the power of the reverse summoning jutsu. But unfortunately, even the power of Kekki Tota seemed so powerless before the ultimate weapon. His dust release, capable of disintegrating anything into atoms, merely landed on the box of ultimate bliss and was devoured as chakra. Attacking Sattori. Malice perception, discerning hearts. Even before Anoki finished charging his jutsu, Sattori was already dodging. By the time the reverse summoning jutsu's duration ended, Anoki hadn't even managed to land a single hit on Sattori. The results he achieved were even less than what the two Jinchuriki managed. Helpless, Anoki could only return to the village with reluctance amidst Sattori's mocking cackles, simultaneously issuing the retreat order. They could only retreat. Continuing the battle would only lead to more casualties. No one had expected that this war between Konoha and Iwagakure, which had lasted for several years, would end in such a manner. But Iwagakure's retreat could not stop Sattori's consumption. This monster, born of fear and destruction, actually followed the retreating Iwagakure forces. The box of ultimate bliss devoured everything in its path, and Sattori's piercing, grotesque laughter grew even more rampant amidst the panic and terror of the retreating Iwagakure shinobi. What in the world do we do? What kind of monster is that? Back in Iwagakure, Anoki felt like the sky was falling. Just moments ago, the tide of war had decisively turned in Iwagakure's favor. With Kumogakure entering the fray, the entire battlefield's balance had shifted, victory was within their grasp. But no one could have foreseen the nightmare that followed. Sattori is trailing us, and it's bringing the box of ultimate bliss with it, a shinobi reported, voice strained with dread. Our casualties are mounting by the second. The frontline forces don't even dare retreat to the village, they're forced to lure that thing into the desolate wastelands of the land of Earth, just to keep it away from civilians. An elder advisor gripped the latest intelligence scroll, his expression dark. And there's no telling how long Sattori will keep pursuing our forces, he said gravely. If it ever abandons the shinobi and turns toward the cities, this won't just be a military disaster, it will spell ruin for the entire land of Earth. What about sealing jutsu? What about barrier ninjutsu? Another advisor elder said unwillingly, is there truly no way? Third Tsuchikage, this absolutely cannot continue. Think of something. I know. Anoki's head throbbed. He had personally fought that monster, and precisely because of that, he understood just how difficult it was to deal with. Even dust release couldn't touch that guy, let alone any sealing jutsu or barrier ninjutsu. Without killing Sattori, the box of ultimate bliss wouldn't stop devouring. But Sattori could sense malice and red minds. Forget killing it, they couldn't even touch it. Even if it sustained minor injuries, it could recover its power through its connection to the box of ultimate bliss. No wonder the box of ultimate bliss was called the ultimate weapon from the Sage of Six Paths era. Facing such an almost unresolvable, even unfair power, unless Sattori chose to self-destruct by crashing into something, who could possibly defeat it? The vast Tsuchikage's office fell into dead silence. These people, who controlled Iwagakure, and even the land of Earth, standing at the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, were now utterly helpless. Umph. A sudden sound resonated in the Tsuchikage's office. Including the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, everyone present felt their hairs stand on end, a chill running down their spines. A figure clad in a pale hayori had appeared in the Tsuchikage's office at some unknown point. As the Tsuchikage, Inoki's reaction was incredibly swift. Although he didn't know how this person appeared here, it didn't prevent him from making the correct judgment. Without even needing hand signs, his large hand slammed onto the ground, and the floor beneath the office suddenly swelled. Thick rock spears erupted from the ground, attacking the figure. But an astonishing scene unfolded. As the rock spears were about to strike him, they were instantly shattered by an invisible force, falling to the ground. Inoki's gaze sharpened. He instantly gathered his hands, launching a small, almost instantaneous dust release towards the pale figure. However, facing the Kekei Tota capable of disintegrating all matter into atoms, the pale figure merely slowly raised its palm, and the dust release was completely absorbed, leaving no trace. The box of ultimate bliss. The sight before him immediately reminded Inoki of his earlier attempt to attack the box of ultimate bliss with dust release. This guy actually wielded the same power as the box of ultimate bliss. Was he the master of the box of ultimate bliss? No, that's not right. It must just be a method of devouring chakra. Though dust release was powerful, at its core, it was still ninjutsu. As long as its chakra was devoured, the technique would dissipate. This kind of ability is rare, but not unheard of in the shinobi world. Several secret techniques, even certain Kekei Genkai, are capable of the same effect. For example, there's dark release, Mighten, which Inoki was aware of. It possesses similar chakra-absorbing power. After just a single clash, Inoki couldn't yet determine the true nature of this individual's power. But when the man effortlessly absorbed his dust release and made no move to counterattack, Inoki held back as well. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, studying the stranger closely before speaking in a low, measured voice. "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" As expected of the third Tsuchikage, to calm down so quickly. Shisui spoke calmly, his altered voice not particularly pleasant to hear. Inoki snorted coldly, "I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. State your purpose." "Naturally, I've come for the box of ultimate bliss. I can tell you who activated the box of ultimate bliss, and I can even help you deal with this thing that's causing you immense trouble, if you're willing to pay a price." "What?" Shisui's voice was very flat, but it struck right at the hearts of Inoki and the other advisor elders. The devastation wrought by the box of ultimate bliss on Iwagakure was immeasurable. Its sudden emergence hadn't just stolen away a near-certain victory in the war, it now loomed as a threat to annihilate not only Iwagakure itself, but the entire land of Earth. "And why should I believe you?" Inoki snapped, his voice sharp and laced with suspicion. But Shisui remained calm, his tone steady. "Because I believe that Tsuchikage will see the truth for himself. Right now, the one being destroyed is Iwagakure. The one being devoured is your homeland. And I may be the only person capable of stopping it. What do you want?" The chakra ratio for dust release. As soon as the words fell, Inoki and the other advisor elders present all had a drastic change in expression. They had prepared for an outrageous demand, but they never expected such ambition, to directly ask for the secret of Iwagakure's most powerful weapon. "That's impossible. I cannot hand over dust release." Inoki roared. "Is that so?" Shisui replied coolly. "Even if Sattori raises all of Iwagakure, even if the entire land of Earth is reduced to ash, will Lord Tsuchikage remain unmoved? Are you threatening me?" "No," Shisui said, voice calm and measured. "It's not a threat, just a reminder. After all, I wasn't the one who unleashed Sattori." He took a step forward, tone unwavering. "Dust release is indeed formidable. But sharing the chakra composition data alone doesn't mean the technique itself has been compromised. After all, as it stands, you, Lord Tsuchikage, are the only one in Iwagakure who's ever successfully mastered it. Isn't that right? Exchanging a bit of data that hardly constitutes a real loss, in return for averting a full-scale catastrophe, any way you look at it, it's a deal well worth making." Inoki fell silent. Although dust release was a Kekei Tota above Kekei Genkai, this power could be learned and mastered. He had inherited this supreme power from his teacher, Mu. And just as this mysterious person said, in the decades of his reign, he had tried to select individuals with wind, earth, and fire chakra natures to learn dust release, but without exception, all attempts failed. It was clear that mastering dust release not only required knowledge of its various intricacies but also absolute talent. But it was better to be safe than sorry. The ninja world never lacked geniuses. Once he revealed the secret of dust release, then in the future, individuals capable of mastering this power would undoubtedly emerge. At that point, Iwagakure would lose the advantage of dust release. The most terrifying thing was, what if after his time, Iwagakure still had no one capable of mastering dust release? Lord Mizukage, all your concerns are built on the premise that Iwagakure still exists, aren't they? If Iwagakure cannot even overcome this current disaster, what meaning do any of your concerns hold? Chapter 124, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 124. Shirsue's words fell like a bucket of cold water, drenching Inoki to the bone. Yes. If Iwagakure, if the entire land of Earth were to fall now, what meaning would secrecy hold? Would the classified nature of dust release still matter? Would it even be relevant? The first Mizukage, the founder who once quelled the chaos of the Warring States period and built Iwagakure from nothing, had once cast aside the stone that symbolized the village, without hesitation, choosing another to replace it. Because the stone was never what mattered. What truly mattered was the will of stone in their hearts. Dust release was powerful, yes, but for Inoki, the thing worth protecting wasn't the technique. It was the village. The village was everything. It was what he had sworn to defend to his last breath. Dust release was only a tool to fulfill that vow. I understand. Inoki slowly lifted his head and looked at Shisui. I will give you the chakra composition of dust release. But in return, you must honor your word, help us eliminate the box of ultimate bliss. He paused. And one more thing. I want to know, who was it that unleashed the box against Iwagakure? Isn't the answer obvious? Shisui replied coolly. Tell me, Lord Mizukage, who stands to gain the most from Iwagakure's fall? Inoki's eyes flickered. Konohagakure? Konoha had not yet fully revealed signs of defeat. If Iwagakure were to fall now, Konohagakure alone would not be enough to defeat Konoha. No, they had joined the war late. After years of lying in wait, they had chosen to enter at the climax, specifically to use Iwa's power to crush Konoha. To take a piece of the spoils. And now? Iwa, their greatest ally, had fallen before it could even land a killing blow. That didn't benefit Kumo at all. Which meant it could only be Konoha. They were so desperate to relieve the pressure of war, they resorted to a forbidden weapon like this. Inoki's fists clenched. His eyes grew darker than stone. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you truly are something. After a long silence, he raised his head and tossed a scroll to Shisui. Inside is not only the chakra ratio for dust release, but even my training insights. I don't care what your organization is or what you're after. If you can put an end to the box of ultimate bliss, then we have a foundation for cooperation. You'll earn the friendship of Iwagakure, one of the 5 great nations. Shisui accepted the scroll. The Soul Society gladly accepts your friendship. Then please, Lord Mizukage, await the results. With those parting words, his figure vanished without a trace. The elder advisor stared at the spot where Shisui had stood. After a long pause, one of them muttered, no chakra fluctuation, and the perimeter barriers weren't even triggered. Space-time ninjutsu, huh? Inoki's expression was heavy. A power like this had emerged quietly in the ninja world, and even they, leaders of a great nation, hadn't known a thing. Had the endless wars dulled their senses this much? Lord Third, that man is beyond strange. Do you really trust his words? Inoki shook his head. We have no choice. The box of ultimate bliss is too dangerous. Just as he said, we have no other option but to rely on them. Besides, dust release may be powerful, but if they want it, then let them have it. As long as the village survives, who's to say we won't one day create something even stronger? But Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inoki's gaze turned ice cold. This isn't over. Keh. Cry, scream, and then die. Sattori's grotesque laughter echoed across the heavens like a demon from the depths of hell. Spreading his jet-black wings, he soared leisurely through the air, toying with the fleeing Iwagakure shinobi below. To him, these fragile humans were walking treasure chests, radiating delicious fear for him to absorb. And the box of ultimate bliss was devouring to its heart's content. Especially the 2 Jinchuriki. The savage, raw-tailed beast chakra they emitted was like an all-you-can-eat buffet for the box, massive in volume, dense in quality. What could be more blissful than bathing in fear, feasting on chakra, and playing with terrified mortals? Whoosh! Whoosh! Black feathers rained down like a storm. Sattori shrieked with laughter as the Iwa shinobi fled in terror, their screams piercing the battlefield. Desperate, the shinobi formed hand seals and summoned thick stone walls to block the barrage. But it was futile. Because behind them was not only Sattori, but the ever-hungry box of ultimate bliss, swallowing everything in its path. This thing's not trying to kill us outright, it's enjoying the torture. Screw it, let's take him down. No. As long as he's chasing us, we have to keep going. If we stop here, the entire land of Earth will be wiped out. Hold your ground, we are the Wool of Stone of Iwagakure. Hold your ground. I love crushing that resolve. I want to see your hope shattered, your souls drowned in despair. Sattori revealed an evil grin, its gaze directly falling on Katsuchi, who was among the Iwagakure ninja. His aura was the strongest besides the two Jinchuriki. If it could taste his fear, it would surely be an exquisite delicacy. Countless black feathers shot forth from its wings, raining down toward the most densely clustered Iwagakure units. The expressions of several elite shinobi in the formation shifted subtly. As the commanding officer, Katsuchi reacted instantly, channeling chakra and slamming his palm against the ground. Earth release, moving earth core. The ground rose high, shielding them from the storm of feathers. But the next wave, a barrage of chakra orbs, obliterated the defenses. Bodies were torn apart by shockwaves, others crushed by debris. Blood soaked the battlefield. Watching the tragic state of his comrades, Katsuchi's eyes were bloodshot with rage, but he couldn't even stop to retrieve their bodies. Because the box of ultimate bliss, exuding an endless force of devouring power, had already consumed all the corpses and bones of those Iwagakure ninja. Damn you! Katsuchi roared to the sky, but Sattori only laughed harder. How wonderfully beautiful. Fear, trembling, dread. I hear the wailing of souls. I want more, I want more. Are ultimate weapons from the Sage of Six Paths era always this noisy? A sudden voice interrupted Sattori's bellowing. Two pale figures appeared from nowhere, entering everyone's field of vision. They stood suspended in the sky, facing Sattori. They had no wings, nor were they floating, yet they stood silently in the air, as if supported by invisible steps beneath them. Special item detected, box of ultimate bliss. Source of corrupted negative energy, malice, terror, rage, hatred, despair, bloodlust, greed, envy, sloth. Special life form detected, box of ultimate bliss, Sattori. Side quest triggered, kill Sattori, reward, 500,000 points. A chakra aggregate with a special soul, similar to a tailed beast, 500,000 points was tempting, but Yoru's gaze lingered on the box. A special item, the first of its kind. Want to handle this one? Oh. Yoru raised a brow as Shisui stepped forward, a rare show of initiative from the normally quiet subordinate. Since you're interested, go ahead. I'll step in if needed. Shisui nodded, hand resting on his zanpakuto. Yoru vanished in a flash, reappearing amidst the IWA forces. The surrounding Iwagakure shinobi eyed Yoru with suspicion. The pristine white hayori and expressionless white mask were more than enough to put them on high alert. However, the Iwagakure shinobi had clearly seen Shisui confronting Sattori and assuming a battle stance. So when Yoru suddenly appeared, Katsuchi and the others held back and did not show hostility. Who are you? Someone finally asked. Yoru ignored the question. He flashed behind the two Jinchuriki, Rashi and Han. With a single swing, her blade cleaved through both of their necks. Gasps of horror exploded from every corner of the battlefield. Even Shisui and Sattori were stunned. His blade had been too fast, so fast that even the tailed beasts couldn't react. Their chakra regeneration didn't have time to activate. Inside their seal spaces, the beasts howled in fury before vanishing. Silence swept the battlefield. All eyes turned to the fallen Jinchuriki, dead in an instant. You bastard! What are you doing? Katsuchi screamed, barely holding himself together. Weren't you here to stop that monster? Another shouted in disbelief. The IWA forces were frozen. Although they didn't know the identities of these two individuals in white hayori, based on their confrontation with Sattori, they had instinctively assumed them to be allies. But no one had expected that their perceived allies would directly attack their highest combat power. Do you have any idea what you've done? That's the box of ultimate bliss. If we don't stop it, the world will be destroyed. You killed Rashi and Han, who else can fight Sattori? Such pointless worry, Yoru murmured. He started to speak again, but Sattori's laughter roared across the skies. Marvelous. Absolutely magnificent. This is humanity, how fascinating, how amusing. He spun in the air like a delighted spectator. You're amazing, human. I almost don't want to kill you. Submit to me, I'll let you live. Yoru ignored him, glancing at Shisui instead. Isn't it tempting? Sattori chuckled. Join me, Anne. Bansho Tenin. Shisui's cold voice cut him off. A sudden gravitational pull yanked Sattori mid-sentence. He tried to evade, but couldn't. His body was pulled toward Shisui. Panicking, he fired a barrage of black feathers. But just as they neared, an equal and opposite force exploded outward. He sensed it coming, flapped furiously, but the moment he broke free from Bancho Tenin, the repulsion struck. Shinra Tensei. Boom. In a thunderous crash, Sattori was blasted into the ground, smoke billowing skyward. Shisui raised his palm toward the crater. A chant poured from his lips like death itself. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Impossible. Sattori roared, struggling to rise. That power, it died with him. You can't possibly. He trembled, not just with rage, but fear. Fear of what was coming. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil. Shisui's voice was cold as ice. Know your own powerlessness. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. A crushing force of gravity bound Sattori in place. Darkness swelled, an abyssal coffin of black energy consumed him whole. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't resist. Whether it was discerning hearts or sensing malice. Precognitive abilities were meaningless against a locked-on technique. Moments later, the black coffin faded. Sattori, riddled with wounds, plummeted to the ground. This can't be. Katsuchi should have felt joy, but instead, he stood frozen. Moments ago, Sattori was unstoppable. Even Inoki's dust release couldn't hurt him. Now, he was being toyed with like a rag doll. In just a few exchanges, the monster that had crushed Konohagakure was near death. Don't let your guard down. Katsuchi shouted. That monster can recover using the box of ultimate bliss. You wretched human. Sattori growled, claws scraping the box. His wounds began to rapidly heal. Don't think you can defeat me just because you have that guy's power. I'm not the same as I was back then. I am an immortal demon god. I am the source of fear. I will consume this world, devour everything. Born with me, moves with me, dies with me. I am Sattori. Dark, twisted chakra erupted from his body, tearing across the field like a storm. But boom. In an instant, his energy was crushed under a far more terrifying pressure. Shisui slowly drew his Zanpakuto. His white hayori flared in the wind. And his voice echoed like the wail of a soul from beyond. Bankai. Chapter 125, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 125. Boom. An overwhelming pressure erupted from the pale figure descending from the sky. In that instant, everyone, Sattori, the surrounding Konohagakure shinobi, even the ground itself, buckled under the force. The earth split and cracked from the sheer weight of the spiritual pressure. In the face of Sattori's terror and the stunned disbelief in countless IWA eyes, the entire world seemed to freeze. Bankai. His voice fell upon the frozen world like a divine whisper. Maikyo Shisui, clear mirror, calm water. Ripples spread out like water from the tip of Shisui's Zanpakuto. The next moment, the figure in the white hayori stepped through the air, descending slowly, each step light, fluid, leaving a ripple in space like a drop into still water. What is this power? This can't be. No, no. Sattori, which fed on fear, now felt fear itself for the first time. He instinctively tried to flee, but was horrified to find he couldn't move. Not just him, everything had stopped. The wind in the sky. The clouds above. The shinobi he toyed with, hunted like prey. The world had been drained of motion, of color, of life. All that remained was the lone figure descending through the silence, sword raised toward Sattori. Slash. With a single swing, the world was restored. The wind howled. Clouds churned. Sattori trembled as he looked down at his body in horror. In full view of everyone, shinobi and beast alike, Sattori's monstrous body split apart. Countless thin slashes ran across his form like a shattered sculpture. In the blink of an eye, the body that had once been a terror to nations was torn to pieces, leaving only a grotesque, twitching face slumped on the ground. Good work. Yoru waved a hand. A fireball of searing crimson surged forward, incinerating the remains of Sattori without mercy. Ding. Special life form, box of ultimate bliss, Sattori, eliminated. Reward, 500,000 points. Combined with the earlier two-tailed beasts, this operation had netted 1.5 million points for Yoru. Of course, when it comes to point farming, boss fights are always the best. As Yoru strolled toward the box of ultimate bliss, whistling softly, Shisui silently followed. He had already expected this outcome, but truly experiencing it during Bankai made the reality impossible to ignore. Even with his Ryatsu, spiritual pressure, magnified many times over by Bankai, Shisui still sensed that Yoru's power was like an insurmountable mountain, an ocean with no visible end. His own abilities didn't even make a ripple in comparison. This is the strength of someone who commands the very root of Shinigami power. Well then, everyone. Yoru turned back to the stunned Iwagakure shinobi, waving casually. That concludes our cooperation. I look forward to next time. Hey, you. Katsuchi finally snapped out of it and shouted. But before he could say another word, two pillars of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Yoru and Shisui. In full view of Iwagakure's stunned shinobi, golden light enveloped the two figures, Shisui and Yoru, along with the colossal box of ultimate bliss, and slowly carried them into the sky. Mouths hung open. No one blinked. No one moved. They watched, breath caught in their throats, as the two pale figures vanished into the heavens. The golden beams faded, and only silence remained. They stood there, dumbfounded. In just a few days, they had experienced more than many did in a lifetime. From being mired in the hell of war, to seeing their long-awaited allies finally arrive, the balance of victory tilting in their favor. To having everything shattered by a weapon beyond comprehension. Their entire battalion brought to the brink of annihilation, forced into a desperate retreat like dogs with their tails between their legs. Now, survivors. Battered. Stunned. Just who were those people? When did the shinobi world give birth to monsters like them? Katsuchi, Akatsuki, and the rest of the Iwagakure elite exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw the same thing, fear, awe, and the undeniable truth. The shinobi world is about to change. The news spread like wildfire. Within days, the shinobi world was abuzz. Just a few days ago, IWA and Kumo had united, ready to descend on Konohagakure with overwhelming force. Now, Iwagakure had fallen. No one could believe it. There had been countless theories about how the Third Great Ninja War might end, but no one had imagined this. But life is always full of the unexpected. RNG, 5-time champions, lost to G2. Xiaohu, hailed as the Great Tiger General, scored only 5.5k damage in 35 minutes with Kale. Rise dealt a record-breaking 2200. 5 players from a net cafe won the world title. Even aging Messi lifted the World Cup. Translator's note, the following lines about RNG, Xiaohu, and Messi are pop culture references from real-world competitive gaming, League of Legends, and football. They are completely outside the Naruto/Bleach canon and the fanfiction's narrative flow. Reality is cruel. Random. Chaotic. But sometimes, miraculous. First, Kirigakure and Konoha had burned each other to the ground in a brutal, no-holds-barred trade war. They were ready to dig up each other's ancestors. And yet, turned around and formed a mutual alliance. Then came Kumo's vanguard, arriving on the battlefield with clear signs of collaboration with IWA. Everyone assumed Konoha was done for. But instead, IWA got destroyed, all because of some unknown force involving a weapon called the Box of Ultimate Bliss. That was reality. Ridiculous. But real. The tides of war shifted in an instant. With IWA retreating back into the land of Earth, the previously cornered Konoha suddenly stood tall again. Meanwhile, the forces of Kumohagakure were left completely dumbfounded. Their main army was still lingering near the land of hot water and the land of waterfalls, nowhere near the front lines. And before they could engage, IWA had already collapsed. If they dared to move forward now, Konoha would wipe out their vanguard before reinforcements even arrived. No hesitation. Kumo immediately ordered a retreat. Their elite squad had just taken Itano town, but hadn't even warmed the seat before they were pulling out of the land of grass. With two great nations withdrawing, the once climactic Third Great Ninja War came to a sudden, anticlimactic end. A few days later, Inoki issued a furious condemnation of Konoha, accusing them of using a world-ending superweapon to turn the tide. Hiruzen Sarutobi instantly denied everything. Superweapon? Never heard of it. Konoha knows nothing about any such thing. Please stop making baseless accusations. Inoki, red in the face, doubled down, describing the Box of Ultimate Bliss in horrifying detail. Sarutobi. We categorically deny all of that. The result? A full-blown propaganda war. Ironically, the true owner of the box, the tiny hidden grass village, kept completely silent. If it's lost, it's lost. We couldn't even activate it anyway. And if we admit it's ours, a pissed-off Inoki might just release us off the map. The leader of Kirigakure muttered to himself. The shouting match between Konoha and IWA grew so heated that it almost seemed like war would break out again. But everyone knew it wouldn't. Years of war had bled Konoha dry. The Box of Ultimate Bliss had all but crippled Iwagakure. Only Kumohagakure still had military strength, but they were too shrewd to risk another fight. There were no winners. No real losers either. No treaties. No ceasefires. Not even a formal agreement. But one thing was clear. Another great war is inevitable. Someday. But for now, at least, the war is over. Of course, none of that mattered to Kirigakure, who had long since exited the war. Currently, Kirigakure was settling accounts in the land of waves. A shipment of our goods went missing while passing through your port. Care to explain how you're going to compensate us for that? Chapter 126, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 126. The land of waves was a very small country. Technically a gateway nation to the land of water, it had long been neglected due to the brutal isolationist, bloody mist policies enforced by the third Mizukage. The two countries had little to no diplomatic ties. Lacking in natural resources, with no powerful nations backing them, and cut off from most major trade routes, the people of the land of waves were left to survive on subsistence fishing and simple livelihoods. The nation was so underdeveloped that not only did it lack a shinobi village, seeing a passing ninja on a mission was a rare event in itself. Because of that, this region gradually became a haven for underground syndicates and rogue shinobi. But all of that was in the past now. After a black market faction of rogue ninja and mobsters hijacked a trade convoy carrying goods from the land of water to the land of fire, they drew the wrath of the nation that had bested Konoha itself during the Third Great Ninja War. The head of the Kage clan, Kage Menzoku, led an elite team from the clan, working in tandem with the Kirigakure ANBU, and completely purged the region, wiping out every last criminal and recovering the stolen cargo. At the same time, responding to the overwhelming outcry from the locals, and to prevent another resurgence of rogue elements, Yoru, the fourth Mizukage, formally annexed the land of waves into the land of water. The land of waves was reclassified as Wave City. Ports were constructed. A great bridge was built. Trade routes reopened. Commerce flourished. At first, the people of Wave City were hesitant. The bloody mist reputation still lingered. Given the land of waves' underdeveloped information network, the villagers feared Kirigakure's arrival might bring more bloodshed. But as time passed and contact increased, they realized that Kirigakure wasn't as terrifying as the rumors had claimed. Aside from their strength surpassing the previous rogue ninja and mafia groups, and their generally cold demeanor, they were superior to those criminals in almost every other aspect. Most importantly, they never harmed civilians. Never looted. Never killed without cause. In time, the people of Wave City grew to accept the Mist Ninja. And thanks to the fourth Mizukage's reformist policies, the city slowly opened up to the world, becoming more prosperous than ever before. Their lives transformed before their eyes. Their children had new opportunities. Their voices began to echo a new truth. Now that Kirigakure is here, Wave City is safe. Now that the mist has arrived, the skies have cleared. Lord Yoru, the fourth Mizukage, is the wise ruler of a new age. And when he heard such words, the fourth Mizukage only smiled faintly. This is simply what it means to be a Kage. W.O. Standing at the edge of a massive crater, the soon-to-graduate Momochi Zabuza stared up in awe along with the rest of the Kirigakure Academy students. Before them, built into the sunken pit of the landscape, was a towering black spire. Only its pointed tip and a single, dark entrance protruded above ground. It was a buried tower. This is the Kirigakure Dual Tower, their instructor Ao explained, leading the cohort of pre-genin forward. Commissioned directly by the Mizukage and completed after a month of non-stop construction. The inside was broad, and even with the heavy crowd traffic, it took effort to push through. Dozens of others had gathered, this was clearly a central location. Once inside, the tower opened up into an enormous library. Rows upon rows of scroll-filled shelves were arranged by category. Ninja sat at nearly every table, immersed in reading. It looked more like a university than a military installation. This can't be real, Zabuza whispered. Out of curiosity, he peeked at a nearby ninja's scroll from a few meters away. Sharp eyes were a gift to shinobi, after all. And what he saw made his eyes widen in shock. That's Kirigakure ninjutsu. Yes. The scroll wasn't a novel or comic. It was a legit jutsu scroll. This library lends out ninjutsu. His classmates gasped in disbelief. Ao just smiled and nodded to the ANBU staff nearby before turning to explain. Exactly. What you're seeing is the first floor of the Dual Tower, an open-access Kirigakure Shinobi library. You can borrow scrolls here on ninjutsu, secret techniques, historical records, shinobi world intelligence, you name it. As long as your ID and scroll logs are properly registered, you can even take them home. Zabuza, hands trembling, grabbed a scroll labeled Water Release, Wild Water Wave. Another, Water Clone Technique. Every shelf was labeled by release, water, fire, wind, earth, lightning. In the academy, students were rarely taught elemental ninjutsu. Outside of elite clans, these were locked behind fees or mission contributions. But here, they were just available. Better yet, the scrolls weren't just recipes. They included commentary, tips, and training methods from veteran shinobi. No wonder the library was packed. Of course, AO added, only E-D- and C-rank techniques are openly accessible for now. To borrow higher-level techniques, B, A, or S-rank, or clan secrets, you'll need to apply and get approval. Even B and A-rank jutsu. S-rank. Zabuza was stunned. Even his clan only had a handful of A-rank techniques, and no S-rank ones at all. Here, they were stored in a library. Anyway, AO clapped his hands. We're not here to borrow books today. We're here to introduce you to the Kirigakure Duel Tower. Your graduation exam will involve this place. AO led the reluctant students, who felt as if they were in paradise, out of the Kirigakure library and began walking towards the second floor. Zabuza and the other students could barely contain their excitement, quickly following AO's pace. If the first floor held so many surprises, what would the lower floors be like? The first and second floors weren't far apart. After descending 2 flights of stairs, a dark black door appeared before them. AO didn't lead the students directly inside. Instead, he took out a special crystal pendant from his pocket and distributed one to each student. Before entering the second floor, please wear this reishi crystal pendant. Of course, these are temporarily distributed to you and will be collected after you leave. AO explained. After confirming that all students were wearing their reishi crystal pendants, AO pushed open the dark black door and stepped inside. Behind him, Zabuza and the other students looked at the dark door, a feeling akin to exploration welling up in their hearts, and they followed AO's steps with faces full of curiosity. The light before them suddenly dimmed, followed by a faint blue glow that appeared before everyone's eyes. But the instant this faint glow appeared, all the students present, including Zabuza, immediately changed their expressions. Many students even plopped onto the ground, their bodies trembling. Seeing the students' reactions, AO didn't stop them or do anything. The area they were in was the second floor, the area with the least pressure. It wasn't even enough to trigger the reishi crystal pendant's protection threshold. This pressure wouldn't cause them any harm, even staying here for a long time would only result in a bit more sweat and muscle soreness. This is... Zabuza furrowed his brows, feeling as if his entire body was moving underwater, enveloped by a pervasive resistance. This is the second floor of the Kirigakure Duel Tower, and the first floor of the training area, AO explained, helping up a few particularly weak students. The Duel Tower has 6 training area total, ranked E to S. Each floor has increasing levels of spiritual pressure. Just standing here will train your body, sharpen your chakra control, even your taijutsu. The best part? It won't stunt your growth. You kids are lucky. Spend enough time here, and you'll surpass us. Eyes lit up. Zabuza's classmates were practically vibrating with enthusiasm. Many were already planning to bring blankets and camp here permanently. And AO didn't mind. In Kirigakure, strength has always been king, whether in the Bloody Mist days or the new mist under the 4th Mizukage. And in this generation, that 4th Mizukage was only 15 years old. Lord Yoru, AO said to himself, has become every child's hero. Eventually, AO brought them down to the 8th floor, the tower's namesake. The duel floor. Zabuza pictured a grand arena. Exploding jutsu. Blades clashing. Life or death duels. Instead, he saw something that made his jaw drop. A massive crystal orb floated midair. Below it, dozens of strange machines. Shinobi wearing vests sat at consoles, eyes shut, as if playing a simulation. It looked more like an arcade than a combat zone. Don't underestimate this, AO said, lifting one of the devices. This is a combat simulator, designed by Lord Mizukage himself. Rather than risk death in live combat, we built a virtual space for shinobi to fight with full immersion. Your consciousness, your soul, enters a simulated world where pain, fatigue, and chakra usage are all 100% real. Only death is excluded. Everything else. Totally realistic. A scream rang out. A Chunin tore off his headset, drenched in sweat and shaking. His opponent removed theirs calmly, then smiled. I win. Damn it. I was so close. Deaths in the simulation didn't kill, but they drained mental stamina. Recovery took a full day. Overuse could lead to refusal of access by the system itself. Zabuza tried to jump in, only to be blocked by an ANBU. You're not qualified yet, kid. TCH. AO chuckled. Yeah. I forgot to mention, only Chunin and above can access the duel floor. Zabuza sulked. AO and the ANBU shared a laugh, until a calm voice interrupted them. Looks like you're doing a good job with these kids, AO. Everyone turned stiff. A man in white and blue robes, wearing the Mizukage hat, walked into view, smiling faintly. Lord Yoru. Fourth Mizukage. The students bowed instantly, flustered and starstruck. You don't need to be so formal, Yoru chuckled. I just came to check the tower's performance. Don't mind me. He paused beside Zabuza, then nodded. You're from the Momochi clan, right? Not bad. I'm Momochi Zabuza. Thank you, Lord Mizukage. Yoru clapped his shoulder, praised his name, then disappeared into the depths of the 8th floor. Being Mizukage really isn't bad. It wasn't just the power or the politics. It was the feeling of being admired, respected, idolized. No wonder Hiruzen Sarutobi took the seat back after Minato died, rather than appoint a successor. After inspecting the 8th floor, Yoru quietly descended to the 9th and hidden floor of the tower. It was a sealed chamber. Only a few puppet-like figures were present, stationed around a massive machine covered in ceiling tags. This was the true purpose of the dual tower. To build a concentrated spirit zone centered on Kirigakure. They couldn't just release souls into the world, not without first resolving the conflict between the Pure Land and the darker realm of the dead. So Yoru and Hiromi had designed a chakra-powered binding engine, the soul binding device, using the tower as its anchor. And the energy source? How are they holding up? Yoru asked Hiromi, glancing at 4 zombie-like figures bound to the machine. Not well, she said grimly. Tobirama's reanimation jutsui isn't complete. We lack proper sacrifices. Even as chakra batteries, they break down within a day. Even using white Zetsu clone bodies hadn't helped. It's the jutsu's foundation. Sorry, Lord Yoru. I'm no expert in this area. Yoru shook his head. No need to apologize. Your talent with souls is undeniable. This is beyond your scope. Everyone had their own specialties. What each person knew and excelled at was different. Like Yukiko, she had a great talent for researching Kekkei, but she was a bit lacking in soul research. That was normal. There was only one man. Except for Orochimaru. Orochimaru was practically the greatest scientific genius in the ninja world. He had profound research into ninjutsu, human bodies, and souls. In the original series, by the time of the Boruto era, Orochimaru was completely overpowered, a being who transcended life and death through scientific research. Although the current Orochimaru was still far behind the Snake Lady of the Boruto era, talent was something that couldn't be changed. Moreover, the current Orochimaru was already researching Edo Tensei, even using it in combat. It seems I'll have to find some time to have a talk with that Orochimaru. Chapter 127, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 127. Creating a concentrated spirit zone required enormous chakra, and Yoru had already planned for that. Initially, he intended to use a tailed beast as the energy source. After all, their chakra is nearly limitless and regenerates quickly. Kirigakure happened to house both the 3 tails and the 6 tails. But each tailed beast cost 500,000 mission points, a temptation too great to ignore. Ultimately, Yoru gave up the idea in favor of a more expendable, cost-free solution, Edo Tensei. Yes, the forbidden technique created by Senju Tobirama, infamous for its soul manipulation and role in the 4th Great Ninja War. Those revived by Edo Tensei possess infinite chakra, undying bodies, and absolute obedience to the summoner, ideal for powering chakra machinery. After proposing the idea, Yoru discussed it with Hiromi and her team. They confirmed it was workable. Though Edo Tensei grants limitless chakra, the output isn't as high as a tailed beast's, and the reanimated bodies only last 24 hours. Once time's up, the technique must be recast. While slightly inconvenient, Yoru didn't mind. Apart from consuming white Zetsu cells, it was effectively free labor. He couldn't ask for more. Hiromi summoned 4 Zetsu-based bodies and loaded them into sealed tanks filled with tissue. She then formed hand seals. Reanimation jutsu. Though lacking consciousness, the Zetsu clones sensed impending danger and thrashed instinctively. In the next moment, chakra surged through their bodies, wrapping them in mist ANBU attire. Hiromi inserted talisman-infused kunai and activated the seal. A hint of confusion lingered in the 4 individuals' eyes, but they quickly regained their clarity. Is it our turn to work again? Lucky us. No fatigue, no boredom. Just 25 more days, let's finish strong. Lady Hiromi, you promised us revival after a full month's work. Don't break your word. They sounded like experienced workers rather than undead shinobi. Relax, Hiromi smiled. The 4th Mizukage is right here. Even if I tried to cheat, he wouldn't let me. The ANBU looked up and bowed respectfully toward Yoru, who stood in his formal robes. Lord 4th, an honor. Please have Hiromi call me up more. I still have 25 days left. Me too. I'm available. Yoru gave a faint sigh. As Mizukage, I should have revived you first. But this is for the village's future. Thank you for enduring it. It's our duty, one said. We're Kirigakure shinobi, serving the village is an honor. And you're giving us a second chance. We're grateful, not burdened. Indeed, if not for Yoru, they would have perished to Kushina's tailed beast bomb, their souls trapped in the pure land. What they'd been given now was no less than salvation. An A-rank mission might pay tens of thousands of ryo and take weeks, often risking death. But now, for a single month of chakra output, they could earn full resurrection. All right, Hiromi clapped her hands. Once you've met your quota, Lord Yoru will keep his promise. Until then, it's business as usual. I'll handle control, since this is a 24-hour task, you don't even need to stay conscious. Understood, Lady Hiromi. With a seal, their bodies stiffened. Like puppets, they moved to the console and began transferring chakra. Thank you for the hard work, Hiromi. Yoru gently ruffled her red hair. She had overseen soul experiments for months. Without her Uzumaki bloodline stamina, she might have collapsed from sheer overwork. She leaned into his hand like a content kitten. I'm fine, Lord Yoru. Serving you gives me strength. Honestly, if you stood behind me with a little whip, I'd be even more motivated. Her face flushed pink with excitement at the fantasy. Yoru, used to her eccentric nature, pinched her cheek in exasperation. As they walked, he noted. Now that the chakra tower is running, Kirigakure is gradually becoming a concentrated spirit zone. Shinigami can now absorb reishi within Kirigakure to restore their Riryoku and enhance it. Once I find a better chakra source, or improve Edo Tensei, you'll have less burden. But for now, I still need your help. Of course, Lord Yoru. It's just a jutsu. Fourth Mizukage. Suddenly, Yagura appeared beside them, clad in a white captain's hayori. There's a situation. Yoru's brow furrowed, he'd sensed it too. Without another word, he and Himiko vanished. They reappeared in a clearing. Several Shinigami were present, including captains, all watching a single figure. A massive, grotesque creature loomed. Its body was black and draped in something like a witch's robe. Its face bore a long-nosed clown mask, and in the center of its chest was a hollow hole. A hollow. Yoru said, narrowing his eyes. Looks like you've created something significant. As the origin of all Shinigami power in this world, Yoru could feel its spiritual signature clearly. This creature bore Shinigami power, but not from him. What happened? He asked. We're not sure, said Hozuki Mangetsu. Shisui released several souls. Then something changed. They started fighting, devouring each other. And then this appeared. No clear mind, only instinct, Shisui added. It's like a beast. Reminds me of that thing, but without the intelligence. Yoru knew exactly what he meant, Sattori. You think it was caused by the box of ultimate bliss? Seems likely. All other releases were normal, this was the only time the box was nearby, Shisui replied. Yoru glanced toward the eerie, still box of ultimate bliss. His mind quickly pieced together the scene. After Shisui released the souls from his Rinnegan, those souls were anchored within Kirigakure by the influence of the concentrated spirit zone. However, he hadn't noticed the presence of the box of ultimate bliss during the release. As a result, while those souls remained bound to the physical world, they came into contact with the box of ultimate bliss, which activated their latent self-power. It was well known, especially to Yoru, that intense emotional stimuli could awaken the spiritual force hidden deep within a soul. And the box of ultimate bliss just so happened to trigger a person's deepest fears. Thus, under the box's influence, and tormented by endless fear, resentment, sorrow, and pain, those souls succumbed to madness. Then, under the passive influence of Yoru's Shinigami power, which permeated the entire village, they began to undergo a subtle transformation. They became hollows driven by instinct, they devoured one another. In time, their chaotic consumption gave birth to the Jillian-class hollow now before them. No wonder the system classified it as a special item. Yoru now understood. The box of ultimate bliss was a key, the perfect trigger for hollow creation. Hollows weren't useless. If properly refined, they could rival high-level Shinigami. Even better. They cost far less to produce. Creating a true Shinigami required a Zanpakuto, or at least a substitute for a Sachi. Without that, mass production was impossible. But hollows? They needed only fallen souls and the right pressure. We might finally have a true undead army, Yoru murmured. He turned back toward the Jillian, currently bound by Bakuto. The creature snarled at him, but something deep in its instincts recoiled. It didn't roar, it shrieked. In the Soul Society, hollows can be purified, reborn as new souls. So in this world. He drew Hyarinmaru from his waist. You may be valuable for research, but as the first hollow in this world, I'll give you the honor of being the test case for reincarnation. In this world, there was no natural cycle of rebirth. Once someone died, their soul remained in the Pure Land until it dissolved. Yoru wasn't sure if that rule was created by the Sage of Six Paths, or if the Pure Land was like the Bleach world's hell. But if purification worked, if a hollow could be reborn, it would revolutionize the soul cycle. Yoru is thinking that if he manages to restore reincarnation in the world, which currently lacks it, then in a Chinese Xianxia context, he'd be like Hutu, the goddess who governs reincarnation. He pierced the Jillian's head. Hyarinmaru's blade shattered its mask, and cracks spread across its massive form. Moments later, a confused human soul emerged from its remains. Yoru carried the soul beyond the edge of Kirigakure, out of the chakra tower's range. But instantly, a strong force pulled the soul away, into the Pure Land. So, it doesn't work. Yoru frowned deeply. Even a purified soul, free of hollow corruption, couldn't reincarnate naturally. It was still dragged back to the Pure Land. He considered investigating, but wasn't ready to challenge the Sage of Six Paths. Yoru didn't lack a way to enter the Pure Land. Just the Rinnegan in Shisui's eye sockets alone was enough for him to sense the power of the Pure Land. He returned to the clearing. The Shinigami present all looked confused, not understanding what had happened. Yoru waved them off. Just a small experiment. Nothing serious. He continued. I know you're very curious about what that monster was. Simply put, it's a creature born from malicious fallen souls, twisted by Shinigami power, and ultimately created through mutual slaughter and devouring. I call it a hollow. Chapter 128, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 128. As you've witnessed, this creature is a Jillian-class hollow, the lowest tier. But because it was born from souls devouring each other, even a low-level hollow like this can rival a Shinigami who's just awakened Shirkai, Yoru explained. By nature, these hollows are our enemies. After all, we Shinigami are highly concentrated spirit beings, their preferred food. His blunt words, hollows devouring Shinigami, made many Shinigami cringe. Suddenly hearing that they themselves could be prey was upsetting. These creatures form extremely conveniently. Under the influence of Shinigami power and the box of ultimate bliss, they can continuously appear. Yoru continued, smiling to lighten the tense mood. But because I control both that power and the box of ultimate bliss, you don't have to worry about them turning against us. Could we control them? Hozuki Mangetsu suddenly asked. A creature this easy to generate and this powerful. If they could be controlled, Kirigakure's combat strength would take a massive leap. Yoru answered. Not quite. They lack intelligence. They follow only primal instinct, devour to survive. However, if we can facilitate their evolution. All eyes turned to him. He was the source of Shinigami power. If anyone could tame them, it'd be him. He nodded. If hollows keep devouring each other, once they evolve past Jillian and reach a Jucha's rank, they'll gain intelligence, and even command lower-level hollows. Like the alpha of a wolf pack, muttered Kubikurabocho Juzo, exactly. A Juchas are mini-boss hollows. Their strength can even rival Bankai-capable Shinigami. A hush fell. Achieving Bankai was rare, even vice-captains like Juzo and Kuriarare Kushimaru hadn't done so yet. If an Ajuchas-level hollow appeared, their lives might be in danger. But because Ajuchas are intelligent and can command Jillians, controlling one gives us influence over many. Since high-level hollows have intellect and control over lower-level ones, we only need to manage those Ajuchas to command entire groups, Yoru explained. That's just one method, others exist too. We need not fear hollows, their weapons, tools, even catalysts for your own power evolution. The Shinigami were intrigued, though some looked puzzled. Yoru was being cryptic. But even if we can control them, we can't raise hollows inside Kirigakure. The villagers would freak out, spiritual bodies under the concentrated spirit zone would be visible to many. Ordinary people can't see hollows, but in a Jurichi, concentrated spirit zone, many would gain spiritual awareness, and seeing hollow forms would terrify them. Naturally, Yoru replied calmly. But in the land of water, there's plenty of remote islands. We can designate a breeding zone there, a hollow sanctuary for living and fighting. He paused, adding, but hollows require many souls to form. We'll need to rely on you all for soul collection. Understood. Yoru smiled. Don't look so grim. Even though the Great Shinobi War has ended, there are still chaotic regions, small nations too unstable. Perfect targets for covert soul harvest. With the creation of hollows, Kirigakure's demand for souls, and deployments of Shinigami, skyrocketed. Despite Shinigami being immune to chakra detection, they still moved in plain sight. Hozuki, with his casual attitude, frequently left the mission scope to sample local cuisine, as a cultural experience, he claimed. Meanwhile, Iwagakure intelligence started investigating the White Hayori and Soul Society rumors. The word Shinigami had already reached ears across the world. Meanwhile in Omegakure, the village hidden in the rain. Nagato, having just completed his tour of the ninja world, had successfully assembled all the ninja referenced in Jiraiya's book into the Six Paths of Pain, and even found several Akatsuki members. From the dark shadows, he quietly shared his insights. According to my intelligence, this so-called Soul Society is actually a special faction created by Yuki Yoru within Kirigakure. Standing before him, Uchiha Obito, masked and imitating the tone of Madara Uchiha, added. That man possesses a unique power over souls. Those so-called Shinigami. He resurrected them from the Pure Land using that power. I don't yet know their objective, Obito continued, but there's no doubt, Nagato, they will become a major obstacle to your plan. Nagato glanced at him coldly. So what do you propose? Should we send the current Akatsuki to attack Kirigakure directly? Obito tilted his masked head slightly. Nagato answered flatly. Even if I do not fear Yuki Yoru, the Akatsuki as we are now is not powerful enough to confront one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Especially not when they have undead warriors fighting for them. Of course I'm not suggesting an immediate assault, Obito replied calmly. But I am saying, it's time to gather the rest of the Akatsuki. Once I and Zetsu locate all the tailed beasts, it will be time for Akatsuki to make its move. Don't falter at that crucial moment. Don't insult me. A god does not falter, Nagato growled, voice cold and displeased. Though he had allied with this so-called Uchiha Madara, his distrust of Obito remained deep. Obito didn't mind. He glanced at Konan, who stood silently by, her eyes filled with wariness and caution. Just make sure you know what you're doing, Obito said. Oh, and I heard you're planning to take out Hanzo. Want me to lend a hand? Nagato's eyes narrowed. No need. There can only be one god in Omegakure, and that's pain. I'll personally deal with Hanzo. If you're that confident, then good. Pain will take care of things here in Omegakure. You'd best handle your own task, Madara, Konan added coolly. Track down the tailed beasts, and do it quickly. Naturally. Obito snorted softly, his body fading into swirling space. With Zetsu's reconnaissance abilities, and full control over Sunagakure, acquiring intel on the tailed beasts would be trivial. Let me, Uchiha Madara, put on a little show, make you arrogant kids truly submit. Meanwhile in Konoha. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffed on his pipe as he reviewed the latest ninja world intelligence. A rare, genuine smile brightened his weathered face. The great shinobi war had finally ended, thanks in large part to his daring decision to steal the box of ultimate bliss. Exhausted from the conflict with Kirigakure, Sarutobi finally enjoyed a brief 2-day peace, but now, more good news had arrived. He chuckled softly. Indeed, just as I predicted. That boy, Yuki Yoru, became the 4th Mizukage at such a young age, with no restrictions on his power. He's bound to fall into the abyss of power. He laughed again. What Shinigami, what Soul Society, they're nothing more than petty tricks conjured by that boy to satisfy his thirst for power. With that, the Hokage reached for a proposal on his desk, a plan for Kirigakure Konoha seafood collaboration. Without a second thought, he stamped it approved. He didn't care much about trade. As long as Yuki Yoru, the Soul Devourer, avoided the battlefield, Konoha was safe. His absence meant Konoha could recover, improve, and overtake the mist. Ignoring the intelligence briefing, Hiruzen's gaze settled on another document, the 4th Hokage candidate list. This was now Konoha's top priority. He studied the names carefully. Though the list was long, most were placeholders, he knew none of them were real contenders. Only 2 names stood out as serious options, Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, the pipe smoke swirling. So, who should I choose? He exhaled slowly, eyes fixed on both names as the weight of leadership pressed on him. Chapter 129, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 129. The outrageous actions involving the box of ultimate bliss successfully rescued the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, from public disgrace, preventing him from being nailed to Konoha's pillar of shame. However, he also understood that, having signed a surrender treaty with Kirigakure and made a public declaration of his own fault, he was no longer fit to be Hokage. Therefore, immediately after the war ended, he announced the candidate list for the 4th Hokage. He also informed the village that the selection would be held on the last day of the year, using the joy of the new year and the inauguration of a new Hokage to dispel the gloom over Konoha. This was indeed a clever plan. The people of Konoha, who had been steeped in mourning, were quickly drawn to this double celebration. Almost everyone across the village was discussing it. As the first winter snow fell, with the war ended, New Year approaching, and the Hokage election looming, the village gradually buzzed with fresh vitality. Inside a tavern, a hearth's warmth filled the room, making everyone feel cozy upon entry. Konoha's Chunin and Genin loved this spot, easing mission fatigue with drinks. Jonin frequented too, seeking reprieve from war's pain. A few drunken ninja chatted, cups in hand, the hall buzzing. Who do you think will win the Hokage election next week? A burping chunin at the bar fettered with an oil-slick tempura and asked the bartender. The bartender, draining fresh tempura, laughed. How would I know? I haven't been a ninja in years. But Minato-sama reputation is incredible, without him, we'd have fallen. Still, I lean toward Orochimaru-sama. During the Omegakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure invasions, if not for the legendary Sannin, we'd have lost countless ninja. I was one of them, thanks to the Sannin. It's a pity about Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama. He sighed heavily. The loss of the Sannin was mourned by every Konoha ninja. Jiraiya died in battle, Tsunade departed, and only Orochimaru remained. The chunin nodded, then shook his head. Orochimaru-sama is excellent, powerful, but too aloof. He doesn't connect with chunin or genin. Honestly, I tremble visiting him. Minato-sama is different, like a little son, so I back Minato-sama. The bartender agreed with a chuckle. But an older chunin slammed the table. Don't be idiots. Minato-sama great, but Orochimaru-sama on another level. The war in the land of rain was brutal. Rain, stone, and sand ninjas swarmed us. Without the Sannin, you wouldn't be arguing now. And this recent war, on the sand front, Orochimaru-sama saved us from poison. Then he went to the stone battlefield, carrying our flag. In achievements, experience, and strength, Orochimaru-sama is unmatched. I support Orochimaru-sama for Hokage. His voice, amplified by liquor, commanded attention. Many nodded vehemently. The younger chunin slapped back. He's strong, but in this war, Minato-sama did more, and he's approachable. I support Minato-sama. I think it's Orochimaru-sama. Minato-sama. Orochimaru-sama. I think it's Orochimaru-sama. Minato-sama. Orochimaru-sama. The two began to argue, and with both being drunk, the verbal conflict escalated, eventually turning into a brawl after someone, it's unclear who, threw the first punch. The surrounding ninja gathered in a circle, cheering them on, and the scene became completely chaotic. The farce only settled when members of the Uchiha clan arrived. At the Uchiha compound. Orochimaru versus Minato, ha! Fugaku Uchiha's expression was grim as he listened to his clan's reports. His own name had also been included among the Hokage candidates, but he knew it was symbolic at best. In fact, nearly every clan leader who'd survived the war had been nominated. But realistically, only a few names were truly viable. Right now, the only serious candidates were Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze. If Shisui were still alive, we Uchihas wouldn't have to sit back and watch the Hokage title slip through our fingers. Fugaku slammed a fist onto the desk, his eyes burning with frustration. Without Shisui, the Uchiha clan had only him, a Mangekyo user. Though the clan's overall strength was still formidable, they lacked a standout powerhouse. Father. A voice interrupted his brooding. Itachi stood at the doorway. Seeing his beloved son, Fugaku quickly composed himself and smiled. What is it, Itachi? I just finished my shuriken practice. Would you please evaluate my technique? Oh. Fugaku's eyes lit up. He stood and picked up Itachi, heading for the nearby training yard. Come on, show me what you've got. Let's see how far your shuriken jutsu has come. Yes, father. Though he hadn't awakened his Sharingan yet, Itachi's skill with shuriken already rivaled many adult Uchiha who had. Try it with fire style. Yes. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A roaring fireball erupted. The light in Fugaku's eyes grew ever brighter. Only 4 years old, and already able to kill an IWA genin in solo combat during the recent war, his son was a genius equal to Shisui, if not greater. Fine, Shisui. Fugaku looked at Itachi with pride. Even without you, the Uchiha can still rise to the top. If Itachi grows as I believe he will, we may yet compete for the position of 5th Hokage. As for the 4th. While Fugaku had no personal bond with Minato, Kushina and his wife Mikoto were close friends, practically like sisters. And compared to the aloof Orochimaru, Minato's warmth made him a more favorable choice. Time passed. Only 3 days remained before the Hokage election, and the village's excitement was reaching a fever pitch. At a quiet courtyard in the village center. Snow fell lightly as Orochimaru, dressed in a white kimono, sat calmly beneath the veranda, watching the flakes drift down. His outfit was thin, but chakra protected him from the cold. With only days left before the election, it would be a lie to say he felt nothing. For a shinobi who inherited the will of fire, the title of Hokage held a special place in the heart. Few could be truly indifferent, except perhaps Tsunade, who had already turned her back on Konoha. Orochimaru observed the atmosphere in the village and weighed his chances. It was clear his former teacher favored Minato. Orochimaru understood why. He had associated too closely with Danzo, and had covered up various would-release experiments. With their bond strained, and Minato's popularity among the younger generation, the scales were tipping away from Orochimaru. Honestly, if it were Jiraiya running instead, Orochimaru might have accepted the outcome. He preferred pursuing the truth behind ninjutsu to drowning in paperwork as Hokage. Dissecting techniques and inventing new ones always brought a rare, genuine smile to his face. But Orochimaru-sama, Danzo-sama requests your presence. A figure appeared in the corner of the courtyard, bowing respectfully. Orochimaru nodded slightly, and the figure vanished. Danzo had contacted him multiple times. Their talks always returned to the election. Danzo had offered his support if Orochimaru agreed to let him control the ANBU. Since the war ended, Sarutobi had returned the root division to Danzo, though it was now greatly diminished. Orochimaru neither agreed nor refused. If he truly became Hokage, root would never go to Danzo, but for now, he needed Danzo's backing to stand a chance against Minato. Sensei. A cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. A small figure bounced into view, holding skewers of dango. Freshly grilled three-color dango. Orochimaru didn't take them. He replied coldly, "You're not from the Akimichi clan. Fat is a burden in combat. Don't eat so many snacks, Anko, you'll get fat." "And no, I won't." Anko quickly hid the dango behind her back, smiling awkwardly. Orochimaru shook his head, his mind recalling his former disciple. If that child had survived, everything might have been different. What a pity. But life is fleeting, like snowflakes that melt upon landing. Shinobi like Nawaki, like Jiraiya, all gone. What truly matters to him now is eternal life. Still, losing to Jiraiya, he would have been willing. But losing to Namikaze Minato. It truly leaves a bitter taste. The day of the election. Compared to Kirigakure's, whoever is strongest gets elected, policy, Konoha's process was arguably even more absurd. Candidates were first selected internally, then submitted to the daimyo, who picked based on personal preference and his advisor's suggestions. The daimyo's personal bias was often decisive, as shown during Tsunade's injury and replacement. Of course, the process wasn't always rigid. Hiruzen Sarutobi, for instance, was directly appointed by Tobirama Senju. But after a long war, Hiruzen wouldn't allow that. This time, Konoha would present one unified candidate, approved by the entire village. To achieve this, Hiruzen adopted a radical method. All registered Konoha shinobi would vote. It stunned everyone, but also felt oddly appropriate. 12 candidates stood on the stage in front of the Hokage Tower. Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, Akimichi Torefu, Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and more. Thousands of shinobi, villagers, and even television crews gathered. Dozens of ANBU kept order. One by one, shinobi cast their votes. Hiruzen sat at the rear, watching with a complex expression. Fair? Everyone knew the truth. When Hiruzen announced this method, the winner was already decided. Only Minato and Orochimaru showed any real emotion on their faces. The vote lasted all day. At sunset, the results were announced. Minato Namikaze, with over half the votes, became the fourth Hokage. On the first day of Konoha's 50th year, Minato Namikaze officially assumed the title of fourth Hokage. The power to devour souls, the Shinigami, and the Soul Society. Staring at the corpse of a Konoha shinobi retrieved from Higashimatsuyama and the now collapsed formula of the Edo Tensei, Orochimaru's gaze was complex. He hadn't expected that while he was battling Sunagakure and Iwagakure, a monster of the caliber would emerge on the Kirigakure front, an entity capable of limitless evolution through mastery of soul-based powers. It mirrored a project he himself had been researching for years. In his plan, he could devour a target's soul, taking over their body and chakra, and thus achieve eternal life. But the path to immortality was fraught with difficulty. Foremost among his problems was the purity of his own soul. He could now devour other souls, but afterward, his own soul would become tainted by the remnants of the target's consciousness. That corruption wasn't just cosmetic, it was fatal. A little contamination might not matter, but as it accumulated, it risked causing psychological instability, soul distortion, or even possession by the very impurities he'd consumed. Thus far, Orochimaru's only solution had been to cut away the tainted portions of his soul. But that was short-sighted. A soul is finite. Each cut weakened his original self, and the means to restore those fragments were elusive. At present, he had no way to regenerate a damaged soul. That was why, upon learning about Yuki Yoru, he brought back the corpses of those slain by him, to examine what kind of power could evolve through devouring souls without self-destruction. If I don't solve this flaw in the soul, even if I complete this jutsu, it won't truly be eternal life. Yuki Yoru, what kind of power do you wield? A strange glint flickered in Orochimaru's golden-slit eyes. Then his expression soured, he sensed something. He formed a rapid series of hand signs, and a swarm of snakes burst forth, devouring every trace of his experiments, notes, samples, chakra residues, everything was cleansed. Orochimaru himself vanished from the lab in the same instant. Moments later, several ANBU ninja appeared, scanning the empty laboratory with tight brows. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure. Lord Fourth, this is a request from Lord Kazahana Sosetsu, the daimyo of the Land of Snow. Mei Terumi handed over a sealed document to Yoru, explaining. The daimyo hopes we can dispatch a squad of elite shinobi to escort his daughter, Princess Koyuki Kazahana, on her overseas travels. As she spoke, Mei's eyes flicked toward Yoru, then toward Yuki Akira, who stood silently beside him. Yoru's expression remained composed, but Akira's brow creased ever so slightly. It was clear that the Yuki clan still harbored resentment toward the Land of Snow, especially since it, too, wielded ice-release bloodline techniques. But this was an official international mission from a daimyo, one that aligned perfectly with the Land of Water's newly open foreign policy. Land of Snow. Yoru raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with the country, and even remembered Princess Koyuki vaguely. In the original movie, it had been Naruto's Raizan that struck down Koyuki's traitorous uncle, ushering in a brighter future for the wintry nation. Yes, Mei confirmed. Lord Kazahana is offering a payment of 1 million ryo, and hopes we'll dispatch a force powerful enough to guarantee her safety. 1 million ryo, a reward on par with S-rank missions. To pay that much just to escort a princess overseas, even the Fire Daimyo's daughter wouldn't receive that kind of treatment. What's more, Yoru recalled that the Land of Snow was notoriously poor. That wasn't speculation, but hard fact. The country sat in the frozen north of the Land of Iron, year-round snow, harsh climate, and limited resources. Its entire population barely numbered 10 to 20,000. Its economy was fragile at best. The Yuki clan had once considered taking over the region but gave up. The land was so poor that it wasn't worth the effort of marching from the Land of Water. And yet now, that same nation was offering 1 million ryo to protect their princess. There was no doubt, they were trying to flee the internal instability caused by political upheaval. We'll take the mission. Mark it as S-rank, Yoru said. And let's send, Since this was an international commission, it needed to be done perfectly. He needed someone strong, someone with presence, someone who could, if necessary, take on the entire Land of Snow solo. Yoru's gaze suddenly fell upon an individual in the ninja archives, his eyes lighting up. I remember that not long ago, Kisame applied to you same Hada, right? Tell him to come here. Yes, Lord Fourth. Chapter 130, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 130. Yoru took on the Land of Snow's mission not to play at princess raising or superstar crafting, naturally. After all, if he truly wanted to play such games, he wouldn't even need to say a word. Just a slight hint of his desire, and countless top-tier kunoichi in Kirigakure village would be climbing into his bed that very night. That was the level of prestige Yoru now held within the village. And no, it had nothing to do with international prestige. The Land of Snow was an isolated, resource-poor territory, sitting on the outer fringe of the shinobi world. Even a top-class mission there wouldn't significantly raise his reputation. What interested him were the assets buried within that land. Chakra-based technology. The chakra armor used by the Snow Ninja in the original timeline, and the advanced industrial tech of the Land of Snow, both were of tremendous value. Most crucially, there were the hexagonal crystals and the so-called geothermal generator, the Rainbow Glacier. In the events of ninja clash in the Land of Snow, Dodo Kazahana used the hexagonal crystal to activate a geothermal generator. In a matter of seconds, the blizzard-locked country turned into a land of eternal spring. Such force, capable of defying the very laws of nature, wasn't something a mere generator could replicate. Even if it were a machine, it would require an impossible amount of energy to activate, and that energy was sealed within the Rainbow Glacier. Was it a mass accumulation of chakra? Or a crystallization of natural energy? Yoru wasn't certain. But one thing was clear, the Rainbow Glacier was a top-tier classified relic, an artifact on par with the Ryumayaku in the Land of Wind, the star from Hoshigakure, or the Gruel Stone. Or even Morio, the monster that once threatened the entire world. The box of ultimate bliss, found in Kusagakure, had already allowed Yoru to unlock the secret to creating hollows. If that was possible, could these other artifacts be combined with his Shinigami powers to create something even greater? Lord Fourth. The door opened and Hoshigaki Kisame entered, shark-like features sharp as ever. At this stage, Kisame was already on the rise. His water release and kenjutsu were refined, and his brutal, unflinching combat style, honed during the height of the Bloody Mist era, placed him firmly among the elite jonin. Thanks to Kirigakure's political reforms and Yoru's purging of the intelligence division, this prodigy, who in the original timeline fell into disillusionment, was now back on the right path. A soldier who doesn't want to become a general isn't a real soldier. A Kirigakure shinobi who doesn't aspire to wield one of the 7 ninja swords isn't a real shinobi. Kisame had already submitted an official request to inherit Same Hada, one of the 7 swords of the mist. Mizukage-sama, Kisame bowed respectfully. To him, Yoru, the man who led Kirigakure to victory over Konoha and seized the mantle of the 4th Mizukage, was nothing short of a legend. This is your mission scroll, Yoru said, handing it over. You'll be working with an ANBU team this time. Your objective is to protect Princess Koyuki Kazuhana, but you'll also be handling a secret mission. Kisame's eyes gleamed. A secret mission? I want you to acquire all chakra-based technology from the Land of Snow, including the chakra armor. Also, secure the hexagonal crystal, and investigate the rainbow glacis. Confirm whether it is a powerful artifact or something more anomalous. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Yoru continued, this won't be an easy mission. I see you applied for Same Hada. I'll authorize its use this time. If you prove you can wield its power effectively and return with results, I may approve its permanent transfer to you. Kisame's normally impassive face lit up with a rare smile. Understood. Go. Kisame bowed deeply and exited the office, energized. But before Yoru could resume matters with Yuki Akira, another figure suddenly appeared in the room, tall, striking, with birch green hair and a mask. Her Shinigami Shihakusho was tailored, open back to reveal smooth, pale skin. At her waist hung a wooden insignia, engraved with the kanji 4-10 and a narcissus flower. It was Bakura, or rather, the soul form she now inhabited. Without a word, she tossed something toward Yoru, a cage filled with restrained venomous snakes. One white snake lifted its head inside the cage, golden slit eyes flickering, hissing as it scanned the room. Fascinating, Yoru said. Where was it found? Kimu Island, Bakura replied calmly. Yoru's brow furrowed. Kimu Island wasn't a well-known location. A barren outcrop in the Land of Water, it was recently designated by Yoru as a restricted zone for experimental summoning, a place to cultivate spiritual creatures and soul-bound anomalies. Curiosity without power will only get you killed, Yoru said coldly. Orochimaru. His gaze shifted to the white snake. Your Konoha and our Kirigakure are allies, but if you think sneaking into our territory is acceptable, you're mistaken. If I crush you here, I doubt Namikaze Minato would say a word. The snake said nothing, and then, unnervingly, spoke in human language. I didn't expect the rumors to be true, you really can control souls. Shinigami. The Soul Society. And the soul monsters you've caged on Kimu Island. Yuki Yoru, your ambitions go far beyond Kage or village. Yoru raised an eyebrow. And you? You were one of the legendary Sannin. You earned distinction in the 2nd and 3rd Shinobi Wars. And yet Minato swept the 4th Hokage title from under you. Now you bury yourself in research. I don't know if that's escapism or sincerity, but one thing I do know, Minato won't turn a blind eye to your human experiments the way Hiruzen once did. So what? The snake hissed. Then I'll defect. Have your bonds with Konoha truly faded? Bonds are meaningless. I'm no longer that naive youth shouting about friendship. My purpose now is to master every ninjutsu, uncover the truth of the world, and ascend to the perfect form. Yoru chuckled softly. When did you get the impression that understanding all ninjutsu would grant you the truth? The white snake flinched. Its golden eyes narrowed. It slithered quietly across the desk, glancing at Bakura, once a deadly sand shinobi, now utterly changed, under Yoru's command. It said nothing for a long time. Then finally. Have you grasped the truth? Not yet. Yoru shrugged. I don't set lofty ideals as my life's endgame. I break them into stages. End the war. Become Mizukage. Establish the Shinigami and Soul Society within this world. One step at a time. So, Orochimaru, how far have you come in chasing your so-called ultimate form? The snake was silent again. You lost the Hokage seat. Your experiments are restricted. Your ninjutsu incomplete. Yoru's voice was as cold as a kunai's edge. Instead of managing your troubles in Konoha, you come crawling to my island, but guidance comes at a cost. Orochimaru remained still, but unease crept through the golden eyes. What do you want? The snake finally asked. That depends on what you can offer, Yoru replied. I've extracted countless secrets from the dead, forbidden techniques, classified intel. If you want to barter with me, your price must be high. But take your time. Not everything happens overnight. You're at a turning point in life. You'll need the wind at your back. One last question. Go on. Do you seek immortality for its own sake, or are you forced to pursue it because the truth lies further ahead? Yoru leaned in, eyes calm. Don't answer now. If you're serious, go to Wave Town. Someone will meet you. And before that, don't trespass in the Land of Water again. The white snake suddenly felt the world twist. Its vision blurred, space distorted. When it blinked again, it was in a forest. It looked around, the land of fire. Yuki Yoru. The white snake murmured, its entire body turning into a white smoke and vanishing from the spot. Meanwhile, back in Konoha. In his underground lab, Orochimaru, seated calmly, suddenly trembled. His connection to the white snake clone had just been severed. He didn't panic. But for a brief moment, his chakra fluctuated, and that was enough. The venomous snakes he had summoned earlier for training surged out of control. One even bit his exposed shoulder before he could react. Anko, still young and inexperienced, gasped. Sensei. The snakes dispersed into puffs of smoke as Orochimaru countered, but a dark purple poison spread rapidly across his pale skin. He staggered. Only for the toxin to rapidly recede, dissipating from his body as though it had never been. Orochimaru exhaled slowly, then turned to Anko with a cold glance. This kind of poison won't affect me. You need to learn to create toxins only you can counteract, not recycle my discarded toys. Before Anko could respond, a cold, masked voice cut through the air. Orochimaru-sama. Several ANBU appeared in the courtyard. The fourth Hokage requests your presence. Immediately. Anko tensed. Panic flickered across her face. Orochimaru gave a quiet nod, stood, and adjusted his robes. That's all for today. Anko, if you go out, remember to close the door. Sensei. Later that day. Mitarashi Anko sat across from Yuhi Kurenai at a dango stall near the training grounds, gloomily scarfing down red bean soup. Sensei's been so weird lately. Every day those ANBU show up like clockwork. Something's wrong. She stuffed another skewer of dango into her mouth. Kurenai looked on helplessly and ordered 2 more skewers just to keep up. Orochimaru-sama is one of the village's top leaders, Kurenai said gently. He was the chief commander during the war. And with the 4th Hokage just taking office, of course he's got work to do. But he hasn't touched any of the political affairs. Anko stopped mid-chew, realizing she might have said too much. She quickly added, I've been having bad dreams, okay. You're just under pressure, Kurenai reassured her. You're a Sannin's disciple. You're bound to feel stressed. She ruffled Anko's hair. Come on, you'll be Hokage one day, just like the 4th. Sensei says I have red bean soup and dango for brains, not chakra. Kurenai laughed. Considering your stomach, he might be right. She eyed the empty bowls stacked like a fortress around Anko, then glanced at her stomach, still as flat as ever. You're not human. In the Hokage's office. I'm willing to recognize Root's existence, Namikaze Minato said coldly, standing behind his desk, but the actions carried out under its banner, those require answers. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Let me ask you again, plainly, does the individual who appeared at Higashimatsuyama have anything to do with Konoha? Minato was rarely angry. As the newly appointed 4th Hokage, he often deferred to the 3rd's experience and respected the elders of the village. But now he had found something intolerable, a living wood-style test subject, in his own ANBU. And not just any ANBU, those personally vetted by Hiruzen himself. Tenzo, now called Yamato. You said it was an accident. Minato's voice sharpened. An accident born from human experimentation. Konoha can have shadows. We can have a root. But those shadows exist to nurture the village, not to cut off its branches before they bloom. He stared at Hiruzen, eyes unwavering. 3rd Hokage. Do you really think I don't know what happened during your reign? The secret labs. The mind control techniques. The test subjects. The cover-ups. One after another. Enough. Hiruzen snapped, his old pride rising instinctively, but his eyes fell on Minato's Hokage cloak. He couldn't speak the words on his tongue. He was no longer the Hokage. The room went quiet. I will fix it, Hiruzen said at last. Everything born from my negligence. I'll deal with it. Can you really do that? Minato asked. Can you pass judgment on people who were your tools for decades? Hiruzen didn't respond. He reached into his robes and threw down a scroll. Yamato is yours now. You handle him. As for Root, I will settle it. He turned toward the door, pausing. Konoha still lives in my heart. I served it as Hokage for 30 years. Beneath Konoha, deep in one of his publicly known research labs, Orochimaru sat at a desk when the door suddenly slammed open. Sarutobi Hiruzen, now armored, entered with a full squad of ANBU at his back. Orochimaru didn't flinch. He turned slowly in his chair. So, you're here to settle accounts for Jiraiya's student, old man. Hiruzen's expression twisted. Why, Orochimaru? Why did it come to this? Was it Danzo's influence? Was it his own fault, neglect, power hunger, pride? Or was it just fate? Orochimaru, he said sternly. Have you truly fallen so deep into darkness? I'm curious, Orochimaru replied softly. If you really cared about cleansing the darkness, why didn't you deal with Danzo before stepping down? You gave him root. Again. I thought you were using him to build political clout for the fourth. But now. I see it clearly. You sacrificed me, your own student, for him. Hiruzen clenched his fists. When did you start the forbidden experiments? Orochimaru laughed. You still pretend you didn't know. You already had Tenzo. Yamato. You saw Danzo's logs. You read his files. Don't lie to me. Hiruzen's expression darkened. He had seen it all, long ago. But he had let it go. One was his lifelong comrade, the other his own disciple. He had looked away. But Minato had pushed too hard. Now there was no escape. Orochimaru, he said grimly, come with me to the Hokage's office. I'll ensure your safety. The fourth won't expose this yet, not so soon after taking power. He used a sound release jutsu to whisper the words directly to him. But Orochimaru's eyes didn't soften. He stared at the man who once called himself his teacher. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Sensei. Orochimaru's voice was low and calm. You're truly old. At that moment, dozens of serpents erupted from his sleeves. The ANBU had no time to react before the snake struck like lightning. Chapter 131, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 131. Lord Fourth, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. I understand. The Uchiha clan is vital to the village, and the Sharingan is one of Konoha's greatest assets. I will pursue this investigation to the very end. Minato Namikaze's expression was grave. Fugaku Uchiha's anger softened as he exhaled. Minato, I must take responsibility for the Uchiha. Whatever happened with that individual on Higashimatsuyama must never happen again. Besides, the two children who went missing are both elite young members of the clan. They had only just returned from the battlefield not long ago, and now. I understand. Minato clenched his fists. Orochimaru's stern face flickered in his mind. I hope it's not you. Lord Fourth. The Hokage's office door slammed open. Hayashi Hyuga stood there, face pale and eyes wide with alarm, his usual composed demeanor gone. Seeing Hayashi like that made Minato's heart skip a beat. What is it, Lord Hayashi? Haru and Kosuke's children have disappeared. Hayashi's voice shook. Last night, both their families discovered their children were gone. What? Minato and Fugaku's eyes snapped open, shock etched on their faces. Even the Hyuga. Fugaku's tone dropped. No. Haru and Kosuke are from branch families, right? If the bloodline were at risk, the caged bird seal should have activated. They are branch family children, yes, but only 1.5 and 2 years old, Hayashi replied. Too young to have the seal implanted, so. Hayashi trailed off. He stared at Fugaku. What did you mean, even the Hyuga? Are you saying your clan's children, too? Yes, Fugaku confirmed grimly. Last night, Shota and Yuhi's children were taken as well. Both under 3. Children from both the Uchiha and Hyuga, the two pillars of Konoha, vanishing at once was unimaginable even across the entire shinobi world. The Uchiha oversaw Konoha's security, and the Byakugan made stealth almost impossible. This matter will be thoroughly investigated. Minato's promise stopped cold on his tongue. He, Hayashi, and Fugaku froze. Not a single jonin in Konoha moved. Every face in the village mirrored complete disbelief. Through the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique, the third Hokage relayed stunning news. Orochimaru had conducted forbidden experiments, attacked ANBU, and defected from Konoha. How? Orochimaru defected. Forbidden experiments, attacking the village, he couldn't. Whispers of shock rippled through the offices. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, Hiruzen's personal pupil, the current frontline commander, Konoha's foremost operative, the news was beyond belief. Was pushing him to the limit what broke him? Or was there more? Minato's gaze darted to Hayashi and Fugaku, an unsettling thought struck him. Fugaku, mobilize the police force at once. Lock down every exit, seal the entire village. Hayashi, assemble the Hyuga. We need Orochimaru's location now. Yes. Minato vanished with Flying Thunder God. Fugaku and Hayashi, realizing the crisis, and suspecting their missing children were Orochimaru's doing, used Body Flicker to summon all available jonin from their clans. As nearly the entire village stirred in a frenzy over the shocking news of Orochimaru's defection, the man himself calmly wandered through various underground labs hidden within Konoha, collecting every scrap of research and experiment data he had accumulated over the years. Orochimaru felt no fear of being trapped. He had been part of Konoha's upper ranks for years. The secret escape routes under his control weren't something a simple village lockdown could intercept. Even if all of the sensory-type ninja clans were mobilized, Orochimaru had full confidence in his ability to escape. His only dilemma was this: once he left Konoha, should he follow Yuki Yoru's advice and head toward the Land of Waves, now known as Wave City? Delving into the secrets of the soul, refining the living corpse reincarnation technique, it's urgent, yes. But if I lack leverage, won't I just become a pawn under Yuki Yoru's thumb? But if I form my own hidden village, using those children as the foundation? With his plan taking shape, Orochimaru weaved hand signs. A massive serpent roared to life and consumed everything inside the lab, ensuring no trace remained. But just as he turned to leave, a tear-streaked figure appeared in the doorway. Sensei. It was Mitarashi Anko, eyes full of tears as she looked up at him. The whole village is saying you defected, that you betrayed Konoha. But I don't believe them. You're one of the legendary Sannin. You wouldn't do something like this, right? Sensei, Anko, Orochimaru said calmly, his golden serpent-like eyes flat. They're not wrong. I am leaving the village, to pursue something that belongs to me. The world never gives you everything you want. Things crack, break, and fade. You didn't come here just to hear me say goodbye, did you? And no. That's not it. Anko shook her head frantically, her voice trembling. I don't want to leave you, Sensei. Do you think you have the worth, the value to be taken with me? Anko's voice faltered. Her eyes were clouded with hesitation. She knew the truth: she was clumsy, lacking in talent. Despite being the personal disciple of a Sannin, she had mastered only a few basic snake jutsu. If Orochimaru defected, he would become a target of Konoha. What could she, a weak disciple, possibly offer? She'd only slow him down. You know the answer already, don't you, Anko, but still. Suddenly, Orochimaru's neck extended like a serpent. Before Anko could react, his fangs sank into her neck. Chakra surged at the wound, forming a fiery hot seal shaped like 3 Tomo, the cursed seal. Sensei. Lord Orochimaru, it's so hot, it hurts. The searing pain made Anko collapse to the ground, clutching her neck and convulsing. Orochimaru's gaze was unreadable, until a flicker of surprise crossed his face. The cursed seal, normally over 90% failure, had successfully imprinted itself on her. Was this fate's way of telling him to take her along? Say. It seems you do have some value after all. Orochimaru leaned down, lifted Anko's chin with a finger, and said softly, if you truly want to follow me, if you're loyal, then prove it. I'll smuggle you out of the village and conceal your chakra signature so no one will notice. Your mission: head east, to what used to be the Land of Waves, now Wave City. Find the one I plan to work with. If he accepts you, then you'll remain my disciple. Wave City. Anko sniffled, then nodded hard. I understand, Sensei. I'll do it. Very good, now, rest for a while. Orochimaru gently tapped the cursed mark on her neck. A searing wave of chakra pulsed through her, and her consciousness faded. A giant snake emerged and swallowed her whole. His gaze lingered for a moment on the now empty lab. Then he vanished into the darkness. Konoha's so-called village-wide lockdown meant nothing to Orochimaru. Without that relentless white-haired sage chasing him down like in the past, he left the village effortlessly, making his way toward the land of rice fields, a place he had already chosen as his future stronghold. But Anko wasn't nearly as fortunate. After Orochimaru smuggled her out of Konoha, she slowly regained consciousness and began her journey toward Wave City. The distance between Konoha and Wave City was significant, and it made her journey far from easy. Rogue shinobi. Bandits. Highwaymen. And just before she crossed the Fire Country's border, her chakra was picked up by a patrolling Konoha squad. As the apprentice of one of the legendary Sannin, Anko was a familiar name in the village. Now, with the entire shinobi world buzzing over Orochimaru's betrayal, the moment this patrol discovered her trail, they sprang into pursuit. They had no leads on Orochimaru, but if they could capture his unpredictable disciple, perhaps they could extract crucial information from her. Stop running, Mitarashi Anko. Surrender now. Tell us everything you know about Orochimaru, and we guarantee you'll be spared. You're still young, he just misled you. If you come back peacefully, the 4th Hokage won't hold it against you. Their voices echoed behind her, urging surrender. But Anko clenched her teeth and kept running, toward Wave City. Her speed was impressive. Whenever she pushed herself to the limit, the cursed mark on her neck would burn hot, pumping surges of chakra through her system. That power kept her one step ahead of the Konoha squad, a team made up of a Jonin and 2 Chunin. This isn't good. If she makes it into the Land of Water, we won't be able to engage her freely. How does she still have so much chakra? She's just a kid, and she was never even labeled a prodigy. She's still the Sannin's disciple. Watch this, wind style, great breakthrough. A spiraling gust tore across the surface of the water, flinging up a spray of mist. Anko felt the wind bearing down behind her, her face tightening. She whipped her arms back, sending out a burst of snakes from her sleeves. The snakes were shredded instantly. The storm raged on, barreling toward her. With no other choice, Anko leapt out of the way, but that single moment's delay was enough. The Jonin flashed behind her, seized her ankle, and slammed her into the lake. But in the next instant, steam hissed from the water's surface, waves boiling with heat. Hidden shadow snake hands. A cluster of thick snakes burst from the water, striking at the Jonin. But such a frontal attack. It didn't stand a chance. The Jonin dodged in a flash, his hands plunging into the water, chakra surging, forcing Anko to resurface. I won't let it end like this. She bit her lip hard, defiant. I will earn Sensei's acknowledgement. I'm his only student. I can't, let him down. Hidden shadow, multi-snake strike. Her hands moved rapidly. She lunged forward, and a dozen serpents launched toward the Konoha shinobi. But that's enough, Mitarashi Anko. Wind release, wind cutter. Wind release, wind net. Blades of wind sliced effortlessly through the snakes. A crisscrossing whirlwind formed into a net and surged toward her. Anko didn't have time to dodge. The net slammed into her body. Countless razor-thin cuts slashed across her skin. Blood painted her body crimson. I won't fall here. Pain tore through every inch of her, but she kept whispering, kept fighting. The cursed mark on her neck glowed a deep red. Pulses of cursed chakra poured into her. But it wasn't enough. This was still just the early stage curse mark, it couldn't match a Jonin's raw power. In only a few exchanges, Anko's body was riddled with wounds. She crashed onto the lake's surface, bleeding and exhausted. The cursed mark dimmed, its glow fading. For an incomplete seal, it was already a miracle she had lasted this long. Weakness washed over her like a flood. Her entire body ached. Even keeping her eyes open felt like dragging a boulder. Did I fail again? Wave City, it's so close. Sensei's mission, just a little more. Am I still not good enough? No, I can't go back. Even if I die. I can't let them take me back. Even at her young age, Anko understood what awaited her if she was captured. Dragged back to Konoha. Tortured until she broke. Exposing Orochimaru's secrets. And even if, somehow, she survived, her life would never return to normal. She'd be treated like a traitor. Judged. Abandoned. Even her friends would turn their backs. Better to die than live like that. Snake. Dragon. Hare. She started forming the hand seals for the twin snakes' mutual death technique, a suicide jutsu. But just as her fingers locked the next seal, a silhouette appeared in front of her. A smooth, elegant back. A wooden token hanging at the waist. Anko paused. If I'm not mistaken, you're one of Orochimaru's followers, aren't you? A familiar voice came from beneath a white mask. Anko stopped mid-seal and nodded. I'm Anko. His direct disciple. Good. I remember you now. Bakura turned her eyes toward the wary Konoha shinobi. Hand her over. Do that, and I'll let you live. She's a Konoha ninja. What, you're declaring war on US? Wait, that uniform, that badge on her belt. The Jonin's eyes narrowed. You're from that group, Soul Society. The one causing a stir in the shinobi world lately. So you do know who I am. Then you should know your place. Don't talk nonsense. The Jonin drew a kunai, dropping into a stance. If she's headed for Wave City, and you're here to intercept her, then Soul Society must be allied with Kirigakure. And you're colluding with Orochimaru. I really hate Konoha Jonin who are actually smart. Bakura exhaled softly, and vanished. In a blur, both Chunin were sliced in two. The Jonin barely reacted, escaping via body flicker, but not fast enough. Bakura severed his shoulder, blood spraying and dyeing the sea red. You're not getting away. Bakura murmured, already in pursuit. Her Shuinpa was leagues faster than any body flicker. Within seconds, she was in front of the retreating Jonin. What is your village planning? He roared. His right arm was gone, a gaping sword wound slashing from armpit to gut. Still, he glared straight into her eyes. You make peace with Konoha in public, but work with Orochimaru behind the scenes. You created Soul Society to destabilize the world. Has Kirigakure's ambition grown that reckless? Bakura said nothing. She raised her Zanpakuto, and swung. One clean strike. His head hit the water. She glanced at the corpse. Her hand rose, so Katsui. A torrent of blue fire consumed his remains, erasing all evidence. The major nations might have heard of Soul Society, but Kirigakure couldn't publicly acknowledge it. Especially not now. Orochimaru was on the verge of joining forces with them, possibly even pledging to Yuki Yoru. Bakura couldn't leave any survivors. After all, the Land of Water had started presenting itself as an open, commercial, industrial power, especially in its dealings with the rich and resource-heavy Land of Fire. Any sign of underhanded plotting, it would destroy everything. They didn't go for a killing blow, Bakura murmured, scooping the unconscious Anko from the water. Looks like they wanted you alive. Her gaze fell on the back of Anko's neck. The cursed seal still pulsed faintly. Her brows drew together. She said nothing more. In an instant, she was gone, taking Anko with her. Chapter 132, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 132. Under the influence of the special chakra tool and the Land of Snow's frigid climate, Dodo Kazahana's ice release was indeed formidable, its sheer scale rivaled or even surpassed typical A-rank jutsu. But his opponent wasn't a mere foot soldier, he was a true boss. Kisame Hoshigaki showed no mercy. With Same Hata having absorbed an enormous surge of chakra, Kisame focused that energy and unleashed his signature move. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Instead of freezing it instantly with his one-horned white whale technique, the tsunami-like torrent unleashed was catastrophic. Doto's mocking smirk transformed into shock and disbelief at the sheer volume and ferocity. A towering tidal wave erupted from Kisame's mouth, instantly engulfing everything around it. Ordinarily, ice release would freeze and nullify water release, but when the volume of water is massive enough, ice can't keep up, it simply melts away. Doto's one-horned white whale felt insignificant in the face of that torrent of water like an entire lake. It was swallowed by the water in an instant, slowly dissolving within it. Dodo Kazahana and his snow ninja were swept away by the onslaught. In mere seconds, a lake formed where none existed. Is this even possible for a human? Koyuki Kazahana and Sandei Wasama, who had been utterly desperate moments before, were now completely stunned, held by Ayako Mizunai and Dentaro. They hadn't blinked for a long time, utterly disbelieving the miracle before their eyes. Tears ran down Sandei's face as he clung to Dentaro, trembling. There's hope. Hope at last, thank you all. He turned to Ayako. Kirigakure's lord, kill Dodo Kazahana now. When we reclaim the throne, we'll pay more than 1 million Ryo, 2 million, no, 3 million Ryo. Ayako calmed him. Let's hold off. First, let Lord Kisame finish this. The massive volume of water washed away all the ice and cold. Dodo Kazahana's face was filled with terror as he frantically swam away from the water. He couldn't win. It was simply impossible to win. Facing such a monster, there was no way to win. Seeing Dodo Kazahana desperately swim for the shore, the remaining snow ninja, scattered and disoriented, began fleeing in panic. A savage gleam lit Kisame Hoshigaki's eyes as he twisted his fingers into a precise series of hand seals. None of you are getting away today. With that, he unleashed. Water release, 5 feeding sharks. 5 chakra sharks burst forth, tearing through the water and into the fleeing snow ninja. Within moments, the blood-red tide stained the lake. Sandei Wasama and Koyuki Kazahana's faces both turned pale at this sight, but they continued to stare intently at everything unfolding before them. How can I not escape? How can I? The deaths of the snow ninja trailing behind him sent waves of panic through Dodo Kazahana's mind. The once fearsome usurper of the Land of Snow's throne now thrashed through the water like a desperate stray dog, utterly terrified. Unfortunately, no matter how much he swam, he could never escape the water's surface. The range of this water release seemed boundless, causing despair. No, this can't be happening. The bloodthirsty, life-taking shark surged in with terrifying speed. Dodo Kazahana didn't even have time to scream. Before he could utter another word, the beasts tore into him, ripping his body apart and dragging him under. His life was snuffed out in an instant. Koyuki Kazahana and Sandei Wasama were frozen, unable to respond. The man who had loomed over them like an invincible demon was gone, defeated in under a few minutes. It's over. Just like that. Koyuki whispered, eyes fixated on Doto's lifeless body in Kisame's hands. Sandeu, ready for a desperate escape with Koyuki, found himself stunned. We just asked for help, and he's gone already. Is this the power of Kirigakure, the village that defeated Konoha? Lord Fourth once told me that we could help you reclaim the position of country ruler and restore your nation, Kisame said, dropping Dodo Kazahana's body before them, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. You must pay the corresponding price. We can add more money. 5 million Ryo, no, 10 million Ryo. Sandei Wasama said hastily. 10 million Ryo, Land of Snow's absolute limit, and it'd probably have to be paid in installments. If Princess Koyuki regained the throne, she'd need funds to stabilize the nation, win over the people, and rebuild. We are willing to pay 10 million ryo. We implore the distinguished ninja of Kirigakure to. You want Land of Snow for yourselves too, don't you? Koyuki's sudden outburst made the three Kirigakure ninjas' eyes narrow sharply. Even Sandayu's face turned ashen, horror flickering in his gaze. My princess, what are you doing? That terrifying ninjutsu, like a natural disaster, was a power we couldn't possibly contend with. At this moment, instead of clinging to their power, you're provoking them. Isn't this just asking for trouble? My lords, Koyuki is still young, her words are innocent, so. Kisame looked at Koyuki, unfazed. Land of Snow is barren, cold, remote, without people, resources, or future. Even if Kirigakure took it free, Lord Fourth wouldn't bother to govern it. He fixed them with a stern stare. I simply ask that you state your price clearly. Otherwise, if after the mission you fail to provide something of equivalent value and we have to take it ourselves, it will seriously damage the future cooperation between our two nations. Sandayu gulped. Yes, Lord, your words are absolutely correct. We will certainly provide the proper mission compensation, 10 million ryo. At least 10 million ryo. But Koyuki interrupted. Sandayu, we don't even have 10 million ryo. The National Treasury has. No, it doesn't. When father entrusted me to you all, I witnessed the state of the treasury myself. Forget about 10 million ryo, even 1 million ryo is beyond our means. Oh, you're unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Sandayu Asama's face crumpled in despair. He was fully aware of Snow Country's dire state, but that made securing Kirigakure's aid even more urgent, even if it meant stretching the truth. With that backing, reclaiming the throne first and repaying the debt later was smart. Her impulsive words, however, were sabotaging everything. Is that so? Kisame said coolly, a faint smile curling at the edge of his mouth. I respect your honesty, but I won't go against Lord Fourth's orders. You may inherit your country, but Kirigakure will claim what it deserves. What a truly magnificent spectacle. Within the Land of Snow, at the Rainbow Glacier. Yuki Yoru, clad in the fourth Mizukage's hayori, arrived here through the power of reverse summoning. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze finally settling on the ice walls that shimmered with iridescent light under the faint glow. He remarked with a hint of awe, I never thought the Land of Snow could create such a unique wonder. The Rainbow Glacier wasn't just ordinary ice. It was a valley, nestled between three snowy mountain ranges. The winding mountain bodies had been polished into 6 colossal rectangular ice walls, each 100 meters high, forming a perfect hexagon. The ice walls were smooth and pristine, standing like crystalline mirrors amidst the snow-capped peaks, catching the subtle light and refracting it into a spectrum of colors. At the very heart of these 6 ice walls lay an expansive, flat hexagonal altar carved from ice. Within the altar stood a small, elegant pavilion, its roof adorned with glazed tiles, its edges curving up into 6 delicate points that mirrored the surrounding ice walls. Inside the pavilion was a stone platform with a distinctive keyhole. Lord Fourth, according to the legends of the Land of Snow's royal family, the secret treasure of the Land of Snow lies beneath this rainbow glacier. Kisame Hoshigaki, with same hata strapped to his back, murmured, the previous ruler of the Land of Snow poured vast resources into constructing this place. That was also one of Dodo Kazuhana's reasons for his usurpation. He believed a massive treasure, or perhaps a secret power capable of conquering the shinobi nations, was hidden here. Conquering the shinobi nations might be an exaggeration, but there's indeed a vast reservoir of energy beneath this ground. Yoru gazed at the patterns on the altar. In the original tale, beneath this rainbow glacier lay a massive geothermal generator. Once activated, it could melt the decades-long winter that had gripped the Land of Snow in a mere blink. It was Somen Kazuhana's life's work, but it held no meaning to Yoru. His true target was the energy source that powered it. Seal off the area. The operation may get loud. Understood, Lord Fourth. Kisame Hoshigaki expertly wove hand seals, unleashing the hiding in mist jutsu. At the same time, he infused the mist with an enormous amount of chakra, ensuring that not even sound could escape. Seeing Kisame Hoshigaki's prompt action, Yoru nodded in satisfaction. He suddenly lifted his left foot and stomped forcefully downwards. With a loud crack, the ice beneath them shattered, revealing a massive, dark machine. At its far end glowed a primitive but intricate sealing formula. Crude sealing technique, but combined with ninja tech, they've managed to harness this energy. Truly, science builds nations. Clicking his tongue, Yoru drew a scroll and unsealed a gourd-shaped vessel forged from rare purple clay. Purple clay was a precious material in the shinobi world, often used to craft sealing vessels strong enough to contain even-tailed beasts. It had extremely high chakra insulation and, when paired with specialized jutsu, made it nearly impossible to break the seal. It was costly and rare. Even Kirigakure had limited reserves, but Yoru, as Mizukage, had access to a supply. Let's begin. 4 symbols release. The powerful 4 symbols release forcibly unraveled the crude seal below. In the nature of chakra, stronger chakra always suppresses weaker chakra. Even if the key didn't match the lock, the strength of the 4 symbols release was enough to force the seal open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind suddenly kicked up. The air howled, snow was swept into spiraling gusts, and the temperature dropped again. The black machine rumbled and stirred, but without the original seal in place, it malfunctioned. Loud clanks and cracks echoed from within. It was clearly breaking apart under the surge of uncontrolled chakra. Squeal. 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 Same Hada thrashed excitedly on Kisame's back, reacting to the immense chakra. Lord Fourth, this. Don't panic. Keep it under control. Yoru cast a glance at the writhing blade. Samahada's powerful, but it's still a weapon. Tools exist to serve us, not the other way around. I can tell your compatibility with this blade is exceptionally high. Master it well, and you'll be one of our Kirigakure's newest 7 ninja swordsmen. Yes, Lord Fourth. As Kisame answered excitedly, the blizzard intensified. A massive tornado of snow and wind spun around the altar like a world-ending storm. The ground quaked. Cracks split the earth like a shattered tortoise shell. What immense power. It seems my trip here was truly worth it. Feeling the chakra stir violently, Yoru's excitement deepened. In a flash, he appeared beside the ruined geothermal generator. The sealing gourd in his hand pointed directly at the roaring chakra source. Absorb. With a low command, the gourd's mouth opened, and an immense suction erupted outward. Intricate sealing runes radiated from the mouth of the gourd, wrapping around the entire generator in seconds. The atmosphere grew heavier. The once raging chakra, still transforming the landscape, grew even more unstable, but now it was being pulled into the gourd at a steady pace. This chakra. Lord Fourth is actually sealing it. Kisame was stunned. The chakra wasn't quite on par with the tailed beast, but sealing something of this scale should have been incredibly difficult. Yet Yoru did it alone, and effortlessly. Truly worthy of the 4th Mizukage. Before Kisame's astonished eyes, countless streams of chakra were devoured by the sealing gourd. The chaos gradually subsided. The tremors ended. Only thick, condensed chakra remained, being steadily consumed by the gourd. That should be enough. Seal. Yoru activated the sealing technique. The gourd's surface glowed with layered runes. With a quiet motion, he inserted a wooden stopper into the gourd's mouth. The land of snow's chakra, successfully secured. This immense chakra source would serve Kirigakure well, powering their dual tower, chakra experiments, or even infrastructure projects. In short, this acquisition would greatly ease Kirigakure's energy burden as they entered a rapid phase of development. Reverse summoning won't last long. Kisame, take charge of the chakra technology from here. Yoru patted his shoulder. You're now Kirigakure's same Hada wielder. Hehehe, thank you, Lord Fourth. Kisame grinned widely, rows of shark-like teeth gleaming. I'll handle everything perfectly. Good. I'll be taking my leave. Reverse summoning consumed a tremendous amount of chakra. Even with Kisame as the anchor, it couldn't be sustained for long. With a puff of smoke, Yoru vanished. Now formally recognized by Yoru, 7 ninja swordsmen, same Hada wielder, Kisame Hoshigaki, headed into the land of snow to regroup with Ayako and Dentaro. Ayako and Dentaro, members of Kirigakure's Cipher Division, were already experts at intelligence and data retrieval. By the time Kisame returned, they had fully collected all information related to the land of snow's chakra technology. All done. Ayako smiled. Did you handle your part too, Kisame-senpai? Yeah. Lord Fourth even came himself, and officially entrusted me with same Hada. Whoa. Whoa. Times. Lord Fourth came. Where? Where? So you're officially one of the 7 ninja swordsmen now. That's amazing. Dentaro looked around with excitement. Ayako smiled warmly at Kisame and, with a playful wink, added. Then as a celebration, may I treat you to dinner, Kisame-senpai? What? Kisame blinked, stunned by the amber-eyed girl's boldness. Me. After completing the mission in the land of snow, Kisame Hoshigaki's team didn't linger. They left the country immediately. With Dodo Kazahana dead, Kisame and the others only needed to make a brief appearance alongside Princess Koyuki Kazahana. The remnants of Dodo Kazahana's forces quickly surrendered, and as the rightful heir, Koyuki naturally reclaimed her position as the new daimyo of the land of snow. However, even Kisame could see it clearly, Koyuki, still young and inexperienced, would struggle to truly govern. The future of the land of snow would likely fall into the hands of power-hungry regents, or once again descend into civil strife. But that wasn't their concern anymore. Kisame's team moved quickly. Not long after leaving the land of snow, the bitter cold began to fade into more temperate climates. The land of snow lay far from the land of water. The most direct route back required crossing through the land of earth and the land of fire, then passing through the land of waves to finally reach the land of water. However, to avoid attracting attention from Iwagakure and Konohagakure, and to stay clear of unnecessary conflict, Kisame's group deliberately chose an alternate route, passing through smaller countries like the land of demons, the land of bears, and the land of birds. Many of these minor nations were still plagued by war and chaos, with rogue ninja roving their borders. But compared to the 5 great nations, these places posed little threat. After all, they now had a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen traveling with them. But what Kisame's team hadn't expected was that shortly after leaving the land of demons and stepping into the land of swamps, they ran into serious trouble. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, sending dirt and dust billowing into the sky. Dentaro staggered back, panting heavily as he shouted, "Damn it. These monsters just won't die." Before Kisame's 3-man squad stood a group of towering, stone-armored warriors wielding weapons. They were golems, huge, lifeless puppets, but now moved with uncanny speed and coordination, forming ranks and charging like living soldiers. Ayako and Dentaro struck down several using ninjutsu, but the next moment brought horror. The shattered stone warriors began to reassemble and stand up again. They're immortal. How's that even possible? They all have an incredibly peculiar chakra coursing through them. That must be what's causing this. I can use same hada to drain that power. He slashed one golem clean in 2. The regeneration of that one slowed noticeably. But it was far too inefficient. There were hundreds, thousands, of these creatures. Taking them down one by one with same hada was not an option. Worse, Kisame could feel Samahada's reaction, revulsion. It was resisting the chakra inside those puppets. "It's disgusting," he muttered. "Same hada doesn't even want to eat it. What in the world happened to the land of swamps? And what the hell are these things?" Another shattered golem reformed before their eyes. Dentaro growled and clenched his fists, brow furrowed. Since when did such a force exist in the shinobi world? Could it be some sinister organization, rising up in the aftermath of the war, now exploiting the great nation's post-war weakness to launch their own chaos? "Don't get bogged down fighting these things," Kisame barked. "Break through and get this info back to the village." Completely in the dark about what was happening in the land of swamps, and with no data on these strange, immortal puppets, the group didn't dare stay. After tearing through a few more enemies, they began their retreat at full speed. But what they saw along the way shocked even veterans of the Blood Mist. Stone puppets, rampaging everywhere. Not just small villages, even marketplaces and larger towns had been decimated. The death toll was horrifying. The brutality left even these hardened shinobi frowning grimly. What the hell has happened to this country? Chapter 133, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 133. What an immense amount of chakra. The sealing gourd containing the chakra of the land of snow was now installed at the base of Kirigakure's dual tower. As Hiromi gently released the seal, waves of chakra surged forth and flowed into the device. The moment the chakra was injected, the entire mechanism responded like a lake disturbed by a boulder. Vast waves of energy rippled out, quickly spreading through the whole tower. A very stable chakra signature, and the volume is massive. It could absolutely replace the usage of impure world reincarnation. Hiromi's expression showed delight, but then her brows slightly furrowed. "However, Lord Yoru, if we repurpose this chakra instead of relying on those brought back by the impure world reincarnation, we may face resistance. Each of them has already completed different lengths of duty, ending their missions now, whether or not they're converted into Shinigami, could breed real dissatisfaction." "It's not a problem," Yoru said calmly. "Just reassign them to new missions. Their service hours will still be credited. There are more than enough applications for this energy source, the village's infrastructure upgrades, the chakra demands of Shinigami conversion, even the barrier maintenance over on Jomo Island. It all requires stable power. Just distribute it accordingly." "Yes, Lord Yoru." As Yoru looked at the stabilized chakra flow within the core, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. Large-scale chakra sources weren't exactly rare in the shinobi world, but most came with severe side effects. Used on living beings, they were like radiation, placing a tremendous burden on the human body. But when repurposed for barriers, scientific research, or external constructs, they were ideal. The Star of Hoshigakure, the Ryumayaku in the Land of Wind, the Stone of Jelal. All of them, absolute treasures. Yoru's expression suddenly froze. He narrowed his eyes. "Is something wrong, Lord Yoru?" Hiromi asked. "It's nothing. I just didn't expect Kisame's team to run into a situation like this." Through the monitoring microbes he'd planted earlier, Yoru had caught sight of what Kisame and the others were facing. The demon known as Morio, its existence was unique within the shinobi world. In many ways, it resembled the very same special chakra composite Yura had considered before, the Ryumayaku, the star, chakra-laced anomalies. But Morio was something else entirely. Not only was it a massive conglomeration of chakra, it had the power to bestow the chakra upon others. And more importantly, it could not die. Aside from the power of the priestess, no other force in the shinobi world could truly harm Morio. Even in the original tale, Naruto, the so-called child of prophecy, had to rely on the power of Cheyenne, the priestess, to unleash a special Raisnon to finally defeat Morio. An immortal demon and a sealed priestess. Two sides of the same coin. Yura murmured softly. After giving Hiromi some final instructions, he departed from the base of the duel tower and returned to his office. Not long after, a man clad in a white hayori arrived, Gungetsu Hozuki, the former Mizukage. He stood quietly, gazing around the familiar yet foreign office. After all these years, nothing's changed. If you're feeling nostalgic, want to help me with the paperwork? Yura teased. Hard pass, Gungetsu waved him off. I'm still enjoying retirement. I gotta say though, those hot springs in the land of hot water. Top tier. Pity the locals are insufferable, religions everywhere. Yura chuckled. So that's why you came back. Vacation didn't go well. He tossed a mission scroll toward Gungetsu, who caught it and opened it with a furrowed brow. Morio. Priestess of the land of demons. As a former Mizukage, Gungetsu was well informed. He remembered that during the founding of the 5 great shinobi nations, the first generation of Kage had signed an agreement with the land of demons shrine priestess. Should Morio ever rise again, the 5 nations would be obligated to assist in its suppression. However, Morio had never reappeared during Genjetsu's reign. To think it had finally returned, decades later. Morio has not yet fully awakened, Yuru explained. The land of demons hasn't issued a formal call for aid. But Kisame's squad encountered the ghost/immortal army while passing through the land of swamps on their return from the snow mission. Yoru spoke gravely, assist Kisame, investigate the demon's true nature. If necessary, I will come. You're taking this seriously, Gungetsu said with surprise. Considering Yoru's current strength, he could flatten an entire nation if he went all out. Even the 5 great nations would hesitate to fight him. Yet Yoru looked grim. This mission was no joke. I understand, Gungetsu said. Though. Kisame still doesn't know who I really am, right? Are we just revealing our existence to the younger generation like this? It was never a secret, Yoru replied. I've never hidden it. Besides, Kisame is extraordinarily gifted. I'm grooming him as a future team captain. Oh. Gungetsu raised an eyebrow. He knew just how picky Yoru was. Even members of the 7 ninja swordsmen like Juzo Biwa hadn't caught Yoru's interest. But this young man from the Hoshigaki clan, he'd won the 4th Mizukage's full praise. Clearly, he was something special. Perhaps even on par with Mangetsu Hozuki. Well then. I'll get moving. Land of swamps. Deep within a vast volcano, within an ancient barrier seal, violent and malevolent chakra surged through the chamber. The awakened Morio loomed high above, gazing down upon the shinobi before it. Its twisted, dark serpentine heads writhed together, and its titanic body, tens of meters tall, radiated chilling, demonic pressure. The shinobi kneeling in front of Morio were drenched in sweat, legs trembling, their entire beings shaking from its overwhelming presence. Bring me those 3 shinobi, Morio growled. They are delicious offerings. Yomi, bring them to me. Ah, me. The middle-aged man leading the group looked up in disbelief at the terrifying, godlike demon towering above. He swallowed nervously. Lord Morio. The ghost army may be immune to blades and jutsu, but those shinobi are clearly Kirigakure elites. One of them is wielding a blade of the 7 ninja swordsmen. There's no way we can take them. Even if they did succeed, what then? What about the rest of Kirigakure's elite? What about Yuki Yoru, the men who defeated Konoha and rose to become the 4th Mizukage? Lord Morio, I believe. I shall grant you my power. Morio's serpent heads whipped violently. Tendrils of dark purple chakra detached from its body, twisting into worm-like forms that slithered toward the kneeling shinobi, burrowing into their flesh. They screamed in agony as their bodies transformed, eyes blood-red, skin marked with ominous black runes. More critically, their chakra levels surged. This is power. I feel invincible. Ha ha ha. I am unstoppable. Even Yomi was overcome with twisted joy. Their chakra output had multiplied by several folds, 10 times stronger than before. What terrifying strength. This is Lord Morio's divine might. With this power, I'll stand atop the shinobi world. Not even the 5 Kage can stop me. Yes. You, who carry my blessing, are invincible. Morio's sinister laugh echoed through the chamber. Once I reclaim my soul, once the priestess is dead, the entire world will tremble before me. But first, I need a vessel. That shinobi's body will do nicely, I want him. Understood. Yomi grinned, eyes gleaming with madness. He turned to his enhanced comrades. Come. Let's give these shinobi from the 5 nations a little taste of the new order. Elsewhere in the land of swamps. Damn it, they just keep coming. These stone soldiers are clearly targeting us. Wherever we go, they appear in force. It's like we're being funneled. This isn't good, there's too many. Ayako and Dentaro stood tensely, eyes scanning the encroaching horde. More and more stone soldiers were pouring in from every direction. Some wielded swords. Others carried spears, bows, even wore banners and mounts. No two were identical, each carved in unique detail, but all emanated one shared aura, deathless hostility. They marched in flawless formation, row upon row, column upon column. Together, they formed a massive, rectangular battalion formation. It looked less like a summoned force and more like a resurrected ancient army. A few could be shattered easily enough. These puppets weren't fast, and they didn't react intelligently. Ayako and Dentaro, both adept with water release, could restrain them fairly easily. Even Kisame wasn't struggling, yet. But numbers changed everything. Hundreds. Thousands. Even Kisame was starting to feel the pressure. At this rate, I'm the only one who can keep going with same Hada, he thought grimly. Ayako and Dentaro won't last much longer. Dentaro. Take Ayako and break out, get the intel back to the village. I'll hold them off. Kisame cleaved through several golems, chakra flaring. His hands blurred into seals, lungs swelling. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Water release, 4 shark rain. Kisame's chakra reserves had always been massive, but with same Hada now actively feeding him chakra, they were monstrous. The resulting surge of water exploded outward in a tidal blast, shattering the stone army and opening a path. Kisame-senpai. Ayako called out, eyes wide with concern. Her lips quivered. Please, come back alive. Don't worry. Kisame flashed a toothy grin, his sharp shark-like teeth gleaming under the sun. I still owe you a meal. I'm not dying here. Go, Ayako. Dentaro shouted. They're circling around again. Ayako glanced one last time at Kisame, biting her lip hard. Then she turned and fled with Dentaro, riding the surge of water away from the battlefield. Kisame raised his hands to cast another jutsu, when a violent chakra pressure crashed in from afar. Fire release, fire surge. Wind release, divine wind. The combined jutsu tore through the air, headed straight for Ayako and Dentaro. Kisame's eyes widened. He threw himself forward, same Hada in hand, intercepting the blast. Flames scorched his flesh. He bit down on the pain, weaving another set of hand signs. He exhaled a thick mist, hidden mist jutsu, shrouding the battlefield. Ayako and Dentaro turned back just in time to see the fog swallow everything. Please, please come back safe, Kisame-senpai. But Kisame was already surrounded again. Even within the mist, he was boxed in by unrelenting stone warriors. The chakra-infused wind tore the mist apart. Kisame stood alone, burned, bleeding, still defiant. Well, staying behind to cover your allies, a voice drawled. From the front lines emerged Yomi, his face twisted in bloodlust. That's not like the Kirigakure shinobi I remember. But no matter, one of the 7 swordsmen will make the perfect stepping stone to my conquest of the shinobi world. Die. Dark chakra erupted from his body. In his hand, a surgical short blade, now wrapped in Morio's cursed chakra. Kisame tightened his grip on same Hada. Their blades clashed, surgical steel against living weapon. The impact boomed across the battlefield. To both their shock, they were evenly matched. So this is the power of the 7 ninja swordsmen, troublesome indeed. He's just an advance unit, and he's this strong. What the hell are these monsters? Same Hada, chakra devouring slash. Kisame growled. With a twist, Samehada's spines tore through its bandages and raked across Yomi's arm, shredding flesh. Yomi howled and leapt back, blood pouring from his wounded limb. He's too strong. But I have Lord Morio's power, I should be unstoppable. Inside his mind, the demon's voice echoed. My soul has not yet returned to me. The power I gave you is only a fragment. When I reclaim my full self, when the priestess dies, I will be the mightiest force in existence. Then, I'll grant you unimaginable power. So that's it. Yomi muttered, eyes burning. He gestured forward. All of you, take him down. Leave nothing behind. The enhanced cultists charged forward. Some transformed into golems with fists like battering rams. Others spat fire, combined with slicing wind. Their attacks were overwhelming. Kisame's expression darkened. They're already at the level of a village's jonin. Just cannon fodder having this much power, plus these immortal stone soldiers. What in the world are these guys? No, I have to draw all their attention here and create time and space for Ayako and Dentaro to escape. WHRRRR. Same Hada trembled, seemingly responding to Kisame. You're suggesting I use that move? Kisame narrowed his eyes. Fine. Let's try it. He took a deep breath, and merged into Same Hada. Gasps rang out. In mere moments, he transformed into a monstrous hybrid, half man, half shark. The shift made movement awkward, but the power, the chakra flowing through his veins, was staggering. This level of chakra. Perfect. Bring it on. I don't care how strong you are, I'll hold this line. He dove into the massive lake formed by his earlier water release jutsu, then clapped his hands. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. The lake beneath his feet instantly transformed into a vast ocean. An area spanning several kilometers was completely engulfed by the water, sweeping Yomi and the stone soldiers into its depths. After accomplishing this, the shark-like Kisame plunged into the water again, weaving hand seals once more. And then. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. A swarm of chakra sharks erupted through the water, tearing into the enemy. Kisame surged forward with them, his eyes burning with resolve. Wherever the sharks passed, the stone army shattered. Within the water, Yomi and the others were helpless, slaughtered one by one. The ghost army. Kisame stood panting, eyes on the broken corpses and crushed soldiers around him. Then he turned toward the distant escape route, where Ayako and Dentaro had fled. His expression hardened. He gripped Same Hada, and rushed toward the volcano. I'll hold them off here. Ayako, you have to make it out alive. Chapter 134, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 134. Land of Swamps Border. A pair of eerie emerald eyes stared coldly at the ninja in front of him. A guttural roar erupted from his masked face. Earth grudge fear, tentacle fist. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of pitch-black threads shot out from the cloaked men, streaking across the battlefield. The moment they struck, they completely impaled the enemy ninja. The black threads burrowed deep, forcibly ripping out a still-beating heart. A fire-natured heart, it's certainly vigorous, but I already have one. Kakuzu gazed at the pulsing, bloodied organ with a trace of disappointment. Still, he didn't discard it. Instead, he absorbed it into his body, letting Earth grudge fear nourish and store it. Why do you have to go that far? He had potential to join us, said a voice. Sattori stepped forward, tone flat. It took time to find someone like that. And you just killed him, again. This is the second time now. That's not my fault, Kakuzu muttered. Did you see his head? It was practically begging to be cashed in. The black market was offering 5 million Ryo for it. If you were me, could you hold back? I'll admit, that is tempting. 5 million Ryo, who knows how many puppet materials that could buy. No wonder Kakuzu struck first. But seriously, quit this crap. The organization's short on people. You just offed another potential recruit. At this rate, how long do you think it'll take to find you a new partner? This guy was worth at least 3 million. Kakuzu grumbled, pulling out a scroll and sealing the severed head inside without a second thought. The boss really should know my personality by now. Every time I see one of these so-called comrades' heads, I just see stacks of Ryo walking around. Who could resist that? Then there's Sasori of the Red Sand. Sunagakure has a 20 million Ryo bounty on him. If I took him out. As if sensing Kakuzu's predatory gaze, Sasori's eyes chilled. He instinctively reached for the scroll at his hip containing the third Kazekage puppet. Only then did Kakuzu's scorching gaze finally turn away. Without another word, the two continued toward their next destination. But barely a few minutes had passed when a group of stone soldiers suddenly emerged ahead, armed to the teeth and charging at them. Kakuzu didn't hesitate. He thrust out a hand, launching a spear-like black thread with explosive force. The golems shattered on impact, crumbling to the ground. But within seconds, the stone soldiers began to stir, regenerating and rising as though unscathed. Kakuzu's brow furrowed. He quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, head-burning flame. A searing wave of fire erupted, but even engulfed in scorching heat, the golems didn't flinch. No matter the damage, they just kept getting up. What the hell? Sasori muttered. He raised his arms, threads firing outward to forcibly bind more than a dozen of the advancing puppets. If I'm not mistaken, these things are the ghost army, created by the legendary demon spirit Morio. They're basically the same as puppets, he continued, but their only real trait is being truly deathless. Kakuzu, who was practically a living encyclopedia of the shinobi world, added grimly, Back when Takigakure was first founded, the priestess from the land of demons made a pact with the village leader. If Morio ever rose again, Takigakure was to provide military aid. I always thought it was just a myth, but to think Morio really exists. So you're saying, these things are moving because Morio has awakened? That's the most likely explanation. Kakuzu looked at the stone soldiers with undisguised contempt. He far preferred living prey, fresh hearts powered his earth grudge fear, and heads could always be sold for a tidy profit. These mindless, stone-formed ghosts were worthless in every way. No profit. No pulse. Just dead weight. Let's go. We'll cash in this last head, and head to our next location. Now that Morio's on the move, this region is about to turn into a battleground for every major power in the shinobi world. Right. Sasori's gaze lingered on the stone soldiers. With a distracted nod, he followed Kakuzu. They arrived at a nearby bounty station, turned in the head, and counted the cash. Kakuzu stepped outside, only to freeze mid-stride. Both men looked up toward the forest's edge. A sharp-faced man with shark-like features darted between the trees, heading straight for them. That's him. A jonin from Kirigakure. Hoshigaki Kisame. His head's worth 8 million ryo. Kakuzu's eyes lit up like a man who'd struck gold, his gaze quickly shifting to the massive blade strapped to Kisame's back. Is that same hata, one of the 7 ninja swords? Ha! A sword like that goes for 5 million ryo on the market. Today must be my lucky day. Sattori, let's go. Just as Kisame was pulling back to disengage, his steps suddenly halted. A black tendril shot past his face, grazing his cheek and leaving a thin red line. Immediately after, hundreds of black threads exploded toward him like a net, seeking to entangle him in some perverse, inescapable bind. Kisame swung same hata, cleaving the threads apart. Leaping high into the air, he landed with a solid thud and narrowed his eyes at the 2 robed figures before him, black cloaks adorned with ominous red clouds. That outfit. You're Akatsuki. You know us. Kakuzu smirked. As expected of someone from the hidden mist. His expression was full of greed, not seeing Kisame as a man but a walking treasure chest. And rightfully so. After Yuki Yoru had single-handedly led Kirigakure to crush Konohagakure and assumed the mantle of 4th Mizukage, his bounty had soared to an unprecedented 300 million ryo on the black market. To put it in perspective, this was right after the Third Great Ninja War, when the economy hadn't yet inflated. Even a future Six-Tails Jinchuriki would only be valued at 50 million at best. Not even a Kage typically exceeded 100 million. 300 million ryo. That was enough to make Kakuzu hug his wanted poster to sleep, grinning like a pervert on countless nights. Too bad. Yuki Yoru was far too dangerous. All Kakuzu could do was fantasize. But Hoshigaki Kisame? He was fair game. Sattori, cover me. I'm taking him down. Extra course for tonight, and we've got plenty of lube. Fine. Sasori's eyes lit up slightly, his earlier boredom replaced with quiet anticipation. Without another word, he summoned his puppet, Third Kazekage, his prized masterpiece. The moment crackled with tension. The fight was about to erupt. Without delay, Kakuzu tore off his Akatsuki cloak, forming hand seals. Earth erupted around him. Earth release, earth spear. Simultaneously, 2 masks on his shoulders flew off, unraveling thousands of black threads. The threads twisted and writhed, forming 2 monstrous shapes, one exhaled gale force winds, the other spewed blazing fire. Wind feeds fire. Fire rides the wind. Fire style, head-burning flame. Wind style, pressure damage. Combined elemental ninjutsu, blazing wind assault. A maelstrom of wind and flame surged toward Kisame, roaring like a demon's scream. Eyes sharp, Kisame formed hand seals in a flash, unleashing a surge of churning water from his mouth. The water swirled, forming a prison-like sphere around him, a water prison technique, reinforced by high-pressure streams. The jutsu fully enclosed him, allowing him to perfectly protect himself from the ninjutsu's impact. Water prison, pretty clever. Though it was only a C-rank water release technique, in the hands of a true master of water style, it could become something far more deadly. Sasori's eyes flickered with surprise. Even he had to admit, it was a smart move. But Kakuzu sneered. Trapping yourself. You've woven your own cocoon. Let's see you survive when I shatter it and take your head. He charged forward, twin arms releasing torrents of black threads. Yet instead of striking, he held back. From his body emerged another earth grudge fear monster, this one crackling with lightning. The creature's mouth opened, launching a razor-sharp spear of electricity. Lightning release, false darkness. Water prison had superb defensive properties, but its fatal flaw was clear, it amplified damage from lightning-style attacks. Kakuzu had planned for this. The moment he pierced the sphere, he'd rush in with close-range attacks to finish Kisame off. Sattori narrowed his eyes approvingly. Not bad, for the men who once faced the first Hokage and lived. But what happened next stunned them both. Kisame didn't react much at all. Inside the sphere, he simply raised Samehada in front of him. The incoming false darkness accurately struck the water prison. But before the terrifying lightning strike, capable of piercing giant boulders, could fully detonate, Samehada gobbled it up completely with a series of gurgles. What? So that's Samehada, truly incredible. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed. He wasn't so sure he wanted to sell the blade anymore, he wanted to keep it. But Kisame remained calm. His eyes drifted between Kakuzu and Sattori, analyzing the situation carefully. The fourth Mizukage had issued intel to every elite shinobi in the mist, warning of high-threat targets. Kakuzu, the immortal shinobi of Takigakure who once clashed with the first Hokage. He wielded all 5 elemental chakra natures through Earth Grudge Fear. To kill him, all 5 hearts, 5 masks, had to be destroyed. Dangerous, but manageable. The true problem. Sattori of the Red Sand. A former genius puppeteer of Sunagakure who assassinated the third Kazekage and defected. According to intelligence, he wielded top-tier puppet techniques, potent poisons, and possessed a human puppet made from the Kazekage himself. That was the real threat. Kisame's eyes remained steady. He had water prison. He had Samehada. Against Kakuzu, he could hold his own. But Sattori? With control over magnet release, the elemental counter to water style, he was a far more lethal match. Still. Kisame remained composed. You from Iwagakure or something? Where's that famed mist-style silent killing technique? That elite water release you people love to brag about. Is this what Mist Village has become under Yuki Yoru's reign? Cowards like you have sullied the name of the Blood Mist. Kakuzu hurled more ninjutsu, but none found their mark. Kisame remained behind his watery shield, calm and untouchable. It was Kakuzu who started to crack, treating Kisame like a helpless fish on a cutting board, yet unable to land a blow. But Kisame paid no attention to the insults. A shinobi must endure. If I can't even ignore this kind of taunts, what kind of ninja would I be? His water prison stood firm. From time to time, Samehada snaked out to absorb Kakuzu's chakra attacks. Slowly but surely, Kakuzu was forced to back off, realizing brute force wasn't going to cut it. You need help? Sattori asked coolly. No, Kakuzu growled. He's just a cornered beast. Kakuzu. I said I don't need. Look around. Satori's voice was heavy. We've got a serious problem. Without them noticing, the surrounding forest had grown deathly still. From every direction, stone soldiers emerged, an uncountable mass of armed figures stepping through the underbrush with synchronized, unnatural precision. They bore weapons, yet not a hint of life in their eyes. Thousands upon thousands. A tide of lifeless soldiers, completely encircling the trio. So they were drawn here after all, Kisame muttered, lips curling into a faint grin. This location wasn't far from the chakra source Samehada had detected, perhaps only a few kilometers. And along the way, Kisame had discovered that these stone soldiers seemed to be specifically targeting him. The closer he got to that chakra signal, the more interested these puppet soldiers became in him, and the more they pursued him. Clearly, his plan to attract attention and help Ayako and the others escape had succeeded. And, by sheer coincidence, he had dragged 2 Akatsuki members into the mix. Kakuzu and Satori's expressions were grim, but at this moment, they understood that they had no choice but to fight. Black threads burst from Kakuzu's arms, joints, and even his mouth, thousands of Earth Grudge fear cords writhing through the air like serpents. His chakra surged. Killing intent rolled across the battlefield. Sattori pulled out a scroll, summoning the third Kazekage human puppet, with fine iron sand swirling around its body. Looks like we're fighting together, against the ghost army, Sattori said flatly. Inside the water prison, Kisame grinned, baring his signature shark-like teeth. He actively released the water prison jutsu, quickly forming hand seals and spouting water like a giant wave onto the ground, creating a terrain advantage. A second later, the clash began. The ghost army collided with the 3 shinobi in a violent wave. High above, a new figure arrived, Hozuki Gungetsu, cloaked in a pale white hayori, his voice laced with a lazy drawl. Well, this is turning into quite the party. He smacked his lips as he looked down on the chaos. They're all decent fighters, huh? I'll let them keep things busy for a bit, while I gather intel on Morio. His golden eyes turned toward the distant volcanic ridge. That chakra signature, it's coming from inside that volcano. Gungetsu vanished in an instant. In mere moments, he stood at the entrance to the volcano itself. Outside, more stone soldiers kept watch, along with several living shinobi, strangely positioned like guards. Gungetsu raised an eyebrow. Humans. Protecting a demon. Traitors to humanity. He didn't bother confronting them. Slipping past like a ghost, he descended silently into the mountain's heart. The volcano's interior was a hellish landscape, rivers of molten lava illuminated the cavern in an angry red hue. And within it, floated a monstrous presence. A massive, snake-like beast moved slowly through the magma, scales glowing like hot metal, exuding an aura of ancient malice. Morio. That power, it's comparable to a tailed beast, Gungetsu whispered, his smile fading. According to intel from Yuki Yoru, this wasn't even Morio's full strength. It wasn't complete. Only when it recovered its lost soul, and devoured the shrine priestess guarding it, would Morio reach full power. No wonder the fourth Mizukage was taking it seriously. This wasn't just a demon, it was a potential immortal threat. Inside the chamber, a shinobi fell to his knees. Yomi, high priest of Morio's cult, shouted with desperation. Lord Morio, those shinobi outside, they're far stronger than we imagined. Even your stone soldier can't stop them. His voice cracked. All the arrogance he once held, thinking the power Morio had granted him made him invincible. Gone. He now doubted whether he was even stronger than a regular jonin from any of the 5 great nations. Morio growled, voice rumbling like a landslide. Wretched shinobi scum. His serpentine neck writhed in frustration. Even he could feel the pressure now. I only intended to borrow a temporary vessel, but it seems I'll have to recover my soul ahead of schedule. Yomi. I will fuse with your body. We're heading for the land of demons, to the shrine of the priestess. Yes, Lord Morio. Yomi nodded fervently. He paused, then reached for 2 surgical scalpels and, without hesitation, sliced open his own abdomen. Oddly, no blood flowed. The act resembled cutting into a bag, not a body. Lord Morio, I've mastered dark medical ninjutsu. Please, enter my body. Well done, Yomi. You truly are someone I value. Morio released a hideous laugh and surged into Yomi's body in one fluid motion. Yomi's body trembled violently, shuddering and convulsing like something far too massive had forced its way inside. Watching this grotesque fusion, Gungetsu hesitated. He considered striking now, stopping the possession. But a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Wait. It was Yuki Yoru. Let them go to the land of demons. I want to see what the complete Morio really looks like. Eh? Are you serious, fourth Mizukage? What if it turns into a full-blown disaster? Then that's exactly what we need. The calm, collected voice sent a chill down Gungetsu Hozuki's spine, and he understood Yoru's intentions. You stay and watch over Kakuzu and Sattori. Protect Kisame. I'll go to the land of demons myself. Understood. Below, Morio completely burrowed into Yomi's body. Yomi then became a Morio Jinchuriki and departed the volcano, heading straight for the land of demons. Kirigakure, Hidden Mist Village. Yoru, clad in the 4th Mizukage ceremonial robes, appeared in Yukiko's Kekkei research lab. Upon entering, he saw Yukiko, her red eyes open wide, in a pristine white lab coat, tinkering with beakers and test tubes. Even the clinical coat couldn't hide her shapely figure, with her fair skin and cool, beautiful features, she was the epitome of a top-tier research genius. Is something wrong, Lord Yoru? Yukiko asked, noting his gaze with a look of gentle concern. Nothing. I'm just here to switch Jigai, Yoru replied casually. How's the research progressing? Yukiko's eyes sparked as she offered an update. I'm currently analyzing the curse seal Orochimaru set on Anko. I've uncovered some fascinating results. She explained, this so-called curse seal forcibly implants natural energy into the body, a highly dangerous process nearly no one survives. But Anko's luck and compatibility were off the charts. She not only survived, but can tap into that energy, almost like a simplified sage mode. With excitement, Yukiko continued, it's still a crude prototype, but conceptually, it's revolutionary. Reproducing it safely will take time, but thanks to Hiromi's natural energy research and samples from the white Zetsu cells, we now have the means to refine it quickly. And Yukiko smiled. Show me, he replied. Led by Yukiko, Yoru inspected a row of sleek, sealed Jigai capsules. These modified Jigai, besides housing Yoru's soul flawlessly, had been enhanced through bioexperiments. Even Yoru barely remembered each variant. Yukiko described them. Unit 1, an Uchiha-based Jigai with dual Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui and Koto Amatsukami, encased inside. Unit 2, fused with first Hokage cells and Hiromi's Uzumaki lineage, capable of limited wood release and possessing exceptional vitality. Unit 3, built on a Kage clan chassis and infused with Hyuga DNA. No Byakugan, but the Shikatsumiyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, has been greatly enhanced. Chapter 135, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 135. Under Yoru's deliberate indulgence, the demon Morio, once cowed by elite shinobi like Kisame, Kakuzu, and Sasori, no longer boasted of its invincibility. Instead, it focused on controlling Yomi, ordering him to head straight for the shrine of the priestess in the land of demons. Its goal, reclaim its lost soul. As the evening glow painted the sky orange, Yomi finally brought Morio to the land of demons. Since it was a solitary journey, Morio did not bring its ghost army. Instead, it used its malevolent chakra to control a few shinobi along the way, thus avoiding much attention. Still, the priestess sensed something amiss, but tragically, it was already too late. Upon reaching the shrine, Yomi released Morio's essence like a Jinchuriki unleashing a tailed beast. Malevolent dark chakra surged forth, more savage, wicked, terrifying, and purely negative than any tailed beast. It materialized as the grotesque, black-purple demon Morio, appearing within the shrine. Countless individuals gazed at the monstrous demon, feeling their legs tremble, their hairs stand on end, and their minds unable to find peace. Many knew their duty to protect the priestess, but the stories of the priestess and the demon were, for them, mere legends. Now, legend had become reality. The despair-inducing demon had truly manifested, bringing with it nothing but suffocating dread. "Mama, I'm scared." "It's okay, Cheyenne. Don't be afraid. Mama's here." Little Cheyenne trembled in her mother's arms, clinging tightly to Miroku's robes, her face pale with fear. Though fear shone in Miroku's eyes, she pushed it down, gently patting her daughter's back. Under a special technique, Cheyenne slowly drifted into sleep. Cheyenne. Looking at her daughter, Miroku's heart ached with tenderness and sorrow, but she had no choice. The demon Morio had appeared directly at the shrine, everyone knew what it wanted. If she failed today, then Cheyenne would inherit her role. She would become the next priestess, the last hope to seal Morio. Miroku placed a sacred bell, a symbol of the priestess's lineage, around little Cheyenne's neck. Then she turned to the fully armed young shinobi beside her, his expression grave and serious. "Asuha," she said, addressing him. "I'm going to stop Morio. You take Cheyenne and act according to the situation. If I fail, immediately seek help from the 5 great shinobi villages," she continued. "Escape with Cheyenne, first to the land of heat, no. The land of water." While Konoha was prosperous, it was not far from the land of demons. If Morio succeeded, it would undoubtedly ignite endless warfare, and the land of fire would surely be engulfed in conflict. Only the land of water, distant overseas, far from the mainland, yet possessing powerful strength, was the best choice. "Understood, Miroku-sama." Asuha held young Cheyenne, nodding firmly. "Hurry." A deafening tremor shook the shrine, buildings began to crack. Asuha rushed off with Cheyenne, while Miroku sprinted toward the underground chamber where Morio's soul was sealed. Flames and carnage spattered around the shrine as Morio rampaged, and Land of Demons guards were powerless. They couldn't even defeat the evil individuals who had been consumed by Morio's power. Miroku fought tears and guilt, but she was the only one who could stop this. In the bowels of the shrine lay an ancient seal set by a previous priestess. Though adept in sealing magic, Miroku had never faced a monster like Morio. After several preparations, Miroku finally adjusted the sealing array. It's a pity it's too far from the sealing ground in the land of swamps. Even if it's only Morio's body, forcibly sealing it here in the land of demons still requires my life force. Miroku turned her head to look at the dark ceiling, as if her gaze could pierce through the building to see Morio raging outside. Her eyes held a hint of sorrow, but more than that, determination. "Forgive me, Cheyenne. Mama won't be able to watch you grow up, but this is the Miko's duty, this is what a Miko must bear on her shoulders. Morio, let me." "So this is Morio's soul. Interesting." A sudden voice cut her off. At some unknown point, a masked figure in a white hayori had appeared behind Miroku, silently watching. Yoru gazed with interest at Morio's soul, sealed within the barrier. He could clearly feel the unique power emanating from it. Detected special chakra entity, demon, Morio's physical body. Detected special soul entity, demon, Morio's soul, side mission triggered. Mission: 1. Successfully subdue, control, absorb, or devour the special soul entity, demon, Morio's soul. Reward: 100,000 points. Mission: 2. Successfully eliminate the special soul entity, demon, Morio's soul. Reward: 500,000 points. The voice of his system echoed in his mind. Not only did it clarify the goal, but it confirmed the uniqueness of this entity. Yoru had long since realized that the system devoured souls in exchange for points. Though Morio resembled a tailed beast, a chakra-based entity, its soul and chakra could exist separately. Such souls were rare throughout the shinobi world. So rather than kill it for points, Yoru had a better idea. "Who are you?" Startled, Miroku backed away. She felt no dark chakra from him, so she relaxed slightly. "I don't know who you are, but get out of the way. Morio is coming, I must complete the seal." If he regains his soul, the entire shinobi world will face catastrophe. This level of creature isn't enough to threaten the shinobi world. Yoru glanced at her coolly. Yet, this priestess was unusual. Unlike most, her body had barely any chakra. Her energy came almost entirely from spiritual energy and natural energy. In today's chakra-dominated world, that was nearly unheard of. Natural energy was volatile. Outside of the three great sage regions, or those with rare innate sage bodies discovered by Orochimaru, no one could manipulate it. So you're a priestess, huh? Tell me everything about yourself. Beneath his mask, his Mangekyo spun, Koto Emetsukami activated. But to his surprise, Miroku didn't seem affected at all. Her eyes remained clear, her expression wary. The strongest genjutsu in the shinobi world had failed. Interesting. I found you, priestess. A thunderous roar cut through the air as Morio's enormous form shattered the roof of the shrine. Glaring down at them, his soul and the priestess both present, he burst into maniacal laughter. With his soul and vessel reunited, and the priestess to consume, he would become the strongest being in existence. Run. It's dangerous here. Miroku grabbed Yoru's sleeve, trying to pull him away. She might be able to contain Morio with her sealing jutsu, but not while protecting others too. Kukukuku. Morio laughed hideously, black-purple tendrils raining down like falling spears. Miroku raised both hands, unleashing a dazzling white light that formed a protective barrier, holding Morio's assault at bay. This power. Yoru's eyes gleamed. To be able to harmonize spiritual and natural energy so perfectly in a human body, she was a born soul vessel. Sweat trickled down Miroku's brow. Though she could seal Morio, in combat, she was far weaker than him. And if she used too much energy now, she might not have the strength left to complete the seal. Leave. I can't hold him for long. But Yoru simply walked forward, took her hand, and the barrier shattered as Morio's attack smashed down. Boom. Dust and rubble exploded outward. Though Morio couldn't detect Yoru or Miroku directly, the nearby seal alone made him ecstatic. Tendrils lashed the ceiling array, cracking it open. A chilling force oozed out, one that made every soul tremble. My soul. My lost soul. No. Don't. In Yoru's arms, Miroku stared in horror. Why are you doing this? Do you want to drag the whole world into hell? If it was just Morio's body, she could seal it, even at the cost of her life. But if Morio regained his soul and became complete, even she could do nothing. It's not that serious. I'm just curious. Yoru chuckled behind the mask. If I'm right, when Morio gets his soul back, you two will start to merge again, evolve into something stronger. Your powers are opposites, but I sense something similar. Like reflections in a mirror. Folded creases in a page. There's something hidden between the priestess and Morio, isn't there? What are you saying? Miroku bit her lip. Do you even understand what you've done? Kukuku. Come now, priestess. He's not wrong. Morio laughed wildly from above, absorbing his soul back into his form. You and I were once one, immortal gods beyond all. But you destroyed it all, you destroyed yourself. I did it for the world's peace. Miroku shouted. So you cut off your darkness, sealed me away, and called yourself the savior. Spare me. If your light can't control your darkness, then let my darkness devour your light. I'll unleash my ghost army and bring this ninja world to its knees. As Morio's soul merged fully into his body, the rebirth was complete. Boom. Dozens of snake-like heads rose with a roar, like a black dragon ascending. Dark chakra poured out, and the sun itself seemed to fade behind a looming dark moon. Morio had returned. He stared down at Yoru and Miroku. Human brat, you've helped me greatly. As a reward, I offer you the chance to kneel. Now, hand the priestess over. Yoru looked, almost amused. Did this thing really think it was stronger than him? In truth, even in this complete state, Morio's strength was comparable to a mid-tier tailed beast, like Isabu or Saiken. It couldn't even rival Gyuki or Kurama. You should know what I want now. Yoru turned to Miroku. You have two options. 1, become his food. 2, I beat him down and seal him into you. Or 3, I'll destroy you both and study you myself. Miroku opened her mouth, stunned. Before she could reply, Morio burst into laughter. Insolent human. Do you know who you're facing? Do you know who you're facing? Yoru tilted his head, then glanced at Miroku. Forget it, I'll make the decision for you. A beautiful woman, pale-skinned, gorgeous, wearing a ceremonial outfit, it was far more appealing than studying a slimy mud eel that barked like a dog. With that, Yoru scooped Miroku into his arms and vanished. Morio barely had time to react. An immense pressure slammed into him from behind, crushing his massive body to the ground. Snake Heads turned to look, just in time to see Yoru floating midair, holding Miroku. He barked and thrashed like a dog. 100-step pillars. Yoru calmly raised a hand and brought it down. Like the gates of the great god used against the Tentails in the Fourth Shinobi War, light pillars dropped from the heavens, pinning all of Morio's limbs and heads to the earth. You wretched human, how dare why? Boom. A massive beam of lightning-fused energy smashed into his mouth, blowing it apart. Before his chakra could reform, Yoru descended. 4 symbols seal. 8 trigrams seal. Both sealing techniques activated at once. Sealing marks burst from Yoru's hand, racing across Morio's body. A torrent of dark chakra was forcefully sealed. Into Miroku. No. Don't. 2 voices, Miroku's and Morio's, cried out at once. Yoru ignored them. I don't need your opinion. I care about mine. Morio screamed. Miroku flushed red in protest, but Yoru kept going. Moments later, the once world-ending demon vanished. All that remained was a dazed, flushed priestess, drenched in sweat and slumped in Yoru's arms. Seal went perfectly. Yoru gently rubbed Miroku's lower abdomen, carefully examining the seal. Layering the 8 trigrams seal on top of the 4 symbols seal was equivalent to a triple 4 symbols seal. With a key, it could even be selectively opened. Perfect. Time to say goodbye to this country, Miroku. He lifted her face toward the shattered land. The priestess sacrificed herself to seal the demon. That's the ending you wanted, right? I'm just helping fulfill it. You, me, Cheyenne. She opened her mouth, but no words came. Her head lolled, and she fainted. The seal had not only locked Morio within her, but her own powers as well. Cheyenne. Yoru paused at the name. If he recalled, she was Miroku's daughter, the future priestess, resembling a certain crown princess he knew. Crap. No trace of her chakra nearby. Did something happen to her? Whatever. Scratching his head, Yoru shrugged. Cheyenne wasn't his problem. He held Miroku tightly and vanished into the night. Meanwhile, on the border of the land of swamps, Kisame Hoshigaki stared in disbelief. Before him stood a man in white, dragging the unconscious bodies of Kakuzu and Sattori. Take these back to your Mizukage. S-rank rogues, both of them. Who the hell are you? Ignoring the other two, Kisame's eyes locked onto the white mask. That was Steam Imp, wasn't it? Only the Second Lord knew that technique. Who are you? Chapter 136, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 136. Just like how would release is forever tied to Hashirama Senju, or how dust release calls to mind the second and third Tsuchikage, and how I see. Just like how would release is forever tied to Hashirama Senju, or how dust release calls to mind the second and third Tsuchikage, and how ice release belongs to the current fourth Mizukage, Yoru of the Yuki Clan. There are some techniques in the shinobi world so iconic that the moment you see them, you remember the person behind them. Steam Imp was one of those. It belonged solely to the second Mizukage, Gungetsu Hozuki. Who are you really? Kisame Hoshigaki stared at the man in the white hayori before him, the unmistakable figure of Gungetsu Hozuki. Kisame had heard rumors of white-robed Shinigami and a place called the Soul Society. But as someone who was either carrying out missions or training in Kirigakure's dual tower, he'd always assumed that these so-called Shinigami were just propaganda, lies fed to them by enemies to stir unrest among the great villages. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, maybe the truth was more complicated. Stolen techniques. Human experimentation. Or maybe, something else entirely. So, I've been found out after all. Gungetsu let out a helpless sigh and tossed the unconscious bodies of Kakuzu and Sattori to Kisame. Well, since the fourth said it's fine if we're exposed, there's no point hiding anymore. And honestly, to see someone like you coming out of Kirigakure makes this old man feel at ease. This can't be real. Kisame stumbled backward, nearly dropping the S-rank rogues. But his focus wasn't on them, it was on Gungetsu. A wild thought popped into his head. But no, that couldn't be possible. And then Gungetsu took off the white mask. No eyebrows. That iconic little mustache. To every shinobi of Kirigakure, that face was unforgettable. Lord Second. Impossible. A forbidden technique? No, it didn't feel like that. There was no sign of a corpse being manipulated, no smell of decay. Gungetsu looked alive. The one who had revitalized Kirigakure, the strongest of the Hozuki clan, the second Mizukage Gungetsu himself, now stood calmly before him, arms crossed, eyes serene. The fourth's goal isn't wrong. If we want Kirigakure to thrive, what comes next is necessary. This may be a lot to process for someone your age, but I believe a boy who survived the bloody mist can endure anything. Kisame of the Hoshigaki clan. First time meeting. Leaning casually on the hilt of a zanpakuto, Gungetsu smiled with a roguish grin. I'm Gungetsu Hozuki, 2nd Mizukage of Kirigakure, and now captain of Squad 6, Godei 13 of the Soul Society. 2nd Mizukage. Captain of the 6th Division. Kisame's head was spinning. The legendary hero of their village was now a captain in some unknown organization. Had he betrayed Kirigakure? No. Impossible. The 2nd Mizukage had given everything to the village, more than any Mizukage in history. Even the village founder, the 1st Mizukage Byakuren, couldn't compare to Genjetsu's contributions. He founded the academy, established the ANBU, fended off foreign threats, and ushered in Kirigakure's golden age. His efforts during the First Great Shinobi War had put their village on the map. Everything Kirigakure stood on had been built by him. Even after decades of stagnation under the 3rd Mizukage, Genjetsu's foundation was solid enough to pass on to the 4th. A month ago, the 4th gathered the elite Jonin to study the Forbidden Scroll. One of the techniques was the 2nd Hokage's Edo Tensei. Kisame narrowed his eyes. And Edo Tensei allows full control over the resurrected's brain and thoughts, doesn't it? 2nd Lord. Of course I know. I've read every technique in the scroll, including Edo Tensei. I can use it myself. So tell me, are you really still you? Ah. So that's what you're worried about. Gungetsu chuckled. This world isn't as simple as you think, boy. And Kirigakure is not just another shinobi village. You've heard the rumors, haven't you? About the Shinigami and the Soul Society. The one who founded that force was the 4th Mizukage. What? Kisame was stunned, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Those rumors only began after the 4th took power. And who else could create a force like that, hidden inside Kirigakure? Kisame had known about the experiments, the village had dabbled in human testing since the 3rd Mizukage's time. But what he hadn't realized was that the focus had shifted from Keki-Igenkai to souls. That's too much. This isn't about power, it's about salvation, Kisame. Gungetsu looked at the boy, he could practically hear the gears grinding in Kisame's head. And he smiled, almost mockingly. Use your senses. Use same hada. Feel it for yourself. You noticed it, didn't you? Seeing Kisame's shocked expression, Gungetsu stroked his mustache with pride. There's no chakra in me. Not even a trace. You know what that means. We are all slaves to chakra, living in a world controlled from the shadows. Chakra governs everything, life, will, even souls. It corrupts the dead. It twists the living. People become monsters. This world becomes a prison. That's the truth of everything. The 4th created the Shinigami to fight the force pulling the strings behind the scenes. The Soul Society exists to shatter this endless, meaningless cycle. But such truths are too heavy. Too real. So we cannot simply reveal them. Only through fire and blood, only when the world is ready, can we show our hand. Lord 2nd. Kisame opened his mouth, uncertain what to say. Even his shark-like features looked lost. Confusion. Disbelief. He'd been raised in the bloody mist, forced to kill his own comrades. He had always asked himself, what is my purpose? My place? My goal? Where must I go to find peace? He thought the 4th Mizukage had the answer. But now, Genjetsu's words had flipped his worldview upside down. Kisame trembled. Explosions of thought erupted inside his head, blowing apart everything he once believed. He'd always known the world was dark and full of lies. But he thought, perhaps, a strong leader could bring hope. That he could find his light. But now I know. It's not just my life that was a lie. This entire world is a lie. No one's life is fake. What we seek is a future that's more real. More beautiful. Gungetsu shook his head. Honestly, I didn't plan to tell you all this. You're still young. You still have so much to experience, joy, love, life. Originally, the 4th intended to tell you the truth only after you'd lived a full life and returned as a soul. But your curiosity got the better of you. And if I didn't tell you now, you might have done something reckless. So yes. Curiosity really can kill the cat. Kisame smiled bitterly. If things had gone as planned, it would have been the perfect path. But now. So, now that I know about the Shinigami. Do I need to join you? Of course not. Gungetsu shook his head. We never force anyone. Everything I said was just to answer your questions. You're a child of Kirigakure. You deserve to know the truth about your village, its past and its future. Whether you become a Shinigami. That's up to your heart. My heart, huh? Kisame murmured. At that moment, the stone soldiers around them began to crumble into dust. Gungetsu whistled softly. Looks like the fourth has already handled Morio. Wait, Lord Fourth came here too. Of course. Who else in this world could deal with a monster like that? Gungetsu waved dismissively. All right. That's enough lecturing. Just treat today like a story. Don't overthink it. Take those two rogues back to the village, you'll get a big reward. And don't forget, you owe that girl a meal. Lord Second. But by the time Kisame looked up again, Gungetsu was gone. Just as silently as he had arrived, he vanished, leaving behind nothing but a ripple in the wind. And a shaken soul. News of Morio's rampage in the land of demons spread across the shinobi world like wildfire. The great nations were stunned. The third shinobi war had barely ended, and already another disaster loomed. But just as they began to mobilize troops, another shocking report arrived. The priestess of the land of demons had sealed Morio with her life. So, if your seal failed, you plan to leave Cheyenne in my care. Yoru looked oddly at the flustered Miroku, then glanced outside to where Asuha was leading Cheyenne away under Kirigakure escort. No wonder he hadn't sensed Cheyenne's chakra anywhere near the shrine. Miroku had planned everything. If she died, and Morio returned to power, war would ignite. And Kirigakure, an island nation, isolated from the mainland, was the safest place to hide the future priestess. But the moment they arrived in the land of water, news came that Miroku had successfully sealed Morio, sacrificing her life. With the crisis over, Asuha requested an escort back home. Yoru had considered keeping Cheyenne. No, not for anything creepy, he was simply curious about comparing the two priestesses. But Miroku's offer was tempting. So he agreed to let Cheyenne go. Now then. In exchange, you belong to me. I understand. Miroku blushed faintly, still hesitant. She never expected that the man in the white mask and hayori was the infamous Yoru of the Yuki clan. His voice, his manner, it didn't match the stories. But the aura was unmistakable. It was his soul. She glanced at Yoru, then at Cheyenne outside the Mizukage's office. Her hesitation melted into resolve. With a wave of her hand, her ceremonial gown slipped to the floor. The priestess closed her eyes, letting Yoru's hand fall to her abdomen. Relax. This won't take long. 4 symbols release. Glowing marks unraveled across her lower belly. Miroku arched her back, her entire body trembling. Her form began to change. A soft silver mist emanated from her skin, wrapping her in ethereal light, like a Jinchuriki entering tailed beast mode, only more delicate, more stable. Yoru carefully regulated the release of the seal. The more it opened, the more her form transformed. The energy thickened, until her figure could no longer be seen. Then, as the seal fully released, that energy condensed back into her body. And when it was done, a new Miroku stood before him. Silver-white hair floated gently, her body cloaked in flowing robes woven from energy. Her new priestess garb bore serpent dragon patterns like Morio's, with ghostly energy occasionally forming snake-like phantoms that hissed and flickered in and out of view. Quite interesting. Yoru eyed her up and down, deeply impressed. This was no longer a woman. This was a perfect fusion of chakra, spiritual energy, natural energy, and soul energy. An energy cloak formed around her, similar to Ninetales' chakra mode. You're the first person I've ever seen achieve perfect harmony between the 4 powers. If chakra were replaced with Ryoryoku, she would be a Shinigami. But as she was now, she was a sage. Not a Rikudo sage like the Sage of 6 Paths. A true sage, like those from the great 3 sage regions. Her power didn't just come from balance, it came from her nature. She had become an energy-based life form, far beyond human. Sensing his gaze, Miroku slowly opened her eyes. In this state, she was divine, her eyes aglow with silver light, as though untouched by the mortal world. But unlike before, her gaze held none of her former purity. If the old Miroku was pure white, and Morio pitch black, then this Miroku was a refined gray. The overwhelming flood of wickedness she'd taken from Morio, pure evil, corruption, depravity, distortion, unrelenting malice, a chaos as intoxicating and maddening as box of ultimate bliss, had returned to her body, seeping deep into her soul and staining what was once a heart of saintly purity with every shade of darkness. Yoru. Her slender neck tilted back like a proud swan. She floated upward, looking down at him like a goddess. You should never have released this power. No, I'm glad I did. Yoru's eyes shone with excitement. He had forged Shinigami by merging the souls of the dead with Ryoryoku. He had made hollows from corrupted souls steeped in darkness. But they were all born from the dead. This, Miroku, was something new. If this path could be developed, then even the average citizen of Kirigakure could evolve. You're a damn treasure. Yoru's heated gaze was predatory. To Miroku, now in sage form, it felt like desecration. To covet the power of a sage, such sin must be punished. Her voice rang with divine fury. She raised her hand, and a silver serpent spear appeared from thin air. She slammed the staff down, dozens of serpent-like energy constructs surged toward Yoru. Hey hey hey! This is not a good place to fight. Yoru's eyes darted toward the towering pile of paperwork on the Mizukage's desk. All of that was done by his shadow clones. If it was destroyed, he'd go insane. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Chains of light burst from his palm. They smashed through Miroku's attacks, wrapping around her in an instant, binding her tightly. Because her sage form's power couldn't be taken lightly, Yoru didn't hold back, so when the chains wrapped around Miroku, they made her already striking figure stand out even more. Yeah, we need a more private place for this. Yoru laid a hand on her shoulder, and both vanished. Miroku blinked. When her vision cleared, she heard waves crashing, smelled salt air. They were on a deserted island. Yoru smiled. His gaze burned hotter. Now, let's begin the research. For the future of Kirigakure, no, of all humanity, I hope you'll cooperate, dear priestess. Yamit. Chapter 137, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 137. Really, I can't go on anymore. At this moment, Miroku stared blankly at the sky, lying weakly on the beach. Every energy conversion and power extraction Yoru performed on her was extremely painful. Forcibly separating the chakra from the sage power in her body, then fusing it with Shinigami power. This process was like cutting a complete person into pieces, reassembling them, then cutting them apart again, over and over. However, as the Shinigami power replaced the chakra and fused into Miroku's body, becoming part of the sage power. The feeling it brought, so different from chakra, kept stimulating Miroku, allowing her to find a trace of strange sensation amidst the intense pain. Time passed in this indescribable process. Logically, Miroku in her sage state should not experience fatigue or exhaustion from this level of experimentation. But Miroku's spirit was ultimately not that of a true sage who had lived for thousands of years. As a mere inheritor, after 3 days and nights of energy conversion and fusion, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed on the ground. I'm so sorry. I really can't go on. All right then. Looking at Miroku, who appeared completely worn out, Yoru stopped his operations with the thought of not exhausting the resource. Miroku had brought him too many surprises. Balancing the 4 powers with a living body was completely beyond the current research scope of Yoru and the Hidden Mist. It opened up a whole new path of research for Yoru. As long as this path could be developed, Yoru would be able to fully promote the power of Shinigami, rather than just using a few souls to establish some soul society. He could create an empire. An extraordinary, self-reliant empire that belonged solely to him, in this world overflowing with chakra. You've done amazingly well, Miroku. You will be the core of my future plans. Everything you've sacrificed now will be remembered by me and the future citizens of the empire. Yoru gently pinched Miroku's chin, smiling at her dazed and unfocused eyes. I can allow you to spread your teachings in the Hidden Mist, to form a holy land. I'll even support you, letting you become a sage of the 4th great sage region of the shinobi world. The great shinobi villages won't sit idly by while a country or force rises, but they would certainly welcome the emergence of a new place of spiritual heritage. Morio is a mountain spirit, a plague deity, a black shadow. From now on, you shall be called the Witch Shadow Sage. Arigato. Miroku didn't understand everything Yoru was saying at the moment. She only knew that this inhuman torment was temporarily over. The matter with the priestess was settled for now, but how to deal with a lost young man still wandering life's path was another problem entirely. When Hoshigaki Kisame returned to the village, the elite of Kirigakure found himself completely lost, even forgetting how to get to the Mizukage tower. After hesitating throughout the village, he finally made up his mind and headed to the Mizukage's office. What's wrong, Kisame? You're one of our newly appointed 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Why the long face? Even if a mission fails, you should stay spirited, don't lose your composure. Mangetsu Hozuki, who had just walked out of the Mizukage's office, was surprised to see Kisame Hoshigaki's strange expression. He had never seen this look on Kisame before. In his mind, Kisame had always been a calm, emotionless machine, a living weapon. How come he looked so troubled today? Mangetsu. Kisame instinctively wanted to ask something. After all, Mangetsu Hozuki had always been Yoru's man and was probably the person in the entire Hidden Mist village who had the most contact with Yoru. If there was any information related to Shinigami, Mangetsu Hozuki would surely know something. But after a moment of hesitation, Kisame decided not to speak. He had already come to the Mizukage's office. If he had any doubts, he might as well ask the person directly. Hee, Kisame, guess what? My little brother was just born. We hadn't even named him yet, but the 4th Mizukage gave him the name, Soijetsu. Mangetsu Hozuki's face was full of smiles, his mouth almost splitting to the back of his head. Little brother. Kisame was stunned, and a smile appeared on his gloomy face. Congratulations. Suigetsu Hozuki, that's really a good name. Of course. It's a name given by the fourth Mizukage. He will surely be a genius like you in the future. Hee, enough talk, I'm going back to see my little brother. Mangetsu's face was alight with an irrepressible smile. As if remembering something, he looked at Kisame with a teasing expression. By the way, you're not bad either. When did you hook up with that girl from my cipher division? What? Kisame was stunned. Don't play dumb with me, bro. Ayako Mizuchi. Mangetsu Hozuki snorted. He was now the deputy director of the ANBU, taking over Yoru's original position. The cipher division was a subdivision under ANBU, so it naturally fell under his management. That girl came back with Dentaro, and she's been asking me about your situation ever since. I told her you were still on a mission and hadn't returned. You should have seen that worried look in her eyes. You usually keep such a low profile. I didn't expect you to quietly snag the prettiest girl in the cipher division. You're something else. This. Kisame instinctively wanted to deny it, but Ayako Mizuchi's gentle smile immediately appeared in his mind. Kisame-senpai, I'm still waiting for you to treat me to a meal. Kisame-senpai, please make sure to come back safely. Alright, I'm going back to see little Suigetsu. You go report to the fourth Mizukage quickly. Remember to keep that date. She really is a nice girl. Mangetsu Hozuki patted Kisame on the shoulder and left cheerfully. Kisame stood there dazed, not knowing what to do for a moment. He didn't even realize when he had pushed open the door to the Mizukage's office. It wasn't until Yoru's voice sounded that he was brought back to reality. Learning to think is a mindset a successful ninja should possess. Yoru sat behind his desk, looking at this top genius of the hidden mist with a half-smile. But I'm curious, are you thinking about that girl, or about what the second Mizukage said to you? Both, Lord Fourth. Kisame came to his senses, looking at the fourth Mizukage who had overthrown the bloody mist and led the hidden mist into a new era. That's good. Think it through, then take it step by step. Yoru said with a smile. She's a good girl. Go on that date first, enjoy the sweetness of love and the taste of life. But. No buts, Kisame. Yoru shook his head and said, life is like this. No one knows whether an accident or tomorrow will come first. Solve the present, face the future. This is what we all should do. You're not ready to face those things yet. This is not because you're not excellent or outstanding enough, but because you deserve to experience better things before facing the bloody reality. Everyone deserves it, like Mangetsu, like you. But I can't turn a blind eye to those things, especially now that I know about them. Kisame growled, the deception of chakra, the Shinigami, and soul society, the things you bear on your shoulders, Lord Fourth. I am a member of the Hidden Mist, a member under your command, Lord Fourth. I cannot disregard any of this. Then what do you want to know, or what do you want to do? Yoru spoke softly. Is it because of the curiosity in your heart that you want to open the door to a new world and explore the world and secrets you don't know? Or is it that you can't stand by and watch us bear such great pressure, and want to join us and become one of us? Kisame's expression faltered. He didn't know if it was curiosity or some other reason. Perhaps it was both. Then, if I tell you that if you truly want to know all of this, and want to join us, you would have to give up everything you currently possess, would you accept? Yoru spoke again. Give up your newly acquired 7 ninja swordsman status, give up all the power, authority, and emotions you've gained, including the girl waiting for your date. Give up all of this and become a departed soul like the second Mizukage, then you can access a whole new world. Would you accept this condition? Kisame's face froze. Could he really accept such a condition? He had been lost his entire life, nearly succumbing to the twisted world shrouded in the bloody mist. Now, in this new era under the fourth Mizukage's leadership, he had finally found his sense of existence and belonging. And now, he was being asked to give up everything, just to uncover an unknown mystery. Kisame wanted to speak but held back, struggling internally. Alright, I'm just kidding. Yoru interrupted Kisame's emotional build-up with a smile. The Soul Society's existence is the vanguard against chakra, but that doesn't mean there aren't other options. You are a genius of the hidden mist, Kisame. In terms of talent, intelligence, character, and capacity, you are someone I acknowledge. So I have plans for you as well. Really? Kisame raised his head in surprise. Of course, but the time hasn't come yet. It still needs some time for preparation. Regarding Kisame Hoshigaki and Mangetsu Hozuki, Yoru had actually considered at first whether to directly turn them into Shinigami. Both Kisame and Mangetsu were top geniuses in all aspects, not just for the Hidden Mist Village, but for the entire ninja world. Apart from those with 6 Paths bloodline, they were the most outstanding geniuses in this world. If they could become Shinigami, they would surely become captain-level existences no less than Yagura in the future. But after careful consideration, Yoru gave up on this choice. In an era where the concept of life and death was already well defined, asking them to abandon everything they had, even their lives, to embrace something entirely new, was clearly far more difficult than resurrecting the dead to begin a second life. Therefore, Yoru originally wanted to wait a bit longer. To wait until their lives ended, or until they had reached a point of understanding life, before doing those things. After all, there were still decades until Akatsuki era. But now it's different. As he delved deeper into Shinigami power and the fusion of various powers in this world, Yoru found a completely new direction. When everything is ready, I'll need you to step forward. I hope at that time, you won't refuse me. I could never refuse any order from you who saved me from the mist, Kisame said solemnly. All right, relax and adjust your state. I heard from Mangetsu that you still have a date to go to. With such a stern face, the girl won't like it, Yoru teased. I've already filed the mission report. The ANBU will deliver your payment later. Rest well for these 2 days and seize the opportunity. She's a good girl. Lord Fourth, actually, she and I. What she and I? Have you forgotten the policy I set? The Hidden Mist Revival plan relies on talented people like you. The Hoshigaki clan doesn't have many people left. If you don't work hard, how can our Hidden Mist revive? How can your Hoshigaki clan revive? Yoru sternly said, go back, get yourself together, change your clothes, and talk to that girl properly. This is a mission, Kisame Hoshigaki. Yes, Lord Fourth. Hearing Kisame's agreement, Yoru's face finally showed a smile again. All right, go now. Yes. By the way, Lord Fourth, about Kakuzu and Sattori. Leave them to Yukiko. Understood. Thanks to Yoru's intervention, the Land of Demons incident concluded without causing much ripple in the ninja world. Although the new priestess, Cheyenne, was young, the unique nature of the priestess made her an irreplaceable existence. Thus, there would never be a coup or power struggle like the one in the Land of Snow, with brothers usurping power or uncles and nephews clashing. Fine, you can have the throne, but don't come looking for me when Morio arrives. The appearance of Morio would only further strengthen the priestess's position in the Land of Demons, which also made Miroku, far away in the Hidden Mist Village, breathe a sigh of relief as she fully settled down in the village. The Hidden Mist Village once again returned to peace. Outside the Land of Water and the Hidden Mist, the entire country focused on developing industry and commerce, vigorously promoting the fishery resources of the Land of Water, trading with various countries, and using the Wave City to put various delicious seafood on the dining tables of major nations. Internally, the Hidden Mist Battle Tower grew increasingly popular. More and more Hidden Mist ninja entered it, constantly honing themselves. While improving their combat abilities, their soul strength also quietly increased. The experiments on Shinigami transformation, Hueco Mundo, and Miroku's Sage power control were all progressing smoothly. Compared to the thriving Hidden Mist, other ninja villages also began to lick their wounds after the war, each entering a period of development where hawks lay low and doves rise. The various Kage worked hard to heal the wounds left on their villages by the war while guiding their villages to develop in the direction they hoped for. The ninja world, which had been filled with smoke and constantly erupting in conflicts and wars, thus entered a brief period of relative peace. Although everyone knew this peace wouldn't last long, those who longed for peace still cherished this brief time. But in some corners of the ninja world, various disturbances were still playing out, and explosive news was coming out, such as the defection of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and the Land of Rain closing its borders. Amidst these disturbances, there were always figures wearing hayori moving about, carrying out some kind of mysterious missions. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. So Nagato has finally made his move against Hanzo. On top of the Kazekage building symbolizing Sunagakure's highest authority, a figure wearing a black robe and a spiral mask looked at the village standing in the yellow sand. The blood-red three-tomo Sharingan flickered behind the mask. Beside him, a black and white figure resembling a Venus flytrap nodded slightly. Hanzo didn't run away either. He just locked himself up in his fortress, wrapped in layers upon layers, living a life of debauchery. When Nagato came knocking, he was even drunk and didn't put up any resistance before being dealt with, White Zetsu said with some emotion. It's hard to imagine, that was the demigod, the men who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. The so-called demigod had long been corrupted by power and desire, Obito sneered. How could there be a future if the world is left to such rulers? Any news from the Hidden Mist? Can't detect anything. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded, there's a huge special barrier in their village. My spore clones are discovered and dealt with as soon as they enter, making it impossible to scout anything. Looks like they're researching something extraordinary, Yuki Yoru. Obito's expression was complex. That day on Higashimatsuyama, he had also witnessed the terrifying power of that young man. Even though it was just a glimpse, it was enough to leave a deep impression on him. But there's no need to worry. He's been staying in the Hidden Mist Village during this time, with no souls for him to absorb. Even if his strength has improved compared to the Third Ninja War, it wouldn't have improved much. On the other hand, there's been quite a situation in Konoha. Oh. Obito narrowed his eyes. The Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze has succeeded as the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, has defected from Konoha after his human experiments were exposed. A top-tier genius has appeared in the Uchiha clan, named Itachi Uchiha. The third Hokage has completely relinquished power, even handing over the ANBU to Minato Namikaze. Among them, there is an experimental subject who possesses would release. Also, Minato Namikaze's wife, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina Uzumaki, is pregnant. Obito's body suddenly trembled, his hands under the black robe clenching involuntarily. Sensei's wife is pregnant, huh? For that gentle, red-haired woman, Obito still had quite a bit of fondness in his heart, but these feelings dissipated in an instant. He could never forget everything that happened on Higashimatsuyama. His dearest teacher had, with his own hands, killed the girl he loved most. Rin. Obito stood with his hands hanging, as if swallowed by a huge shadow. The aura he emitted was so chilling that even Zetsu, in the scorching hot desert, felt a bit of coldness. Zetsu shrewdly remained silent at this moment, not interrupting the sorrowful period where Kamui could not hide tears. After a long while, Obito finally reined in his emotions and slowly spoke. How's the investigation on the tailed beasts going? This question hit the nail on the head. Zetsu quickly organized his thoughts and words. We currently have information on the One Tail, Two Tails, Eight Tails, and Nine Tails. Among them, the One Tail is in our hands, the Two Tails is inside Yujito Ni of Kimogakure, the Eight Tails is inside Killer Bee of Kimogakure, and the Nine Tails is inside Kushina Uzumaki of Konoha. As for the 3 Tails, 4 Tails, 5 Tails, 6 Tails, 7 Tails. Seeing Zetsu hemming and hawing, Obito narrowed his eyes. The information about the 1 Tail, 2 Tails, 8 Tails, and 9 Tails had already been exposed during the Third Ninja War. There was no need for Zetsu to investigate at all. What Zetsu really needed to investigate was the information on the remaining 5-tailed beasts. Now, there was no information on the 5-tailed beasts at all. It seemed like you've been investigating nothing all this time. The 4 Tails and 5 Tails originally belonged to Awagakure, but due to the box of ultimate bliss, the 4 Tails and 5 Tails Jinchuriki died in succession. Although tailed beasts are immortal, we can't determine where they will be reborn, and calculating the time, they probably haven't revived yet, Zetsu immediately said. Then what about the 3 Tails, 6 Tails, and 7 Tails? Obito's tone was grim. The 3 Tails died on Higashimatsuyama. Calculating the time, it should have revived already, but we don't have specific information yet. As for the 6 Tails and 7 Tails, we don't have any news at the moment. No news. Then go investigate. Obito roared. All of our plans fundamentally revolve around the tailed beasts. And now, we don't even have basic information on the tailed beasts. How are we supposed to execute the plan? Ununderstood. White Zetsu muttered. I'm hurt, but I have nowhere to complain. I really have been trying my best to investigate, but I genuinely can't find anything. Chapter 138, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 138. If there was someone in this world who was most actively seeking the tailed beasts, it wasn't Madara who was determined to implement the Eye of the Moon plan, nor was it Pain who wanted the world to feel pain, or Obito who couldn't hide his tears with Kamui. It was Black Zetsu. In order to save his mother, Black Zetsu had waited for thousands of years, finally guiding the descendants of Indra and Azura bit by bit into their current form. Now the Rinnegan had appeared, and Pain as the vessel was developing in the direction he had envisioned. All that remained was to absorb the 9-tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 Tails' power and rescue his mother. It could be said that at this moment, Black Zetsu was ready in all respects, just waiting for the final push. However, no matter how hard he searched, he just couldn't find a single one of the remaining 5-tailed beasts. According to the information left by Madara, the 3 Tails and 6 Tails were once in the hands of Hidden Mist. If we could infiltrate Hidden Mist, we might discover something. Do you think I don't know that? Obito looked at Zetsu as if he was an idiot. Didn't you just say that the entire Hidden Mist Village is covered in a barrier? Forget about infiltrating, even your spores can't penetrate it at all. Special methods may not work, but conventional methods might not be impossible. Black Zetsu suppressed his anger, continuously self-hypnotizing. This guy Obito's intelligence stat is only 2 on his ninja card. Calm down, calm down. The Hidden Mist has opened its borders, haven't they? We can enter as official Hidden Sand representatives, under the guise of communication, cooperation, and mutual benefit, to gather information. Oh. Hearing this, Obito's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. The reason he listened to Madara and took control of the Hidden Sand was precisely to facilitate his future plans. Now was the time. But, who should we send? Obito's gaze was deep. Since the main purpose was to gather intelligence, they naturally couldn't send just anyone. That Yuki Yoru was quite skilled, and if they sent ordinary people, it would be extremely difficult to uncover anything. But the Hidden Sand Village currently had pitifully few capable talents, much like the Hidden Mist during its bloody mist era. The vast village was barely sustained by the Kage, the master of gold dust, and a few old-timers. Karura would be a good choice, with sufficient status and strength, and she's very smart, but she's pregnant. Wait, Obito. The silent Zetsu suddenly spoke up, interrupting Obito. Hidden Mist shinobi are outside the village. What? As the first person from Hidden Mist to ever set foot in Hidden Sand Village, Hozuki Mangetsu, who came as an envoy, received quite grand treatment. Not only did the fourth Kazekage personally greet him, but Chiyo, Ebizo and other Hidden Sand higher-ups all attended. They even held a banquet at Hidden Sand's most luxurious restaurant to entertain him. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Hozuki Mangetsu smiled at the Hidden Sand leaders before him. Lord Kazekage, and everyone from Hidden Sand, your hospitality truly makes me feel honored. We, too, must not be outdone. Please, Lord Kazekage and everyone from Hidden Sand, take a look at this. Saying that, Hozuki Mangetsu took out a scroll from his robes and handed it to the fourth Kazekage Raza. Raza curiously opened it, and its contents immediately caused the Golden Dust user to show a look of surprise. Looking at the ninja world, Hidden Sand Village and our Hidden Mist Village are in the most similar situations. We are surrounded by vast oceans, while you reside amidst endless yellow sands. We both face extreme conditions compared to the Hidden Leaf, Hidden Cloud, or Hidden Stone. In terms of population and ninja numbers, we are inherently at a disadvantage. In the Third Shinobi World War, the evil Konoha caused us great damage. Because of this, our fourth Mizukage was deeply moved and specifically sent me here. Our Hidden Mist Village hopes to cooperate comprehensively with Hidden Sand Village. Our fourth Mizukage has proposed projects including building a super cross-sea bridge, transport station bases, west-to-east water diversion, constructing rivers, reservoirs, and so on, aiming to establish a friendly and harmonious alliance environment between Land of Wind and Land of Water, and jointly create a beautiful harmonious world. Raza stared blankly at Hozuki Mangetsu in front of him, then passed the document in his hand to Chiyo, Ebizo, and other Hidden Sand leaders beside him. The leaders looked through it one by one, all showing incredulous expressions on their faces, even somewhat unable to believe all this. The Mizukage really wants to cooperate with us Hidden Sand. Chiyo's tone was full of doubt, her eyes fixed on Hozuki Mangetsu. Of course. Hozuki Mangetsu nodded and smiled. Much of the content in this scroll was personally stated by the Mizukage, but the specific cooperation details still need to be discussed by both sides. The Land of Wind and the Land of Water are vastly separated. Cooperation between us would be extremely difficult. That's not a problem. The power of ninja is immense. As long as both sides have the intention to cooperate, our Mizukage can even first change several harsh ecological environments for Hidden Sand. Hozuki Mangetsu said with a full smile, while pausing slightly in his speech, even if the Land of Wind has a scorching climate, please believe in our Mizukage's power. After all, those ice sculptures on Higashimatsuyama still haven't melted completely. At these words, everyone present was stunned. Yuki Yoru's terrifying combat power was well known during the Third Shinobi World War. If nothing else, just the fact that Yuki Yoru single-handedly made Konoha surrender had already made history. The Hidden Leaf, established for 51 years, had only fallen to Yuki Yoru alone. This alone was enough to prove the fourth Mizukage's terrifying prowess. I see written on this scroll that the Mizukage wants to build a super bridge from Land of Water to Land of Wind, and also construct a water resource transportation system. Raza suddenly spoke up, pointing at the contents on the scroll and asked, I'm very curious, wouldn't the routes for these projects have to pass through several other nations? Yes. Hozuki Mangetsu nodded. The Mizukage's intention is to link up with the Land of Fire, going from Wave City to the Land of Fire, then to the Land of Rivers, and finally entering the Land of Wind. The idea is good, but I fear it might be restrained by the Hidden Leaf. The Land of Fire has already signed a peace treaty with the Land of Wind, and our Hidden Mist is an ally of the Hidden Leaf. As long as Kazekage-sama agrees, these plans will have a high success rate. In the shadows. Looking at Hozuki Mangetsu talking confidently, Obito and Zetsu exchanged a strange glance. Hidden Mist actually taking the initiative to come and cooperate was truly beyond their expectations. For so many years since the formation of the ninja world, the Land of Wind and the Land of Water were geographically worlds apart, one on vast oceans, the other in barren deserts. It was almost impossible for them to interact, yet the Hidden Mist had sought them out under these circumstances. There's something fishy. I see the Mizukage-sama's full sincerity for cooperation, but these cooperation projects are enormous. Our Hidden Sand has just lost the war and paid a lot of money to the Hidden Leaf. I'm afraid we're willing but unable, Raza said, a red glint in his eye. Kazekage-sama jokes. With your abilities, the Land of Wind surely wouldn't lack money. Hozuki Mangetsu smiled. What you might not know is that our Hidden Mists economic development plan has already signed agreements with the Land of Fire, Land of Earth, Land of Hot Water, Land of Iron, Land of Waterfall, Land of Demons, and other nations. If the Land of Wind could also become a partner of our Hidden Mist, it would bring immense convenience and benefits to both our sides. So it's for money. Obito and Zetsu exchanged glances again, realizing the truth. They had long known that Yoro Minazuki was a complete money grubber. After becoming the fourth Mizukage, this genius young man, a war hero, had immediately overturned the third Mizukage's bloody mist policy, fully opening the Hidden Mist village and vigorously developing industry, commerce, and fishing, constantly doing business with various forces and nations across the ninja world. Among all the Kage throughout history, he was truly an oddity. However, Obito and Zetsu were pleased to see this outcome. If Yuki Yoru was killing all day long and crazily devouring souls, they would be more worried. Now it seemed Yuki had sent Mangetsu Hozuki all the way to the Land of Wind because he was eyeing Raza, the master of gold dust. What do you plan to do, agree or refuse? Zetsu looked at Obito. Currently Hidden Sand Village was under Obito's control and had entered the Bloody Sand era. The entire Hidden Sand was almost completely isolated. If they cooperated with the Hidden Mist now, the current Bloody Sand state of the village might face a degree of uncontrollable influence. Why refuse? Obito snorted. If it were anyone else, it might indeed be a bit troublesome, but the partner is the Hidden Mist. The Hidden Mist, transitioning from the Bloody Mist era, entered a period of super rapid development. So what would the Hidden Sand Ninja be thinking at this stage? They'll believe that as long as they endure the Bloody Sand era, the entire Hidden Sand village will also enter a period of super rapid development, just like the Hidden Mist. This unsolicited cooperation will only lead the Hidden Sand further down the Bloody Sand path, sinking deeper and deeper. Makes sense. If Hidden Mist is truly sincere, then as Kazekage, I'd of course like to see this kind of cooperation succeed, for the good of both our nations. But a project of this scale involves a lot of details. We'll need to go over everything carefully. For example, some project contractors, management rights, usage rights, costs for each project, and so on. He took the bait. Mangetsu Hozuki grinned, watching the smiling fourth Kazekage, Raza, speak continuously. Kazekage-sama's right, these matters indeed require thorough deliberation and discussion. And as the initiator of this cooperation, our Hidden Mist naturally hopes to secure a larger share. According to our fourth Mizukage's wishes, for the first 10 years after these projects are implemented and completed, 80% of all profits will belong to the Hidden Mist. After 10 years, we can split the profits 50-50. What? Don't rush to refuse, Kazekage. If you're willing to agree to this point, we Hidden Mist have another big gift for you. Big gift? Chiyo's face darkened, completely losing her previous welcoming smile. Since both sides had already decided to cooperate and started discussing some of the details, they should fight for their own interests without giving an inch. They thought the Hidden Mist was sincere, but now they were asking for 80% for 10 years, leaving Hidden Sand with only 20%. Add in the Hidden Leafs and other small countries' cuts, and their 20% would probably barely cover costs. What's the point of cooperating then? Don't rush, there's still a big gift. What gift could be worth Hidden Sand's massive economic development for 10 years? Sattori. A name suddenly came out of Hozuki Mangetsu's mouth, and everyone present fell silent. What did you just say? Chiyo's voice was almost breaking as she couldn't help asking, can you repeat that? Sattori of the Red Sand, your Hidden Sand Village's S-rank rogue nin. Hozuki Mangetsu spoke softly, saying words that shocked everyone present. Obito in the shadows suddenly narrowed his eyes, and Zetsu's expression also became quite strange. Our Hidden Mist elites unexpectedly encountered an ambush from Sattori of the Red Sand and another rogue ninja during an operation. After our Hidden Mist's desperate struggle, we successfully defeated those two rogue ninja and captured them. Out of respect for Hidden Sand Village, our fourth Mizukage decided to hand over the right to deal with Sattori of the Red Sand to you, so what do you think? Chiyo's hands clenched tightly, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Her dim yellow eyes now gleamed sharply. Ebizo tightly grasped her sleeve and hand, preventing this wife of the first Kazekage from losing composure in front of outsiders. After a long while, Chiyo finally calmed down and looked at Raza beside her. No matter what, the current Kazekage was Raza. This matter concerned Hidden Sand's future, so he needed to make the decision. Raza hesitated for a moment. This matter, we can talk about it. Hozuki Mangetsu smiled. That's precisely why I came, Kazekage-sama. Take your time, no rush. From beneath his white mask, Yoru looked at the crumbling, leaning towers in the yellow sand before him, his lips curling upwards. Sending Hozuki Mangetsu to this Hidden Sand, besides genuinely wanting the Hidden Mist and Hidden Sand to cooperate, His biggest reason was to draw Zetsu and Obito's attention, allowing him to complete some special plans. Specifically, the place Yoru currently stood, Rorin. In the ninja world, there were many terrifying energy concentrations. The Land of Snow's chakra he obtained was one, the priestess and Morio were another. And now, within the ruins of the ancient country of Rorin, an extremely terrifying energy was also hidden. That was the Ryumayaku, dragon veins. The Ryumayaku's power was immensely strong in the Naruto world. Its strength was easily comparable to the Land of Snow's chakra or the priestess Miroku's Morio, and perhaps even greater. However, this power was extremely unique in the ninja world. Just like Morio could only be sealed by the priestess, the Ryumayaku's power could only be utilized by the Queen of Rorin. But Yoru wasn't too concerned about that claim. The Queen of Rorin was simply more compatible with the Ryumayaku's power to a certain extent. To say she truly controlled it was a vast overstatement. If anyone in this world could truly control such natural energy, which was even more terrifying than the tailed beasts, it would probably only be an existence of the Six-Path Sage's caliber. That Minato Namikaze really has a good wife from the Uzumaki clan. Her sealing jutsu foundation is quite something. Looking at the collapsing towers, Yoru scoffed. Even at this close distance, he couldn't sense even a hint of energy radiating from whatever was beneath the ground. This showed just how sturdy Minato Namikaze's original seal on the Ryumayaku was. To apply such a level of sealing to power he couldn't control or utilize himself. He wondered if it was truly out of goodwill or to ensure no future troubles. Yoru sneered, stepping into the Rorin ruins, carefully observing his surroundings. In his perception, this area was barren, with no signs of life, indistinguishable from the surrounding sandy lands. It had clearly been abandoned for a long time. Before long, Yoru arrived at the place where Minato Namikaze had sealed the Ryumayaku. Dense sealing formulas covered the entire altar, and a special kunai was plunged into it. With just a glance, Yoru could tell how strong Minato Namikaze's seal was. Based on the 4-symbol seal, combined with multiple layered seals. This completely blocks the Queen of Rorin's possibility of using the Ryumayaku's power. A single 4-symbol seal was enough to seal a tailed beast. But from Yoru's observation, the seal on the Ryumayaku consisted of at least 3 different sealing jutsu, including even a contract seal. A contract seal could sever the contractual relationship between a target and their summoned beast, preventing the summoned beast from being controlled or summoned by that target. The connection between the Ryumayaku and the Queen of Rorin was well known. If Minato Namikaze had simply wanted to prevent the Ryumayaku's power from being coveted, he only needed to strengthen the seal. So what was the meaning of adding a contract seal among these seals? Was it fear that the Queen of Rorin might be threatened or controlled by criminals, who would then use her to control the Ryumayaku? More likely, it was those guys from the Hidden Leaf, especially that old geezer, the third Hokage, who wanted to completely eliminate the enormous threat of the Ryumayaku. I wonder if you'll sense it from 1,000 miles away after I break these sealing jutsu. However, the remaining descendants of the Queen of Rorin are still in the ninja world. If I tamper with the seal and release the contract seal, it might. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Seal release. Yoru's hand glowed with chakra as he brought it down heavily on the sealing formulas. With Yoru's low command, the sealing formulas on the Ryumayaku seal rapidly faded. In an instant, more than half of them dissipated, but a few sealing techniques still remained. Yoru didn't completely release all the Ryumayaku seals at once, not because he couldn't. With his current foundation in sealing jutsu, apart from 6 paths level seals, other sealing jutsu posed almost no pressure to him. He left some sealing techniques intact out of caution. The Ryumayaku's power was incredibly impressive in the original series. As a prime example of the ninja world's infinite chakra, capable of even causing time reversal and dimension travel, Yoru couldn't be too careful. Whoosh! As the Ryumayaku seal weakened, fierce winds suddenly swept through the area, roaring and kicking up countless yellow sands. Shattered rocks around them were caught by the hurricane, swirling like a tornado around the altar, attempting to sweep away and obliterate everything. The ground began to tremble. Cracks appeared, spreading rapidly outwards. In moments, the entire ground cracked like a turtle's shell, breaking into pieces. Wild chakra overflowed from within. Even in the middle of a sandstorm, such a massive energy signature would surely be detected. But Yoru didn't panic. He calmly watched the Ryumayaku about to burst forth, slowly raising his hand. A dark, peculiar crystal appeared in his palm. Just a little longer, a little longer. The scene before him resembled an apocalypse, yet Yoru's expression was serene, like a patient fisherman waiting for a bite before the catch. The raw energy grew stronger and stronger. The surge of the Ryumayaku's power even caused the remaining seals, which Yoru hadn't released, to gradually crumble. Boom. As the last few sealing formulas disintegrated, a soul-stirring dragon's roar echoed from the abyss beneath the altar. At that exact moment, the flying thunder god kunai, the core of the Ryumayaku's seal, was flung from the altar. A colossal amount of chakra erupted from the abyss, forming a violent pillar of chakra that shot straight into the sky, illuminating the world. And in that very instant, the dark energy crystal in Yoru's hand suddenly activated. Dark space sealing chains erupted from it. In a flash, they enveloped the surging chakra and the entire Ryumayako altar. As the seals overlapped, within mere breaths, the entire Ryumayako was completely swallowed by the dark space sealing, vanishing from its original location. Yoru's figure vanished with it. At that very moment, in the Hokage's office in the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, Minato Namikaze, who was reviewing documents, suddenly frowned, looking gravely in the direction of the Land of Wind. And within a village in the Land of Wind, not far from the Rorin ruins, a graceful woman held a baby in her arms, humming a lullaby to soothe it to sleep. Suddenly, the woman's song ceased, her movements froze, and she abruptly stood up, looking incredulously towards the Ryumayaka's sealing grounds. The unfretted baby began to wail, and outsiders, hearing the commotion, rushed in. "Your Majesty, what happened?" The Queen of Rorin's eyes held a hint of shock, a touch of terror, but more than that, disbelief and confusion. "I felt the Ryumayaka's power. But only for an instant." The Queen of Rorin looked towards the Rorin ruins, her voice strained. Then it disappeared. Chapter 139, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 139. Among the Shinigami's technologies, there existed a unique substance known as Gargantus Senkaman. This substance could open dimensional spaces, sealing matter within a dimension. In a way, it was a technological version of Kamui. And now, the pitch-black dimensional space was illuminated by the Ryumayaka's energy, surging skyward. The sheer vastness of this energy left even Yoru, who had witnessed various forms of infinite energy, in awe. What an inconceivable power! The energy intensity within the Ryumayaka completely surpassed that of the tailed beasts, easily comparable to the Sage Moroku. However, unlike the Sage power, which integrated 4 distinct power, the Ryumayaka's energy was incredibly pure and unique. This energy wasn't merely chakra, it seemed to exist somewhere between chakra and natural energy. It possessed both the stability of chakra and the intensity of natural energy, truly a perfect energy source, combining chakra and natural energy then specially purified. Yoru even doubted if such energy could genuinely be born naturally. But if this power had appeared through external intervention, then who in this world could have accomplished such a feat and sealed it deep beneath the Land of Wind? The Six-Path Sage? Or perhaps the God Tree? Boom. The massive Ryumayaka energy condensed in midair, actually forming a 100-meter-long purple dragon. The giant dragon danced and roared. Thankfully, it didn't possess intelligence like a tailed beast, it was merely a pure energy aggregation, so it posed no great threat to Yoru. "No matter how you came into being, you will now serve me." Yoru flicked his wrist, pulling out a miniature sealing gourd. Clasping his hands together, the miniature gourd suddenly expanded until it was as tall as a man before stabilizing. "Absorb." Removing the cap of the sealing gourd, Yoru let out a low command. As he did so, a flash of light shimmered from the gourd's opening. Immediately after, dense sealing formula spread across the opening of the sealing gourd, slowly widening like a gaping maw, unleashing an unimaginably terrifying suction force towards the dancing Ryumayaka. "Come on." Just as he had once used a sealing gourd to devour the Land of Snow's chakra, Yoru was doing the same thing now. However, compared to the Land of Snow's chakra, the Ryumayaka far surpassed it in both quantity and quality of chakra. In just a few moments, Yoru's sealing gourd felt as if it were about to burst. Truly worthy of the Ryumayaka's power. Condense. Yoru sighed inwardly, forming hand signs again. The sealing gourd trembled, its entire volume immediately growing larger. And as it continuously absorbed the Ryumayaka's power, the gourd continued to expand. Several minutes later, the gourd was tens of meters tall, resembling a towering building. The surface of the sealing gourd also became as thin as paper, one could even see the vast energy surging within it. After all, this sealing gourd wasn't like the Six-Path Sage's tools of legend, such as the Beni Hisago, Crimson Gourd, or the Kahaku no Johei, Ember Purification Jar. This was merely a sealing vessel Yoru had crafted himself. To achieve this level of performance meant its quality was exceptional, combined with Yoru's immensely powerful sealing techniques. Fortunately, while the sealing gourd was nearing its limit, the Ryumayaka's power had also become significantly weaker. The surrounding hurricane died down, as if its seemingly infinite energy was nearing depletion. As the last bit of Ryumayaka's power was swallowed by the sealing gourd, the environment within the dimensional space returned to dead silence. Yoru's hands formed seals once more at that moment. The massive, building-sized sealing gourd trembled slightly, and the sealing formulas on its surface rapidly writhed. Under the activation of the sealing jutsu, the enormous sealing gourd began to contract, shrinking little by little. However, compared to the original tiny gourd, which was like a small bell charm, the sealing gourd was now still about the size of a basketball. With this, the power of those guys in Hueco Mundo can double. Yoru gently stroked the sealing gourd, a slight smile playing on his lips. The reason he set his sights on the Ryumayaku was out of necessity. With the concurrent development of Shinigami transformation, Hueco Mundo, and Quincy powers in the Hidden Mist, coupled with the Hidden Mist dual tower being a major chakra consumer, Yoru's demand for energy was ever increasing. Even with the impure world reincarnation labor force and the land of snow's chakra, it still wasn't enough. Especially for Hueco Mundo. The hollow experiments had shown a clear stagnation in research, or rather, stagnation in evolution. Fallen souls devoured each other to become hollows, and hollows devoured each other to become Jillian-class Minos Grande, or even higher-ranked hollows. But the hollows in Hueco Mundo weren't growing and evolving as planned. Even when Jillian fought and devoured each other, the resulting species was still Jillian, not the envisioned Ajuchas, intermediate Great Hollow. Yoru, Hiromi, and others studied this in detail and finally discovered the crucial factor, lack of energy. It was similar to Shinigami transformation. During the process of Shinigami transformation, soul energy combined with natural energy, then integrated with Shinigami power, allowing the soul to complete its Shinigami transformation. Natural energy played a significant auxiliary role in this process. It was both the energy source for Shinigami transformation and a key component of the Shinigami body. Similarly, while hollows grew by devouring souls, they also required vast amounts of natural energy as an energy source. Low-tier hollows could complete their evolution using only soul energy, but to break through to higher-tier existences, soul energy alone was far from sufficient. At this point, additional energy was needed. Moreover, various experiments required energy sources, leaving Yoru with no choice but to continue searching for vast energy bodies in the ninja world. Besides personally coming to the Land of Wind to seek the Ryumayaku, he also sent Yagura Karatachi, captain of the 13th Division, to the Hoshigakure in the Land of Bears to seek out the meteorite, the star. Hoshigakure's overall combat strength wasn't high. While the mysterious peacock method was excellent in functionality, its practical combat utility wasn't particularly strong. Its only notable feature was flight. For Yagura, taking over Hoshigakure would be effortless. It seems quite lively outside. Yoru put away the sealing gourd containing the Ryumayaku, his form gradually taking shape as he emerged from the dimensional space. The moment he appeared, several shinobi were already standing before him. They were Hidden Sand shinobi. 6 Hidden Sand Jonin completely surrounded Yoru in a 3x3 squad formation. Yet, none of them attacked. Instead, they stared cautiously at Yoru, who hovered in midair. Flight. This ability was extremely rare in the ninja world. The number of ninja capable of flight could be counted on one hand, and each of them was an elite from their respective villages, possessing overwhelming strength. Did you steal the Ryumayaku? The leading Hidden Sand Jonin's eyes were fixed on Yoru, his expression stern as he sharply demanded, "Surrender now and cease resistance, or don't blame us for resorting to force." Yoru didn't respond. Instead, his eyes shifted to another direction. Beneath the yellow sands, he could clearly sense several more presences. Though most of them had little chakra, one stood out, a very unique aura that bore an inexplicable connection to the Ryumayaku sealed in Yoru's hand. Interesting. The moment they realized the Ryumayaku, they immediately called Hidden Sand Village's help. Attack. Seeing Yoru remain silent and utterly indifferent, the Hidden Sand Jonin didn't hesitate. He gave the order to attack, his hands already forming seals before the words even left his mouth. Fire style, blazing vortex. Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, great tornado. Puppet performance. The roaring flames, carried by the strong winds and tornadoes, instantly transformed into a fiery vortex, its power multiplying several times over. Meanwhile, 2 puppet masters simultaneously summoned their puppets. The wooden puppet automatons spewed poisonous mist, instantly tinging the fiery vortex with a venomous purple hue. Yoru's expression remained calm, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning behind his pure white mask. Kamui. The space before him suddenly twisted. All the incoming attacks struck this distorted space. The fiery vortex, imbued with potent poison, was directly warped and vanished. What? How is this possible? Spacetime ninjutsu. The bizarre sight left the Hidden Sand elites utterly bewildered. The leading Hidden Sand Jonin, who had performed the fire style, was even more shocked. Based on his intuition, he knew this individual before him might be very strong. After all, facing multiple opponents while calmly hovering in midair, just his presence exuded the aura of a powerful warrior. But he never expected this person to be this strong. Not only could he fly, but he also wielded spacetime ninjutsu. Everyone, be careful, this. Splat. Before the Hidden Sand Jonin could finish his shocked warning to his comrades, a pure white bolt of lightning pierced through his heart. Realizing too late, he looked up, only to see the raised finger of the men before him, and his comrades collapsing around him. This. The Queen of Rorin, hidden in the shadows, instinctively covered her mouth, her face filled with terror. Instantly killing 6 Jonin, what kind of monstrous power was this? No, I mustn't make a sound. I'll die, absolutely die. But in the blink of an eye, the men in front of her had vanished. Before the Queen of Rorin could even react, a cold voice spoke from behind. You are the Queen of Rorin. You. Sarah froze in place. Suddenly, a unique short blade appeared in her hand, and she fiercely swung it backward. But such a sluggish attack, how could it possibly work? Yoru easily grabbed Sarah's wrist, while his other hand caught the special kunai short blade that could channel chakra. Seeing the hidden leaf symbol on it, Yoru's lips curled into a mocking smile. A hidden leaf chakra blade, how interesting. The hidden leaf merely came to eliminate a potential threat, carried out a mission, and conveniently took away your prosperity, yet you hold them so dearly in your heart. Why aren't your citizens here? Did Minato Namikaze take them to live in the hidden leaf with him? Yoru's words brought a clear look of astonishment to Sarah's face. The queen of the ancient country of Rorin bit her lip. Who exactly are you? How do you know all that happened back then? That's not important, is it? Yoru's gaze fell on Sarah, appraising her from head to toe, letting out a clicking sound. Clothes full of patches, hands covered in calluses, multiple internal injuries, and even a bit of malnutrition. Honestly, your physical condition isn't what one would expect from a queen. With your current health, I doubt you'll live past 30. Without the Ryumayaka's energy, without the resources of Rorin as a kingdom, and with no power yourself, you're trying to lead your people to survive in this endless desert. Yoru shook his head, a hint of pity appearing on his face. To be honest, I don't want to say much to a queen with so little sense, but I truly feel deep down that the people of Rorin ruled by you are quite pathetic. Enough. The Queen of Rorin growled, although Rorin became ruins in the war, everyone is living well. Really well, huh? Yoru scoffed. Alright, I'm too lazy to talk more with someone as brainless as you. I'd hate to lose intelligence. I originally just planned to take the Ryumayaku and leave to study it thoroughly, but since you're here, you might as well come with me. What? The Queen of Rorin, Sarah, looked up in bewilderment, thinking she had misheard. But the moment she raised her head, the entire world seemed to distort around her. As Yoru removed and sealed the white Zetsu spores parasitic on Sarah, he asked, how many Rorin survivors are there now? 83 people. Sarah spoke softly, her tone calm, completely unlike her hostile demeanor moments before. TSK. A whole kingdom, in just a few years, reduced to only 83 people. Kind-hearted Lord Yoru couldn't bear to see such displaced, suffering people. Yoru shook his head. Everyone, come to my hidden mist. Following Sarah's directions, they vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, as Yoru took Sarah and the Rorin survivors, using the power of the Gargantus Senkamen to directly leave the land of wind and head towards the land of water. Obito and Zetsu, who had been observing Mangetsu Hozuki's negotiations with the hidden sand elders for half the day, finally received the news that the Ryumayaku's seal had been broken and the Ryumayaku stolen. How can this be? The Ryumayaku has been stolen. Listening to the information relayed by Zetsu, Obito's ugly face beneath his mask almost twisted into a knot as he roared at Zetsu beside him. Who did this? I don't know. The Queen of Rorin and the Rorin survivors have all vanished, and the parasitic spores have been cleared. White Zetsu stammered. Obito's face was ashen. He hadn't expected the Ryumayaku to be stolen. The Ryumayaku's power was extremely unique. Apart from the Queen of Rorin, ordinary people couldn't control it at all. Moreover, the seal left by Minato Namikaze was incredibly strong, even he would have trouble breaking it. Under these circumstances, while Obito and Zetsu had perfect control over the hidden sand village, they hadn't given much thought to guarding the Ryumayaku. Instead, they focused more on the Jelal stone, which could be easily extracted. However, this didn't mean the Ryumayaku wasn't important. Both Obito and Black/White Zetsu knew full well the immense power of the Ryumayaku. But no one expected that now not only was the Ryumayaku gone, but even the Queen of Rorin and her survivors had vanished. Could it be the hidden leaf's doing? Obito asked in a low voice. Before Zetsu could speak, he answered himself. Minato Namikaze's seal isn't that easy to break. The only ones who could steal the Ryumayaku so quickly are those guys from the hidden leaf. No, not necessarily. Zetsu, find them for me. Unless it's the Flying Thunder God, they couldn't have left the land of wind this quickly. Understood. Zetsu sank into the ground and departed. Obito's eyes glowed red. The next moment, a Jonin burst into the meeting room, his expression anxious, reporting something to Raza. Raza, who had just been smiling and discussing various matters with Mangetsu Hozuki, instantly changed his expression. He didn't even have time to bid farewell to Mangetsu Hozuki before he exited from the meeting room, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. My deepest apologies, esteemed envoy. Chiyo quickly interjected, trying to smooth things over. The fourth Kazekage must have urgent matters to attend to. The basis of our hidden sand and your hidden mist's cooperation has been set, the finer details can certainly be handled by Ebizo and me. Is that so? Very well then. Mangetsu Hozuki nodded. Chiyo-sama, do you think the ownership of this river channel resembles your dear grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand? The meeting in the room continued, but Raza had already left the hidden sand village, rapidly traversing through the land of wind. Simultaneously, his hand rested on his tightly shut right eye, but his expression grew increasingly grim. Moments later, he stood still. Behind him, space warped, and Obito materialized from it, while Zetsu emerged from the sand. Well, any leads? Zetsu shook his head. His spore clones hadn't found any unusual traces. Obito's expression was equally grim. He had controlled the fourth Kazekage, using Eye of Sand to scout and scan the desert within dozens of miles, yet found no useful clues. Even with the constant sandstorms of the land of wind, which made it easy to conceal movements and signs of life, it was still hard to believe that both Zetsu and Raza's Eye of Sand had found absolutely nothing. The three arrived at the ruined Ryumayaka sealing grounds. The bodies of the 6 hidden sand shinobi had long vanished, but residual chakra still lingered in the air. To quietly steal the Ryumayaku, break Minato Namikaze's seal, and directly withdraw from the land of wind. I can't think of a second person who could do it, besides him. Obito Uchiha's expression was incredibly complex, the blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan behind his spiral mask spinning. I just didn't expect that, compared to the third Hokage who barely left his office, that guy, even as a Hokage, would run off to an enemy country to do something like this. It seems the hidden leaf is currently weakened to an unimaginable degree. What should we do next? Zetsu asked in a low voice. Keep a close eye on the hidden leaf, a deadly close eye. Obito's low voice emanated from beneath his mask. The moment the hidden leaf shows any sign of using the Ryumayaka's power, expose it immediately, then use the hidden sand to push for the fourth great ninja war. Zetsu nodded. White Zetsu suddenly spoke, what if they never use it? That's normal too. After all, the Ryumayaka's power is tied to the Queen of Rorin, even if they steal the Ryumayaku, using it won't be easy. However, we can also use this opportunity to discern the hidden leaf's current combat strength. After all, the most important and most powerful of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails, is within the hidden leaf. Obito spoke slowly, the 3-tomo Sharingan beneath his spiral mask growing even more blood-red, as if stained with fresh blood. The third great ninja war just ended not long ago, and Orochimaru has defected. The entire hidden leaf is currently at its most vulnerable in terms of combat strength. Moreover, the 9 tails Jinchuriki is pregnant, her combat effectiveness has plummeted to the point of being negligible. If the timing's right, there's no reason we shouldn't reclaim the 9 tails first. Chapter 140, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 140. So, ever since Rorin was destroyed, you've just been drifting around, living a nomadic life. Yoru gave Sarah a strange look. No wonder a kingdom that once flourished had now dwindled to just 83 people, including its queen and newborn princess. Living day to day with no guarantee of the next meal, barely clothed and always hungry. And yet you can still tell me, even though Rorin was destroyed, everyone's doing quite well. Come on. There's a limit to self-delusion. Perhaps Yoru's gaze was just too bizarre. Sarah looked visibly uncomfortable. She couldn't help retorting, at least everyone is free now, isn't that something? You have no idea what life was like under Anrokuzen's control. But Anrokuzen is already dead, isn't he? Yoru spoke coolly. It's been years since his death. As queen, you don't even consider how to restore your kingdom, not even to lead your people to settle down and rebuild. I'm only offering you a place of refuge because I'm soft-hearted. Otherwise, in a few more years, the so-called survivors of Rorin would probably be extinct. Forget it. There's no point in scolding you. Seeing Sarah sink deeper into shame, Yoru didn't press further. Instead, he picked up the infant wrapped in swaddling clothes. Where's the child's father? There is no father, Sarah murmured, then quickly added, our royal bloodline is special. We're a unique clan that can give birth without physical union. Author's note, secondary setting. I see, Yoru nodded, unfazed. In the ninja world, asexual reproduction or self-conception wasn't unheard of. The priestess Miroku, for instance, could do the same. To many, children weren't just born of life, they were the vessels of inherited power. The goddess Kagaya Akatsuki, for example, was said to have birthed twins through the prayers and blessings of her people. Manga lore. As they spoke casually, Yoru and the caravan of Rorin survivors made their way toward the land of water. Thanks to the power of Gargantus Senkaman, Yoru had whisked them out of the land of wind, but couldn't teleport them directly to the land of water. Not because he couldn't, but because it wasn't viable. Most of the Rorin people were civilians. Long-distance spatial transfer placed huge strain on the body. Ninja with chakra could handle it, regular folk couldn't. Fortunately, their horse-drawn carriages weren't slow. They had already passed through several minor nations and entered the land of hot water. Once they crossed it, they would be in the land of water. Your Majesty. Bad news. A panicked Rorin citizen ran over. We're under attack. Rantuga and the others have been killed. What? The Queen gasped. Do you know who the attackers are? Are they ninja? If it were just bandits, maybe they could resist. But if it were ninja? With the Ryumayaka sealed and Rorin toppled, its scattered people had become ordinary. Even fending off wild beasts was tough. Ninja were simply unbeatable. They wore hot water village forehead protectors. They're ninja from Yagura. This is bad. Sarah's face went pale. She instinctively wanted to call for retreat, but then her gaze snapped to Yoru, full of desperation. This man had subdued the Ryumayaku and annihilated 6 Sunagakure Jonin in seconds. If anyone could help them now, it was him. Please, help us. Sarah pleaded, eyes glistening. We've already joined the land of water, haven't we? The people of Rorin can't afford to shrink any further. I beg you. If you had shown this resolve earlier, would your people have ended up like this? Yoru said with a soft chuckle. No matter. Since you now call yourself part of the land of water, I can't just stand by. Thank you, sir. Sensing 2 weak chakra signatures, Yoru vanished. When he reappeared, 3 Yagura ninja stood before him. Judging by their chakra levels, they were only chunin. Without hesitation, Yoru flicked his fingers, 2 bolts of Hakurai lightning streaked out, piercing their hearts before the stunned eyes of the Rorin survivors. And then, something terrifying happened. 2 of the ninja collapsed and died instantly. But the third, despite having his heart pierced, staggered back to his feet as if nothing had happened. GGH Ghost. How is that possible? He won't die. Run. The Rorin survivors panicked and fled in terror. Even Yoru frowned. He could clearly sense the man's chakra, an ordinary chunin with no special traits. This wasn't a clone. His white lightning had struck the heart dead on. You bastard. How dare you defy the great? Zap. Another bolt of white lightning. This time it punched through his forehead, frying brain tissue, leaving the stench of burnt flesh and protein in the air. No living being, zombie or not, could survive that. And yet, the ninja slowly got up again, eyes blazing with rage. That hurt, you bastard. His forehead protector clattered to the ground, revealing a glowing, blood-red triangle sigil seared into his skin. That mark. Yoru's brow furrowed. Behold the glory of Jashin. Tremble in madness and despair before his might, and die. All right, enough. Yoru raised a hand, freezing the men in place like a puppet. Introduce yourself. I am Unit 3208 of Yagura, and the most faithful servant of the great Jashin. I am Chunin Masato Koyama. Jashin. Hearing the name, Yoru felt a flicker of recognition. That forehead symbol, wasn't it the same one used by Hayden, the Akatsuki's notorious immortal? What exactly is the Jashin cult? Yoru asked darkly. Hayden was a rogue from Yagura, a known zealot of the Jashin cult. Though unimpressive in rank, his abilities were frightening. According to the Naruto databook, his powers came from communing with Jashin through a ritual. It was either a gift or a curse from a god. A fanatical immortal who glorified pain and death. And immortality. That was no small thing. In the shinobi world, many had achieved versions of it, Sasori's puppet reincarnation, Kakuzu's earth grudge fear, or Orochimaru's living corpse. But those were workarounds. They required new hosts or bodies to continue living. Hayden, however, he simply couldn't die. Heart stabbed. Head crushed. Limbs removed. Still alive. A power that broke all known rules of the ninja world, like the enchanted stone soldier of Morio, only acting upon flesh and blood, not stone. Fascinating. Deeply relevant to Yoru's research into the Shinigami. The great Jashin is everything. The absolute truth. Okay. I didn't ask for a sermon. Just tell me about the cult, and how you gained your immortality. The fanatic, interrupted mid-chant by Yoru, paused, then began to speak plainly. Several years ago, the great Lord Jashin came to me in a dream, Masato began, voice reverent. He revealed the truth and guided me to the Jashin cult. Lord Jashin is a divine being who commands the power of immortality and rules over the realm of the dead. Through unwavering faith, one can receive his blessing, an immortal body, eternal life, even power that surpasses a Kage. I offered myself to the ritual of sacrifice. Blood, soul, belief, all laid bare. Though my transformation wasn't as complete as the first case, I was still chosen. I still gained the power of immortality. The fanatic went on and on, pouring out everything he knew, details about the Jashin cult's current state, its internal hierarchy, the sacrificial rites used to invoke power, and the twisted doctrines behind them. The more he spoke, the deeper Yoru's frown became. According to this guy's description, the Jashin cult performed dual sacrifices, offering up both living flesh and souls, guided by the unwavering belief of the ritualists. Through this gruesome devotion, they sought to commune with Jashin. The outcome of the ritual varied. Those with greater spiritual potential and deeper faith would receive stronger blessings. These so-called blessings took many forms: true immortality, limb regeneration, eternal youth, and other powers that defied the laws of the shinobi world. But to Yoru, these methods were far more grotesque, and far more dangerous, than anything in his own Shinigami experiments. The cult's rituals had no order, no structure, just blind death and faith thrown into the void, in hopes of drawing the attention of their so-called god. There was no science to it, no refinement. Just mass sacrifice and fanaticism. And yet, it worked. The fact that true immortals had emerged from these rituals only fueled belief. More and more people were drawn in. Now, over half of Yagura had converted to Jashin cult. Even the current hot water Kage had joined the cult, desperate to obtain an immortal body for himself. Looks like I need to investigate the Jashin cult thoroughly, Yoru muttered. The land of hot water was renowned throughout the shinobi world, its unique hot springs drawing praise from every corner of the continent. Anyone who visited came away impressed. Its hidden village, Yagura, had long embraced a pacifist philosophy, earning it the nickname, the village that forgets war. Though not officially neutral, it held a distinct and respected position among the 5 great nations. This mountain must be Akatsuki Mountain. The largest city in the land of hot water, Akatsuki City, is located within it. Yoru looked toward the mountain ahead, then pulled out a black crystal and handed it to Sarah. His voice was calm. Take your people and settle there for now. Rest. Once I've taken care of a few things, I'll come find you. If you encounter enemies or trouble, just crush this crystal. Yes. She took the crystal and led the Rorin people into Akatsuki City, with Yoru following. As the nation's most prosperous city, Akatsuki was split into 2 zones, the outer city, bustling with tourists and hot springs, and the inner city, home to Yagura. Even during war, the outer city's influx never ceased, fueling the economy and providing Yagura with countless missions, lost pets, bodyguards, guides, and more. Simple, well-paid, and low risk. But that massive foot traffic also meant one thing for the Jashin cult. Sacrifices. Living ones. After settling Sarah and her people, Yoru began gathering intel. The city was packed with bathhouses, each staffed by alluring hostesses in bathrobes calling out to passers-by. Besides bathhouses, taverns and casinos dominated the outer city. Sex, gambling, drugs, the oldest and richest trades in the world. And Akatsuki had them all. Welcome, come relax. All right, I'm coming. Welcomed by a cheerful girl, Yoru entered a bathhouse, not to enjoy himself, but to observe. The famed Akatsuki springs truly lived up to their reputation, like a roaring crimson whirlpool from the depths of hell, washing away every trace of fatigue. Hot Water Village really knew their stuff. Come again soon. Definitely, Yoru said with a smile, then his expression turned cold. He wasn't here for leisure. As the saying goes, the wise hide in plain sight. If the Jashin cult was embedded in Yagura, he had to get close. One bath was all it took to find something fishy. Soon, Yoru stood outside a dazzling casino. Jashin Casino. Golden letters gleamed above the door. Inside, luxury and lust mingled. Neon lights, glittering chandeliers, and staff in sultry uniforms. Excitement and despair echoed from every gaming table. Yoru scanned the room, and spotted something off. Damn it, lost again. Why is my luck so bad today? A gambler groaned, rising to leave, only to be stopped by uniformed staff. You owe us 1.68 million Rio. With interest, that's 2.52 million. Settle it. What? How? He tried to plead for time, but a Yagura ninja stepped out of the shadows. If you don't pay today, you're not leaving. One strike. The gambler collapsed. The ninja handed him off like baggage. Don't kill him. Fresh sacrifices make for better rituals and will please Lord Jashin. Yes, sir. Lord Jashin will be pleased. The ninja nodded, then added, keep things quiet. Don't go too far. Just collect debts for now. But, sacrifices will drop. Can't be helped. The Big Mark just arrived in Akatsuki. Although that guy is a spendthrift, their background is extremely powerful, so keep your hands clean. Understood. Big Mark. Yoru's eyes narrowed. He looked toward the entrance. No way. Golden hair tied in a ponytail. A tight brown outfit barely concealing her ample curves. Cleavage that could bury a fist. With a swish of her coat, she strode inside, full of swagger. Shizen. Bring the money. I'm on fire today. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Chapter 141, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 141. 3 points. Small. With the dealer's announcement, the entire room fell silent. Even his voice carried disbelief. Countless gamblers stared at the dice, then turned to Tsunade, as if they'd just witnessed a miracle. This can't be. The big mark actually won again. A big win. Impossible. How could she be winning? Hey, Big Mark, are you cheating? There's no way you can win this much in a row. Accusations flew. Tsunade, seated at the main table, frowned. At the remark about cheating, she snapped her ponytail and slammed her palm on the table. Shut up, all of you. You think I'll lose forever? It's called a change of luck. Shizen, collect the money. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizen, who had been sulking moments ago, now beamed as she shoveled money into the cash box. Tsunade-sama was truly on a lucky streak, actually winning big. Shizen had almost never seen it happen. Since they'd left Konoha and drifted between casinos, they'd nearly always lost. No, hardly ever won anything. If it weren't for the occasional idiot bringing money to them, loan sharks, robbers, they'd have been broke long ago. But today was different. In just 1 hour, their capital had multiplied tenfold. This round, I'm betting small. Confidently, Tsunade put down 100,000 ryo. With money in hand, she started playing big. I'm betting small too. Me too. This big mark is acting strange today. Bet with her and you'll make a killing. She's not a loser today, she's the goddess of fortune. I'm putting 30,000 on small. Seeing Tsunade go in again, gamblers followed suit. Everyone bet on small. The dealer wiped sweat from his brow. At this rate, something bad was bound to happen, but he didn't dare cheat. Tsunade's reputation preceded her. Any casino caught cheating her was unlikely to survive. The dealer looked helplessly to the floor manager, who gave him a sharp look, don't make trouble. Left with no choice, he braced himself. The table filled with chips, nearly all placed on small. Please let it be big, the dealer thought bitterly. If I lose too much, I'll be a sacrifice to Jashin myself. 500,000 ryo, betting big. A calm voice interrupted, and the dealer's tense face relaxed. He looked toward the source, relieved. Sir, are you sure you want to wager 500,000 on big? Yoru stepped forward through the crowd, placing his bet on big. He looked straight at Tsunade, smiling. The big mark bet on small. Why wouldn't I go big? Laughter erupted. Kid, you've made a mistake today. Today's big mark isn't a big mark, she's a god of gambling. 500,000 is no joke, kid. If you lose everything, don't cry. Even Tsunade narrowed her eyes and grinned. Why give your money to the house? Give it to your big sister instead, maybe I'll even call you handsome. Is that so? Yoru smiled. He had to admit, the Senju bloodline was something else. Tsunade was around 40, but time hadn't touched her. Smooth skin, delicate features, she looked like a young woman. That violet-blue diamond on her forehead gave her a unique charm. If Mei Terumi was a beautiful, seductive bloom, then Tsunade was the kind of woman who could eat you alive. They say if you meet a big mark, you'll be rich. I came here to make money, not give it away. Brat. Tsunade's smile vanished. Since you're so eager to lose, I'll be glad to help. Let's begin. No more bets, the dealer called. He shook the dice, then opened the cup. 6, 6, 5, big. Gasps filled the room. It really was big. Yoru accepted the payout with a smile, eyes locked on Tsunade. No wonder they call you the big mark. Bet against you, and you'll be buying beachside villas. You. Keep going, folks. Just bet opposite the big mark. As Yoru turned to leave, Tsunade grabbed his sleeve. Not so fast. I didn't win your money. You're stopping me. You're a dojutsu user, aren't you? Tsunade lowered her voice. Didn't you see the sign? No ninjutsu or kekkai genkai allowed, especially dojutsu types. This is the Jashin Casino, top tier in Akaku City. It's backed by the hot water ninja. If they find out you've been cheating. She leaned in, whispering near his ear, you'll be in serious trouble. Oh. Yoru looked down at her, noticing the soft swell of her cleavage, then quickly pieced it together. The artificial body he used, built by Yukiko, was an Uchiha-type shell, outfitted with 2 Mangekyo Sharingan. It could hide chakra flow and deactivate the Sharingan freely. Unless someone looked closely, they'd never know he wasn't a real Uchiha. But Tsunade had noticed something. She must have sensed the chakra flow in his eyes. So what do you want? Gamble with me. Tsunade leaned closer, her hand sliding to his waist, where stacks of cash were tucked into his coat lining. Her eyes lit up. If you win, I'll let you walk. But if I win, you hand over everything. You sneaky big mark, trying to scam me. Yoru chuckled. All right. I'll bet, but we change the terms. If you win, you get the money. But if I win... His gaze slowly swept over her figure, and his smile deepened. Tsunade's expression flickered with annoyance, but she agreed easily. A lecherous, cheating punk like this deserved a good lesson. I accept, she huffed, then turned to the manager. Prepare a private room. I'm gambling with this guy one-on-one. The casino manager quickly nodded, while gamblers around them sighed in frustration. A one-on-one match meant they couldn't ride Tsunade's bets anymore. There went their shot at getting rich. Tsunade and Yoru followed the manager to a private room, with Shizen trailing behind, clutching the money box. How do you want to play? Tsunade asked, pointing to the various gambling tools. Dice will do, Yoru said casually. All right, simple rules, higher roll wins. Each bet is 100,000 Ryo. Whoever loses all their money first, loses. No problem. You're going to watch this old lady win every last coin off you. Tsunade declared, full of confidence as she picked up the dice cup. Yoru smiled, placed 100,000 Ryo in front of him, and started shaking his own dice. They both rolled. Tsunade lifted her cup, 1, 2, 2, 5 points. Her smile froze. She glanced at Yoru's cup. Sorry, just a bit higher. Triple twos, Yoru grinned, revealing a neat 6-point roll. Damn it. Again, she snapped, snatching another stack of cash from Shizen. Losing the first round didn't shake her. She'd long gotten used to it. With her luck today, she was sure she'd turn it around and clean this cocky brat out. But starting from the second round, her luck vanished. Every throw, 1, 2, 3. Again and again. Yoru couldn't stop chuckling. In under half an hour, all her earlier winnings were gone. Lady Tsunade, at this rate, will be broke again. Shizen said, distressed. She'd thought today was their breakthrough. But not only had they lost the winnings, now their capital was getting shredded. Humph. I don't believe it. Tsunade barked. Again. Careful, lady, Yoru teased. At this rate, even your underwear might be on the table. You pervy brat, just you wait. Tsunade gritted her teeth, gripping the dice tightly. She was sure Yoru wasn't cheating. No chakra flow, no dojutsu signs, it was just her own rotten luck again. Still, she refused to back down. Want to keep going? Yoru smirked after a few more rounds. You're almost out of cash. I do take early surrenders, only half the pot. Who said I'm giving up? Keep going. Tsunade snapped. She'd never concede, not in a casino, and especially not after challenging him to this duel. Fine then. I'll reluctantly take your last 100,000, Yoru chuckled. Just hope you're ready to accept defeat. Humph. You go first this time, she growled, focused. Sure, he said, rolling calmly. 1, 2, 3, 6 points. Tsunade grinned. This round is mine. She rolled. 1, 2, 2, 5 points. Impressive, Yoru said with a laugh. You rolled the only number that could still lose. You really are something else. All right, big mark. You're out of money. And by the rules, that means you lose. Shizen looked heartbroken as Yoru casually scooped up the last of their money. Tsunade turned to leave with a cold snort. Hold up, Yoru called. Aren't you forgetting something? Brat, don't push it. I already lost my money, what more do you want? It's not about me. It's about you keeping your word. He spun the dice cup lazily in his hand, eyes boldly raking over her figure. Senju Princess. One of the legendary Sannin. Surely you wouldn't go back on a bet. How interesting, Tsunade murmured, narrowing her eyes. You know who I am, yet you still have the guts to make that demand. That demand. Yoru blinked. Well, you've got guts, I'll give you that. So, you want me to honor our deal? That's right, he nodded. Time to pay up. Tsunade's laughter rang like silver bells, but in a blink, she vanished. The next instant, she was right in front of him. Her right hand glowed with massive chakra, she swung. Boom. The air trembled with the force of her blow. You dare lust after this old lady's body. Die. Her punch landed, and was caught. Yoru didn't budge. Tsunade's eyes went wide. She'd used monster strength. Even if it wasn't full power, it should have crushed stone. but the blow felt like slamming into steel. His palm didn't so much as flinch. You. Breaking a promise? That's not like you, Tsunade-hime, Yura said, gripping her fist and pulling. Her eyes turned sharp. She twisted, coiling her other hand into a fist and slamming it toward his head. This time, there was no holding back. The punch howled through the air, boom, but Yura's figure vanished. Her strike smashed the ground, blowing the room apart. Even the entire casino shook. Where are you running? Lady Tsunade. Wait for me at the inn, Shizun, she ordered, then burst through the window. Shizun clutched the money box and followed, but when she stepped out into the street, Tsunade was already gone. Their speeds were fast, one ahead, one behind. In no time, they arrived at a winding cave formed by hot springs. Yoru strolled deeper. Tsunade followed relentlessly. The strange terrain didn't slow her down. This guy had blocked her partial monster strength barehanded, matched her speed, and was clearly a dojutsu user. No way she'd let him go without figuring out who he was. But as she chased, something felt off. Echoes began to bounce off the walls, faint cries and moans, growing louder. What is that sound? Her chest tightened. She pushed forward faster, eyes locked on Yura's back. You, who the hell are you? They delved deeper. The heat intensified, volcanic rock fragments appeared around them, and it was clear, they were now beneath Akaku mountain, nearing the magma-filled depths. Suddenly, Yura stopped. Before Tsunade could attack, the scene ahead made her eyes widen in shock. They stood before a massive, fire-lit cavern. Its walls were clearly carved by human hands. The space was divided, a circular corridor on the outside, and a central area with 3 bridges leading to it. Beneath them, lava flowed. At the center stood a stone pillar rising from the lava. Its top had been carved into an altar. The altar was bizarre, covered in triangular symbols. The center was hollow, like a giant basin, and in it was a blood-red scythe embedded in stone. Even from afar, Tsunade could see the dried, blackened traces of blood on the stone, baked by heat. Around the altar, black-robed cultists stood in a circle, chanting strange incantations. Their expressions were twisted, fanatical, frenzied, almost holy. Dozens more roamed the outer corridor, dragging in bound victims from other tunnels and pushing them toward the center. Those cries Tsunade heard earlier came from the prisoners. What the hell is this? Tsunade trembled, but gritted her teeth and forced herself to ask, who are you? What is this place? Yoru calmly replied, the Jashin cult. Ever heard of it? They perform rituals, sacrificing flesh and soul to communicate with the so-called god Jashin. In return, they claim to receive blessings, limb regeneration, eternal youth, immortality. So long as there are enough sacrifices and enough faith, Jashin will grant you anything. Or so they say. Akaku City's high traffic, and hot water village's quiet backing, gave them all the cover they need. And now, this is what it looks like when they start a ritual. As he spoke, one of the black-robed cultists grabbed the bloody scythe, raised it high, and shouted an incantation. Then he jumped into the hollow center, and began the slaughter. The bound prisoners couldn't resist. One by one, they were butchered. Heads flew. Blood sprayed like Akaku's famous hot springs. Some were split in half, guts spilling onto stone. The stench of blood and entrails filled the cavern. Yoru shook his head. I used to think the Third Ninja War was brutal. But this. He glanced back. Tsunade-hime. Even if you've left Konoha, surely this scene, Tsunade. He froze. Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, the one who could split mountains with her fist, was now pale as a sheet, collapsed to the floor, retching. Her eyes were filled with fear. Her hemophobia had triggered. Chapter 142, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 142. This is how Naruto is. The fastest ninja always arrive a step too late. The best friends fight each other most brutally. Kind-hearted children dreaming of peace start wars that engulf the world. And now, Tsunade, acknowledged as the greatest medical ninja, is afflicted with hemophobia. Tsunade-hime. Tsunade collapsed to the ground, her pretty face pale, unable even to conceal her presence. At the center of the ritual, a tall figure cloaked in black suddenly turned toward them. His gaze locked on Tsunade and Yoru. Intruders. Seize them and offer them to our god. The cultists below the altar immediately surged forward, encircling the two. Yoru raised an eyebrow, his eyes lingering on Tsunade. The once mighty princess of Konoha now looked ghostly pale and limp. She couldn't even handle a regular civilian at this point, let alone fight. You owe me a life now, Tsunade-hime. Seeing the mob approaching, Yoru grabbed Tsunade's arm and hauled her into his arms, holding her close. Then, vanished. The cultists lunged but caught only air. Where are they? The black-robed priest's killing intent surged. He leaped at Yoru. Yoru spun Tsunade behind him. One hand steadied her rear, the other unleashed a Sokatsui, pale fire crash. The priest dodged, but those behind him weren't so lucky. The blast exploded, limbs and blood flew in all directions. Seeing this, Tsunade, clinging to Yoru's back, trembled even more violently. Don't shake so much. You're making this really hard to manage. Her soft body pressed against his back, trembling non-stop. A real test of willpower. Yoru gave her rear a firm smack and cast white lightning. The bolt struck the priest's head, blowing it open like a watermelon. But then, the blood on the altar began to writhe strangely. A flash of red light, and that blood energy surged into the priest's body. In just seconds, his exploded head reformed, restored as if nothing had happened. I am immortal, blessed by Jashin. Seize them and offer them to our god. The cultists, previously wary of Yoru's power, now looked deranged after seeing their priest rise again. Like zealots, they rushed forward. At this point, death no longer frightened them. They hadn't received Jashin's blessing yet, but their obsession with immortality had erased all reason. For the Jashin god. Die, heretics. Glory to the great Jashin. They swarmed. Yoru looked at Tsunade, her face buried in his neck, and spoke softly. Lift your head. Tsunade's body twitched. Her phobia screamed not to look, but his voice somehow compelled her. She looked. And instantly, a spray of blood filled her vision. Gouts of crimson erupted from the cultists' bodies. The air reeked of rusted iron. Her stomach churned. Her pupils dilated. She was back on that old battlefield again. Her hand shot to the crystal pendant on her chest. She wanted to close her eyes, but every time she tried, Yoru's voice echoed. Keep them open. Watch it. All of it. Yoru waved his hand. From his palm burst a blade-like arc of energy. Wherever it passed, cultists were sliced clean in half. Tsunade trembled even harder. Yoru could feel how tightly she clung to his back. Her body was rigid with tension. No, don't, please. Her voice was faint, trembling. Yoru felt something damp against his neck. He turned, Tsunade's eyes were full of tears. Still can't handle it, huh? He said quietly into her ear. Every time you see blood, it takes you back to that night, doesn't it? To the people you lost. His tone was calm. It wasn't encouragement, it was truth. Cold and cruel. But instead of helping her face it, it only pushed her closer to the edge. Forget it. I won't force you. Yoru sighed. His figure vanished, reappearing atop the rocky ledge above the altar, overlooking the cultists. There were still plenty of them. The priest wasn't alone. Other robed figures continued chanting on the altar. Maybe they were that devout. Or maybe they just didn't take Yoru seriously. Not that it mattered. Yoru felt playful. If they worship a god, then I'll show them some divine power. He muttered, and before Tsunade's stunned eyes, his eyes turned blood red, 3 tomo forming into 2 twisted mangekyo patterns. One was a 4-pointed windmill. The other, a pitch-black shuriken. 2 different mangekyo in one body, what kind of Susanoo would it create? Yoru's chakra surged. A green skeletal figure rose from blazing light. Muscles, tendons, and armor rapidly formed. In an instant, his Susanoo reached 3rd stage. Susanoo. Tsunade gasped in disbelief. That legendary Uchiha power now stood in front of her. You're Uchiha. Did the village send you to find me? This is Uchiha power, but I'm not Konoha's Uchiha. Yoru spoke calmly. The towering green giant stood at the crater's edge like a god of death, radiating overwhelming destructive force. Below, cultists froze in awe. Even the black-robed priest hesitated. This aura, this form, resembled their god too closely. But that hesitation quickly vanished. Just chakra. A fake god. I have Jashin's blessing. I will be strongest. Yoru's red eyes glowed. Wind whipped his hair back. He couldn't do the classic crossed-arm Uchiha pose, he was still piggybacking a milk tank, Tsunade. Oh well. Not the strongest form, but pretty damn flashy. No wonder the Uchiha always act like they're invincible. Yoru raised Susanoo's arms. A storm of green chakra gathered, forming a string of connected Magatama. Yasukani no Magatama. 8 slopes curved jewel. Boom. Light flared. Explosions roared. The altar shattered. Lava erupted. Everything was engulfed. Cultists turned to ash, the ritual collapsed, the entire cavern shook. They watched in silence as death came for them, powerless, terrified. But more than anything, they were bitter. Bitter they hadn't received Jashin's blessing. That they still weren't immortal. I am immortal. I am Jashin's chosen. The priest howled, crushing a lava boulder beneath him. My future won't end here. Jashin, grant me your power. The altar glowed red again. Blood churned. But before it could finish, another Magatama blast obliterated him. I am immortal. Yeah. We get it. Yoru reached down and grabbed the priest's head with Susanu's hand. Their eyes met, and the Sharingan's Genjutsu activated, silencing the barking. This guy's beyond a normal ninja, Tsunade said quietly, staring at the severed, still living head. To be able to move so lively without the necessary support of vital limbs and organs, and most importantly, what sustains all of this isn't chakra, there are no traces of chakra on him. Not chakra, natural energy, Yoru corrected. As someone who inherited the power of the Shikatsu forest, one of the 3 great sage regions, you should be able to sense the residual natural energy on him, right? What? Tsunade was startled and quickly focused her senses. Sure enough, his entire head was brimming with natural energy. But also something else. Spiritual energy. Yoru scanned the cavern. He understood now. This so-called blessing combined natural energy and spiritual energy, just like Morio's ghost army. Which meant Jashin was likely on the same level as pre-split Miroku. A sage-class being. Where's your god? His Mangekyo spun. Genjutsu bound the head. Our god is everywhere, the lava is his blood, the mountain is his flesh. Blood and souls are his food, when he wakes, all will perish. We pray beneath Akatsuki, longing for his favor. Rants poured from the head's mouth. Even under Genjutsu, it wouldn't stop. Yoru clicked his tongue. True zealot. Wait, we're inside their god. Tsunade whispered. Maybe not literally, Yoru said. But Jashin somewhere inside Akatsuki. And this cult. It's big. More than half of Hot Water's ninja are in it. Including their Kage. If we don't end Jashin, this'll spread. Then let's kill him. Tsunade declared, fist raised. Even drunk and retired, she couldn't ignore something like this. You faint at the sight of blood. Yoru chuckled, patting her butt. Hold this head. I'll handle it. You. Her face turned crimson, but she couldn't argue. Hemophobia was her greatest flaw. Until she overcame it, she couldn't fight at full strength. Yoru said no more. He passed her the priest's head, then leapt straight into the lava. Hey. Are you crazy? Even with the 100 healings, someone like her wouldn't last long in magma. Yet he jumped in head first. He had to have a plan. Still, what did he mean, not Konoha's Uchiha? There couldn't be other Uchiha with Mangekyo, could there? Tsunade stood there silently, holding the head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the other side. Searing winds howled past his ears as Yoru's body slid down the tunnel. As he drew closer to the subterranean lava world, the air grew hotter and hotter. Ordinary chakra couldn't withstand lava's extreme heat. Even Naruto and Sasuke, in the later stages, had to stop short when facing Kaguya's lava dimension. But Yoru was different. A thick layer of Riryoka formed a protective membrane over his body, shielding him from the high temperatures. Following the energy signal from the head, he leapt straight into the lava and dove deeper. Akatsuki mountain was immense. Once inside, Yoru felt as though he'd entered a world of molten rock. Heat and pressure surged in from all sides. Fortunately, the Riryoku barrier kept him unharmed. Enveloped in it, Yoru swam like a fish through the thick lava. The faint, bluish glow of Riryoka made him stand out like a thin, glowing film in this fiery red world. 10 minutes later, a strange lava cave came into view. The energy signal was coming from within. Without hesitation, Yoru entered. After a few more moments of swimming, his vision suddenly brightened, he emerged from the lava. Instantly, his brows furrowed as he activated his Sharingan and surveyed the surroundings. The cave was vast, dozens of meters high and hundreds wide. Dim flames flickered along the walls, casting light and a faintly eerie atmosphere across the space. Within that glow, a figure slowly came into view. It was tall, with a black body and white face, covered head to toe in black and white markings, resembling Haiden in his ritual state. It sat high upon a throne of obsidian, head bowed, as if in slumber. But even from a distance, Yoru clearly saw the pitch-black rod piercing its chest, impaling the heart, pinning it permanently to the throne. A dead person. Yoru frowned. How could a corpse possess such a massive energy signature, let alone grant others immortality? He stepped forward cautiously. But suddenly, the black and white figure snapped its head up. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Yoru. And in that instant, a black spear shot down from above, piercing through Yoru's heart and pinning him to the ground. Chapter 143, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 143. The black spear appeared with such eerie speed and strangeness that even the Mangekyo Sharingan failed to perceive it. It struck down from the sky, pinning Yoru firmly to the ground as his life force rapidly drained away. Buzz. The figure seated high upon the throne slowly raised a hand. The black spear lodged in Yoru's heart was gently withdrawn and returned to the man's grasp. The lingering scent of blood seemed to deeply allure him. He took a long whiff, then even extended his tongue to lick it. Akatsuki. The familiar scent made his brow furrow in confusion. His voice was broken and hoarse, as if Yoru's blood had stirred distant memories. That dazed expression lingered on Jashin's face for several seconds before suddenly twisting into a savage, feral snarl. Akatsuki. His voice rang out, brimming with boundless rage and resentment. The roar echoed through the lava cavern like rolling thunder. He suddenly thrust a hand toward Yoru, squeezing at the air. Yoru's lifeless body was crushed by a terrifying, invisible force. His flesh, blood, and bones were instantly compressed into a sphere of pulp. Jashin opened his mouth wide. With immense suction, he swallowed the bloodied sphere whole. Akatsuki. Thump. Like a drum struck in fury, blood boiled and divine wrath ignited. Seated on the obsidian throne, Jashin suddenly stood. His rage echoed throughout the lava cavern and, through searing magma, into the minds of every Jashin cult followers. Akatsuki. In the hidden hot water village, the hot water Kage paused mid-task, startled by the echoing voice in his mind. He murmured to himself in confusion. Our god has issued a decree, but what is this, Akatsuki? A name. That voice, so full of rage. This is our god's wrath. We must seize that being and offer him as a sacrifice. At that moment, all Jashin cult followers could feel Jashin's overwhelming wrath. Some of the more fanatical believers were already shouting about capturing this so-called Akatsuki, skinning and dismembering him to properly offer him to their god. But rather than merely shouting, they dropped everything in their hands and, bringing the prepared sacrifices with them, rushed toward the lava depths. Their god's wrath had to be appeased. That damn Akatsuki dared to anger our god, he deserves to die, he deserves to die. The head being held by Tsunade suddenly began to clamor, startling Tsunade, who was waiting for Yoru. Akatsuki. Why does that name sound so familiar? The Senju clan had an exceptionally long history. As a princess of the clan, Tsunade had once read records of her ancestors' deeds. But those were mostly framed as legends or tales. Tsunade might have seen it as a child, but after so many years, her memories had long since blurred. Someone's coming. The commotion of the gathering cultists grew louder. Tsunade quickly hid herself and used a special technique to temporarily seal the vocal cords of the head she was holding, silencing it. Soon after, countless Jashin cult followers surged out of the cave, numbering in the thousands. When they saw the ruined altar, gasps of horror spread through the crowd. The altar's been destroyed. No wonder our god is so enraged. That damn Akatsuki dared defile the altar. Enough, quiet. A black-robed man, the Jashin cult leader, barked in a cold tone, turning to the hot water Kage beside him. Asezumi, restore the altar. Right now, the top priority is to offer the sacrifices and calm our god's wrath. When the ritual is done, we'll hunt that damned Akatsuki down. Yes, master. The hot water Kage, Asezumi, nodded and rapidly formed hand seals. Chakra surged as the shattered altar was reconstructed, nearly identical to the original. The Jashin cult leader leapt to the altar center, pulling a special scroll from his sleeve. After forming seals, the three-bladed scythe materialized before him. He solemnly drove the weapon into the center of the altar, then bowed deeply toward it. Behind him, thousands of followers bowed in unison. We failed our god, allowing the altar's destruction was our shame. But now we restore it anew. With blood, flesh, and soul, we offer tribute. May our god forgive us. Praise our god. Praise our god. Bring forth the sacrifices. Yes. Bound living sacrifices were dragged from carts and thrown onto the altar. The gruesome slaughter began once more. The blood-drenched scene made Tsunade tremble again. Just then, the cult leader sharply turned his gaze toward her location. Who's there? His sleeve twitched. A black spear formed in his palm, and with a sudden throw, it pierced the stone wall, narrowly missing Tsunade's neck. You are. As Tsunade stumbled into view, Asezumi froze. Shock filled his expression. I can't believe it's you, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Be careful, master. She's one of the legendary Sannin, her power isn't to be underestimated. What? A Sannin. She's the princess of the leaf, Tsunade. That chest, yep, that's her, no doubt. A Sannin. The cult leader's heart sank. The title of Sannin was legendary across the shinobi world, none could ignore such power. Clearly, the destruction of the altar and the wrath sparked in their god had everything to do with this woman. The name of the Sannin made the cultists hesitate. None dared to act recklessly. Tsunade, realizing this, forced herself to look away from the blood-soaked altar. Her gaze locked onto the Jashin cult leader and the hot water Kage, Asezumi. You, the hot water Kage, consorting with this kind of evil cult, do you even care what happens to the hidden hot water village? To the land of hot water. This. Tsunade's furious shout made Asezumi tremble. He lowered his head in fear. Although most of the shinobi in the hidden hot water village had already pledged allegiance to the Jashin cult, and the entire village had essentially become their stronghold, a cult was still a cult. It belonged in the shadows. If word got out, let alone to the 5 great nations, even the daimyo of the land of hot water might not spare him. Lady Tsunade, I only. Asezumi, mind your words and your reverence for our god, the cult leader interrupted coldly. So what if she's one of the Sannin? So what if it's the 5 great nations? As long as we have our god's blessing, we are invincible. Yeah right, invincible, huh? Asezumi chuckled bitterly to himself. While Jashin's power was strange and undeniably strong, as the hot water Kage, Asezumi had seen true power firsthand. Compared to the elite shinobi of the great nations, Jashin cult fanatics were on an entirely different level, and not in a good way. A handful of elite shinobi could wipe out an entire small country. Could the Jashin cult and the hidden hot water village actually take on the 5 great nations? Absolutely not. They'd be crushed. He had long coveted Jashin's so-called immortality, but repeated ritual failures had started to shake his faith. Asezumi gritted his teeth, inwardly wavering, should he betray the cult right here, right now? The cult leader, however, remained oblivious. So what if she's a Sannin? So what if they're the 5 great nations? With our god's blessing, I am invincible. Completely brainwashed, he ignored all doubts. Seizing a black spear, he hurled it straight at Tsunade. Afflicted by her hemophobia, Tsunade felt her body lock up. She desperately tried to dodge the incoming spear, but it still grazed her arm. Bright red blood flowed from her pale skin, and her trembling grew more intense. Upon seeing this, all the cultists, including the hot water Kage Asezumi, froze. A Sannin, and that's it. Ha 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 ha. What a joke, this is the power of a so-called Sannin. The cult leader shouted with glee. I bear the blessing of Jashin, I am invincible. Today, I'll sacrifice this Sannin to our god. Seeing their leader so easily wound Tsunade, and the legendary Sannin herself paralyzed in fear on the ground, the cultist morale soared. With howls of excitement, they charged toward her. Tsunade, panic-stricken, backed away, but her back was already against the lava-forged cliff. There was nowhere left to run. Rumble. More and more cultists surged forward, but at that moment, the lava beneath the altar suddenly began to churn violently. And then, a pillar of crimson magma erupted upward, like a volcanic geyser, blasting into the air. Lava splashed across the cavern before raining down like hellfire. Floating in its wake, a black and white figure appeared in the sky. The moment they saw him, every cultist turned in awe. Our god. It's our god. The great Jashin has descended. Our god has come. All hail our god. With their deity's arrival, the cultists instantly forgot about Tsunade. Every eye turned to Jashin, and they fell to their knees in reverence, even though their god appeared, off. His black and white form was skewed. A pitch-black rod protruded from his chest. His right arm hung lifelessly. Strangest of all, patches of ice crystals clung to his body. Our god emerged from the depths of lava, so how could he have ice crystals on him? Never mind, perhaps that's just how amazing our god is. The cult leader and his followers fell to their knees, chanting Jashin's name. Even Tsunade, standing to the side, stared in disbelief at the figure in midair and murmured. A god really exists. The hearts of all present trembled, but Jashin's expression was peculiar indeed, hurried, fearful, and incredulous. An unsettling look filled his eyes. His gaze was fixed intently on the lava below, as if something utterly terrifying lurked beneath. A few moments later. Why do I feel a bit cold? Yeah, me too. This is a volcanic crater, below us is molten lava that could destroy everything. How could it feel cold? No kidding, I feel it too. I'm actually starting to shiver. Holy crap, could this be our god's power? Just his descent alone is changing all of Akatsuki Mountain. All around, even the kneeling worshippers and Tsunade, began to shiver. Despite being deep inside a volcano, they felt the temperature around them plummeting, as if they were suddenly in an Arctic wasteland. This is... Suddenly, Tsunade saw something truly shocking. Her eyes widened, and even the panic from her hemophobia faded into stunned silence. Not just her, everyone was staring at the lava below in disbelief. Just moments ago, it had been hot enough to melt anything. Now it was slowly solidifying into volcanic rock. Layers of frost began to form across its surface. The entire Akatsuki volcano was frozen solid. A few minutes earlier. After swallowing the sphere of flesh and blood that had once been Yoru, Jashin let out a satisfied roar. Though faint, the aura of the Akatsuki bloodline had been real, there was no doubt. Yoru's Uchiha Jigai had been infused with a large amount of Uchiha cells and balanced with Hashirama cells, allowing him, despite being of the Yuki clan, to freely activate and deactivate the Sharingan like a true Uchiha. The Uchiha and Senju were, after all, descendants of the Akatsuki and the people of the shinobi world. So Jashin wasn't wrong to sense him as an Akatsuki. But just based on your excitement over the Akatsuki, you really must be a creature that survived since the Six Paths era. Shock appeared on Jashin's face. His eyes darted to a corner of the lava cavern. There stood Yoru, unharmed, at the entrance of the grotto. The same man he thought he had impaled and devoured. Confusion flickered in Jashin's eyes. Yoru looked slightly different from before, but that wasn't the issue. The real problem was, he couldn't sense Yoru's existence at all. Not just the Akatsuki aura, not even the presence of a living being, Yoru's very existence had vanished. If Yoru hadn't been standing right there, Jashin would have doubted he was real at all. Something like this was simply impossible. You ate a priceless Jigai of mine, along with 2 extremely valuable Mangekyo Sharingan. At least answer a few questions for me first. Yoru revealed himself slowly, his eyes locked on the black rod in Jashin's chest. That injury. Was it inflicted by the Sage of Six Paths? Roar. Clearly unwilling to answer, Jashin gripped his black spear tightly. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, he sprang from the throne and charged. Rikujo Koro. Yoru calmly spoke. 6 rods of light appeared out of thin air and bound Jashin mid-flight. He struggled violently, but to his shock, the restraints were too strong. No matter how much power he used, he couldn't break free. Intelligent lifeforms that have survived since the Six Paths era are rare. I'd prefer not to kill you outright, Yoru said softly. In his mind, the system prompt echoed. Detected special lifeform, Jashin, side quest triggered. Option 1, subdue, control, absorb, or devour Jashin, reward, 500,000 points. Option 2, kill Jashin, reward, 1 million points. The reward of 1 million points made one thing clear, this was no ordinary being. But instead of killing him outright, Yoru found himself more interested in the power he wielded, and the secrets he carried. A so-called deity that had lived since the time of the Sage of Six Paths, whose power resembled Miroku's, and who could grant immortality to his followers, how could that not raise questions? The moment Yoru appeared, Jashin lost control, screaming Akatsuki like it triggered something deep inside him. And that black rod lodged in his chest. That only made Yoru more curious. Everything about him demanded answers. Roar. Despite Yoru's questions, Jashin said nothing. He struggled against the Rikujo Koro, but Yoru's Bakudo, now unleashed without the limitations of his Jigai, was overwhelmingly strong. Then, Jashin made an unexpected move. Realizing he couldn't escape, he drew a blade and cut himself in half at the waist. Blood sprayed across the cavern. A few seconds later, the two halves fused back together, and he charged again. He can do that. Yoru blinked. But it made sense. If even Jashin's followers could survive headshots, how could the originator of their immortality die so easily? Still. Just because the body won't die, he said coldly, doesn't mean the soul's safe. As Jashin rushed in, Yoru calmly gripped the hilt of Hayarinmaru at his waist. A glint of steel, then a right arm flew through the air, blood spraying. Jashin didn't react at first. But then. He looked at the regrown limb. It was lifeless. Hanging like a dead branch. Useless. It resembled how the third Hokage had sealed Orochimaru's arms with the Reaper Death Seal. My soul. He stared at the dead limb in disbelief. Then he turned to Yoru, whose face remained unreadable. Understanding dawned. Jashin turned to flee. You're not going anywhere. Yoru quietly unsheathed Hayarinmaru. Bankai. Daiguren Hayarinmaru. Chapter 144, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 144. At the base of Mount Akaku. Snowflakes began drifting down from the sky. Tourists in Akaku City were the first to notice something was wrong. The usually warm, springtime climate had turned bitingly cold. Even the water in the hot spring inns was rapidly losing heat, and some of the springs had already frozen over. What the hell? It's spring. Why is it snowing? Ah. My legs are frozen in the water. Panic spread. What was a peaceful hot spring resort just moments ago had suddenly been plunged into the heart of winter. And it was all coming from one source. A wave of suffocating cold erupted from Yoru, so intense it felt like it pierced through the soul itself. In an instant, everything in the surrounding area froze solid. It didn't matter how hot the air had been. It didn't matter how deep the lava flowed. The moment Yoru unleashed his Bankai, an overwhelming tide of icy energy swept outward, swallowing everything in its path. Jashin shattered the ice beneath him in a frenzy, trying to break through the frozen magma and escape. He didn't hear the shouts of his followers. Didn't care. He only wanted to run. But then he looked up, and froze in place. The sky above had turned black. Not the darkness of night, but something deeper, more oppressive. And something was rising through the ice. Quite the scene, a voice said flatly. Yoru emerged, step by step, from beneath the frozen lava rock. Unlike his previous partial Bankai, there were no wings of ice behind him, no dragon heads formed from his arms, no 12-petaled ice flower blooming at his back. He looked nearly the same as before, except now, a faint, crystalline armor of ice clung to his body. That was all. But everyone could feel it. An oppressive weight in the air, like the pressure before a blizzard, or the gaze of death itself. It wasn't chakra. It was something far beyond that. Jashin stared, pupils narrowing, and felt his blood run cold. He had felt this once before, 1,000 years ago. And back then, he barely survived. The wounds he took during that battle had never healed. But now. Now the pressure was even greater. Back then, he had lived. Now, he wasn't sure he could. No. No, he had one chance. He had already consumed part of Yoru's flesh, his blood, his essence. As long as the ritual finished. He still had a shot. Kill him. Jashin commanded. He bit into his fingertip, pressed it to his chest, and smeared a symbol in blood. The command didn't echo through the air. It echoed directly into the minds of every cultist in the cavern. Nearly 1,000 cultists paused, then turned their gazes to Yoru. They saw someone impossibly strong. But divine command overruled fear. Blasphemer. Die. The Jashin cult leader was the first to charge, black spear in hand. The others followed, screaming in fury as they surged toward Yoru. Yoru didn't flinch. He looked at them calmly, and then the cold struck. A wave of frost swept outward. And in that moment, they all died. Regeneration didn't matter. Immortality meant nothing. When your soul freezes and shatters into dust, nothing else matters. It's done. But as Yoru finished off the last cultist, a hoarse voice rose from Jashin's mouth. Yoru turned. The black and white markings on Jashin's body had deepened. And in the center of his chest, a new mark had formed, a bloody, triangular seal encircling a small circular core. I've consumed your blood and flesh, Jashin growled. With the curse technique, death controlling possessed blood, our lives are now bound. He threw his head back and laughed. You may have the power to destroy the soul, but in the end, I win. The technique was powerful. Once the link was complete, both lives were tied together. And with Jashin's immortality, it created an unbeatable equation. At least, for living beings. But Yoru, free of his Jigai, had long since transcended that definition. He was no longer bound by life or death in any traditional sense. Still, Jashin might possess abilities different from Haiden. No point dragging this out. Die, Akatsuki descendant. Jashin raised the black spear, aimed it at his own chest, and plunged it down. But just as the strike landed, a surge of frost engulfed his body. Yoru's eyes were calm. Rinnegan's power was beyond question. As the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, its true strength was comparable to Ryujin Jaka. But in the original timeline, that power had never been fully realized. Hitsugaya only barely achieved full Bankai during the Quincy Blood War. Yoru, unrestricted by a Jigai, had unlocked its ultimate power. Shirkai Hyoketsu, 4-world Freezy. Within 4 steps of the user, all water, fire, and wind are frozen. Time. Space. Energy. Even biological function, all of it can be frozen. This was Rinnegan's true strength. Jashin's so-called immortality, his cursed blood technique, all of it was frozen in a single instant. Ding. Special life form, Jashin, slain. Reward, 1 million points. I actually wasn't keen on killing you, Yoru said, glancing at the system prompt. He shook his head, sheathed Rinnegan, and pulled out a scroll. From it, he retrieved a new Jigai, and slipped his soul smoothly back into it. A moment later, Yoru stretched his body. He glanced at Tsunade, still frozen in place and utterly stunned, but paid her little mind. Instead, he stepped forward and grabbed the black rod embedded in Jashin's chest. The rod was clearly unusual, it radiated immense energy, so potent that even Jashin hadn't been able to remove it after 1,000 years. A product of yin-yang release, then. Yoru murmured, sensing the chakra fluctuations emanating from it. He already possessed some understanding of yin-yang release, having even begun researching it. His research subject was none other than Shisui Uchiha, who had awakened the Rinnegan. When the two opposing forces interact, they give birth to all things. The Rinnegan encompassed the power of yin-yang release, but the amount Shisui could manifest was vastly inferior to the force sealed within this black rod. It had been embedded in Jashin's body for at least a millennium, and through all those years, Jashin had struggled endlessly to expel it. Yet despite his efforts, the rod still pulsed with an incredibly strong chakra signature. When Yoru touched it, he could feel a faint psychic resonance. A millennium-old Akatsuki's mental energy. Yoru's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Still, he didn't act recklessly. Only after confirming the imprint posed no real threat did he begin to engage with it. Instantly, Yoru felt as if he had traveled through time, drawn into a barren world from a distant, disembodied perspective. It was a land of extreme desolation, decaying and still. Not like the sand-swept dunes of the land of wind, nor the craggy cliffs of the land of earth. This place was something else entirely, a deeper, quieter ruin. A world on the verge of collapse. And yet, within this dying land stood a single, colossal tree. It pierced the heavens, its crown lost among the clouds. The tree's branches stretched as wide as houses, its roots wound through the earth like mountain ranges. From beneath, energy and nutrients were being relentlessly drawn upward, draining the land below until it was little more than a husk. Yoru realized he was standing directly beneath it, the towering, all-consuming god tree. What was all this? The god tree has nearly absorbed this world's energy. The fruit will form soon. But the natives are resisting. We'll need to wipe them out. Suddenly, a clear, cold voice spoke beside him. Yoru turned, and a striking figure came into view. She had pale skin and long blue-white hair, a delicate, beautiful face with Byakugan eyes. Most importantly, she had 2 horns on her head. This appearance would be familiar to anyone who had seen the end of Naruto. She was the progenitor of chakra in the shinobi world, the mother of Black Zetsu and the Sage of Six Paths, and the primary antagonist of Naruto Shippuden. Kage Akatsuki. The rabbit goddess. Yoru had initially thought this yin-yang release black rod was left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, but now Kage Akatsuki had appeared. So, a being capable of standing beside her, communicating as an equal, and even taking the lead in their conversation. I will handle those inferior beings. A detached voice echoed from what appeared to be Yoru himself, and the scene shifted abruptly. Swarms of grotesque demons and monsters surged forward, howling and snarling in twisted tongues. Without hesitation, the other Yoru calmly extended a hand and unleashed a dozen or so chakra black rods, each forged through yin-yang release. The rods streaked through the air. The charging monsters didn't stand a chance, scattering like startled birds in an instant. The vision wavered, then slowly dissolved. Yoru blinked and returned to reality, the disorientation fading as quickly as it came. I didn't expect Jashin to actually be a native of Earth from a millennium ago. And the origin of this black rod is actually Ishiki Akatsuki. The shinobi world was never all that special. Just one small planet in the vast universe. And to the Akatsuki clan, it was nothing more than another pit stop on their path to godhood, an energy source to be harvested, devoured, and abandoned. Through the memory fragment embedded in the black rod, and what he already knew from history and the original timeline, Yoru had pieced together the story. Kage Akatsuki and Ishiki Akatsuki had come to Earth 1,000 years ago. They planted the god tree, preparing to extract the chakra fruit by draining the world's life force. But the tree consumed too much. Even the planet itself began to wither. Faced with extinction, Earth's original inhabitants fought back. Jashin had been one of them. Not a shinobi. Not a chakra wielder. But a being who possessed real power, a unique form of immortality and spiritual resilience that had nothing to do with ninjutsu. They'd lost, of course. The Akatsuki were overwhelming. The resistance was crushed. Its champions killed. The old world erased. But some like Jashin survived, wounded and broken, hiding deep underground for 1,000 years. Until now. And then betrayal struck. Kage turned on Ishiki. Her sons, Hagoromo and Hamura, later turned on her. And the world they left behind became the shinobi world we know. A world built not on its native cultivation paths, but on chakra, a system invented and spread by the Sage of Six Paths. A convenient system. A limited system. So you were the righteous one, huh? Yoru muttered. He looked down at the crumbled remains of Jashin and stomped once, reducing what was left to ice and dust. Rest, then. Back to the world that birthed you. His gaze sharpened. So the real question is. Kage betrayed Ishiki because she didn't want to become the Ten-Tail's sacrifice. But what about Hagoromo and Hamura? Why did they betray their mother? If it was truly to save the world. Then why erase the original power systems of the planet? Why introduce chakra? Why wipe out everything that came before? Yoru narrowed his eyes. Jashin proves the world once had a system of power far more diverse and potent than chakra. Even in a weakened state, Jashin had surpassed most Kage-level shinobi. And by the vision's implication, he wasn't even the strongest of his time, just one of many. A survivor. That meant the original world had once been alive with cultivation paths, techniques, and powers that had nothing to do with chakra. Until it was all overwritten. Convenient, sure. More accessible, yes. But once you commit to chakra, your ceiling is set. Unless you had Akatsuki blood, you'd never surpass Kage level. Not in 1,000 years. And so, the Sage of Six Paths, worshipped as the world's savior. What if he was just a tyrant, ensuring no one could ever challenge his bloodline's rule? Yoru's voice was quiet now. Cold. Heavy. He turned slightly. Tsunade was still standing there, stunned. You've been watching this whole time, he said. Figure anything out? Her face was pale. Complex emotions twisted behind her eyes. You're Yuki Yoru, she finally said. Yoru raised an eyebrow. That not obvious enough? There's no one else in the shinobi world with ice release like that. No, she shook her head. That's not what I meant. You changed bodies, didn't you? After killing Jashin, you transferred your soul into a new vessel. Yoru's gaze remained level. Tsunade took a breath. Back during the Third Great Ninja War. Hiruzen sent me a letter. He warned me about you. Said you were dangerous, capable of manipulating souls. He wanted me to return to the village and help stop you. I didn't believe him. I thought it was just a ploy to drag me back. She looked away for a moment. I never thought he might be telling the truth. She looked at him again. And the Shinigami. The Soul Society. All those rumors circulating through the land of water and beyond, that's you, isn't it? You're not just the fourth Mizukage. What are you really trying to do? Yoru gave a soft, cold chuckle. What do you think I'm trying to do, princess? Tsunade clenched her fists. She wanted to say, world domination. It was on the tip of her tongue. But she didn't. Because after seeing everything with her own eyes, that word felt small. Childish. Yoru wasn't acting like someone who wanted to conquer the world. He was acting like someone who'd outgrown it. And his power. The sheer cold he unleashed, the way he froze MT Akaku in an instant, the way even Jashin couldn't resist. It reminded her of one man. Her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi. In the Warring States period, it was Hashirama who crushed chaos with his overwhelming strength and founded Konoha with Madara. Back then, he was a force of nature. And now, Yoru was just like him. Or worse. If he wanted to, he could lead the land of water and sweep across the entire shinobi world like a winter storm. But he hadn't. Why? Tsunade didn't have the answer. Some things aren't so easy to explain, Yoru said. This world has secrets, ancient ones. Powers and beings most people can't even imagine. Like that so-called god you just saw. Or the one who left that black rod in him. He calmly sealed the rod into a scroll and tucked it away. The less you know, the lighter your burden. With your current state, it's probably best if you just keep drowning yourself in sake and gambling. Better than getting involved in something you're not ready to face. You. Tsunade's face flushed. Don't patronize me. If this really involves something that threatens the whole world, how could I just turn away? Oh. Yoru smiled. Am I joking? Or are you? Let's be honest, Tsunade. You still haven't even conquered your hemophobia. You froze up just from a scratch. You think you're going to face down gods like that? You. Tsunade's words failed. Yoru smiled faintly at her frustration. Anyway, we're done here. The Jashin cult is gone. Side quest complete. He turned. Don't forget, you still owe me 2 lives. And 1 favor. Yuki Yoru. Ciao. And just like that, his form shimmered and vanished. Tsunade stood frozen for a moment. Then, with a scream of frustration, she punched the frozen cliff wall beside her, sending shards of ice scattering across the ground. She stared at her reflection in the cracked surface. Conflicted. Frustrated. Haunted. A long silence passed. Then she stood upright and turned toward the exit of the frozen cavern. No. I have to understand. What is your true goal, Yuki Yoru? And what exactly are you facing? You won't get away. Chapter 145, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 145. Curiosity is the first step toward entrapment. Once you're intrigued by someone or something, you start pursuing it. You seek answers. And before you realize it, you've stepped into a trap of your own making, unable to pull yourself out. Yoru returned to Akaku City, now thrown into complete chaos, and found Sarah, who was visibly anxious and unsettled. The once warm and tranquil hot spring city had transformed into a frozen wasteland in the blink of an eye. Countless tourists and even long-time residents were fleeing in panic. Even the Queen of Rorin couldn't help feeling nervous. Fortunately, she had already seen the truth. And she understood one thing clearly: if anything happened now, Yoru was the only one she could rely on. So, when the panic broke out, Sarah had quickly composed herself. She calmed the Rorin survivors under her care and waited patiently for Yoru's return. "You've done well," Yoru praised. "This is how a true queen should act." If she had shown this strength and resolve earlier, perhaps the fall of the ancient kingdom of Rorin could have been avoided. "Come on. It's time to return to the land of water." Sarah nodded firmly and turned to organize the Rorin survivors to resume their journey. But it didn't take long before both Yoru and Sarah noticed something unusual. There were two figures trailing their convoy, keeping a consistent distance from far behind them. Sarah frowned. "No need to worry," Yoru said with a casual wave of his hand. "Just a couple of bored wanderers with too much curiosity." As he spoke, he pulled out a scroll. "We're about to enter the land of water. As for your status, and the arrangements for the people of Rorin, I've drafted two options. First, you can integrate into Kirigakure and become part of its family. Many among the Rorin survivors have the potential to become shinobi. Whether you take that path, or pursue something else entirely, the village will support you. Second, I can resettle you in Water City, where the daimyo can grant you official citizenship in the land of water, along with. I choose the first one." Sarah cut him off without a hint of hesitation. Kirigakure's position in the shinobi world was unique. Ever since it crushed Konohagakure during the Third Great Ninja War and then signed a formal alliance with them, Kirigakure had earned immense respect throughout the shinobi world. And along their journey, Sarah had come to learn just how much the village had changed. The terrifying Blood Mist era was over. In its place stood a reformed, modernized Kirigakure, ambitious and forward-looking. To join such a village was a blessing for the Rorin refugees. Why hesitate? "All right," Yoru said, nodding with approval. "Then come back to the village with me directly." Once Sarah made her decision, Yoru didn't speak further. After arriving at a port in the land of hot water, he chartered a vessel and set sail with the Rorin survivors, bound for home. Yet in the waters behind them, a small boat continued to follow at a distance. Land of Wind, Sunagakure, Hidden Sand Village. This village, rooted in the heart of the desert, had always been plagued by scarcity. Its barren environment and limited resources had pushed it to the brink more than once, driving the sand village to wage war repeatedly, just to survive. But despite all those battles, despite the loss of elite shinobi and endless sacrifice, Sunagakure's gains remained minimal. Then came the reign of the fourth Kage. He had implemented the blood sand policy, aiming to toughen the village through ruthless reform. But rather than improving the quality of life, the people only grew more impoverished and bitter under his rule. Still, many in Sunagakure believed that this was merely the darkness before the dawn. That like Kirigakure, they too would undergo rebirth, shed their old skin, and emerge stronger. Atop the Kazakage's tower, Uchiha Obito, wearing his signature spiral-patterned mask, stood silently. Below him, the hidden sand leadership was all smiles, welcoming Hozuki Mangetsu back to the village with apparent enthusiasm. From the ground beneath the tower, a subtle rustling noise reached Obito's ears. He withdrew his gaze and looked down. Black Zetsu emerged silently, his half-white, half-black form rising from the ground. "Konoha has completely denied involvement in the theft of the Ryumayaku," Black Zetsu reported in his gravelly voice. Minato Namikaze even offered to help Sunagakure search for it. Obito didn't flinch. "Heh. As if a thief would ever admit to being one." Black Zetsu continued, his tone still hoarse. But he did agree to Yuki Yoru's proposal, opening up large-scale infrastructure cooperation between the land of water, the land of fire, and the land of wind. That includes the Transcontinental Bridge Project, the East-to-West water transfer, and others. He's willing to negotiate the distribution of project shares. Obito scoffed. He wasn't surprised. Given the geography, any cooperation between the land of water and the land of wind would inevitably go through the land of fire. Minato's support had nothing to do with kindness or charity. The land of fire was starving for influence. With just a toe in these massive projects, Konoha could extract endless profits. More importantly, it would give them real-time insight into the dealings between two rival nations, perfect for manipulation and interference. Everyone chased profit. No exceptions. "Tell Minato this," Obito said coldly. "Securing participation from the land of fire will strengthen our partnership with the land of water, but the division of shares must be carefully negotiated. Propose it formally, in the name of the fourth Kazekage, to ensure peaceful cooperation between the three great nations. We invite the fourth Mizukage and fourth Hokage to attend a summit. The location will be the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron. Black Zetsu blinked. That formal. He stared at Obito in mild surprise. Was he really going to invest that seriously in the development of the Land of Wind? And when, he asked. Considering the duties of the Kage and the scale of the infrastructure talks, Obito said, we'll schedule it for 3 months from now. 3 months. Black Zetsu's expression suddenly shifted. He remembered, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, had become pregnant half a year ago. That meant her due date would arrive, right around that summit. A sly excitement crept into Black Zetsu's eyes. Even though the Three-Tails, Four-Tails, and other tailed beasts were still missing, if they could secure the most powerful one, the Nine-Tails, it would be a massive victory. Right, Black Zetsu added, as something else came to mind. There's also an issue with Nagato. Ever since Kakuzu left the group, the Akatsuki has had an open slot. Nagato wants us to help find a new recruit. Obito narrowed his eye, thoughtful. Recruitment had always been a thorn in the Akatsuki's side. With Nagato's high standards, and the group's delicate operations, it wasn't easy to find qualified members. Normally, in the aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War, strong rogue nin would have been easy to scout. But there had been one problem. Kakuzu. That guy had turned nearly every potential recruit into a bounty. One after another, they were hunted down, their corpses sold off for bags of Ryo. To make matters worse, Kakuzu wasn't even selfish about it, he gave 70% of his earnings to the Akatsuki, using them as organizational funding. Nagato couldn't complain. He just had to keep recruiting. Recently, both Kakuzu and Sasori had suffered setbacks. Though Sasori was brought back into the Akatsuki thanks to Obito's maneuvering, Kakuzu was lost for good. They needed a replacement. But who? Any solid candidates? Obito asked. It's difficult, Black Zetsu said. Nagato currently has 2 possibilities. One is Hiriko, an A-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Nagato encountered him while collecting data for the Six Paths puppets. Hiriko claims to have developed a forbidden fusion jutsu, Chimera technique. It lets him combine different Kekkei Genkai to greatly enhance his own abilities. Nagato's keeping an eye on him. A-rank rogue. Obito scoffed. And he thinks he can fuse bloodlines. What a joke. He dismissed the thought. Kekkei Genkai were volatile and powerful. Even attempting fusion required extraordinary skill, and even then, most attempts failed catastrophically. The idea that a lone A-rank rogue had pulled it off. Laughable. And the second? Orochimaru, Black Zetsu said in a low voice. Obito fell silent. Yes. Orochimaru. Now that was a worthy option. In terms of status and skill, he was elite, one of the legendary Sannin, commander of Konoha's frontline forces, student of the 3rd Hokage, and once even a candidate for the 4th Hokage position. Most crucially, he was a master of forbidden jutsu, biology, and human experimentation. If the Akatsuki could bring him in, he'd be a game-changer for their long-term goals. For instance, Nagato's current condition. His body, strained by the ghetto statue, was a wreck. His legs were nearly useless. If Orochimaru joined the group, Nagato might finally have a way to heal. You ask, why not have White Zetsu help instead? Well, ever since Yuki Yoru interfered with earlier plans, Nagato had grown suspicious of Obito and White Zetsu. Their current cooperation was shaky at best. There was no way Nagato would let White Zetsu anywhere near his body now. Orochimaru could really work, Obito murmured. Do we know where he is? Land of rice fields. For the first time, White Zetsu spoke. He has bases all over the continent. Lately he's been moving between them, but just recently, he returned to the land of rice fields. From the look of it, he might be trying to found a new ninja village. A village? Obito raised a brow. Then he snorted. What, is he still sore about losing the Hokage vote? Starting his own little nation to heal his bruised ego. What's he gonna call himself, Rice Kage? White Zetsu shook his head. Actually, he's calling it Odogakure, the hidden sound village. He's been referring to himself as the Odokage. Hey, well then, Obito smirked. Let's go pay a visit to the Odokage, Sound Kage. Deep within a dimly lit underground laboratory, the space was filled with test tubes, culture tanks, and humming instruments. Glass chambers lined the walls, each glowing with a sickly green light. Inside floated grotesque tissue samples, swollen organs, and various indescribable biological specimens suspended in nutrient fluid. And yet, for all its horror, the lab was spotless. Every surface was meticulously clean, as if death and science coexisted in clinical harmony. Wearing a white lab coat, Orochimaru focused intently on a microscope, studying the cellular reactions of a new specimen. His golden snake-like eyes followed every detail of the fusion process, comparing the results to notes on a scroll in his hand. Under the lab light, one could make out the title of the scroll. Compatible fusion points in Kekki organs, for Yuki Yukiko and Yuki Yoru. Orochimaru's expression shifted. To think, in addition to Senju and Uchiha cells, even Hyuga and Kage clan tissues can achieve equilibrium under certain conditions. That Yoru, how far has he taken his bloodline research? He slowly raised his head, eyes wide in disbelief. The data in the scroll had come from Kirigakure not long ago, some of Yoru's experimental records and partial results. Orochimaru had started testing them skeptically, but the findings were far more precise than anticipated. It was real. It was groundbreaking. Which only deepened Orochimaru's curiosity. If they were willing to give him this much, it meant Kirigakure, and Yoru in particular, had already moved beyond this stage. They had gone deeper, reached conclusions Orochimaru hadn't even considered. Why else would they casually hand over something of such value? Not only has he mastered the soul, but he's now one of the foremost figures in Kekki fusion as well, Orochimaru whispered. He trembled slightly, golden eyes gleaming with intensity. But it wasn't envy. It was pure, scientific thrill. Orochimaru had always been alone. Once hailed as a genius of Konoha, he had grown up alongside talented peers like Tsunade and Jiraiya. But when he began to pursue goals others deemed insane, like learning every jutsu in existence or achieving immortality, his path diverged. And after failing to become Hokage, that path became irreversible. He kept walking it alone. And the further he walked, the lonelier it got. There was no one to walk beside him. Not until Yoru appeared. You've already surpassed me, haven't you, Yuki Yoru? Orochimaru muttered to himself, unaware that all of Yoru's research had been built on the contributions of his ever-generous ally, Shimura Danzo. Back during the Third Great Ninja War, both men had started their research at the same point. But with time, Kirigakure had put its full support behind Yukiko and Yoru's experiments, money, staff, test subjects, everything. Orochimaru, on the other hand. He fought in the land of wind. Then the land of earth. Then got entangled in politics. And just when he finally returned to research, Minato Namikaze began cracking down on him. No matter how gifted he was, he couldn't keep up. Suddenly, Orochimaru looked up, alert. His senses prickled, there were no alarms, no chakra triggers, but his instincts screamed danger. His golden-slit pupils narrowed and focused on the far corner of the lab. There, in the shadows, stood a figure in a spiral-patterned mask. Orochimaru moved instantly. With practiced speed, he flicked 3 kunai, each cutting through the dark like slashes of cold light. But a strange sight unfolded, the kunai passed directly through the intruder's body, as if nothing were there. Orochimaru's eyes sharpened. That mask, that incorporeal body. It's you. You honor me, said Uchiha Obito, mimicking the calm, gravelly tone of Madara Uchiha. His blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed through the mask. To be recognized by one of the legendary Sannin. You possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, would release, and even space-time ninjutsu. Orochimaru licked his lips, wide-eyed. There was no fear in his gaze, only hunger. He had studied this man before. A perfect genetic hybrid of Uchiha and Senju. Someone who had achieved what most deemed impossible. Orochimaru had tried countless times to replicate this fusion, experiment after experiment, all failures. The only partial success had been something akin to Danzo's approach, grafting limbs, sealing unstable energies with binding jutsu. That was child's play compared to the perfect specimen standing before him. And to top it off, this man wore the Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds. Just the sight of that robe made a memory flash in Orochimaru's mind, those ripple-patterned purple eyes. After that mess in Higashimatsuyama, you vanished. So, you really did join Akatsuki. Orochimaru licked his lips again, his eyes shining with a kind of mad excitement. That Rinnegan wielder has quite the ambition. You've met Pain, then, Obito said evenly. So you know his vision. And his standards for recruits. I'm here to offer you a place. Orochimaru chuckled. I've never been one for serving under others. His smile twisted wider. Besides, I don't recall our relationship with Akatsuki being anything but hostile. He clapped his hands. Hidden shadow snake hands. A flood of snakes surged from his sleeves, launching themselves at Obito. Obito didn't move. The snakes passed through him harmlessly, unable to touch his incorporeal body. Definitely a space-time technique. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out again, confirming what he'd suspected. In the entire shinobi world, there were only a few people who could manipulate time-space like this. One was Minato's student. The other was standing right in front of him. Obito remained stoic, beginning to speak again in his gravely Madara tone. Your attacks are utterly useless against me. Sorwadu Kana, we'll see about that. Orochimaru smirked darkly. He formed hand seals slowly, ceremoniously. A coffin burst from the ground, its stone door sliding open. Inside stood a shinobi with long silver hair, wearing blue armor and a forehead protector from the Warring States era. His eyes were closed. To defeat a spacetime user, summon another spacetime user. Revenge, in kind. Chapter 146, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 146. Even though Uchiha Obito had never seen the men inside the coffin before, that familiar face made him freeze in place. There wasn't a single person in Konoha who wouldn't recognize this legendary ancestor. He was the man who truly cemented Konoha's dominance in the shinobi world, his face carved onto the Hokage rock, his legacy recorded in every academy textbook. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. This is, the impure world reincarnation. Obito muttered. Senju Tobirama slowly opened his amber-red eyes, which glowed like polished gems. To think that I would one day be summoned by this jutsu. The original creator of the impure world reincarnation was none other than Senju Tobirama himself. A true genius of forbidden jutsu, the second Hokage had developed numerous powerful and terrifying secret techniques during his lifetime. Many of them were specifically designed to counter a certain red-eyed clan, such as the Bringer of Darkness, which was clearly invented to neutralize the Sharingan. Among all his creations, the impure world reincarnation was one of the most powerful. Tobirama developed the jutsu long before Konoha had even been officially founded. Even in its early form, the jutsu showcased its terrifying potential. Although the prototype lacked the refinement of Orochimaru's current version, it still boasted one core feature: undying corpses made from the impurities of the world. Paired with his mutually multiplying explosive tags technique, it basically turned the user into a suicide bomber from hell. Many top-tier shinobi of the era had fallen to Tobirama's early use of this technique, especially during the wars that solidified Konoha's foundation. The second Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth, Mu, had publicly denounced the impure world reincarnation as a vile, dishonorable technique, and made it clear he despised Tobirama for it. But contempt was just noise. No matter how loudly others cursed it, they couldn't deny the sheer power of the forbidden jutsu. Orochimaru had mastered this technique years ago, well before the Third Great Ninja War. Unlike Tobirama's more explosive application, Orochimaru's version focused on fully restoring the abilities of the deceased, bringing them back from the Pure Land not as mere puppets, but as powerful shinobi bound to his control. He had already used this jutsu to summon the third Kazekage. Now, he had summoned the second Hokage as well. I didn't have a choice, Lord Second, Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed. In the face of someone who possesses both the Mangekyo Sharingan and the first Hokage's would release, not to mention mastery over unique space-time ninjutsu, I had no other option but to call upon you. What? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tobirama completely ignored the how and why of his summoning. He didn't ask who Orochimaru was or what the situation entailed. Instead, he zeroed in on the most alarming part of the statement. Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobirama's gaze turned razor-sharp, his crimson eyes locking onto the swirling patterned mask of Uchiha Obito. The moment he saw the blood-red Sharingan with its 3 tomo, Tobirama's expression grew feral, his aura instantly chilling the air. A damn Uchiha brat born evil by nature. I'll end you myself. He didn't even wait for Orochimaru to give the command or use talismans to control him. The second Hokage, who had always seen the Uchiha as a clan steeped in danger, immediately drew a kunai from his waist and hurled it straight at Obito. Obito snapped out of his daze just in time to activate his intangibility, wary of both Orochimaru and the men he had just summoned. He had heard of impure world reincarnation before. Orochimaru had used it in the past, during his encounter with Nagato's group, to summon the third Kazekage. But this was the second Hokage. Obito knew all about Tobirama's legendary legacy. So the moment Tobirama made a move, Obito didn't hesitate, he activated his Kamui and phased out of the material world. Shing! The kunai passed harmlessly through Obito's head and clattered to the ground. Tobirama narrowed his eyes sharply. Just as he suspected, it was a space-time technique, but not like his own flying thunder god. This one moved the user into an alternate dimension, allowing complete evasion of physical attacks. As per the intel we gathered, this guy's space-time ninjutsu allows him to slip into another dimension to avoid incoming attacks, Orochimaru explained calmly. His body only becomes tangible when he's the one attacking. And he also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, powerful fire release techniques, and even the first Hokage's would release. Please be careful, Lord Second. Mangekyo and would release, in that case. Tobirama's hands blurred through hand seals. Obito, still phased out, suddenly felt the surrounding environment plunge into utter darkness, as if the world itself had vanished, light and all. A genjutsu capable of suppressing even the Sharingan, Bringer of Darkness technique. Yet Obito didn't panic. He remained intangible. Kamui was just that overpowered. As long as he didn't deactivate it himself, no attack could touch him. But that led to a different problem. How do you win if you can't attack? Would release, nativity of a world of trees. A raspy voice echoed from another direction. Without warning, massive vines and tree roots burst out of the ground, instantly consuming the entire underground laboratory. Orochimaru and Tobirama were both caught completely off guard as the trees surged toward them, growing at an unnatural speed. In seconds, they formed a towering forest. When? There's someone else. What terrifying stealth. Both Orochimaru and Tobirama wore grim expressions as they struggled to escape. But the wood release drained their chakra endlessly. Not even the regenerative chakra of impure world reincarnation could counteract it. The technique was known to suppress chakra itself, it was the natural counter to Edo Tensei. Obito had known this, which is why he hadn't acted personally. Instead, he had instructed Zetsu to make the move. 2 versus 2 doesn't count as cheating. The vines wrapped tightly around Tobirama, draining his chakra and sealing him completely. Orochimaru turned, stunned, as a second figure emerged from the ground, Zetsu, wearing the familiar black cloak with red clouds. His golden eyes narrowed in surprise. A second user of wood release. You have no idea how deep our resources go, Obito said coldly. Now, are you ready to talk properly? The power of wood release really is astonishing, Orochimaru remarked, glancing at Tobirama, who was now completely suppressed beneath the massive tree. Yet, there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. Instead, he remained calm, almost amused. But if you think wood release alone is enough to make me submit, then you're underestimating Orochimaru far too much. Rumble. The ground beneath Orochimaru's feet began to tremble again. A second wooden coffin burst from the ground. The lid creaked open and fell to the side, revealing the figure sealed within. At just a glance, both Obito and Zetsu's expressions changed drastically, their eyes turning grave. You actually went so far as to summon him. A Konoha shinobi like you, doing this to the founding Hokage, you really have no respect left for your village, do you, Orochimaru? Because if he was also brought back via Edo Tensei, alongside the second Hokage, then they really couldn't afford to keep underestimating Orochimaru. After all, the power of wood release originated from him. I'm a rogue ninja, remember? Orochimaru replied with a smirk. So tell me, are you two prepared to face the god of shinobi? Obito's expression grew solemn. Beneath his swirling mask, his crimson Sharingan fixed tightly on the figure emerging from the coffin. What was supposed to be a simple recruitment had taken an unexpected, and extremely dangerous, turn. Orochimaru had proven he wasn't just a loose cannon, he was a disaster waiting to happen. If it came to a fight here, things might spiral out of control. Stand down, Orochimaru, Black Zetsu suddenly spoke up, cutting through the rising tension before the second battle could erupt. We're not here to fight. We came to recruit you into Akatsuki, not destroy you. Oh. Orochimaru sneered. You barge into my research facility uninvited, destroy half my base, and pick a fight with me, and now you say you're not here to fight. Showing strength is the basis of all negotiation, isn't it? Black Zetsu's tone turned serious. I've seen your thirst for scientific exploration. If you join us, we can provide you with every kind of resource and support, laboratories, test subjects, even forbidden materials. You wouldn't be shackled by restrictions. Besides, you need strong bodies for your impure world reincarnation, right? We can help you collect corpses from powerful shinobi all over the world. And our organization imposes very few limits on its members. Other than carrying out the occasional mission, we won't interfere with your personal projects. You gain everything and lose nothing. That does sound rather tempting, Orochimaru said, licking his lips in a serpentine motion. But I'll need some proof of sincerity. What do you want? Black Zetsu didn't even hesitate, he cut Obito off entirely, as though he had taken full control of the negotiation. Obito said nothing, but his three-tomo Sharingan drifted silently between Orochimaru and Zetsu, as though calculating every possible outcome. I want a sample of that guy's cells, Orochimaru said, his eyes locking onto Obito. And, since you were at the Battle of Higashimatsuyama, you should have had some contact with that guy, Yuki Yoru. I want every piece of intel you have on him. Everything. Zetsu looked at Obito, who remained silent for a moment. Then, without saying a word, Obito raised his right arm, the one made of white Zetsu flesh, and sliced it off cleanly. He tossed the severed limb to Orochimaru, then pulled a scroll from his distorted Kamui dimension and threw that over as well. Orochimaru's tongue extended unnaturally, catching both the arm and the scroll before pulling them into his stomach. Looks like we do have the foundation for a working partnership after all. Meanwhile. This is Kirigakure. Senju Tsunade stood frozen, stunned by the village spread out before her. Orderly, bustling, almost peaceful, it looked less like the dark, bloody village she had heard of and more like a mist-covered version of Konoha itself. She had never visited Kirigakure before, but she was well informed about what it had always been. From all past intelligence and reports, Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, was a place perpetually shrouded in water vapor, ruled with an iron grip. It was a pressure cooker of brutality and secrecy. A breeding ground of blood and betrayal. But this village before her. It was thriving. Infrastructure development was booming. Shinobi and civilians mingled freely. Merchants and street vendors lined the roads, their stalls lively and well-stocked. It was bustling, energetic, even harmonious. This couldn't possibly be the village of the Bloody Mist. If someone had told her this was Konoha under a bit of fog, she would have believed it. This has to be fake. How long has that guy, Yuki Yoru, even been the fourth Mizukage? And he's already turned it into this. Tsunade shook her head sharply, wondering if she'd somehow fallen under a genjutsu. Then, with Shizun in tow, she made her way straight toward the center of the village. But they hadn't gone far when an ANBU operative, wearing a pure white mask, suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the path. They're here. Tsunade tensed immediately, mentally preparing for a fight. Everyone knew that Kirigakure's ANBU were an elite force that handled all Black Ops assignments. Though they bore the same title as Konoha's ANBU, their reputation was closer to Danzo's route in terms of ruthlessness. "You're newcomers to Kirigakure, correct?" the masked ANBU said calmly, with no hostility. He pulled out a clipboard and a small sample container. All visitors must register their identity, and leave behind a small cell sample. And then? Tsunade asked cautiously. Then what? The ANBU gave no further instruction. After she filled in the form with her real name, Senju Tsunade, the ANBU gave her a brief glance and stepped aside, letting her enter the village without a word. That was completely unexpected. She was Tsunade of the Sannin. Even if she currently suffered from hemophobia, her combat capabilities were still on par with a top-level jonin when using chakra control and sealing techniques. And they just let her in. "Don't tell me Yuki Yoru planned this out specifically for me," she muttered. But that theory fell apart quickly. Because others behind her were also allowed through the same way, civilians, merchants, wandering shinobi. All passed after the same process, identity registration and a small genetic sample. No restrictions, no interrogations, he's not even worried about spies or leaks. Tsunade couldn't help but grumble, baffled. "Come on, Shizun. Let's find out what this guy is really up to." The two of them entered the center of Kirigakure, not to sightsee, but to investigate. Disguising themselves as ordinary shinobi, they quietly began gathering intel on the elusive new Mizukage. They found nothing but admiration for Yuki Yoru. The villagers and shinobi alike praised him with heartfelt sincerity. The massive construction efforts, including the Kirigakure Dual Tower, the bustling maternity hospitals with hundreds of expectant mothers, the revitalized commerce and trade. Tsunade was left utterly stunned. She couldn't reconcile the thriving village before her with the bloody, repressive place she had read about just a few years ago. And yet, that wasn't even the most shocking part. Not until she saw the men in the white hayori. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Godai 13. Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 147, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 147. The prosperity of Kirigakure was beyond imagination. The village's buildings were grand and imposing, with solid foundations. Workers and shinobi cooperated seamlessly, building the great infrastructure projects of Kirigakure side by side. Among the many new constructions, the Ninja Academy stood out as the most majestic and dignified. It clearly reflected the village's emphasis on education and investment in its future. They actually moved the enrollment age from 6 to 3. 3-year-olds are starting school. Shizun was visibly shocked. But a child's chakra pathways aren't even developed at that age. If they're already learning ninjutsu and training chakra, isn't that like forcing the sprouts to grow early? No, they don't train in chakra or study ninjutsu at age 3. Tsunade set down the scroll titled Kirigakure Academic Stages Analysis, her expression thoughtful. Yuki Yoru proposed that the purpose of early childhood education is to relieve families of the time, space, and environmental pressures of raising children, so the kids can develop physically, mentally, and emotionally in a healthy way. It's all preparatory education, developing a sound personality, good habits, and a basic understanding of nature and society. That guy, he really wants children to be guided properly right from the beginning. Tsunade and Shizun left the school grounds, still stunned, walking side by side down the village street. They had also learned a few other things about Kirigakure's ninja education system. Unlike in Konoha, where graduates of the Ninja Academy immediately became genin if they passed, and simply continued in school if they failed, Kirigakure had introduced a more structured system. Following 3 years of kindergarten, students progressed through 3 formal stages of ninja education: elementary, middle, vocational, and high. After completing kindergarten, children entered a 6-year elementary ninja education phase at age 6. Upon finishing those 6 years, all students underwent a professional aptitude evaluation. Those with exceptional potential entered the middle-level vocational stage for continued shinobi training, while those with lower combat aptitude were placed into technical tracks focused on non-combat roles. These students would still receive basic ninjutsu and chakra control instruction, far surpassing the average civilian in physical capability, but they weren't cultivated for battle. Instead, they were trained to become technicians, support staff, and infrastructure specialists. With this system, even the weakest students could find a role in Kirigakure, a place to shine. He's really thinking about Kirigakure's future, Tsunade muttered, walking through the bustling streets with a complicated look on her face. The vibrant and peaceful roads around her felt more like the capital of some rich and powerful nation than a shinobi village hidden on a remote island. On both sides of the street, whether shinobi or civilian, smiles filled every face. No one carried the stress or gloom of poverty, hardship, or fear. And yet, only a few years ago, Kirigakure had just finished fighting in the Third Great Ninja War. Even though they were technically among the victors, their casualties were just as heavy as Konoha's, and no less severe than the defeated nations. But in less than 2 years, Kirigakure had completely shaken off the scars of war and was now flourishing. How was this even possible? Even in Konoha, Tsunade had never seen anything like it. There's no way this is real. This prosperity, it has to be a facade. Tsunade muttered darkly under her breath. Human experimentation, soul experimentation, bloodline research, Kekiigenkai harvesting. This dystopian nightmare, a totalitarian Kirigakure ruled by Yuki Yoru, was what she had imagined before coming here. So why? Tsunade-sama. Look over there. Shizen suddenly broke in, pointing excitedly toward a white-cloaked figure outside the hospital. That clothing, there's no mistaking it. Tsunade's expression turned intense. Yuki Yoru, let's see what kind of lies you've covered Kirigakure with. I'm going to rip off that mask and expose the darkness beneath. Let's follow him. Yes, Tsunade-sama. This season's Uchiha newborns total 36. Congratulations, Lord Shisui. A Kirigakure ANBU handed a data scroll to Uchiha Shisui. That brings the number of Uchiha currently living in the village to nearly 300, doesn't it? 328, Shisui replied, accepting the scroll. A faint smile spread across his face. 328. That number was already on par with the remaining Uchiha population in Konoha. Of course, due to variations in bloodline purity, it was inevitable that some among them would be unable to awaken the Sharingan. But that didn't matter. The spark had been lit. The bloodline was being passed on. With Yuki Yoru's full support, and with Shisui himself at the helm, the Uchiha legacy would shine even brighter in Kirigakure. The ANBU took his leave. Shisui looked down at the information scroll in his hand, his smile growing wider. Yet after a moment, his expression paused slightly, as if he'd sensed something. Still, he said nothing, turning and continuing on toward his residence. Shisui's home was located at the very end of Kirigakure's central boulevard, the most central and important location in the entire village. His estate was vast, rivaling even the old clans like the Kage and Hozuki. The compound was so expansive it had its own internal street network, connecting directly to the village's central district. It was, in every sense, a village within a village. Women could be seen everywhere along the streets, some nursing infants, others chatting while pushing baby strollers. Their faces all carried the same expression. Happiness. Contentment. Fulfillment. When they saw Shisui return, many of them waved at him from afar, smiling warmly. Some were elite Kirigakure ANBU. Some were kunoichi from prestigious shinobi clans. But they all shared one status in common. They were mothers of children born from Shisui's seed. However, none of their names were recorded in the Uchiha clan registry. Even as they raised these children, they were free to pursue their own lives, even romantic relationships. Still, it seemed most of them remained quite fond of Uchiha Shisui. Unfortunately, with several hundred women in the mix and only one of him, the competition was fierce. Now that his identity had changed, Shisui was no longer the young man who could be toyed with in that dark little room without resistance. So, despite their teasing and flirtatious remarks, when he fled back to his estate blushing and flustered, they let him go. Back inside his compound, with the doors shut, Shisui's gaze turned to a shadowy corner of the courtyard. You've been following me for a while now. What do you want, Princess Tsunade? So you noticed. You Shinigami really are something else. Tsunade slowly revealed herself, her eyes locked onto Shisui's youthful face. So what should I even call you now? Captain of the 2nd Division of the Goti I-13. Or Konoha traitor, Uchiha Shisui. I never thought someone so highly regarded by the old men, someone even Danzo considered equal to the 4th Hokage, would betray Konoha, defect to Kirigakure, and turn into their personal breeding stock. Uchiha Shisui, do you really think what you've done is fair to Konoha? Or to the Uchiha clan? Tsunade's words were like a barrage, harsh and direct, no room for pretense. She was visibly furious. The moment she discovered the identity of Kirigakure's so-called head of Uchiha, she could hardly believe it. The prodigy once hailed as the Uchiha's brightest hope, now living in Kirigakure, serving as their stud. She had seriously wondered if she was under a genjutsu. For the Uchiha, those who valued their clan more than their own lives, to abandon their name, their village, and become breeders for another nation. It was outrageous. But Shirsue's expression remained perfectly calm. "I've betrayed neither Konoha nor the Uchiha," he said flatly. "You and the others are trapped in your narrow worldview. You talk of honor and legacy, but you can't even ensure your clan's survival. I made the only choice that made sense." "Choice? You call this the right choice? Leaking the Uchiha's bloodline to Kirigakure? Becoming a traitor to your own people? Turning into their damn breeding machine, this is your right choice? Then what do you want me to do?" Shirsue looked her in the eye, his voice steady, eyes calm, like an ancient well. "Should I stand by while the Uchiha, like the Senju, strip away their identity, dissolve into the ranks of the village, and slowly vanish? Our eyes, our power, mean we will never be just another Konoha clan. The Uchiha can't become the Senju. But Konoha was built by the Senju and the Uchiha. Then why have there been 4 Hokage, and not a single one from the Uchiha?" Shirsue sneered. "Tsunade Senju, tell me, did you really leave that village just because of your hemophobia? As the first Hokage's granddaughter, and the third's disciple, surely you saw it, didn't you? The rot under the surface. Human experimentation, power struggles, even a hero like White Fang was driven to suicide. That's why you really left, isn't it? You." Tsunade's body trembled. "Seems you understand," Shirsue said calmly. "Once you strip away all the pretty slogans and moralizing, what lies beneath is uglier than anything in the real world. I don't know why you came to Kirigakure, and I don't really care. I imagine the Mizukage and the Mizukage Tower probably feels the same way. If you're here as a guest, feel free to look around. The village is open, even the duel tower is public. If you came seeking secrets, try all you like. As for me, I'm going to rest now." With that, Shirsue turned and walked toward his room. Behind him, Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply. She wanted to strike him down then and there, to make him submit by force. But she held back. Defeating Uchiha Shirsue might not be a problem. But this was Kirigakure. If she angered Yuki Yoru, things could get very bad. She still remembered his overwhelming presence in the Akatsuki Mountains, completely beyond her expectations, and more than enough reason for caution. Tsunade gritted her teeth and left the Uchiha compound, heading back to the place where she and Shizen had agreed to meet. To her surprise, Shizen was just as shaken. "Tsunade-sama, you won't believe what I just saw." Shizen couldn't hold it in. "After you and that white-robed man left, I stayed behind and explored the hospital. And I found out, they've not only reformed their education system, they've completely overhauled their medical system too. Kirigakure now has a full, formal program for training medical nin, and their pharmacy wing is stocked with some insanely advanced and powerful medicines." As she spoke, Shizen pulled several items from inside her cloak. "This is a specialized healing ointment, just apply it to a wound, and it heals almost instantly. This upgraded version can regenerate flesh directly. Even severed fingers and toes can grow back. This one's an adrenaline shot, inject it, and the pain disappears, and you get a temporary boost in combat ability. The only downside is post-use fatigue. But as long as you don't overuse it, there are no long-term side effects. And this is potent heart revival pill. As long as the user still has chakra, this pill can keep them alive long enough for rescue, basically guaranteed survival in critical cases. Then there's this." Shizen paused and carefully took out a small, jade-green pill from a velvet pouch. "This is an official product from the Kirigakure Hospital, limited release only. They call it the Eternal Youth Pill. Taken regularly, it supposedly slows aging, and may even restore one's youth." Restore youth. That specific phrase hit a nerve. Tsunade, who had been lost in thought about Shirsue, snapped to attention. "Are you sure?" "That's what the hospital's description says," Shizen said, a little embarrassed. "It could be exaggerated marketing, but it's limited edition, and the price is really high, 300,000 ryo per pill." 300,000. Tsunade nearly choked. That was the payment for an A-rank mission. Sure, for someone like Tsunade, rich, high-ranking, and practically a legend, it wasn't a huge deal. But for the average shinobi, that was a small fortune. Paying 300,000 ryo for a single untested youth-restoring pill, well, it was definitely effective marketing, judging from the way Shizen's eyes sparkled. Who could blame her? What woman could easily resist the lure of eternal youth? Not everyone had Tsunade's unique in seal technique to maintain their youthful appearance. I need to analyze this pill's ingredients, Tsunade muttered darkly. Shizen, find us an inn. We're staying in Kirigakure for a while. Tsunade's voice was steady and cold. This village is full of secrets. We need to find out exactly what Yuki Yoru is planning, and expose the truth behind Kirigakure's perfect facade. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Meanwhile, Sarah and the remaining survivors of Rorin have been resettled, Mei Terumi reported calmly, standing in the Mizukage's office across from Yuki Yoru. Also, do you not think we should keep an eye on that Sannin? She might leak everything about Kirigakure once she leaves. Let her. Yoru smiled casually, shrugging. We've been open to the public for a while now, haven't we? It's a good opportunity for the Sannin to promote us. In truth, despite Kirigakure's dramatic transformation and official openness, their location was still far too remote. The distance from the mainland limited their influx of visitors. The most common guests were wealthy merchants and nobility. Ordinary travelers. Practically non-existent. If a Sannin spread word of what Kirigakure had become, Yoru would be more than happy. You're really ready to let everything out into the open? Mei asked curiously. The Shinigami. The Gotei 13. Right now it's only implied. Officially acknowledging them as part of Kirigakure would make things very different. You're not worried that the whole shinobi world might turn against us? I couldn't care less, Yoru said nonchalantly. If they come at us, they're just bringing us more souls. You're way too confident for your own good. Mei smiled, her crimson lips curving slightly. Her eyes sparkled, not with doubt, but with something more like admiration. This man, this fourth Mizukage, was someone Mei Terumi could respect. By the way, Yoru suddenly asked, how's your progress on developing new Kekkei Genkai? Decent, Mei replied. I've already managed to use both lava release and magnet release, though I haven't fully mastered them yet. As for wood release, still no luck. As she spoke, Mei raised her slender hand. A surge of molten heat flared in her palm, scorching magma, hot and pulsing. A moment later, she floated off the ground, chakra lifting her into the air. Incredible. You really are a genius, Mei. In just a few months, you've already learned lava release and magnet release. I'm impressed. That didn't sound like a compliment. More like a backhanded insult. Mei gave him a haughty sniff and dispelled the jutsu. A few years ago, she might have boasted about this achievement. After all, lava release was a top-tier destructive Kekkei Genkai from Iwagakure, and magnet release was the hallmark of the Kazekage of Sunagakure. And now she had mastered both lava and magnet release, alongside her already mastered boil release, known for its corrosive vapor. That made her a shinobi who now wielded 3 powerful Kekkei Genkai. This wasn't like Hiriko's artificial collection through body modification. This was the real deal, a natural evolution of her own power. But even so, compared to the level Kirigakure had reached now, compared to what she knew Yoru was doing, it wasn't enough. She was falling behind the times. While she was still dealing with chakra and elemental nature transformations, Yoru was already researching the soul, delving into realms beyond chakra itself. Shinigami. Hollow Zanpakuto. These powers far surpassed the current limitations of shinobi techniques. Mei had begged more than once to be granted Shinigami powers, to become part of the Gotei 13. But Yoru had turned her down each time. Mei gave a soft, petulant huff and said nothing more. But she wasn't in a rush. She wasn't the only one left behind. Yukiko Fuyanai, Uzumaki Hiromi, Yuki Kiri, all of them, women close to Yoru, were still ordinary shinobi. If none of them had ascended yet, then she had time. No need to be the first. Let him wait. And Yoru understood her thoughts perfectly. But now wasn't the time. Not because Shinigami power wasn't ready, but because he had something even better in store for Mei. But seriously, Mei said, lowering her voice slightly, you're just going to release the chakra fusion formulas for all these bloodline limits, ice release, lava release, boil release, magnet release, and post them inside the Kirigakure dual tower for any jonin to study. Isn't that risky? The bloodline clans are extremely proud and possessive. Even if they don't dare to rebel openly because of your strength, they'll definitely hate you behind your back. Some of them will scheme. Try to sabotage you. If bloodlines become publicly accessible, those old families will lose the thing that made them special. You're threatening their status and interests. Even if you get the Yuki Clan to lead by example, there'll still be resistance. Maybe they won't revolt out in the open, but if they go behind your back. Even if they can't topple Kirigakure, they'll definitely cause trouble. Mei's tone was grave. She was right. Bloodline publicization undermined the very foundation of the old ninja clan's prestige. No matter how dominant Yoru's strength was, when people's core interests were threatened, their obedience could turn into silent resentment, or worse. But Yoru's response was calm. Don't worry. These things are nothing. His voice was serene, quiet confidence, not arrogance. This wasn't bluster or overconfidence. It wasn't a case of him underestimating human nature. Yoru already had his countermeasure in place. That measure was the Kirigakure dual tower. Yes, the dual tower wasn't just a facility for shinobi training or for suppressing souls to create a spirit gound. It had another function hidden within its structure. Psychological suggestion. Mental imprinting. The ninth floor of the dual tower used massive chakra fields combined with spirit ground techniques to draw out the soul and force it into direct confrontation with mental will. That's why shinobi who lost on this floor often suffered severe mental fatigue and required extended periods of rest to recover. And within that process, Yoru had subtly introduced a faint imprint. Not control. Not domination. Just a single, quiet idea. Loyalty outweighs personal gain. These ideas were subtly etched into the minds of shinobi using the dual tower. Nothing blatant. Nothing forceful. Just enough for his policies to take root smoothly within the hearts of Kirigakure's elite. Of course, Yoru had no intention of turning the entire village into puppets. That would be pointless. If he wanted blind loyalty, he could have just filled the place with Edo Tensei corpses, undying, untiring, infinite chakra sources. Chapter 148, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 148. I still can't believe that just a few years ago, this place was the most feared, most terrifying village in the entire shinobi world. After a full week of observation, Tsunade slumped into a sofa with a sigh, then brought a cup of sake to her mouth and drained it in one go. A faint flush of intoxication colored her cheeks. The proud princess of the Senju clan now sat in a bar in Kirigakure, casting a wry smile toward Shizun. Whether it's their systems, their potential, or just the overall happiness of the villagers, this place isn't just functioning well, it's basically flawless. It's not just on par with Konoha, it surpassed it by a long shot. Honestly, if not for how damp the air is all the time, there'd be almost nothing to complain about. They actually fire a clear sky cannon every week to disperse the mist, Shizun muttered. Tropical beaches, low cost of living, honestly, I think this place is better than Konoha. Except for those limited edition beauty pills. Yeah. Tsunade gave a bitter smile. 7 days, and she hadn't uncovered a single problem. Sure, she knew this village had things like human experimentation, soul experimentation, Shinigami, and even the Soul Society, but all of that seemed completely detached from the public life of the village. Kirigakure was just Kirigakure. A nearly perfect city. A place where even ninja served the people, supporting infrastructure and society. Who wouldn't want to live here? No wonder Uchiha Shisui had defected from Konoha and come here. Compared to living under constant suppression by other clans in Konoha, being blocked by political factions, and getting caught up in endless schemes, building a new Uchiha legacy here, in a village filled with hope and a future that was undeniably the better path. That bastard Mizukage really is doing a damn good job. Yo, coming from the legendary Tsunade Heim herself, that's some high praise. Looks like I really am a pretty good Mizukage, huh? A voice suddenly rang out from beside her. Tsunade and Shizun looked up in surprise and saw Mizukage Yuki Yoru, dressed casually, pulling up a seat at the neighboring table with Yuki Kiri beside him. He flashed a cheerful smile and waved to the bar owner. Yuki Yoru? Tsunade stared in disbelief. What are you doing here? Getting food, obviously. I've been working all day, I'm allowed to have dinner after hours, aren't I? He waved it off casually and turned to the owner. Hey boss, got anything fresh tonight? Of course, Mizukage-sama. Got some fresh scallop, blue lobster, giant conch, whatever you like. Kiri, anything you feel like eating? I'm fine with anything, Kiri replied softly, calm and elegant. Then boss, just customize today's dishes for 2 people, and another flask of sake. Coming right up. The owner beamed, bowing deeply before hurrying off to the kitchen himself. A waiter came over with some appetizers and poured their sake, asking whether they preferred a private room. No need. It's more fun out here, Yoru replied with a laugh. Kiri quietly picked up the sake bottle and poured him a full cup. He drank it in one shot, savoring the taste with a pleased smile. If Mei finds out I came without her, I'm probably in trouble again. She'll probably say you only brought me and forgot about her. There was a problem with the earth grudge cultivation on her side. But hey, we'll just pack some food and bring it back for her. I think that'll only make her feel worse. Yoru and Kiri chatted like no one else was around. Yet Tsunade, picking up on the name that slipped from Yoru's mouth, narrowed her eyes slightly. Earth grudge. If she remembered right, that was a secret treasure of Takigakure. When had it become Kirigakure's property? Then again, if Yoru could even acquire the Uchiha clan's bloodline, seizing the earth grudge technique hardly seemed surprising. Hey, Yuki Yoru, and you, miss, Tsunade suddenly called out, raising her voice. Mind if we share a table? Oh. Yoru raised an eyebrow, his gaze briefly resting on Tsunade's flushed cheeks and ample chest before he gave a casual shrug. A beautiful woman wants to drink with me. Of course I don't mind. Though. That depends on whether my companion objects. It's more lively with more people at the table, Kiri said softly. Then it settled. With a swift motion, Tsunade shoved one side of the table with her hand. Thud. The two tables slammed together. She didn't hesitate to grab Yoru's freshly served sake and pour herself a cup. Her gaze shimmered faintly as she stared at him. Listen, Yoru. I'm seriously impressed by how far Kirigakure has come. But I've been dying to ask you, why is it that no matter where I looked, I couldn't find a trace of the so-called Shinigami or Soul Society? Don't tell me they don't exist. You already admitted they did back in Akaku City. So where are they hiding? Where did you stash them? Stash. Yoru chuckled. I never hid anything, Tsunade. You just didn't notice. What do you mean? You've got it all wrong. Like Shisui that day, the members of the Soul Society, they live right here in Kirigakure. Just like any other villager. Tsunade's brow furrowed. What was he saying? That they were some kind of secret society hiding behind a barrier? A hidden fortress beneath the city? No, it's not that complicated, Yoru said. Shinigami can't be sensed through chakra, so of course they seem invisible to most ninja. But the truth is, they're not lurking in the shadows. They're people I brought back, souls that should have passed on, but now live again. He poured himself another drink, his tone still light, but carrying unexpected weight. They returned to the world. To the village. To the people they once loved. You understand that feeling, don't you? Losing someone close, someone irreplaceable, and then, one day, they're suddenly standing beside you again. What would you do? Announce it to the world? Shout that the dead live again? Of course not. Resurrection is a taboo, something society can't accept. But to the individual, it's salvation. For them, it's the return of love. The mending of family. A complete circle. Everyone in Kirigakure knows about the Soul Society. They're in every street and every home. But no one speaks of it. That's why the Soul Society seems so mysterious. Tsunade stared silently at the cup in her hand. So, the entire village had simply accepted it. Silently, without speaking, without questioning. They allowed the Soul Society to grow quietly, until now, when the organization had become powerful enough to strike fear across the entire shinobi world. But it wasn't some secret army. No. It was a homecoming. Not an upstart faction. A resurrection of the past. And his voice hadn't been low. Plenty of other shinobi in the bar had heard him. But they only paused briefly, then continued chatting and drinking as if nothing had been said. Tsunade understood then, Yoru wasn't lying. When someone you love returns from the dead, who would willingly lose them again? She fell into silence. She could completely imagine that moment, because when the two men she loved most were taken from her, one after the other, the pain, the suffocating grief, had nearly crushed her. That memory was still sharp, still raw. Princess Tsunade, Kira said softly, turning to face her. Now that you understand so much about our Soul Society in Kirigakure, may I ask why? Is it just curiosity, seeking the truth behind the unknown? Or, is it because you want to see your departed loved ones again? Tsunade flinched. Yoru's lips curled faintly. She didn't answer. Instead, she downed cup after cup of sake in silence. Only after several long moments did she set the cup down hard, eyes locked onto Yoru's. What's the price? Kiri looked surprised, but Yoru only smiled and gently swirled his drink. All right, Kiri, stop teasing her. Bringing back her loved ones. That's not something I can actually do. There is no price, because that's not even possible. He raised his glass toward her. First of all, even if I wanted to bring back two people from a rival village, it's not so simple. And second, resurrection has never been something you can achieve for free. It requires many conditions. If I remember right, the two you want to see again have been gone for more than 10 years, haven't they? Tsunade's body trembled. After all that time, bringing them back wouldn't be easy. And besides, would they even want that? To be pulled back from the Pure Land, forced into enemy hands, and maybe even serve your cause, do you think they'd accept that? Let them rest. They've been asleep for a long time. Let them stay in peace. Yoru smiled as he picked up a piece of conch meat, his favorite. Sweet and crisp. Tsunade silently clenched her fists. Her lowered head concealed her expression. In truth, she really did want to see them again. Even just once. Even if it were only a single touch of their bodies. Even if she could only see their faces one more time. But, just like Yoru said, Would they even want that? I'm sorry. Tsunade drew in a deep breath, stood up, and walked away from the table. Tsunade-sama. Shizune immediately jumped up, bowed to Yoru and Kiri, then hurried after her. Yoru remained seated, savoring his food and drink as if nothing had happened, until Kiri chuckled softly, breaking the silence. Oh, come on. She left already and you're still acting like this. You clearly want someone like Tsunade on your side, but you're still playing games. Aren't you worried you'll scare off a Sannin who basically came to you on her own? TCH. What do you know? Yoru gave a small snort and casually rested an arm on Kiri's slender shoulder. Treatment depends on the patient. Tsunade's a twisted, complicated woman. You have to handle her this way. Besides, it's not like we have any flesh samples from Nawaki or Dan. I couldn't summon their souls even if I wanted to. What do you expect me to do, go dig up Konoha's graves myself? Wait, you're not actually considering that, are you? Yoru gave a slight twitch at the expression on Kiri's face, but then paused. Actually, not a bad idea. Back in the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto did exactly that, became the ninja world's grave-robbing champion, unearthing bodies from all 5 great nations and summoning an army of powerful souls with Edo Tensei. And now that the major wars had quieted down and the smaller nations had also stabilized, soul collection had slowed to a crawl. Maybe it really was time to go after some physical remains directly. Even if those people couldn't be loyal to Kirigakure, Edo Tensei didn't guarantee allegiance, after all, they could still be useful. As raw spiritual fuel, as test subjects in Hueco Mundo, or as components in further experiments. Yes, that was a workable plan. Satisfied, Yoru finished his meal and left the tavern, content. Yoru had just stepped out of the tavern with Kiri when a familiar figure blocked his path. Tsunade stood there waiting, her golden hair catching the lamplight, her fists clenched tight. Something else, Tsunade-heim. I've made up my mind, she said, her voice steady, but her eyes just slightly red. It looked like she'd been crying, but behind those eyes burned a will that wouldn't bend. I want to join you, Yoru. I want to become a part of the Soul Society. Nawaki and Dan both dreamed of becoming Hokage. But I know now, what they truly wanted wasn't the title. It was to be the umbrella, the one that shields others, protects their smiles. But the Konoha of today, and the Hokage of today, they're no longer that umbrella. They can't even protect their own people, let alone guard against the crisis you warned me about. The one that could endanger the entire shinobi world. Her voice didn't waver, but her sadness was palpable. Shisui was right. Konoha is rotten. I've known it deep down for a long time. And maybe that's why this hurts so much. Because no matter what, that village was founded by my grandfather. Tsunade stepped forward, firm and resolute. I want to become that umbrella. The one Nawaki and Dan couldn't be. I want to inherit their will, and protect the smiles of everyone. Yoru smiled. Such a grand and noble conviction, he murmured. Without another word, he and Kiri stepped past her, walking toward the corner of the street. Tsunade froze. She turned quickly to look back at their departing backs. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Are you rejecting me? Yoru glanced over his shoulder. Not at all. I accept. But it's off hours right now. We'll talk more tomorrow. He added, eyes casually sweeping over her. Of course, if you insist on joining tonight, I wouldn't mind that either. Tsunade blinked. Then her gaze bounced between him and Kiri. In an instant, she realized exactly what that phrasing meant. Her already flushed face, thanks to the sake, turned even redder. Whether from embarrassment or anger, even she couldn't tell. Who said anything about joining like that? Eh? But weren't you just begging to join us a moment ago? Yoru grinned. Go to hell. That's not what I meant. Chapter 149, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 149. A figure in a white hayori stepped into the Mizukage's office. Her pale blonde hair was tied back into a high ponytail, her skin fair and radiant, and her figure full and commanding, her identity unmistakable. 4th Division Captain of the Godai 13, Senju Tsunade. So it worked, your Shinigami transformation was successful after all, Yoru remarked. It wasn't easy, said Uzumaki Hiromi as she followed Tsunade in, exhaustion visible between her brows. The chakra inside her was simply too immense. Replacing it all with natural energy and spiritual energy. I lost track of how much effort it took. But because of that, her spiritual power is far beyond average. Oh. Yoru's brows lifted. From his own perception, Tsunade's spiritual power didn't seem much different from that of a standard captain. In fact, it felt weaker, barely on par with someone like Yagura. Wait. His gaze settled on her forehead, on the distinctive violet diamond-shaped seal. The strength of 100 seal. More accurately, it's a strength of 100 seal now infused with spiritual power, Tsunade said calmly. It was originally an S-rank medical sealing jutsu I developed, capable of healing injuries instantly and enhancing combat capabilities through fine chakra control. I'm still not fully attuned to handling spiritual power. So after I became a Shinigami, I used the seal to suppress most of my spiritual power, making it easier to manage. Also, I can now store spiritual power inside it and release it in bursts when needed, essentially giving me a short-term power surge. I see. Yoru murmured, understanding dawning. It was akin to Kenpachi Zaraki's eye patch, but superior. The seal didn't just suppress, it stored. When released, it would amplify her power far beyond the norm. Not bad. Yoru gave an approving nod. To adapt chakra-based techniques into soul-based ones so quickly after becoming a Shinigami, Tsunade's genius was undeniable. The granddaughter of the god of shinobi. The future fifth Hokage. She lived up to her name. Training as a Shinigami isn't that different from being a shinobi, Yoru explained. For elite ninja like you, the main challenge is adjusting your energy source. Once your foundation converts to spiritual power, everything else carries over. Just like your strength of 100 seal now channels spiral power. As for those abilities unique to Shinigami in the Soul Society. He closed his eyes. A wave of invisible spiritual power surged forward, entering Tsunade's body. Her entire body jolted. It felt like her insides were being flooded, filled beyond capacity. She couldn't control her limbs. Her muscles spasmed violently, and she nearly collapsed. Thankfully, Hiromi was quick to catch her. Still, Tsunade sagged in Hiromi's arms like melted wax, sweating, blushing, her eyes rolling back, her breath short. It wasn't until Yoru completed the transfer of Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Kido, and Shuinpa into her soul that she began to recover. What was that? Tsunade murmured, her voice unsteady. She could feel it in her mind, a new, complete framework for battle. Swordsmanship. Hand-to-hand combat. High-speed movement. Spiritual techniques akin to ninjutsu. In just moments, she had inherited an entirely new system of fighting. That was the Shinigami's exclusive combat system, Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Kido, and Shuinpa, Yoru explained. I've engraved the basics directly into your soul. As for the more advanced techniques, Kido above level 90, higher level swordsmanship and Hakuda, you'll need to come to me to learn those in person. These weren't skills Yoru pulled from some system. Rather, they were duplicate techniques acquired over years of opening his mysterious loot boxes. Repeated skills could be reused to raise proficiency, or shared with others. All the Kido users in the Soul Society. Products of this very grind. He didn't elaborate further. Too painful to talk about. I understand, Tsunade nodded. There's one more thing. The most important element for any Shinigami, the Zanpakuto. It's not just your weapon. It's a part of your soul, and the source of your greatest power. Hiromi will guide you through its awakening. Every current captain of the Soul Society has already unlocked both their Shirkai and Bankai. As my designated 4th Division captain, I expect nothing less from you. Understood. A knock at the door. Yoru leaned back casually. That must be Mangetsu. Come in. The door opened. Hozuki Mangetsu stepped in, pausing when he saw Hiromi, and Tsunade now clad in a white hayori bearing the kanji 4-4 on the back. His expression twisted slightly, but he didn't say anything. He walked over and laid a scroll on Yoru's desk. Lord 4th, Sunagakure has accepted the proposal. However, they're concerned about potential pushback from Konoha. So the 4th Kazekage is proposing a formal Kage summit, himself, the 4th Mizukage, and the 4th Hokage meeting to discuss the details face to face. The proposed location is the Land of Iron. Also, the official invitation has already been sent to Konoha. A 3 Kage summit, in the Land of Iron. Yoru muttered as he opened the scroll. It made sense. Due to geography, Kirigakure and Sunagakure's cooperation on the massive transcontinental bridge project would inevitably pass through the Land of Fire. It was logical for the leaders themselves to negotiate terms and resource distribution directly. Still, the timing was suspicious. Yoru's eyes narrowed. It was now June, year 51 of the Shinobi calendar. A summit planned for autumn meant it would take place around September or October. October, year 51. Yoru was already aware of Uzumaki Kushina's pregnancy, though her precise due date couldn't be confirmed. However, in the original timeline, the Hokage's son, Naruto Uzumaki, was born on October 10th of year 51. Even factoring in variation, the difference wouldn't be significant. Which meant. So you're finally about to make your move, Obito. Using the Kage summit to draw Minato Namikaze out of the village, then striking when Kushina was at her weakest during childbirth. It was a well-calculated move. And speaking of Obito and Minato's tangled history. One couldn't help but recall that old story of Kamui and hidden grief, a tale steeped in tragedy and revenge. But in this world that Yoru had altered with his own hands. The one who killed Rin Nohara was not Hatake Kakashi, but Minato himself. Seeking vengeance for the woman he loved. A fateful clash between master and student. A second battle at Higashimatsuyama. It all fit perfectly. Send word to the 4th Kazekage, I accept the summit proposal. But as for the meeting location and specifics, those should be discussed with the 4th Hokage directly. Understood. Hozuki Mangetsu gave a respectful bow and took his leave. Tsunade, who had been quietly observing, finally asked curiously. You're working with both Suna and Konoha. Mainly Suna, Yoru replied casually. You know what the Land of Wind is like, their situation is just as bad, maybe worse than ours used to be. We at least have seafood and trade. Sure, it's humid, but the living conditions are tolerable. The Land of Wind, on the other hand, their environment is abysmal. You know that better than most. I'm just too soft-hearted to sit by and watch them suffer, so I initiated this Land of Wind, Land of Water Cooperative Development Plan. As for Konoha, well, they're just in the way. We have to pass through their territory, so they got included by default. Tsunade gave him a strange look. You. Soft-hearted. This was the same man who experimented with bloodline limits, soul experimentation, and Shinigami techniques like they were weekend hobbies. Still, she reached for the thick scroll labeled Land of Wind, Land of Water Cooperative Development Project. As she read through the detailed plans, her eyes widened in disbelief. If this plan really went into effect, then Kirigakure wasn't just offering basic trade or a diplomatic handshake. They were about to gift Sunagakure long-term prosperity. You're getting nothing but money out of this, Tsunade muttered in disbelief. But they get massive infrastructure, transoceanic bridges, irrigation systems, reservoirs. These are long-term investments that will benefit their entire country for generations. I can't believe you'd willingly strengthen another country like this. Yoru lazily flicked his gaze toward her chest and muttered. Can your perspective be a bit broader, like your chest? You're way too focused on surface-level benefits. First, what's wrong with helping the people of Land of Wind? I can't just stand by and watch people suffer. Second, and more importantly, a cross-sea bridge linking wind, fire, and water. Plus several smaller nations. That's the foundation of a unified shinobi world. This isn't just wind-water cooperation. The next step is water-earth. More joint projects are already in planning. Wait, what did you just say? Tsunade suddenly cut him off. Did you just say, unified shinobi world? Exactly. Yoru nodded, speaking as though this were the most natural thing in the world. Think about it yourself. A small shinobi world, yet it has 5 great nations and dozens of smaller ones. Isn't that the root cause of endless war? Of course, I'm not talking about conquering the world through force under the Land of Water's banner. That would only perpetuate hatred and give rise to new conflict. Even if I used absolute strength to unify the world, the remnants of defeated powers and scheming elites would eventually rot the empire from the inside. And that's not even considering the threat posed by the Akatsuki. Those freaks scattered throughout the stars and dimensions. So my approach is different. Step 1, eliminate national boundaries. Step 2, shift shinobi mindsets from village ninja to ninja of the world. In that transition, Yoru said evenly, the Land of Water's fishing, industrial, and commercial sectors will be refined and diversified. Our way of life will spread, silently seeping into other nations through shared infrastructure, trade, and necessity. Eventually, through economic dominance and cultural leadership, we'll establish soft control over the entire shinobi world. Of course, during this process, we can still use the ninja's old tricks, infiltrating spies, scouts, and moles. Just in case anyone gets ideas and tries to blow up the whole arrangement. Tsunade's lips parted slightly. She had assumed Yuki Yoru was scheming something massive behind the scenes, but she never expected the scope of his plan to be this enormous. No. This wasn't just a scheme anymore. This was an ideal. I mean, what can I do? I can't be fighting the Akatsuki on the front lines while my backyard's going up in flames, Yoru shrugged casually. The unification of the shinobi world is inevitable. The only question is how it'll be achieved, and that depends on how much time those celestial bastards up there give us. Fortunately, for now, we still have time. If the timeline follows that of Boruto, then Yoru should have nearly 20 years left. But the real concern is if those damn tree planters decide to pull something early. And that one guy. He's been hiding in the shinobi world all along. Akatsuki Ishiki. Wow, is it a girl? Uzumaki Kushina, heavily pregnant, lit up as she leaned forward to peer at the newborn cradled in Mikoto Uchiha's arms. Nope. It's a boy. So cute. Kushina reached out to gently play with the baby's fingers, eliciting soft coos and tiny waves of his arms. She turned her gaze toward Mikoto, who sat beside her radiating a mother's gentle glow. What's his name? Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, Mikoto answered with a warm smile as she cradled the child. Sasuke, huh? That's the same name as the third Hokage's father. That's right, Mikoto nodded. Fugaku and I both hope that he'll grow into a powerful and admirable shinobi. Her eyes flicked down toward Kushina's rounded belly. And you're not far off either, right? You should be due soon. Have you picked out a name yet? Already done. Kushina placed both hands gently over her stomach, then softly patted Sasuke's tiny head with a maternal smile. His name is going to be Naruto. And someday, he and Sasuke will be classmates. I hope they'll become good friends. The future seemed so close, so bright. But speaking of which... Kushina suddenly leaned in closer, her voice dropping conspiratorially, her expression slightly nervous. Mikoto, is it true that giving birth really hurts? Like, really, really hurts. Wow, I didn't think you of all people would be scared of pain, Kushina. Mikoto laughed. Hey. We're talking about childbirth here. Kushina huffed, her face flushed. I've never gone through it before. Then her eyes scanned the room. By the way, I didn't see Itachi today. Is he out training again? That child is always like that. Mikoto's gaze dimmed slightly with wistfulness, but also pride. What mother wouldn't want her little one close by, especially at a time like this? Itachi was only 5 years old, still so small, so sweet. But he wasn't an ordinary child. He was Uchiha Itachi, a prodigy whose talent rivaled that of Shisui himself. At the thought of Shisui, Mikoto's heart ached. Her expression grew more downcast. After Shisui went missing, Fugaku placed all his hopes and burdens onto Itachi. He wants him to grow up as fast as possible and become the future of the clan. I don't like it, she admitted quietly. It's too much. Too fast. But he's the clan head's son, and the hope of the Uchiha. I understand, Kushina said with a solemn nod. She, too, had grown up under the crushing weight of expectation, chosen as the Ninetales' next Jinchuriki, inheriting the burden from Mito Uzumaki. She knew the loneliness, the pressure, the constant surveillance. But she smiled and rested a hand on Mikoto's. Still, once Sasuke's a little older, I bet Itachi will dote on him. And I'll talk to Minato too, we'll make sure Fugaku eases up. Don't forget, Kushina added with a grin, as long as Minato and I are here, we won't let anything happen to the Uchiha, or the village. Kushina, the Uchiha aren't. Kushina. Mikoto tried to say something more, but a voice cut in. It was Minato, stepping in with Fugaku by his side, both having just exited from another room. Minato gave Kushina a warm smile and waved her over. Sorry to interrupt. Fugaku and I were just finishing up. He turned to the Uchiha head with a respectful nod. I apologize for the lack of news on Orochimaru. And I'm sorry to ask this, but... I'd like you to accompany me as an escort to the Kage summit in the Land of Iron. No need to apologize, Lord Fourth, Fugaku replied calmly. Everything is for Konoha, isn't it? Yes, everything is for Konoha. Minato agreed with a smile. He gently greeted Mikoto, ruffled little Sasuke's hair, and then helped Kushina up. Together, they left the Uchiha compound. Fugaku watched them go, eyes lingering on the red and white flames of Minato's Hokage cloak glinting in the sunlight. His expression was difficult to read. They've already come to an agreement. Mikoto asked softly as she shifted Sasuke in her arms, then gently linked her arm with Fugaku's. Yes, Fugaku came back to himself, nodding. Minato suggested I serve as the escort for this Kage summit, and I've agreed. The children of the Shota and Yuhi were taken by Orochimaru, and there had been no news. To appease the Uchiha, Minato Namikaze finally decided to appoint Fugaku Uchiha as the escort for this Kage summit. Will the Hyuga agree to that? Mikoto asked, a hint of concern in her voice. The role of a summit escort might sound ceremonial, but anyone with political sense knew it was far more than that. The first Hokage's escort had been Tobirama Senju, who later became the second Hokage. The thirds had been Minato Namikaze, who overcame competitors like Orochimaru to become the fourth. Even outside Konoha, similar patterns had emerged. Being appointed as a Kage's escort was often a quiet endorsement as heir apparent. Minato was clearly signaling support for the Uchiha by naming Fugaku. A strategic move to reassure the clan and bind them closer to his leadership. Fugaku scoffed. The Hyuga. Even if they object, what of it? In Konoha, no clan surpasses the Uchiha. His tone was firm, defiant. Besides, Minato threw them a bone, an ANBU squad captaincy. That should be enough to keep Hayashi quiet. An ANBU post. Mikoto murmured. ANBU, the Hokage's personal Black Ops unit, had always been kept beyond the reach of the major clans. For either the Uchiha or the Hyuga to gain any foothold there was almost unheard of. And to offer the Hyuga a captain's seat, that was no small concession. Hyuga and Uchiha, Mikoto said softly. Let's just hope things stay peaceful. We're all part of Konoha, after all. Yeah. Before either of them could speak again. Father. Mother. A young voice called out, and a small figure appeared in a blur of movement before them. Uchiha Itachi. Still small, yet already so sharp. He bowed respectfully. Fugaku's eyes lit up with pride, and a silent hum of satisfaction ran through him. Forget the Hyuga. Let Hayashi play with his petty ANBU scraps. I have Itachi. Even if I never make it to the Hokage's seat. Itachi will. My son, Uchiha Itachi, he is destined to be Hokage. Chapter 150, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 150. The world runs on profit, and becoming Hokage means weighing the balance of interests at all times. Orochimaru's defection had triggered an enormous upheaval. As the Hokage's disciple and former frontline commander of Konoha, his betrayal effectively exposed the village's political strategies, hidden military deployment, research progress, and countless classified secrets. The resulting chaos left Namikaze Minato overwhelmed. But perhaps the greatest blow was the loss of bloodline heirs from both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. For bloodline clans, nothing is more terrifying than having their Kekkei fall into enemy hands, especially clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha, whose history stretched back to the very foundations of the shinobi system. Take the Hyuga, for example. Let's not even mention the caged bird seal. Back in the Third Great Ninja War, a single Byakugan stolen by the Kirigakure shinobi Ao was enough to provoke the Hyuga into fury, demanding Konoha slap a golden S-rank bounty on him. His wanted status became equivalent to that of a top-tier rogue ninja. The Uchiha. Even worse. When Obito died and left his Sharingan to Kakashi, the Uchiha were one step away from raising the Hitaki compound, and possibly the Hokage's residence as well. Had the war not still been raging, and had Kakashi not later died on the Kirigakure front, the Uchiha might have ignited a riot. Bloodline clans placed unparalleled importance on the preservation of their Kekkei. So when Orochimaru defected and took 2 infants from the Hyuga and Uchiha with him, it wasn't just those clans that suffered. The loss to Konoha as a whole was indescribable. There were days Minato couldn't help but question whether he'd been too rigid, whether he'd backed Orochimaru into a corner. Better to divert than to block. Better to guide than to restrain. Maybe I should have been more like the third. Minato's expression was complex. But what was done was done. There was no turning back. The upcoming Kage summit would be held in the Land of Iron. None of the 3 great powers raised any objections to the location. The success of the previous 2 summits, the 5 Kage Summit and the earlier Waterfire Summit, had elevated the Land of Iron's reputation, turning it into the negotiation-exclusive zone of the shinobi world. The Land of Iron was happy for this, as it not only promoted the development of its tourism industry but also elevated its status in the shinobi world. Although state affairs were extremely busy, a month or so of preparation time allowed Minato Namikaze to get everything in order. Lord Third, I'll leave village matters in your hands for now. Before departing, Minato bowed solemnly to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had long since stepped down and was now enjoying retirement with his wife, possibly even planning for a 3rd child. Hiruzen was still only in his 50s, far from elderly, but the trauma of the Third Shinobi War had left his spirit broken. Though the appearance of the box of ultimate bliss had momentarily saved his public image, his political career had come to an undeniable end. Originally, many thought Minato would assign temporary Hokage duties to either Danzo or Hamura. But in the end, he handed them to the retired 3rd Hokage, much to everyone's surprise, and much to Danzo's fury. That old bastard. I have prior experience as acting Hokage. Why the hell wasn't I picked? Hiruzen, you washed-up fossil, you're retired. Why are you still in my way? If the 4th insists, I'll drag these old bones back into service, Hiruzen replied cheerfully. Iwako has been looking after Kushina recently, teaching her a few pregnancy tips. Although her due date is still a few days away, 4th, you must return early. Don't worry, it'll only take a few days. Minato said with a warm smile as he adjusted his Hokage cloak. For something like that, I won't be late. Mentioning Kushina Uzumaki, a gentle smile appeared on Minato Namikaze's face. He then put on his Hokage hat and left Konoha with Fugaku Uchiha. Hokage, huh? Watching Minato and Fugaku vanish into the distance, Hiruzen turned and looked at the grim faces of Danzo, Hamura, and Hayashi. Looks like the old man's back on duty again. As the Hokage left Konoha, the situation in Sunagakure was almost synchronous. Just as Minato's wife, Kushina, the 4th Kazekage Raza's wife, Karura, was also pregnant. However, the third Kazekage had long since perished, and Raza had entrusted his authority to Chiyo. He himself, along with Baki, hurried towards the Land of Iron. What are you going to do? Go directly to Konoha? Gazing at the distant Raza, Black Zetsu asked in a deep voice, there's less than a month until the Ninetales Jinchuriki's due date. If you go to Konoha early, you can set up some arrangements. No. Obito's voice was cool and flat, making Black Zetsu frown deeply. The original plan was simple. Use the Kage summit to lure Minato away from Konoha. Then, during Kushina's labor, when the seal would be weakest, attack the village, trigger the Ninetales incident, seize the beast, and destroy Konoha in one fell swoop. The opportunity was perfect. The timing was right. Why hesitate? Black Zetsu stared at Obito, puzzled by his sudden restraint. If we want to target the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Obito explained calmly, it has to be on the exact day of her delivery. That's when the seal is at its weakest. There's still nearly a month left. And Minato has the Flying Thunder God technique. No matter how far apart they are, if nothing delays the summit, he could easily return in time for the birth. So instead of going to Konoha, we're heading to the Land of Iron. I see. He's planning to stir up trouble at the summit, to stall Minato there. White Zetsu nodded in understanding. But Black Zetsu felt something else. Was Obito trying to take control of the plan? After all, the timing of childbirth didn't need to be too precise, a few small tricks could easily induce premature labor for the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Still, the plan made strategic sense, so Black Zetsu remained silent. And aside from attracting Minato, Obito added, there's something else we need to confirm. The strength of Mizukage Yoru. Obito's voice grew colder, sharper beneath his spiral mask. Ever since Kirigakure pulled out of the Third Great Ninja War, Yoru's been the fourth Mizukage. According to Madara's earlier assessments, he has a method of devouring souls to increase his power. In 2 years, he hasn't fought in a single open war. Based on our projections, his strength should be roughly the same as before. Even if he's grown, it can't be by much. But that's only a hypothesis. We need to verify it. We can't afford any surprises in our future plans. You intend to fight him yourself? Black Zetsu asked hoarsely. You are not his match. Not to mention that bizarre jutsu and a speed comparable to spacetime ninjutsu, just his power to control the weather is something you cannot deal with, even if he hasn't improved at all in 2 years. I know. But there's someone who can. He's not ready to handle a battle at that level. He's ready. Obito turned toward Black Zetsu. Beneath the mask, his Mangekyo Sharingan spun slowly but resolutely. He is a god meant to make the world feel pain, not a greenhouse-raised vessel for the Rinnegan. Besides, if there isn't someone important enough and powerful enough to go to the Land of Iron, how can we attract Minato Namikaze and test Yuki Yoru? But. There is no but. Obito suddenly locked his gaze onto Black Zetsu. The three tomo flared into his Mangekyo pattern, sharp and uncompromising. Black Zetsu, you were created to assist me, not to control me. I am Uchiha Madara. I do whatever I want. Black Zetsu fell silent. Land of Iron. It had been 2 full years since the last Waterfire Summit was held here. Though the last summit, hosted at Hiruzen Sarutobi's request, wasn't widely publicized, nothing in the world stays secret forever, especially not when the Land of Iron was quietly milking it for tourism. A few crafty moves here and there had drawn attention throughout the shinobi world. Rumors spread far and wide, and before long, a steady stream of visitors flowed into the snowy nation, eager to see the site where 2 major Kage once negotiated peace. This sudden tourism boom gave the local economy a considerable jolt. To a small, neutral country like the Land of Iron, it was no small thing. And now, General Mifune of Land of Iron received a proposal that made his political instincts tingle with the scent of history in the making. What? The 4th Kazekage wants to host a summit with the 4th Mizukage and the 4th Hokage, for a large-scale cooperative project. And here, in the Land of Iron. Mifune didn't hesitate a second, he accepted immediately. Who would be fool enough to turn down such an offer? These summits brought enormous prestige, economic benefits, and solidified the Land of Iron's place as the go-to neutral zone for high-level shinobi diplomacy. Unlike the previous summit, though, there was no need to scramble for security. The war was over, and any fool daring to disrupt a 3-Kage summit would have to be suicidal. This time, Mifune didn't bother reaching out to Akatsuki or other mercenary groups. His own samurai forces would handle everything. So this is the Land of Iron. Raza adjusted his Kazekage hat, looking at the city where a bit of wind and snow drifted. Compared to the blazing sands of the Land of Wind, this snowy scenery was almost surreal. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen actual snow. Yes, Lord Kazekage, Baki replied quietly. This is samurai territory. I hear their current leader is named Mifune. The last Firewater Summit was held right here. Let's go. Raza's gaze slightly narrowed as he stepped forward, Baki quickly following behind him. Footprints appeared on the snow-covered ground, only to quickly vanish in the swirling wind and snow. Not long after, the two arrived at the samurai stronghold, where Mifune greeted them personally. After a few formal exchanges, Raza was led to the conference room. There, already seated, was Namikaze Minato, wearing his Hokage cloak. Behind him stood Uchiha Fugaku, stone-faced and silent as ever. You're already here, Hokage. As expected of the yellow flash, Raza said with a polite nod, removing his hat. His eyes lingered on Fugaku briefly before continuing, about the Ryumayaku, any new intel from your side? Minato shook his head. Nothing on our end. Any progress from the Land of Wind investigation? None. Raza's expression darkened. Including the remnants of Rorin, every last person vanished overnight. The thief not only bypassed the seal you personally placed, but vanished into the desert without a trace. Even with my eye of sand and our best trackers, we found nothing. Their strength likely rivals our own. What? A shocked voice rang from the door. Wearing the Mizukage's royal robe and hat, Yuki Yoru entered the room, accompanied by Hozuki Mangetsu. His face showed exaggerated surprise. You're saying someone stole the Ryumayaku? And effortlessly bypassed the fourth Hokage's seal. Then slipped past both the Kazekage's Eye of Sand and the elite of Sunagakure. Yoru clicked his tongue. That thief must be extraordinary. There can't be more than a handful of people in the world capable of that. Sunagakure's desert warfare capabilities are top tier. With Lord Kazekage's Eye of Sand on top of that, the only way someone could escape undetected would be by using flight, space-time ninjutsu, or some similarly rare method. And to crack the fourth Hokage's sealing techniques, too, tch. Quite a thief indeed. Raza's face was grim. Minato's expression, however, had darkened significantly. Space-time ninjutsu. Advanced seal breaking. Yoru's every word pointed a subtle finger at Minato himself. You're implying I stole it. And the worst part was, Minato couldn't even deny it convincingly. If the roles were reversed, he'd be just as suspicious. We at Konoha are also investigating the incident with full effort, Minato managed to say. No need, Raza cut in coldly. In his mind, the truth was already clear. Investigate. Please. You did it. Now you're pretending to be surprised. The Ryumayaku was already gone, retrieving it was out of the question. But Raza wasn't too upset. After all, Sunagakure had never fully controlled it anyway. And now, if this incident could help him gain leverage in the summit negotiations, well, then the loss was worth it. While Raza and Minato exchanged barbed words, Yoru took his seat. His gaze slid casually toward Uchiha Fugaku and offered a greeting. Long time no see, clan head Fugaku. I didn't expect the Hokage to bring you to the summit. Oh, and congratulations, I heard you recently had another son. Thank you for your concern, Lord Mizukage, Fugaku said gruffly. My wife gave birth a few months ago. Congratulations indeed. I've heard your eldest is incredibly gifted, surely the second son will grow into someone just as outstanding. You flatter us, Lord Mizukage. With Yoru's easy banter steering the mood, the atmosphere slowly lightened. Soon after, the three Kage officially began discussing details of the proposed joint infrastructure projects. However, due to the Ryumayaku incident, Raza was extremely firm in dealing with Konoha. Minato, knowing his position was weak, had no choice but to retreat again and again in matters of profit and jurisdiction. Yoru, on the other hand, showed no hesitation in revealing his ambition. He insisted on controlling the execution of all cooperative projects and demanded at least 60% of the profits. Naturally, both Raza and Minato objected. The summit quickly turned into a whirlwind of debates, negotiations, and subtle posturing. Meanwhile, outside the conference chamber, Zetsu's clone had already infiltrated the venue, hiding in the shadows. In a secret underground facility, hidden beneath the snow and stone, Zetsu emerged from the ground and faced a figure confined within a strange array of machinery. The place is crawling with samurai guards. The three Kage have begun their talks. What's your move, Nagato? Move. The voice was cold and calm. We go in. Yoru and Minato aren't easy opponents, said Konan softly. Let the others act first. We'll probe their strength. Is that so? Nagato hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Since Yahiko's death, Konan had become his most trusted companion. Though Nagato could make decisions on his own, he always consulted her. She was the anchor to his fading humanity, a reminder of friendship, of sorrow, and of the boy he used to be. Madara's suggestion was that you appear directly as the Deva path, to strike fear into the Kage, Black Zetsu murmured. But if we follow this path, it means exposing Akatsuki too early. Due to a series of incidents, the organization's reputation had taken a serious hit. First was the defeat of Kakuzu and Sattori. Although Sattori had returned, the impact of the event on Akatsuki remained significant. Second was the issue of recruitment. At present, Akatsuki's members consisted only of Konan, Pain, Zetsu, along with Sattori, Orochimaru, and Hiriko, leaving 4 vacant positions. If the organization were to be exposed at this stage, it would undoubtedly hinder Akatsuki's future development. Chapter 151, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 151. Black Zetsu made a good point. Right now, the Akatsuki couldn't be considered a complete organization. Obito, posing as Madara, was operating in the shadows and wasn't a formal member. Konan and Zetsu wouldn't act, and the remaining active members, Orochimaru, Hiriko, and Sattori, couldn't pose a real threat to the 3 Kage. Hiriko's strength didn't need much elaboration. Without the augmentation of celestial phenomena, his chimera technique was still in experimental stages, his combat ability barely matched that of an elite jonin. Sattori was even worse off. Though Obito had successfully arranged for Sasori's return to Akatsuki, saving his life in the process, his entire arsenal of puppets had been destroyed by Kirigakure. Every single one, including the human puppet of the 3rd Kazekage, was gone. A puppet master without puppets was like a tiger without claws. Most of Sasori's combat power had been stripped away, he was barely an elite jonin now. As for Orochimaru, now that guy was genuinely a top-tier powerhouse. If he went all out, summoning a horde of Edo Tensei undead, he might actually turn the tide. But Orochimaru was far too scheming. He'd never risk everything in a confrontation against 3 Kage under these conditions. At best, he'd sit back and observe. Realistically, that still left him at elite jonin level for now. The mighty Akatsuki, and the only members they could field were essentially cannon fodder. If they were the ones sent in first, forget intimidating the 3 Kage, Akatsuki would become a laughingstock across the shinobi world. That's why I still believe it's best if you go yourself, Nagato, as the Deva Path of Pain, Black Zetsu said in a low voice. Inwardly, he added, it might also help soothe a certain someone's fragile ego. Ever since Black Zetsu had taken the initiative during the negotiations with Orochimaru, Obito had been somewhat resentful. In Obito's mind, Zetsu was a product of Madara's yin-yang release, an instrument of Madara's will, while he himself was the true heir to the name Uchiha Madara. To act in Madara's name was to wield Madara's authority. So Zetsu stepping in unprompted had overstepped that line, enough to irritate Sir Ego over there. You're right. Nagato nodded slowly, agreeing with Zetsu's assessment. Konan, however, frowned deeply, about to speak, but Nagato offered a faint smile. His gaunt yet sharp features exuded a kind of overwhelming conviction. Don't worry, Konan. With the power of the Rinnegan, victory is inevitable. Even Kage will kneel before the might of God. Nagato. Konan could only nod in silence. Nagato said no more. He began to control the 6 paths of pain, sending them toward the site of the 3 Kage summit. The land of iron was a cold country blanketed by year-round snowfall, but at that moment, it felt as if a terrifying force had descended from the heavens. In an instant, the blizzard ceased. The low-hanging clouds scattered violently. Yoru, who had been speaking during the summit, suddenly froze. His expression turned strange. The next moment, an immense suction force tore the roof from the meeting hall. With the ceiling gone, everyone instinctively looked up. What greeted them was not a sky full of swirling snowflakes, but a rare, clear expanse of blue sky. The ever-present cloud cover above the land of iron had been pierced, as though something had ripped open the heavens. Through the hole in the clouds, sunlight poured down onto the snowy landscape below, casting a radiant glow. Descending with that sunlight was a solitary figure. He wore the trademark black cloak adorned with red clouds. His feet didn't touch the ground. With the sun at his back, his features were obscured, only the cold, impassive ripple pattern of his Rinnegan eyes could be seen, gazing down from above. He seemed not like a man, but a divine being from the heavens, a god descending upon the mortal realm. What terrifying chakra! Who the hell is that? He just barged into the Kage summit. Is he insane? No. I can't move, at all. Is he a god? All eyes turned to Pain, stunned. The samurai of the land of iron were elite warriors, but none had ever seen such an entrance. A god descending from the sky, who could even process that? Forget defending the meeting. Forget driving the intruder away. They didn't even have the courage to meet his gaze. Only Mifune, the general of the land of iron, narrowed his eyes in suspicion. This cloak, that face. Isn't that the Akatsuki member Yahiko from before? Mifune himself had hosted the last Kage summit. He remembered it clearly, especially how Akatsuki had come forward back then to solve their security dilemma. If not for Akatsuki, it would have been a logistical nightmare. So he remembered Yahiko's face well. But No, something's off. Yahiko never had eyes like that. Just who the hell is this? The room fell into chaos. At the conference table, the three Kage also wore grave expressions. Raza, the Kazekage, sensed the aura surrounding Pain and furrowed his brows. Minato, the fourth Hokage, kept his eyes locked on Pain's and felt a shiver run through him. Yuki Yoru, the fourth Mizukage. His face remained calm. As if this appearance had been entirely expected. Hey, you. Baki, Raza's aide, instinctively tried to speak, but the moment he did, an invisible and overwhelming pressure crashed down like a divine decree. Raza acted at once, activating his magnet release to form a shield of gold dust. But it was useless. In the blink of an eye, both Raza and Baki were blasted backward, gold dust and all, sent flying like rag dolls. Minato acted immediately, grabbing Fugaku and teleporting both of them out of the meeting chamber using Flying Thunder God. And just as they disappeared, boom. A crushing wave of unseen force flattened the entire building. In seconds, the conference hall was obliterated. Plumes of debris shot skyward. Fugaku and Minato, now safely outside, stared grimly at the floating figure within the dust cloud. Lord Fourth. Those eyes. Yeah, Minato said gravely. No mistake about it. That's the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. I can't believe it, the Rinnegan actually exists. Fugaku muttered in disbelief, clenching his fists. The Uchiha had always prided themselves as the greatest dojutsu clan in the world. Sure, there was the Byakugan and the mythical Rinnegan, but the Byakugan was comparatively weak, and the Rinnegan had never truly appeared. The Sharingan reigned supreme. Most Uchiha believed that. So did much of the shinobi world. What Rinnegan? Just a legend. And yet now, it had appeared. Publicly. Visibly. Overwhelmingly. Whoever he is, if he's here to disrupt the Kage summit, that makes him our enemy. Minato said firmly, brandishing a Flying Thunder God kunai. Clan head Fugaku, keep an eye on Mifune and the Land of Iron Samurai. They provided the venue, we can't let them get dragged into this fight. Understood. Fugaku's eyes turned into three Tomo Sharingan, and he shifted into battle stance. The smoke and debris from the destroyed building still filled the air, kicked up by the tremendous repulsion force of Shinra Tensei. Amid the devastation, only two figures remained standing, completely unmoved. Yahiko. No, Nagato. Hozuki Mangetsu's expression wavered as he looked at Pain in disbelief. But Yoru simply raised his head, his gaze calm yet complex as it settled on Pain's face. I told you before, if you ever ran into trouble, come to Kirigakure, Yoru said quietly. I never thought our next meeting would be under these circumstances. You think I've gone astray, Yuki Yoru? Pain replied coldly, cutting him off before he could speak further. No. A god's choices are never wrong. What's wrong is the world itself. Because of war, I lost my parents. Because of war, Yahiko died. Because of war, the shinobi world has become this twisted mess. This summit isn't about war, Yoru said, frowning slightly. This Three Kage meeting is for peace and the future. Every infrastructure project we're planning is for peaceful development, economic recovery, for helping our people live better lives. And yet, only for the three great nations. Pain sneered. In the eyes of you major powers, there's never room for small countries. Magnet release, gold dust wave. Magnet release, gold dust spear. An angry voice interrupted him. Waves of gold dust surged like a tidal wave, suspended midair by magnetic control and then compressed into dozens of sharp spears, fired directly at Pain from every direction. So, you're just like them after all, Yuki Yoru. Pain's expression didn't change. His gaze lingered on Yoru briefly before he slowly raised one hand, and unleashed another Shinra Tensei. Boom. The gold dust spears shattered instantly, and Raza was blasted backward again, vomiting blood midair. Lord Kazekage. Wind release, blade of wind. Baki quickly formed hand signs and launched a wind jutsu like a whistling blade, but it too was torn apart by another wave of Shinra Tensei. Can he repel all forms of attack? Baki was stunned. Not daring to engage again, he grabbed Raza's limp form and withdrew to a safer distance. But before he could even take a breath, a thunderous crash echoed behind him. A new figure landed beside them. Minato's heart dropped the moment he turned around and saw it, a hulking, red cloud-cloaked man, Azura Path. They've got reinforcements. Raza and Baki's hearts sank as well. The Azura Path ignored them completely. Its right arm extended unnaturally, transforming into a weapon system, and then fired a barrage of chakra missiles without warning. Boom. A massive explosion ripped through the area, engulfing them in thick smoke and debris. A golden flash cut through the dust. Minato had appeared just in time, pulling Raza and Baki out with Flying Thunder God before they were incinerated. Thanks, Lord Fourth. Raza clutched his chest, his breath ragged. Baki had already lost consciousness. Please stay back, Kazekage-sama. Fugaku, take care of him. I'm going to assist the Mizukage. No problem. Fugaku nodded without hesitation. But before Minato could throw more flying thunder god kunai, a new wave of white smoke suddenly erupted from the city in the distance. Boom. Giant summoned beasts, centipedes, crabs, lobsters, chameleons, dogs, and rhinoceroses, burst from the smoke and rampaged through the streets. They were huge and grotesque, like monsters from myth, wreaking havoc immediately upon arrival. In moments, the Iron Capital was thrown into chaos. Civilians were injured or killed by the beasts left and right. At the same time, the Azura Path, who had just fired on Raza, raised its arms and launched another barrage of chakra missiles, causing even more destruction. Explosions rocked the streets, and smoke billowed high as flames began to consume the city. Mifune pulled himself from the wreckage of the meeting hall, trying to rally the samurai to defend the capital. But the land of iron swordsmen were no match for monsters of this scale. One by one, they were crushed, ripped apart by explosions and crushed beneath the weight of the summoned beasts. Damn it. Minato's face darkened. The enemy had come targeting the three Kage. But in the end, it was the innocent civilians of the land of iron who were paying the price. How could Minato just stand by and let that happen? But the situation at the destroyed meeting hall was no better. That being from the sky, the one floating above them all, was clearly the leader of the attack. Possibly the strongest member. 2 years ago, Yuki Yoru had been a powerhouse. But after becoming Mizukage, he hadn't fought in any wars or consumed any more souls. His strength probably hadn't increased much since then. And for the enemy to brazenly invade the Kage summit like this, he had to be absurdly powerful. In this scenario. Boom. 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 The destruction within the capital continued. Explosions, screams, cries for help, they filled the air. Minato had no time to hesitate. He had no choice. He had to trust Yuki Yoru. Come on. Fourth Mizukage. Chump. Minato bit his finger, formed hand seals, and slammed his palm to the ground. Summoning jutsu. A massive puff of smoke erupted, and from it emerged the giant toad, Gamabunta, sword sheathed at his side. Well well, long time no see, Fourth, another damn war, huh? Hold up. What's with those eyes? Gamabunta stared in disbelief at the summoned monsters wreaking havoc. Those are the Sage of Six Paths eyes, the Rinnegan. Why the hell do all these summons have them? What the hell is going on here? It's a long story, Minato said grimly. The enemy is definitely a Rinnegan wielder. That much is certain. Great. First the final weapon of the Six Paths era, now this. Damn pain in the ass era we live in. Gamabunta gripped the hilt of his sword. Still, if you're asking, then of course I'm in. Let's go. Let's do this, Bunta. A shrill siren echoed through the capital, the city's emergency evacuation signal. Civilians scrambled to flee in panic. The samurai tried to regroup, but they were powerless against the massive summoned beasts. With Minato and Gamabunta now in the fight, the tide began to shift slightly. Amid the roaring explosions, at the very center of the battlefield, Yuki Yoru stood before Pain. He let out a faint sigh. I don't know your true motive. Whether you're here to sabotage the alliance of the three nations, or simply to stall someone's movements. He shook his head. But I guess it doesn't matter now. One way or another, we're going to have to fight. So you knew. Pain's expression darkened. It seems, there are traces of you within the Akatsuki after all. Yoru said nothing. He looked calmly at Hozuki Mangetsu beside him. Execute Soul Society Combat Directive No. 2. Soul Society Directive No. 2, huh? Mangetsu nodded slightly. His body rippled like water and vanished. Moments later, he reappeared in the ravaged iron capital. One by one, he removed scrolls and activated seals. Several soul extractors were deployed. In the blink of an eye, the souls of those killed in the chaos were drawn into the devices. Back at the ruined summit. Madara told me you've mastered the art of consuming souls to strengthen yourself, Pain said, still impassive. That kind of power, it's evil. It can only lead to more war. Yuki Yoru, your very existence is a curse on this world. And as God, it is my duty to erase that curse, right here, right now. Chapter 152, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 152. Erase me. Yoru stared blankly at Pain in front of him, momentarily wondering if he'd misheard. Was this guy delusional, or had he actually gotten stronger while I stayed put? He'd only spent 2 years stabilizing Kirigakure's internal affairs, how did that suddenly make it feel like he'd been left 2 decades behind? Sure, the Rinnegan was powerful, no doubt about that. Even within the Godai 13, the strongest besides Yoru himself was the 2nd Division Captain, Uchiha Shisui, and the key to his power was that very pair of Rinnegan. The sage's eyes were undeniably overwhelming. If possessing a Mangekyo Sharingan was the ticket into Kage-level power, then the Rinnegan was the entry pass to beyond Kage, a seat at the table of legends. But still. Nagato, you're using hand-me-downs. Where do you get off acting so cocky? Even the real Shisui had to behave in front of me, and you want to challenge me? Looks like you really think you've reached the peak of the shinobi world in these last 2 years, huh? Yoru sighed softly. Is it because you finally awakened the power of those eyes? Or because you killed an aging, decaying demigod? You truly have a hidden hand within the Akatsuki, within Omegakure. Pain's voice was chillingly cold. But it doesn't matter. After today, none of that will remain. The will of a god will wash it all away. God. Yoru's lips twitched slightly. This guy was acting like a fresh Uchiha who just awakened his Mangekyo, completely delusional and way too eager to talk about pain and justice. Well then, just like Killer Bee's lariat had once knocked some sense into Sasuke, it was time for me, the 4th Mizukage, to straighten out this so-called god of pain. I recently killed someone else who thought he was a god. What makes you think you'll end up any better? I alone am god. What? Pain's Rinnegan eyes widened in shock. In that instant, Yoru vanished from view. A razor-sharp edge fell from behind. A powerful repulsive force exploded outward from Pain's body, narrowly intercepting Yoru's assassination attempt. Interesting, Yoru's figure reappeared in midair. Though he hadn't decapitated the Deva path, his hand now gripped the body of a burly man. As expected of the Rinnegan, even if the eye itself can't track my movements, you used multi-angled vision to predict my strike. The 6 paths of pain, he murmured. A unique ability granted by the Rinnegan, by embedding special black rods into corpses, you bestow them with Rinnegan powers and shared vision. To defeat the 6 paths, you must eliminate the Naraka path first, the one that handles resurrection through the King of Hell. Only then can you stop the cycle of endless revival. He casually tightened his grip. Snap. The Naraka path's head was severed cleanly from its body. Pain's gaze grew darker and more focused. He hadn't expected Yoru to not only know the existence of the 6 paths, but to understand their functions so thoroughly. In the world of shinobi, intelligence was everything. With the right intel, the weak could overcome the strong. But if the strong had perfect intel, then what awaited the enemy was pure, one-sided annihilation. The 6 paths of pain, each one specializing in a unique Rinnegan ability. Aside from Konan, not even the rest of Akatsuki knew the full truth. How did Yoru learn all this? Had he known the Rinnegan's secret since he first approached us? That day he confronted me and recognized the eye, had he already guessed everything? The Yuki clan might not be as old as the Uchiha or Kagaya, but they had their own long-standing legacy. Maybe, just maybe, some ancient scrolls really did record the powers of the Rinnegan. Ready to learn your lesson, you cosplay God Complex Edgelord? Yoru vanished again. The Rinnegan couldn't track his movements at all, Pain could only react by reflex, activating Shinra Tensei. But just as the force rippled out, before the cooldown even began, Yoru was already there. You call yourself a god? His foot slammed into Pain's head from above, kicking him hard to the ground. Then his knee crashed into Pain's chest, pinning him to the shattered ground. What a weak little god. I am Kami. The true Kami. Pain roared in fury, veins bulging across his forehead. His Rinnegan eyes blazed with wrath. You know nothing of pain. You don't understand what I've suffered. I am the true god, risen from the abyss of suffering. The savior who will lead the world to salvation. Shinra Tensei. With a furious cry, the purple rings in Pain's eyes flared. His chakra surged to the max, unleashing a repulsive shockwave point blank. Boom. Yoru didn't flinch. His expression remained calm, almost bored, as he lifted a single hand. That hand, pale and slender like a woman's, pressed forward against the full force of Shinra Tensei. And advanced. Inch by inch. Against all logic. Against the laws of physics. Forward. Pain's eyes went wide in horror. This can't be happening. Outside the Iron Capital. Deep beneath a snow-covered tree hollow. This can't be. This isn't possible. Nagato, hunched in his custom-built wheelchair, looked absolutely stunned. How can he possess power of this magnitude? It makes no sense. What's wrong, Nagato? Conan's pretty face showed visible concern. It was the first time she had ever seen such an expression of disbelief on him. It's nothing. Nagato didn't want to tell her about Yoru's overwhelming strength and cause her worry. Instead, he pressed his lips together and forced more chakra out of his withered body. A god is supposed to be invincible. Even when facing calamity and setbacks, that is the burden a god must bear. Come, Yuki Yoru. Let me see just how powerful you really are. I, who possess the Rinnegan, am the second sage of six paths, the one and only true god of this world. Super Shinra Tensei. With the support of Nagato's true body and chakra reserves, the Deva path surged like a machine injected with adrenaline. As Yoru's hand kept pushing through his prior attack, this time, pain released everything in a single devastating burst. An invisible tidal wave of repulsion exploded from his body in all directions, the same force he once used to destroy Konohagakure in an instant. Oh. A flicker of genuine surprise appeared in Yoru's eyes. But even under the crushing force of the Super Shinra Tensei, Yoru's body didn't so much as budge. Not an inch. Pain's expression turned savage. He used the momentum from his own blast to retreat backward, slamming one hand into the ground. Puff. A cloud of smoke exploded into the air, and out came the Azura Path, now standing by his side. The moment it appeared, the Azura Path's left wrist split open, launching a barrage of fish-shaped missiles toward Yoru's head like guided torpedoes. And Kozan. A calm voice echoed. A perfectly circular shield shimmered into existence around Yoru, intercepting every single missile without leaving so much as a scratch. But Pain wasn't done. The top of the Azura Path's skull opened like a lotus flower, revealing a high-powered chakra laser cannon, which fired in a blinding instant. Boom. Explosions rocked the battlefield. One after another, waves of destruction surged outward. Combined with the earlier Super Shinra Tensei, the compound force left the entire meeting hall buried in a dense cloud of debris and mist. The shockwaves could be felt even far beyond the battlefield. This level of destruction. Minato Namikaze turned his head from where he was fighting alongside Gamabunta against the massive summon beasts. His brow furrowed deeply. Gamabunta had just sliced down a red-brown, three-headed hellhound, only for it to split into two separate three-headed versions that charged from both sides. This level is almost equal to a tailed beast, Gamabunta grunted. That Yoru kid, can he really handle this? Minato responded seriously, believe in him. That guy's strength isn't that simple. Don't forget, he hasn't even used his ice release yet. That's true, but we're talking about the Rinnegan here. Boom. Another massive explosion rocked the Iron Capital, drowning the land in a thick storm of smoke and rubble. All eyes turned toward the epicenter of the chaos. Deva Path Pain stared intently into the cloud. He knew full well, even with the overwhelming might of the Azura Path, they hadn't so much as grazed Yoru. Yes. An invisible barrier protected him, like a divine wall of lamentation that even saints could not cross. An unshakable wall of despair. The true strength of the Rinnegan lies not in its six puppet paths, Yoru's voice came calmly from above, but in the true body that possesses all six paths in one. Floating midair, Yoru stared down at him, as if from heaven. And I know the condition of your real body. Bastard. In the shadows, Nagato's face darkened. His body was weak and confined to a wheelchair, a chain that bound him to his mortal shell. But it was because of that sacrifice that he had saved Conan. Conan, legs. In Nagato's mind, that had never been a question. Yuki Yoru. Let me show you the true power of the Rinnegan. Nagato whispered. His hands formed a tight seal. At the same time, the Deva Path mirrored him, pressing its hands together, its eyes glowing with a radiant purple light. Beside him, the Azura Path raised its arms and unleashed another barrage of missiles and chakra lasers, a veritable flood of firepower descending upon Yoru. Stop, Nagato. Conan cried in alarm. This technique will drain too much from your body. I'll only be weak for a couple weeks at most, Nagato replied softly. Not a big deal. Then, in a tone brimming with unshakable conviction. But the dignity of a god cannot be violated. A god is invincible. That is absolute. So. A tiny black sphere, laced with terrifying gravitational force, emerged from between his fingers and floated upward. Chibaku Tensei. The Deva Path raised both hands high above its head like a high priest performing a sacred ritual, like a god descending from the heavens. The black sphere floated upward, radiating a tidal pull. Immediately, every shattered building, every piece of rubble, every rock and chunk of earth in the Iron Capital began lifting into the air toward the sphere. The Rinnegan's power surged in his eyes, and the black sun above them seemed to ignite, its gravitational force multiplying exponentially. The sky trembled. Even the clouds and snow above the Iron Country began to spiral inward. The earth cracked apart. The entire city of Iron began to shake violently under the pull. No. What kind of power is this? Damn it. I'm being pulled in. No, please. Help. Screams echoed through the streets. People tried to run, to fight it, but in the face of a universal force like gravity, their struggles were meaningless. They were yanked from the ground, drawn into the black sphere. Most didn't even feel pain, they were crushed by flying debris before they got there. Buildings, rubble, even the massive summoned beasts were all pulled into the gravitational core. Nagato had no intention of wasting chakra. The moment he cast Chibaku Tensei, the animal path unsummoned all the beasts. Yo, I'm out. Gamabunta grunted as his massive body struggled against the pull, leaping from one crumbling rock to the next. This is your fight now, kid. Stay safe. Thanks, Brother Bunta. I'll handle it. Gamabunta vanished in a puff of smoke. Minato stood amid the chaos, eyes locked on the massive black sphere. He scanned the debris, constantly searching for survivors. That Rinnegan user, he's far more dangerous than I expected. No choice now. This jutsu's power is too extreme. We can't cancel it, only minimize casualties. With a flick of his wrist, he threw several flying thunder god kunai into the air, using the sphere's own gravitational pull to vault between them in midair. With golden flashes, he darted through the sky, rescuing Iron Country citizens and samurai one by one. Both Nagato and Yoru took notice, but neither was particularly concerned. The Deva path kept its focus entirely on pulling Yoru toward the center of the Black Sun. Even his own body began to lift slightly, gently drawn toward the core. Yoru stared at the growing Chibaku Tensei calmly. He had no intention of testing its sealing strength firsthand. Still, he respected Nagato's choice. Once you confirmed your opponent was overwhelmingly strong, you immediately pulled out your trump card. That was the correct decision. They had barely exchanged blows before Nagato went straight to his strongest technique, no hesitation. This guy's combat instincts are impressive. Pity he hasn't seen enough of the world. Yoru slowly rose into the sky, one hand reaching for the blade at his waist. His Zanpakuto. Hayorinmaru. As the blade left its sheath, an overwhelming cold filled the air. Four-world freeze. Gravity, heat, entropy, even the fundamental forces of the universe began to falter. Yoru hovered in midair, steady and unshaken. He gazed down calmly at the stunned Deva path Pain. His voice, soft yet penetrating, echoed clearly in Pain's ears despite the distance between them, as if it had bypassed space itself. You call yourself a god, but tell me, have you ever actually seen one? What? A monstrous Ryatsu erupted from Yoru's body. Chilling spiritual energy burst skyward like a storm. The suffocating cold solidified into whirling frost currents, spiraling around Yoru's form, and radiating outward in a terrifying, spreading tide. The battlefield, already mangled by the gravitational pull of Chibaku Tensei, was instantly consumed in brilliant white frost. Snow white. Frozen solid. Is this, the fourth Mizukage's power? From the ground below, fourth Kazekage Raza stared upward in shock. The Iron Country was already a snowy land, but the moment Yoru's aura exploded, it was no longer snow that blanketed the terrain. It was pure crystal ice, thick and jagged, shimmering under the pale light. To freeze an entire region with one release of chakra. To do so casually, effortlessly. This was the strength of the men who had ended the war between Mist and Leaf, who had forced Konoha to surrender, the true might of the fourth Mizukage, Yuki Yoru. So, you're finally going all out. Minato Namikaze murmured, pausing amidst his flying thunder god technique rescues. He looked up at Yoru standing alone in the sky, a god among men, wrapped in ice and light. It's been 2 years, and you've grown even stronger. Impossible. How did he become this powerful? From the shadows, Zetsu stared up in disbelief at the scene unfolding in the sky. Wasn't this guy just sitting in Kirigakure these past 2 years? He didn't even take part in any battles. How the hell could he have improved so much? This is impossible. White Zetsu's voice trembled. That aura, it's already comparable to Lord Madara himself. It's the Shinigami, and the Soul Society. Black Zetsu finally realized, his voice low and grim. So that's it. That's why we've seen signs of Shinigami across the shinobi world these past 2 years. Those agents of Soul Society, they've been feeding souls to Yuki Yoru. While he sat in Kirigakure as Mizukage, the Shinigami were collecting souls in his place. That's how his power kept growing without fighting himself. Damn it. Obito completely underestimated him. What do we do now? White Zetsu asked anxiously. Do we warn Obito first? No, he's probably already in motion, Black Zetsu said darkly. We mustn't interfere. But Nagato, he must not fall here. Black Zetsu's voice turned sharp and cold. We'll move in close, stand by to extract Nagato's true body the moment something goes wrong. Even under the constraints of his Jigai, Yoru could still achieve full Bankai. Yuki Yoru drew his Zanpakuto, Hayorinmaru, and pointed it toward the sky. His icy spiritual pressure howled with power. Water freezes. Wind ceases. Gravity stills. Even heat dies. All 4 forces of the natural world were locked into stasis in that moment. Nagato. Yoru's voice echoed once more, directly into the ears of the men hidden far beneath the Iron Country. He pointed Hyorinmaru straight at the enormous, growing sphere in the sky, the fully awakened Chibaka Tensei, now coated in a glistening shell of frost. Watch carefully. This next move is going to be stylish.